Chapter 505. Ever since they left the Void Edge sect, they had been hiding their identities and wandering around. Later, they learned that the sect had been burned down, and the whereabouts of the sect leader and several elders were unknown. They did not dare to rashly return, so they found a place here and temporarily settled down, waiting for the future to decide. This time they had lived here until now. The news of the Yang family's inheritance war, they had indeed heard about it. Although they had been living in seclusion, every month they would send people out to inquire about various aspects of the situation. It was at that time that they learned about Yang Kai's true identity and the inheritance war. However, as Yang Kai had said before, even if they knew about the inheritance war and wanted to help Yang Kai, it was still not convenient for them to go to War City. Because High Heaven Pavilion's name as an evil sect had not been removed, going to War City would only bring unnecessary trouble to Yang Kai. After living here for more than a year, although it wasn't very convenient to communicate with the outside world, there were a lot fewer disputes. Except for the occasional monster beast attacks, everyone in High Heaven Pavilion was bitterly cultivating, looking forward to the day when they would be able to restore the sect's glory. So you're saying that you don't know that the sect has been rebuilt? Yang Kainyan asked after they finished speaking. The sect has been rebuilt? The several martial uncles all looked stunned. It should be rebuilt, but for the time being, I don't dare hang up the sect's signboard. High Heaven Pavilion can only be regarded as a temporary property of mine. I can only wait until the sect's name is restored before restoring it. I'm afraid that you're the only one who can do this. Thank you, martial nephew. The several martial uncles all saw the crux of the matter and firmly said, then we will have to trouble martial nephew in the future. Yang Kai gently nodded. This is disciple's duty. Then he asked, what about sect master and the several elders? Those martial uncles all had gloomy expressions on their faces. We don't have a clue at the moment. We only send a few people out every month to scout around. We don't know where the sect leader and the other elders are. Is that so? Yang Kai sighed and comforted them. It's fine. Sect Master is already an above immortal ascension boundary master. There aren't many people in this world who can hurt him. Hearing this news, everyone couldn't help but feel excited. Although they had heard about it before, when it came from Yang Kai's mouth, the weight of it was different. I came here this time to ask all of you martial uncles and brothers to accompany me back to War City. If martial uncles have no objections, then let the disciples pack up and we'll set off as soon as possible. The martial uncles looked at each other, and one of them said with a smile, we didn't want to trouble you to avoid making things difficult for you. However, since martial nephew has taken the initiative to invite us, it would be unreasonable for us to refuse. Even if we enter War City under the name of evil sect's disciples, as long as we have martial nephew's protection, no one should dare say anything, right? Yang Kai smiled coldly. Those who dare to say that won't live long. Only then did the martial uncles let go of the worries in their hearts and agreed. Then I'll go find her first, Su Yen. Yang Kai scratched his nose awkwardly. The expressions of the several martial uncles suddenly became awkward, the one who had spoken before nodding. Yes, I actually forgot about this matter. Please don't blame me, martial nephew. Turning his head, he shouted, Sassafras! Disciple is here. Sassafras responded and walked in. Lead Brother Yang to the frozen ice cave. Yes. Sassafras smiled lightly and gestured to Yang Kai. Brother-in-law, come with me. Yang Kai lightly coughed and walked out. Ingzhou wanted to follow but was stopped by Yang Kai. Walking out with Sassafras, Yang Kai asked, Frozen ice cave? What is that place? It's the place where elder sister cultivates. Sassafras replied. It was precisely because we found a cold place here that was suitable for elder sister to cultivate that we decided to temporarily live here. But when I went to see elder sister last time, she seemed to have said that she was going into retreat. I don't know if she's done yet. And she is indeed in retreat. Yang Kai nodded. If she wasn't in retreat, how could Su Yen not come out to greet him? Dozens of kilometers away, Yang Kai sensed the existence of Su Yen. The art of yin-yang joyous unification had created an indelible bond between the two of them. Since Yang Kai could sense her, she could naturally sense Yang Kai's existence as well. But now, it was probably inconvenient for elder sister Su to leave her retreat, so she didn't show up. As the distance between the two of them closed, Yang Kai's yuan qi began to fluctuate uncontrollably, as if there was an invisible vortex that was pulling at his yuan qi. That was Su Yan's energy. After not cultivating the art of yin-yang joyous unification for such a long time, no matter who it was, both of them desperately wanted to be comforted by the other. Yang Kai's usually calm mood began to fluctuate. The ice cave was not far from where they lived, only about 3 kilometers away. After a while, Sassafras led Yang Kai to a cave that was overflowing with cold air. Even from the outside, they could clearly see the cold air pouring out of the cave. It was a spectacular sight. Around the cave, there was not a single blade of grass, and there was frozen soil everywhere. Sassafras had already reached the 5th level of yuan qi, but when he was about 10 feet away from the cave, he stopped and said, "Brother-in-law, you should go in yourself. That damned place is too cold. I don't know how it was formed. Only elder sister can withstand it. Even the other martial uncles can't go in." "Okay, you can go back." "Hee, brother-in-law, enjoy your meal." Sassafras laughed and turned to leave. Yang Kai shook his head, took a deep breath, and entered the ice cave. A cold feeling came from all directions, as if even the yuan qi in his body could be frozen. Circulating his true yang secret art, Yang Kai dispelled the obstruction of the cold and walked step by step into the cave. All around him were smooth and cold blocks of ice. This ice cave did not have any traces of artificial excavation. It was completely a natural place. He did not know where the light came from, but the ice was like a mirror reflecting the light, so the cave was not dark. The deeper he went, the colder it became. Yang Kai circulated his true yang secret art faster and faster. After walking for a full cup of tea's time, Yang Kai's field of vision suddenly opened up. This should be the innermost layer of the ice cave. The cold was incomparably strong, and it was no longer as narrow as before. Instead, it was an open space. With just a glance, Yang Kai saw Su Yan. Her beautiful hair that was like silk and satin hung down like a cloth, covering her round and perky buttocks. Her skin was white as snow and suffused with a sheen that was like the most exquisite porcelain. She had an exquisite nose, pink cheeks, cherry lips that exhaled like orchids, and delicate dimples that were white as snow and sparkling like jade. Su Yan was the same as before, like an exquisite ice doll. At this moment, she was sitting cross-legged on a crystal-clear ice bed, her eyes closed in meditation, her tender body trembling slightly, showing the excitement in her heart at this moment. Suddenly, the yuan qi in Su Yan's body fluctuated, clearly visible. Her tender body, her face, and even all her exposed skin was quickly covered with a layer of frost. Yang Kai could not help but change his expression. His figure flickered and appeared in front of Su Yan, directly sitting down cross-legged, gently holding her hands, and circulating the yin-yang joyous unification art. At the same time, the yuan qi in Su Yan's body also began to circulate according to the joyous unification art. The fluctuating yuan qi stabilized, and the yuan qi fluctuations in their bodies, the rhythm of their breathing, and the frequency of their heartbeats gradually began to coincide. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai gently exhaled and opened his eyes. Opposite him, Su Yan's beautiful eyes also slowly opened, her long eyelashes trembling, as if she could not believe that Yang Kai had actually found her. But soon, an intoxicating blush and a happy smile appeared on her cold face. "But, even if I'm here, you don't need to be so excited, right? Something almost went wrong." Yang Kai chuckled. Su Yan obviously had not yet finished her retreat. Because she had sensed Yang Kai's arrival, her breathing had become chaotic. If it were not for Yang Kai's timely help, who knows what would have happened. Su Yan's face reddened, and she was about to speak when she felt a strong force pushing her onto the ice bed, causing her to involuntarily cry out in panic. Looking up, she saw Yang Kai's eyes burning with a raging fire, his breathing heavy, like a ferocious beast choosing its prey. His eyes seemed to want to swallow Su Yan alive, full of undisguised aggression. Being stared at by such a pair of eyes, Su Yan could not help but breathe heavily, suddenly realizing what was about to happen. Yang! Just as she spat out the first word, Su Yan felt Yang Kai press down on her, directly blocking her mouth and preventing her from spitting out the next word. After a slight squirming, Su Yan stretched out her two white arms and wrapped them around Yang Kai's neck, allowing him to do whatever he wanted. Their breathing gradually became heavy. In this extremely cold environment, on that sparkling jade-like ice bed, a man and a woman were entangled with each other. There was no need to say anything. There was only intense violation and selfless response. Their clothes were scattered, and although this cold could freeze the world, it could not freeze the young man and woman's body and mind. Su Yan's crystal white skin was quickly exposed to the air. Her soft breasts were full. Her snow-white skin was tinged with a rosy glow, and her pair of slender legs were covered in fragrant grass. Every inch of her skin caused Yang Kai to linger, leaving behind a rich aftertaste. Su Yan's face was flushed red, her eyes glowing with a strange light. She felt that Kai Yang was like a wild beast that had just been released from its cage, releasing himself on top of her delicate body without the slightest bit of tenderness. What made her feel ashamed was that this kind of roughness actually made her feel even more pleasure, causing her heart to flutter and her mind to be in a daze. Accompanied by a stifling yet heart-wrenching moan, Su Yan's body tensed up as she bit her lip, bracing herself for the storm-like impact. Lashing to his heart's content, Su Yan's cries grew louder and louder, stimulating Kai Yang's nerves more and more. It was as if everything in the world had disappeared, leaving only the two of them who were engrossed in each other. The dragon pattern on Yang Kai's back and the phoenix pattern on Su Yan's back also seemed to come to life, quickly swimming across their skin. Chapter 506. The two slowly woke up, their lower bodies still tightly joined together, and the air was filled with a rotting smell that made Su Yan shy. She couldn't help but shrink into Yang Kai's arms, but just as she was about to move, she couldn't help but cry out in alarm, looking at Yang Kai's eyes with both fear and expectation. She felt that the thing inside her body had once again become hard, like a red-hot iron, burning her whole body, causing her to twitch uncontrollably. With just a slight movement, it brought about an incomparably strong stimulation. Yang! Just like before, she had only managed to utter a single word when Su Yan's voice was replaced by a moan. The tidal wave of impact made it impossible for her to open her mouth and utter a complete sentence. Only whispering and moaning could be heard. The two gave and took as much as they liked, blending together like water, without any distinction between each other. Su Yan didn't know how many times she had woken up, but her body was still trembling unconsciously. Her snow-white body was suffused with an enchanting red light, and between her slender legs, there was a pool of mud. Yang Kai. Biting her thin red lips, Su Yan stared at the ceiling of the ice cave, her beautiful eyes blurred, like a fish on the brink of death, weakly saying, "Let me go, I can't do it anymore." Even now, she still felt like she was floating in the clouds. This feeling made her infatuated, but also terrified her. She couldn't resist Yang Kai's demands, and even though she knew in her heart that it was time to stop, her body still reacted instinctively, fiercely responding to his demands. Towards this man's impact, she was both afraid and in love with him. "Then let's stop here for now." Yang Kai grinned. "We'll fight another day." Su Yan slowly got up, resisting the soreness in her waist, and glared at him. "It's all your fault. You only cared about. We haven't even started cultivating yet." Yang Kai laughed dryly. The yin-yang joyous unification art with Su Yan had already reached the second stage, so there was no need for them to have sex to dual cultivate. But Yang Kai still chose to use the most instinctive and barbaric method to possess the woman in front of him, not even thinking about cultivating. "I'm afraid it's too late to cultivate now. Let's talk about it when we get back." Yang Kai shook his head. "We seem to have been here for more than 2 days. The several martial uncles should be anxious." Su Yan's face suddenly became bright red. A man and a woman alone together for 2 days, even a fool could guess what would happen. Even if Su Yan's temperament was mild, she couldn't help but feel a kind of shyness from not being able to see anyone again. She slowly got up, like a virtuous wife to a husband's heart to help. Twos, to help Yang Kai. Yang SSSSS, SSSSSSS, SSSSSSSS. SUSTSSS twoses. SSS to break. Almost. Just a little more. Yang Kai nodded, his eyes flashing as he stared at Su Yan. But you've already reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage. It seems that if I want to catch up to you, I'll have to work harder. That's all thanks to the medicinal liquid you gave me. Su Yan nodded lightly. That thing can really cleanse my body. My cultivation speed is now much faster than before, and here there is a very suitable cultivation environment for me. More than a year ago, when he separated from Su Yan, she was only at the peak of the Yuanqi boundary, the same as Yang Kai now, only a step away from breaking through to the Immortal Ascension boundary. Now that they met again, she was already at the Immortal Ascension boundary 3rd stage. Such a cultivation speed was simply incredible. After all, after a cultivator reached the Immortal Ascension boundary, the speed at which their strength increased was relatively slow. No matter how good your external strength is, if you don't have a solid foundation, it's not enough. In the end, it's all because of your talent. Yang Kai reached out and gently stroked Su Yan's cheek, suddenly burying his head between her 2 peaks and taking a deep breath, as if he wanted to imprint this enchanting scent deep in his mind. Su Yan smiled softly and quietly hugged him. After a while, Yang Kai straightened up and glanced down at his crotch, helplessly saying, I seem to have… Ah! Su Yan was shocked. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became firm. In any case, they've already waited for more than 2 days. It doesn't matter if they wait a little longer. Saying so, he pulled Su Yan into his arms. After an hour, Yang Kai was satisfied and watched Su Yan quickly dress herself before helping Yang Kai with his clothes. After suffering a loss once, how could she dare to show her body in front of Yang Kai again? If she allowed this man to continue like this, she feared it would be 10 days or half a month before they could leave the ice cave. After the 2 of them were fully dressed, Su Yan reluctantly looked back at the ice cave. After leaving this place, she didn't know when she would be able to return. This place was very suitable for her to cultivate and gather cold chi very quickly. It wasn't easy for a cultivator to find a suitable place to cultivate. What do you want to take away? Yang Kai saw Su Yan's reluctance and asked. Su Yan shook her head and said with some regret, I can't take it away. I'll have to come back later. I can take it away. Yang Kai's lips curled into a smile. Su Yan glanced at him and chuckled. This ice bed, can you take it away with you? Yang Kai nodded, a serious expression on his face. No need, this seems to be 10,000-year-old ice. I tried to lift it, but I couldn't. Even if you can move it, it's impossible to take it elsewhere. The small bag you gave me before couldn't hold this thing. Su Yan had a universe bag in her hands. This universe bag was originally given to Yang Kai by Ling Tai Su, and after opening the black book space, it was transferred to Su Yan by Yang Kai. However, the space in that universe bag wasn't big enough to hold such a large ice bed. Look, Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and walked over to the ice bed that still had their auras on it, reaching out and covering it with his hand. Su Yan's expression froze. Although she didn't know what Yang Kai was doing, she faintly felt a sense of expectation, as if this man would do something very unexpected. Just as this thought flashed through her mind, she saw a flash of light appear on the ice bed that weighed 10,000 kilograms and immediately disappear. Su Yan's mouth opened slightly, almost unable to believe her eyes. She immediately released her divine sense but couldn't find the slightest clue, causing her brow to wrinkle slightly as a look of suspicion appeared on her face. Where did it go? Looking at the proud Yang Kai, Su Yan hurriedly asked. I have another artifact that can store things, and its space is much larger than your universe bag. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Su Yan gently nodded. No wonder. Learning that Yang Kai had such a priceless treasure, Su Yan was only slightly shocked before immediately feeling a sense of pride in her heart. Because this was her man. His methods were amazing and his heritage was strong. Su Yan secretly thought to herself, sharing glory and glory together, feeling a sense of pride. It seemed that as long as Yang Kai made a move, even if he pierced a hole in the heavens, it was only natural. The frigid cold in the ice cave was all because of the ice bed. Could be said that the ice bed was the only treasure in this place. As long as she had it, Su Yen could create her ideal cultivation environment wherever she wanted. In the village, everyone was ready to go. Several of the High Heaven Pavilion's martial uncles sat down, their expressions meticulous and their attitudes cautious. To the side, Ingzhou also sat there silently. The atmosphere was particularly dignified. Several of the High Heaven Pavilion's martial uncles had been accompanying the Yang family blood warrior for 2 days now, not moving at all. At first, they wanted to talk to Ingzhou, but Ingzhou was a man of few words, so how could they have a conversation? In the end, the several martial uncles stopped talking and everyone waited like they were sitting on pins and needles, not to mention how uncomfortable it was. Everyone was wondering in their hearts why Yang Kai hadn't returned yet. The younger generation of disciples seemed to have noticed the strange atmosphere here and didn't dare approach within 300 meters, all of them hiding far away, lest they be dragged along by their martial uncles and become scapegoats. Just as they were feeling anxious, Sassafras rushed in from the outside and cupped his fists. Several martial uncles, Brother Yang and elder sister have returned. Returned? The several martial uncles felt as if they had been granted amnesty and quickly got up, their faces filled with a mixture of wanting to cry and laugh as they hurried out. They weren't willing to stay here for even a breath longer. Facing such a powerful and indifferent Yang family blood warrior, any one of them would feel a great deal of pressure. Just as they stepped out of the door, they saw Yang Kai and Su Yen walking over together. One of the martial uncles had tears in his eyes as he stepped forward and grabbed Yang Kai's big hand, shaking it vigorously as he said, "Martial nephew, you've finally returned. We've been waiting for a long time." "HM?" Yang Kai frowned, wondering why these martial uncles had suddenly become so enthusiastic. When he came here 2 days ago, they weren't like this. Su Yen, who was standing to the side, misunderstood and overheard these words. Her face couldn't help blushing bright red, somewhat embarrassed to meet these people. Her cold face flushed red, making her more attractive than ever. "We're all ready, martial nephew, please." "If you're ready then let's go." Yang Kai nodded. "Let's go." The martial uncle waved his hand and shouted loudly. Then, he and the other martial uncles rushed out in a hurry. Yang Kai was stunned, not understanding why these martial uncles were so anxious, as if they were about to be reincarnated. "Little Lord." Ingzhou came up and greeted him. "What happened?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. "Nothing." Ingzhou shook his head, inadvertently glancing over at Su Yen, his expression changing slightly. He discovered that although this woman with a cold temperament and stunning appearance was not very old, her cultivation had already reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage. The Lu family's Lu Qingyao was only an Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage cultivator, but he was the Central Capital's #1 genius, the future successor of the Lu family. But what about her? This woman was incredible. In an instant, Ingzhou realized just how terrifying High Heaven Pavilion was. The Demon Lord was from High Heaven Pavilion, the Little Lord was also from High Heaven Pavilion, and this woman in front of him was even more so. This sect even had an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. It seemed that the veiled Xia girl who was performing alchemy in his house and Meng Wuya, who lifted his chi binding seal, were both from High Heaven Pavilion. Was this sect really just a second-class sect? Ingzhou suddenly became confused. Chapter 507. More than 100 people from High Heaven Pavilion, under the leadership of Yang Kai, were quickly rushing towards War City. When they arrived here, it had only taken Yang Kai and Ingzhou less than 2 days, including the time it took to find them. But now, Yang Kai estimated that it would take at least 4 or 5 days to return. After all, the strength of these brothers and sisters was somewhat mixed. Although many of them had broken through to the Yuan-Chi boundary, there were still many separation and reunion boundary and Chi transformation boundary cultivators. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry though, simply chatting and laughing with Su Yen as he led the way, enjoying this moment of leisure. After not seeing Su Yen for more than a year, the physical and mental bond between the two had not faded and had instead become even stronger. Walking side by side with her, Yang Kai could even feel that the Yuan Qi in their bodies was fusing in a very strange way. From time to time, it was as if a single thought from the other could be faintly understood by the other. This feeling was quite wonderful. Heart and body as one, heart and heart as one. It was likely they were not far from each other. At this moment, nearly 2,000 kilometers away from War City, a large number of people were lurking in the thick grass, quietly waiting. At the head of this group was Qiu Ziruo of the central capital's Qiu family, Qiu Yimeng's half-brother. Qiu Ziruo was originally an ally of the Yang family's sixth young lord, Yang Shan, but on that night, Yang Kai had attacked Yang Shan's house and taken away his flag, forcing him to withdraw. Yang Shan's forces had been transferred to the seventh young lord, Yang Ying, and Qiu Ziruo had followed Yang Ying. A few days later, Yang Ying took the initiative to forfeit and gathered his cultivators in Yang Zhao's house. Qiu Ziruo had now changed his allegiance 3 times, causing him to feel extremely depressed. Although this kind of change was inevitable, it was still a loss of face for him. At the very least, his vision was very problematic. Whichever Yang family young lord he followed, that Yang family young lord would be eliminated. Before the start of the inheritance war, he, Qiu Yimeng, and the Qiu family patriarch, Qiu Shoucheng, had discussed the direction of the inheritance war. Qiu Yimeng was very optimistic about Yang Kai, so she didn't hesitate to temporarily leave the family and bring a group of Autumn Rain Hall members to join him. Facts proved that Qiu Yimeng had chosen a good ally. As for Yang Shan, who Qiu Ziruo and Qiu Shoucheng both thought highly of, he was unable to last until the end. Qiu Ziruo also held his breath and vowed to assist Yang Zhao in winning the inheritance war in order to consolidate his position as the family's successor. In addition to Qiu Ziruo, the Kang family's Kang Zhan was also here. These two were the young lords of the central capital's 8 great families, as well as the future patriarchs of the 8 great families. If they wanted to deal with Yang Kai, without the help of the 8 great families, it would be impossible to control the situation, so these two had been sent out by Yang Zhao. As for Yang Zhao himself, he had to remain in War City. If he left, he would likely follow in Yang Shan's footsteps. Beside them were the Xiang clan's Xiang Chu and the Nan clan's Nan Sheng. These two families had countless grievances with Yang Kai, so when they learned that they were going to send troops to deal with Yang Kai, they naturally took the initiative to volunteer, so that they could wash away their previous humiliation. Yang Zhao readily agreed. Apart from that, there were 3 or 4 other forces that weren't weak, and they were all gathered here. Brother Kong, is the information second young lord obtained accurate? That Yang Kai wouldn't act so recklessly, right? After waiting for more than a day without any news, Qiu Ziruo couldn't help feeling a little impatient. Kang Zhan heard this and chuckled. Brother Qiu, please wait patiently. Since second young lord said so, there should be no problem. Qiu Ziruo couldn't help glancing over at Kang Zhan suspiciously. Brother Kang seems to hold second young lord in high regard. Kang Zhan smiled lightly. I'm not afraid Brother Qiu will laugh at me. In fact, at the beginning of the inheritance war, I wanted to ally with second young lord, because I felt that with second young lord's methods, he would be able to achieve great things. Oh, then why did you choose seventh young lord? Qiu Ziruo raised his brow, not quite understanding. Kang Zhan was originally an ally of Yang Ying's seventh young lord, but after Yang Ying abstained, he switched allegiance to Yang Zhao. I had no choice. Kang Zhan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Second young lord chose Yi Xan Rou of the Yi family, so I could only choose someone else. Qiu Ziruo's eyes flashed a trace of understanding and ambiguity as he nodded. Beautiful women always have some advantages. All men like beautiful women, especially Yi Xan Rou's delicate appearance. Kang Zhan licked his lips. Qiu Ziruo also grinned meaningfully. As young lords and young ladies of the central capital's 8 great families, the two of them were quite familiar with Yi Xan Rou's character and background. Naturally, they knew that this woman's relationship with Yang Zhao was not ordinary. It was also because of this that Yi Xan Rou was now very important to Yang Zhao. Although Qiu Ziruo and Kang Zhan were both Yang Zhao's allies, their status was not as high as Yi Xan Rou's. However, they didn't care much about this. Obviously their status wasn't low either. This news is said to have been obtained by that woman herself when she went to the central capital to inquire about it. Kang Zhan smiled wretchedly. With the Yi family's first young lady personally taking action, how could a trivial vice sect leader of an underground force not be able to handle him? I'm afraid that, with just a little bit of sweetness, she'll fall head over heels for him. That's true. Qiu Zirua nodded, thinking that if Yi Xian Ro used a beauty trap on him, would he be able to keep this a secret? Especially when his life was on the line. Even if Yang Kai is smart, I'm afraid he never imagined that with just a few clues, the second young lord would be able to infer that he had left War City. Kang Zhan smiled softly. He thinks his plan is watertight, but in fact, there are still some flaws. No one is perfect. Qiu Zirua shook his head slightly. Yang Kai is about the same age as us. If he had been too perfect, how could we still live? Kang Zhan nodded. Having said that, it was still undeniable that Yang Kai's methods were extraordinary. If it weren't for the second young lord's meticulous attention to detail, it was likely he wouldn't have been able to grasp this rare opportunity. Young Master Xiang, Young Master Nan, Yingzhou by Yang Kai's side. I'll have to rely on the masters from your two families to contain him. Kang Zhan suddenly turned to Xiang Chu and Nan Shang and said. Xiang Chu nodded and faintly said, "It's my duty." Nan Shang's face flashed a trace of malice and viciousness as he stroked his broken finger and coldly declared, "This time our two families have dispatched two peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters in order to contain that Yingzhou. As long as we can avenge my broken finger, my Nan family will follow the two young lords' orders." Kang Zhan glanced at him and nodded slightly, no longer saying anything. Yang Kai had a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Demon in his house, and it was because of this demon master's provocation that Yang Zhao had asked the Xiang and Nan families to send two peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters to assist him. Such a master would rarely appear in the Inheritance War. After all, even first-class forces didn't have many peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. If one of them died in the Inheritance War, it would be a big loss for those forces. However, Xiang Chu and Nan Shang obviously hated Yang Kai to the extreme, so in the face of Yang Zhao's request, they readily agreed. These two masters had only been in Yang Kai's house for about a month. Their original intention was to prepare for a rainy day and suppress the evil demon masters who were targeting Yang Kai's house. But now they had come in handy. Although Yingzhou was a Yang family blood warrior and his strength was also at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage, two peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters should be enough to contain him, right? Regarding this battle, no matter who it was, everyone was full of confidence. None of them could have imagined that the current Yingzhou was already a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. More and more people were sent out to investigate the surrounding situation, all of them holding their breaths and restraining their auras as they waited quietly. A day later, there was finally news. About 100 people were approaching this place. In about an hour, they would arrive here. Kang Zhan's expression shook as he shouted, "Everyone, if we can eliminate Yang Kai here, after returning to the house, second young lord will definitely look upon us in a new light. I hope all of you will not underestimate this enemy." Everyone nodded. "Should we launch a sneak attack?" Qiu Zirua asked excitedly. Kang Zhan glanced over at him and frowned, shaking his head. "Our scouts were able to discover them, so they must have also discovered us. How can we launch a sneak attack? Let's fight openly. I want Yang Kai to regret offending me." Nan Shang grinned, his yuan qi rising fiercely. "That's right, we'll go out and fight openly. After today, there will no longer be a Yang Kai in the Inheritance War." Kang Zhan shouted, "Let's go." 30 kilometers away, Yang Kai's expression was gloomy, unable to figure out where he had gone wrong. Yang Zhao had only been able to infer his actions based on the movements of Bamboo Knot Gang's sect master Pang Qi. So how could Yang Kai have known? When he discovered that someone was spying on them from a distance, he immediately realized that something was wrong. The other party had been able to block his path back so clearly. Obviously they knew where he was going. It was impossible for Pang Qi to betray him. He should still be in Qiu Yimeng's house, and Qiu Yimeng wouldn't have leaked this information. The problem lay with the other members of the Bamboo Knot Gang. In an instant, Yang Kai came to a conclusion. It seemed that he would have to clean up after returning. However, even so, Yang Kai didn't regret his actions. If he could choose again, he would still choose to come out and greet the High Heaven Pavilion people. All for the sake of meeting Su Yan earlier. Perceiving the change in Yang Kai's mood, Su Yan couldn't help asking, "What's wrong?" Yang Kai smiled slightly and shook his head. "Nothing. There's just someone blocking the way." Su Yan's face immediately became gloomy. Last time, she and Yang Kai had agreed to travel the world hand in hand. But Xiao Yimeng had disrupted their plans, causing them to be separated for more than a year. This time, she had only just reunited with Yang Kai, but now she had run into trouble again. Su Yan hated these people who disrupted her time with Yang Kai. Who's blocking the way? The several High Heaven Pavilion martial uncles behind suddenly became nervous. It's probably my second brother's people. Yang Kai took a deep breath. Yang Wei shouldn't have done such a thing, nor did he have the capital to do so. Inferring, the people blocking the way should be Yang Zhao's subordinates. Several martial uncles, there may be a fight. You don't need to worry about me, just protect the sect's disciples. Can't we avoid them? The current strength of High Heaven Pavilion's people was too weak, so the several martial uncles were obviously fighting. They came prepared, we can't avoid them. Yang Kai shook his head helplessly, his heart filled with annoyance. Chapter 508. Even though High Heaven Pavilion was only a second-class sect, it still had several thousand disciples. However, after the last calamity, only 100 or so disciples remained loyal to the sect. Although there were still many people in High Heaven Pavilion, their loyalty to the sect was obviously not as good as the disciples here. These people were the foundation of High Heaven Pavilion's revival. They absolutely could not suffer any more losses. The news of a possible battle quickly spread, and although many of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples were somewhat surprised, none of them showed any fear. On the contrary, people like Sassafras actually showed some excitement. They had been hiding from the wind and waves for more than a year, and they had had enough of hiding. Now that they had Kai Yang's protection, they naturally didn't need to fear anything. Instead, they felt a little ignorant because they didn't know what kind of enemy they were about to face. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Yang Kai sending people to intercept them was completely beyond his expectations. Since the other party dared to do this, they must be confident they could at least delay Ingzhou. This meant that the other party had a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. However, the other party sending such a large number of people would certainly not be able to hide from Qiu Yimeng's spies. Perhaps, the people from his residence were also rushing over here. Considering all this, Yang Kai suddenly felt relieved. Moreover, this wasn't a dead end. They had probably misjudged Ingzhou's true strength. Now that he had reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage, his combat power was much greater than before. They didn't know his true strength, and there was also the variable Su Yan. If Yang Zhao's manpower was based on the previous situation, then this time was a good opportunity. But soon, Yang Kai found that he had underestimated Yang Zhao's fear of him. Suddenly, a dense crowd of people appeared in front of him. Yang Kai swept the crowd with his divine sense and couldn't help smiling bitterly. The other party had dispatched at least 7 forces. Among them, Yang Kai recognized 4 of them, the Qiu family and Kong family of the central capital, as well as the Xiang family and Nan family of the first-class forces. It could be said that this was a group of well-trained people. At first glance, seeing so many people, the High Heaven Pavilion members couldn't help but be surprised. They hadn't expected the other side to have so many people. The martial uncles were even more shocked. They instantly understood how important Yang Kai was to the enemy. In order to capture him, they didn't hesitate to send so many people, so many experts. In the wilderness, the 2 groups of people collided. They were separated by a distance of over 300 meters as they looked at each other from afar. 2 pairs of venomous eyes swept over. Following their gazes, Yang Kai rushed towards Xiang Chu and Nanshang and sneered. Qiu Zirua's expression was complicated as he stared at the fearless Yang Kai, not knowing what to think. Kong Zhan, on the other hand, remained calm. On the other hand, many of the others were pointing at Su Yan, who was standing beside Yang Kai. Such a person with such a tranquil temperament was naturally very eye-catching. Looking at her, whether man or woman, old or young, all of them couldn't help feeling a sense of inferiority. Even the two young lords from the central capital felt the same. It wasn't that they hadn't seen beautiful women before. With their identity and status, they could have as many as they wanted. However, Su Yan's temperament made them feel that even they weren't qualified to associate with her. On the contrary, when Yang Kai stood next to her, it was as if they were a perfect match. Thinking so, Qiu Zirua and Kang Zhan's faces couldn't help going black. They didn't think they were any worse than Yang Kai. Lightly coughing, Kang Zhan cupped his fists and shouted, "Ninth young lord, it's been a long time, brother Kang." Yang Kai nodded lightly, his expression calm. "Is my second brother not here?" "Second young lord is busy. This time it was me and brother Qiu who were entertaining ninth young lord. I hope ninth young lord can be magnanimous." Yang Kai sneered and stepped forward, proudly saying, "My second brother didn't come personally and instead sent you two here to be scapegoats." Kang Zhan's face sank as he coldly said, "Ninth young lord, brother Qiu and I are friends. You don't need to speak so harshly, right? I and you two have some kind of friendship?" Yang Kai tilted his head and chuckled. "How come I don't remember?" With Kang Zhan and Qiu Zirua, it could be said that Yang Kai didn't have any communication with them. The former, on the other hand, had a few drinks with him not long after returning to the central capital, but they ended up parting on bad terms. As for Qiu Zirua, he hadn't even spoken to him. Kang Zhan let out a sigh of relief and shouted, "Since ninth young lord says so, this Kang won't waste any more words. We really don't have any kind of friendship. Let's see who's the real deal. If you offend me in any way, you can only blame yourself for ninth young lord's bad luck." Likewise, Kang Zhan continued, "Before we left, second young lord told us that if ninth young lord was willing to surrender, we shouldn't embarrass you, so as not to harm your brotherly relationship. So this Kang still has to ask, regarding second young lord's good intentions, is ninth young lord willing to accept?" Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. "You already know. Why bother asking?" "Good." Kang Zhan nodded firmly. "Why bother talking nonsense with him? The masters from my Xiong and Nan families will hold back Yingzhou. The rest of us will rush up and capture him." Nan Shang's eyes flashed with anger, wishing he could defeat Yang Kai right now and thoroughly humiliate him in order to vent the resentment in these bastards' hearts. Kang Zhan's brow wrinkled, but he didn't say anything. He knew that Nan Shang's resentment towards Yang Kai was quite deep. Moreover, this was exactly what he planned to do. Although Yang Kai had brought a lot of people with him, only a few of them had reached the immortal ascension boundary, so the people from High Heaven Pavilion were nothing in Kang Zhan's eyes. Just as he was about to give the order, Yang Kai's voice called out again, "Brother Kang, how about we discuss this? What's the matter?" Kang Zhan frowned. "In this battle, only Yingzhou and I will fight. If you can defeat me and Yingzhou, then you'll have earned a great merit in front of my second brother." Listening to him say this, Kang Zhan and Qiu Zirua couldn't help staring at him in disbelief. They hadn't expected that Yang Kai didn't intend to use the 100 or so helpers he had brought with him. Although those 100 or so people were nothing in Kang Zhan's eyes, if they really fought, they would definitely be able to cause some losses to his side. So when he heard Yang Kai's proposal, Kang Zhan subconsciously thought that Yang Kai wanted to play some kind of trick and hesitated. On Yang Kai's side, the several High Heaven Pavilion martial uncles and martial seniors all expressed their willingness to lend a hand. Even if they had to die in battle, they couldn't just stand by and watch, all of them resolute. "You can't afford to lose anything." Yang Kai shook his head and refused their good intentions, his expression dignified. "I am a Yang family member. They won't dare kill me. If they can't beat me, I can run. They can't do anything to me. But if you go up and suffer casualties, how can I explain this to Grandmaster? Martial uncles and martial seniors don't have to help, but I will." Su Yan stared at Yang Kai firmly. Yang Kai looked at her, pondered for a moment, and then nodded. Su Yan's strength was the same as his own, so he couldn't judge her based on her cultivation. On top of that, if she dual cultivated with him and fought side by side, there may be some unexpected effects. Su Yan smiled. Brother Kong, I've changed my mind. I have 3 people on my side. Me, Ingzhou, and my senior sister Su Yan. Yang Kai shouted casually. Defeat us and I'll withdraw from the inheritance war. Kong Zhan was still trying to guess what Yang Kai was planning to do. But when he heard this, his expression became strange. He felt that Yang Kai really did have such a plan and wasn't trying to play some kind of trick. It seems that those people are very important to Yang Kai, even making him want to protect them. Nansheng grinned, his aura becoming dangerous, like a cold viper as he stared towards the High Heaven Pavilion group. Xiang Chu also sneered to the side. Kong Zhan frowned and asked, Ninth young lord, can you tell me why? No reason. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. These people are my sect's martial uncles and brothers and sisters. If any of them were to be injured, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to control myself, and if I were to kill them, if I were to kill you and young Master Chiu, you wouldn't be able to return to War City and would have no way to explain to the Kong family and Chiu family. Evil Sect's High Heaven Pavilion? Kong Zhan and Qiu Zi Rua's expressions changed, suddenly understanding what sect these 100 or so people belonged to, a trace of dread appearing in their hearts. High Heaven Pavilion couldn't be treated the same as other second-class sects. It was a sect that had produced a demon lord. This proposal is good for both you and me. How about Brother Kong consider it carefully? Yang Kai urged. Young Lord Kong, don't agree. Nansheng licked his lips as he gloomily stared at the group. Evil sex people can be killed by anyone. Who knows when a new demon lord will appear among these people? Killing all of them now would be a good precaution. I think so too. Xiang Chu nodded in agreement. Kong Zhan glanced over at them and snorted, knowing that they wanted to take advantage of the situation. Yang Kai had already made his intentions clear, yet they still wanted to counterattack Yang Kai, obviously wanting him to suffer in order to avenge their past grievances. Qiu Zi Rua shook his head and said, Brother Kong, I don't think there's anything wrong with agreeing. In this situation, we have the absolute advantage. At the right time, we can sell him a favor. I don't think second young lord is willing to go too far. In Qiu Zi Rua's opinion, capturing Yang Kai this time was already a foregone conclusion, without any suspense. Since that was the case, there was no need to really provoke him. Killing the 100 or so people from High Heaven Pavilion wouldn't help them win the inheritance war. It would only make Yang Kai bear a grudge against everyone here. Qiu Zi Rua didn't want to be targeted by Yang Kai. After all, he was a somewhat unruly man. Hearing this, Kong Zhan nodded gently. What Brother Qiu says makes sense. Nansheng and Xiang Chu glanced at each other and couldn't help seeing the annoyance in each other's hearts. In front of them was a perfect opportunity to retaliate against Yang Kai, but they didn't have the right to choose, so naturally they were feeling depressed. Ninth young lord, I agree. Kong Zhan shouted loudly. This battle won't affect your sex people, provided they don't intervene. Otherwise, they'll be responsible for their own deaths. Of course. Yang Kai gently sighed and smiled. In fact, I'm doing this for your own good. Chapter 509. Listening to Yang Kai's words, even Kong Zhan, who had a good temper, couldn't help coldly snorting, shameless boasting. Agreeing to his proposal was nothing more than not wanting to annoy him. In Kong Zhan's opinion, he was simply giving him face, but now the other party was actually saying it was for his own good. Naturally, he was annoyed by this kind of excuse of waiting for an advantage and pretending to be obedient. Not bothering with this, Kong Zhan waved his hand. Brother Xiang, Brother Nan, send your people out. Xiang Chu and Nansheng nodded, and in the next moment, 2 streaks of light shot out from the crowd. Their speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of Yang Kai and the others. One of these 2 was from the Xiang family, while the other was from the Nan family, both old men at the peak immortal ascension boundary. If it weren't for Xiang Chu and Nansheng asking for help from their families, the Xiang and Nan family wouldn't have sent them to participate in the inheritance war. Without any hesitation, the 2 of them immediately attacked Ingzhou. Ferocious attacks filled the air as they flew towards Ingzhou, intending to severely injure him. Two peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters attacking at the same time was truly extraordinary. In just a moment, all the High Heaven Pavilion members felt like they were about to fall apart. This unparalleled power seemed to have created a vortex that sucked in all of their lives. Everyone was shocked, their faces pale. Under such overwhelming power, the High Heaven Pavilion members couldn't even muster up the will to resist. Nan Shang and Xiang Chu both sneered proudly, secretly looking forward to the moment when Ying Zhou would be forced to use his mad tyrant blood skill. Ying Zhou's expression remained indifferent, and just as this violent attack was about to reach him, he suddenly disappeared. The masters from the Xiang and Nan families were startled, instantly losing their target. Immediately, a sense of foreboding filled their hearts. Hurriedly retreating, a murderous intent quietly approached them from behind. A silhouette so fast that the naked eye could not see it clearly was waving two daggers that flickered with cold light, coming from behind to attack. Shadow dancing kill. The void was filled with violent energy, and ripples spread out in all directions like ripples that were created when something was thrown into a lake. Xiang Chu and Nan Shang's proud expressions instantly froze, their eyes trembling violently as they stared at the sky in disbelief. Kang Zhan and Qiu Ziruo were also stunned. Everyone shuddered at the strength Ying Zhou had displayed. Yang Kai chuckled and said lightly, "Martial uncles, please lead the brothers back a little." The several martial uncles and martial uncles seemed to have awoken from a dream. In the midst of a battle between three peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, they instantly understood that even if they joined the fray, they would only be able to cause more unnecessary deaths, so they quickly led everyone away. Only Yang Kai and Su Yan were left standing side by side. A gust of wind blew past, sweeping up Su Yan's long hair, covering half of her face. Turning her head, she and Yang Kai exchanged a glance, both of them smiling knowingly. Swish, swish, swish. In the sky, the three people fighting fiercely separated and looked at each other. Ying Zhou was the same as before, his expression indifferent, his body unscathed. On the contrary, the faces of the masters from the Xiang and Nan families were ashen. Many of their robes were torn, and although they weren't injured, this battle made everyone realize that Ying Zhou was no longer the same Ying Zhou as before. It also made them realize just how terrifying the combat power of the Yang family blood warriors was. Invincible within the same realm, fighting above one's realm was a common occurrence. This was the Yang family blood warrior. Two isn't enough. Ying Zhou gripped his two daggers in both hands, faintly shaking his head towards the two masters from the Xiang and Nan families. These words irritated the two masters, causing their expressions to become even uglier. Brother Kong, Ying Zhou seems to have broken through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage. Qiu Ziruo also saw the situation had taken a turn for the worse. In their original plan, with two peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters entangled with Ying Zhou, as long as they lost this powerful ally, the rest of them would be able to capture Yang Kai. But now, Xiyang was actually an Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage Ying Zhou, ruining their original plan. If two isn't enough, then send more people up. Kang Zhan was also stunned for a moment before coldly saying. Qiu Ziruo nodded, nodding to several masters in his camp who immediately flew up and stood behind the two masters from the Xiang and Nan families. Two Immortal Ascension 8th stage and two Immortal Ascension 7th stage masters. In addition to the two Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage masters from before, a total of 6 people were confronting Ying Zhou, but Ying Zhou's expression remained unchanged. Instead, the 4 masters who had just stepped up looked uneasy. Still not enough. Ying Zhou shook his head. You want to restrain me? Send more people. Kang Zhan and Qiu Ziruo's expression became cold, secretly thinking that this Ying Zhou was too arrogant. Even if he was a Yang family blood warrior, even if he was an Immortal Ascension 9th stage master, in the end, he was still just one person. Mad Tyrant blood skill. Ying Zhou suddenly shouted, his vitality madly rising, his yuan qi also fluctuating violently. Everyone's expression changed greatly, never having expected Ying Zhou to so decisively use the blood warrior's forbidden technique. This was a secret technique that forcibly increased one's vitality at the cost of one's own vitality. Every time it was used, a blood warrior's lifespan would be greatly reduced. Therefore, the Yang family blood warriors, no matter how strong they were, generally didn't have long lifespans. In the blink of an eye, Ingzhou's aura changed, his previous indifferent aura becoming extremely violent, his entire exposed skin becoming as red as a roasted crab, a terrifying red. Shua. Ingzhou seemed to move, but also didn't. But the masters who were confronting him were all shocked, all of them involuntarily retreating a few steps. Pooh! The sound of blood splashing rang out, and a moment later, an Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Master, who hadn't even had time to exchange a single blow with Ingzhou, suddenly fell from the sky with a dull look on his face. From his throat, blood spurted out like a fountain, and before he even hit the ground, his entire body exploded into a bloody mist, not even his bones remaining. A chill rose from the bottom of everyone's heart, causing them to shiver. Do you think it's enough? Ingzhou twirled the 2 daggers in his hands, his fingers dancing gracefully like butterflies, emitting a despairing aura of death. If you think it's enough, then I'll kill you all. As soon as his voice fell, the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage Masters from the Xiong and Nan families shouted, "Be careful!" At the same time, all of them stepped forward, summoned their most prized artifacts, and displayed their best methods, sending out a violent wave of energy. Ingzhou's figure shuttled back and forth in this wave of energy, like a lone boat in the midst of a violent storm, rising and falling but never sinking. All Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Masters, go! Kang Zhan no longer dared to underestimate Ingzhou. With his Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage strength and his Mad Tyrant blood skill, Ingzhou was already capable of exchanging blows with an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. The few people standing in front of him weren't enough to contain him. Kang Zhan immediately issued an order for reinforcements. Asterisk schwa 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 asterisk from the crowd. 4 or 5 figures appeared one after another, all of them Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Cultivator, the number of people these 7 forces could gather. With the addition of these people, Ingzhou's leisurely demeanor finally stagnated for a moment, but it still couldn't stop his strange pace. He was like an indestructible sharp blade. Wherever the 2 daggers slashed, there would be panic in the hearts of the people there. Ingzhou, who was proficient in concealment and assassination, in this one versus many situation, actually held the complete dominance, his figure constantly flickering, causing everyone to feel as if a big stone had been lifted from their hearts, not daring to relax in the slightest. It's still not enough. Kang Zhan's eyes flashed a look of despair, but just as he finished speaking, the only remaining Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Master in the sky let out a scream and fell to the ground. Elder! Someone exclaimed. This person was from one of the 7 forces. His force wasn't too strong, so the loss of an Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Master was not a small blow to the entire force. Glancing around, the Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Master's 2 arms had suddenly been separated from his body as he fell. The place where his severed arms had been severed from his body, blood spurting out from them. Send more people. Kang Zhan's face went pale as he continued to order. The several Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Masters in the crowd glanced at each other before helplessly rushing forward. With the addition of these people, Ingzhou's movements were truly restrained, no longer being able to act as freely as before. With his own strength, he was able to pin down 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage Masters, 6 Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Masters, and 5 Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Masters. The strength of the Yang family blood warriors had exceeded everyone's expectations. Even Ingzhou himself was quite surprised. Before his breakthrough, he had often imagined how much his strength would increase after he broke through. He had also accurately estimated that after his breakthrough, his Mad Tyrant blood skill might be able to pin down some masters, but it was absolutely impossible for him to face so many of them now. Such a number and level of masters had greatly exceeded Ingzhou's original estimation of himself. He didn't understand why, but he knew that he had done just that. Although it was somewhat difficult for him to cope with this situation, he wouldn't have to worry about his life in the short term. Was it because of the mysterious grade pills produced in the pill room? Ingzhou didn't know, But all he could do now was exert his strength to the greatest extent possible and reduce the burden on Yang Kai as much as possible. Looking at Ing Jiu, who seemed to be struggling, Kang Zhan and Xiao Zirua couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. This situation was something they had never imagined before, so they secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, the second young lord had prepared ahead of time and had allowed the two of them to bring so many people. If the two of them had followed their original proposal, they probably wouldn't have been able to deal with Ing Jiu alone, let alone capture Yang Kai. The second young lord was truly far-sighted. At this moment, both Kang Zhan and Xiao Zirua couldn't help feeling a trace of admiration for Yang Zhao. It's our turn. Kang Zhan took a deep breath and turned his eyes to Yang Kai, who had been standing in place all this time. Ing Jiu had already been pinned down, so all that was left was to capture Yang Kai. Although most of the masters had been sent out, Kang Zhan was still confident in capturing Yang Kai. After all, he and Xiao Zirua each had 2 Immortal Ascension 5th stage masters from the 8 great families as well as many from the other forces. With such a lineup, Kang Zhan didn't believe they couldn't capture Yang Kai. Chapter 510. It's our turn. Yang Kai withdrew his gaze from the sky and softly said to Su Yan. Su Yan nodded slightly, brushing her hair back behind her ear as she smiled. This seems to be the 3rd time we've fought side by side. 3 times? Yang Kai was stunned. Did you forget? Su Yan turned her head and glanced at him. The first time was in the Heaven's Cave Inheritance, when you saved my life. The second time was under the Coiling Dragon Stream, when you brought up the rear. This is the 3rd time. Does the first time count? Of course it counts. Su Yan smiled happily and whispered, You helped me the first 2 times, but this time, I'll help you. Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her, chuckling and nodding. Good! Seeing the two of them whispering to each other, seemingly flirting with each other. Kang Zhan and Xiao Zirua couldn't help feeling their noses become crooked. They felt like they had been completely underestimated. Waving their hands coldly, the 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th stage masters from the Kang and Shou families stepped forward to meet Yang Kai and Su Yan. Their movements were neither fast nor slow, and their expressions were indifferent. It was obvious that they had full confidence in capturing Kai Yang. The 1,000-meter distance between them was quickly closed. The smile on Yang Kai's face gradually converged as he stared at the 4 approaching masters with a dignified expression. These 4 were not ordinary Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th stage masters. They were Immortal Ascension Boundary masters from the 8 great families, each of them possessing extraordinary means. I should be able to deal with 1.5. Su Yan wrinkled her brow, also feeling a lot of pressure from these 4 masters. I'm about the same. Yang Kai nodded gently, relying on his own strength. He could only accomplish this much, but if he used all of his means, he might not be able to. The 4 masters arrived a few dozen meters in front of Yang Kai and stopped, politely cupping their fists and greeting him. 9th young lord, please excuse us. Life or death is your own responsibility. Yang Kai grinned. His arrogant words caused the 4 people's faces to darken. One of them coldly shouted, 9th young master, just make your move. Before he had even finished speaking, Yang Kai and Su Yan both moved at the same time. One was as hot as the sun, while the other was as cold as ice. 2 completely different energies burst out at the same time. There was no prior communication, no verbal connection, only a spiritual bond, allowing the 2 of them to see through each other's thoughts. A fiery red yuan qi rushed towards them like a raging inferno, enveloping the 4 of them. Perceiving the power contained in this pure and surging yuan qi, all 4 of them couldn't help but frown. Only now did they realize that the reason Yang Kai was able to tie with Lu Qingyao that day was not because Lu Qingyao wanted to let him win. He had the strength and capital to do so. Behind the raging flames, sharp icicles lined up like swords, emitting ear-piercing whistling sounds as they shot towards the 4 people. Tens of thousands of icicles, densely packed together, were like a swarm of locusts, unstoppable, and filled the air with a bone-chilling chill, leaving the 4 people with no way to advance or retreat. Each icicle contained an extremely cold qi, and its impact was extremely shocking. These icicles were condensed from the ice chi in her body, and even the immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the 8 great families didn't dare underestimate them. As soon as Su Yan made a move, it was clearly extraordinary. On the contrary, Yang Kai's hot Yuan Qi seemed insignificant in comparison. Of the 4 people, 2 didn't move, but the other 2 let out a deep roar at the same time. 7 colored lights shot out from their bodies, forming a thin film in front of them. When the hot true Qi and icicles hit them, they were all blocked. Not only that, but the 2 of them also stretched out their hands and sent out a burst of powerful Qi, shattering the overwhelming icicles. Yang Kai and Su Yan's first joint attack had been completely ineffective. Just as the 4 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters relaxed their vigilance, the hot Yuan Qi and Ice Qi that had been blocked suddenly underwent an unexpected and mysterious fusion. The attacks that had been blocked for a moment and were about to be annihilated suddenly surged like a tide, pressing in with even more intensity. Compared to before, they were more aggressive and more intimidating. The 4 people's expressions changed greatly, and the 2 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters who hadn't yet taken action also hurriedly used their own methods. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk like a tidal wave, each attack stronger than the last. The 7-colored defensive film in front of the 4 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters was shattered, and a cold and hot energy enveloped them, making them thoroughly understand what it meant to be tortured by ice and fire. Kang Zhan and Qiu Zirua watched this scene in a daze. The scene in front of them immediately made them realize how big the gap between them and Yang Kai was, and they couldn't help feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. Facing Lu Qingyao, they could still think of catching up, hoping that one day they would be able to catch up to him. But facing Yang Kai, they couldn't bring themselves to do so and could only look up at him from behind. This sense of cowardice and inferiority made Kang Zhan angry, shouting angrily, "Don't show mercy. The 9th young lord won't die so easily." The 4 masters who were resisting the impact of the hot and cold energy all wore cold expressions and no longer held back, madly condensing their strength, and with a roar, they tore open a gap in the ice and fire barrier and leapt out, using all their martial skills and artifacts to greet Yang Kai. Yang Kai had just summoned his bone shield and swallowed a few attacks, but before he had time to counterattack, the 2 masters from the Kang family had already closed in. At such a close distance, the bone shield was unable to absorb enough energy to counterattack. Accompanied by 2 loud roars, Yang Kai sent out his white tiger seal and divine ox seal, fiercely tearing at the 2 masters. Gaining a little time to catch his breath, Yang Kai quickly opened up some distance between himself and the 2 masters, glancing over at Su Yan and quickly discovering that she was being entangled by the 2 masters from the Qiu family. Yang Kai and Su Yan both cultivated the yin-yang joyous unification art, which allowed the 2 of them to display extraordinary strength when fighting side by side. But the other 4 had obviously noticed this at a glance, which was why they had separated him and Su Yan in an attempt to defeat them one by one. If they really fought like this with the bone shield's protection, there wouldn't be any problems. No matter how powerful these 4's methods were, they wouldn't be able to hurt him, but Su Yan would be in imminent danger. Yang Kai wanted to help and join up with Su Yan, but the 2 masters from the Kang family continued to entangle Yang Kai, not leaving his side. There shouldn't be a problem. Seeing that the situation was good, Kang Zhan finally relaxed and nodded lightly. Qiu Zirua also secretly wiped his cold sweat and smiled bitterly. "I didn't expect 9th young lord's methods to be so amazing. He's strong. I can understand that. But who is that woman? How is she so strong?" Kang Zhan stared at Su Yan, a puzzled look on his face. "That woman is definitely the most important one to Yang Kai." Nanshan grinned meaningfully, his expression becoming somewhat restless. Since he wanted to retaliate against Yang Kai, naturally he wanted to teach him the most profound and painful lesson. If this woman was accidentally killed by the 2 masters from the Qiu family, that would be interesting. Nanshang was secretly looking forward to it. Although he knew it was unlikely to happen, he couldn't help thinking so. He even wondered if he should intervene and create some kind of unexpected situation. However, when he saw the tyrannical strength of this woman, Nanshang still felt a little discouraged. His strength wasn't high, so even if he went up, it would be useless. "Young Lord Nan, This time we're only here to capture Yang Kai. Kang Zhan saw through his thoughts and warned. Hehe, I know. Nanxing nodded. While they were talking, the 4 immortal ascension boundary masters began suppressing Yang Kai and Su Yan more and more. The masters from a superforce were really different. Even if there were only 2 immortal ascension boundary 5th stage masters, Yang Kai was still able to suppress them. Between the 2 of them, he couldn't rush to Su Yan's aid, nor could he release the energy in his bone shield to counterattack, so he could only passively defend. Seeing that the situation on Su Yan's side was getting worse and worse, Yang Kai's expression gradually became cold. The bone shield in his hand that had been acting as a defensive shield suddenly disappeared and was replaced by an antique-looking mirror. This mirror exuded a bone-chilling aura, and on its surface there was even a faint snowy white image. A dangerous aura spread out from the mirror. Realizing that something was wrong, the 2 masters from the Kang family both paled and rushed towards Yang Kai, trying to interfere with his actions. But it was too late. Suddenly, a ripple spread out from the mirror. As the ripple spread, an icy chill instantly enveloped this part of the world. Qua. An incomparably huge, snowy barrier suddenly appeared, enveloping Yang Kai, Su Yan, and the 4 immortal ascension boundary masters from the Kang family and Shou family. A mysterious grade artifact, Kang Zhan exclaimed. Looking around, he couldn't see anything but the white snow around him. Inside the enchantment on the ground, there was only wind and snow that filled the sky. Just by looking at it, one could not help but feel a bone-piercing chill, let alone being inside it. A few strange peaks were faintly discernible within the barrier, and they were covered in a silvery white color. How could it be a mysterious grade artifact? Kang Zhan's face went pale. Although he knew that Yang Kai had another mysterious grade artifact in addition to his bone shield, he had never expected it to be of this type. When such an artifact was summoned, it was tantamount to isolating the 2 sides inside the barrier, making it impossible for them to come out until a winner was decided. As the owner of this artifact, Yang Kai undoubtedly had an absolute advantage in this battle. The attributes of this artifact seemed to be the same as that woman's secret art. In an instant, Kang Zhan realized that the situation wasn't good. The power of a mysterious grade artifact was something he had experienced deeply. As the young lord of one of the central capital's 8 great families, he naturally had a mysterious grade artifact on him. Hurry up and break the defenses of this artifact, Kang Zhan instantly ordered, leading a group of people with Qiu Zirua to quickly rush forward. Inside the silvery white world, Yang Kai and Su Yan finally reunited. Looking around at the snowy white scenery and the towering ice mountains, Su Yan couldn't help taking a deep breath, her full breasts bouncing up and down as a look of excitement appeared on her face. Being in this place, she felt like she was in heaven, her yuan qi circulating several times faster than usual. Chapter 511. As soon as this mirror-shaped mysterious grade artifact was summoned, Su Yan's aura underwent an earth-shattering change. She was obviously standing right next to Yang Kai, but in the eyes of the 4 masters from the Kang family and Shou family, she seemed to be everywhere. In other words, this woman, at this moment, had become one with this mysterious grade artifact, inseparable. The 4 masters paled, unable to understand why this was happening. This mysterious grade artifact was clearly taken out by Yang Kai. How could this woman produce such a resonance with this artifact? This phenomenon was also noticed by Yang Kai and Su Yan, both of them exchanging a glance with each other, seeing the excitement in each other's eyes. Before using this mirror artifact, Yang Kai had not expected such an effect. But now he understood. He and Su Yan both cultivated the joyous unification art, so their bodies and minds were bound together. The artifacts he refined could, to a certain extent, be used by Su Yan. Correspondingly, the artifacts Su Yan refined could also be used by Yang Kai. It was equivalent to the 2 of them sharing each other's artifacts. In particular, this ice attribute artifact was very compatible with Su Yan's yuan qi attribute. It could be said that it was tailor-made for her. Su Yan could fully utilize the functions of this artifact, something even Yang Kai could not do. After all, Yang Kai's Yuan Qi attribute was completely opposite to this artifact's. When Yang Kai had obtained this artifact at Pajing Lake, it was only because he felt that its grade might be relatively high, an unintentional action that had led to the current situation. It's a barrier-type artifact. One of the Kong family masters observed the surroundings, his expression becoming dignified. The others also nodded. They were all knowledgeable people, so naturally they could see the tyrannical nature of this artifact at a glance. The periphery of this artifact was covered by a layer of barriers and barriers, creating a territory suitable for battle. Without breaking this barrier, it was impossible to break through the blockade of this artifact. However, wanting to break through this barrier was definitely not an easy task, especially under the watchful eyes of Yang Kai and Su Yan. How could the four of them dare to act rashly? The chilly wind whistled, the ground was covered with a thick layer of snow, and the sky was still constantly sprinkling snow like goose feathers. Even the Yuan Qi seemed to be frozen. The four masters madly circulated their secret arts, but they were still unable to resist the erosion of the cold. In just a moment, their hair, beards, and clothes were all covered in frost. How do you feel? Yang Kai did not pay any attention to the four masters and instead asked Su Yan. My strength has increased. I feel like I'm to the point of omnipotence. Su Yan lightly breathed in the cold air, but to her it was to no avail. Su Yan, Yang Kai, and Yang Kai. To her, to him, to say, to her, to him, to her, to him, she was to him. Yang Kai laughed. Good. Then this artifact will be yours to use from now on. Yes. Su Yan nodded lightly, not showing any intention of refusing. Accepting a gift from her man was a matter of course. The conversation between the two reached the ears of the four Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, causing them to suddenly become displeased. Although this mysterious great artifact was amazing, they were not mediocre. How could they be so willing to be despised by two juniors? I'll try, Su Yan said softly, waving her hand casually towards the four masters. The cold wind suddenly became even colder, causing the faces of the four masters to change. Although they still stood firmly in place, under the howling cold wind, their hair and beards began to form slender icicles at a speed visible to the naked eye. The madly circulating Yuan Qi was unable to resist this cold wind, causing the bodies of the four masters to show signs of trembling slightly. Su Yan also began to move, her brow furrowed slightly, seemingly familiarizing herself with the power of this artifact. As she moved, her cold Yuan Qi slowly began to connect with the frozen world around her. Cracking sounds could be heard from the ground as dense ice spikes suddenly shot out from the several feet deep layer of snow, bringing with them a strong wind and rolling up thousands of layers of snow. It was as if a snowy mountain was collapsing as it enveloped the four of them. There was no road to heaven, no door to earth. The four masters from the superforces all felt extremely troubled. The speed of the Yuan Qi's circulation had been greatly affected by the cold, causing them to be unable to react as quickly as they had been at their peak. Hurriedly, they used their martial skills and artifacts to block this attack, but before they had time to catch their breath, Su Yan's next attack had already arrived. On the surrounding icebergs that were wrapped in silver, rays of light as bright as day flashed. It seemed that, in the distance, someone was throwing a fierce attack at the four of them. Yang Kai stood beside Su Yan, motionless, his mood fluctuating. He hadn't expected that, with the help of such a mysterious great artifact, Su Yan would be able to display such strength. With just her own strength, she was able to force four Immortal Ascension 5th Stage Masters from the central capital 8 great families to such an extent that they could only defend without any opportunity to counterattack. This artifact had created the most ideal battle environment for Su Yan. In this world, she was the master of all. He, who should have been the owner of this artifact, had instead become a spectator. The power of this artifact was indeed terrifying, but Su Yan's strength was also indisputable. The combination of the strong and the strong had created the scene in front of him. Defeating these four masters was only a matter of time. Seeing Su Yan's performance, Yang Kai's heart calmed down. Outside the barrier, Kang Zhan and Qiu Zirua had already rushed over with their own people, none of them daring to approach within a 300-meter radius. The cold aura emanating from inside was too strong, so even if they were 300 meters away, they still had to circulate their secret arts to resist the cold. "Break it!" Kang Zhan roared, taking the lead, taking out a mysterious grade artifact he normally wouldn't use, pouring his yuan qi into it and attacking the semicircular barrier in front of him. Layers of ripples quickly appeared on the barrier, and the wind and snow drifting inside seemed to suddenly stop for a moment. After this attack, Kang Zhan was slightly out of breath. His strength wasn't very high, so using a mysterious grade artifact put a heavy burden on him. Fortunately, Qiu Zirua also had an artifact of the same grade, and the other cultivator were also frantically releasing their own attacks. After a series of attacks, the barrier seemed to show signs of weakening, allowing Kang Zhan to see some hope, shouting excitedly, "Don't stop! Hurry up and break it open!" The longer this battle dragged on, the more unfavorable it would be for his side. Most of the masters had already been sent out to contain Ingzhou, so if the 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Central Capital 8 great families were also killed inside this barrier, Kang Zhan really couldn't think of any means to capture Yang Kai. Right now, Kang Zhan was more anxious than anyone else. Everyone was unceremoniously pouring out their yuan qi, only wanting to break open the semicircular barrier in front of them as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a few shouts came from not far away, causing Kang Zhan to be startled. Quickly turning his head to look, his face suddenly became livid as he shouted angrily, "Xiang Chu, Nanshang, what are you doing?" Over there, Xiang Chu and Nanshang had actually led the Xiang and Nan family forces to sneak over to where the High Heaven Pavilion group was. Since the start of the battle, these people had been standing here, quietly observing the situation, as if Yang Kai and Kang Zhan had agreed, not intending to intervene in the battle. However, when everyone was attacking the barrier, Nanshang and Xiang Chu turned their attention to them. After a brief moment, they were discovered by Kang Zhan. Nanshang, who was facing off against the High Heaven Pavilion group, suddenly showed an impatient expression, ignoring Kang Zhan's questioning and shouting towards the High Heaven Pavilion group, "Obediently surrender, otherwise I'll make you suffer. I don't have time to play with you." The several martial uncles and grandmasters all wore ugly expressions as they stood in front of the young disciples. Although their hearts were filled with anger, they couldn't do anything about it, quickly asking, "Two friends, just now my martial nephew Yang reached an agreement with your leader. Why do you still want to go back on your word?" Nansheng sneered. "What agreement? I don't know, but if you want to find someone who reached an agreement with Yang Kai, then go find them. Do you really think your High Heaven Pavilion is a tiger's ass that can't be touched? This young master will make a move today and see what Yang Kai can do to me. Your Excellency, don't go too far. Go too far." Nanshang laughed. "Go tell that to Yang Kai and see if he knows what it means to go too far." Saying so, he coldly shouted, "Surround them. Anyone who dares to resist, kill without question. Doesn't Yang Kai care about you? I'd like to see how much he cares about you." The people from the Nan family and Xiang family all rushed forward and surrounded the High Heaven Pavilion group, all of them glaring at Nanshang. The High Heaven Pavilion group was furious, and the younger generation disciples were even more enraged. Seeing that the situation was about to escalate into a fight between the two sides, Kang Zhan hurriedly rushed over and grabbed Nanshang's collar, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "What are you doing?" Nanshang didn't seem to care and just smiled lightly, reaching out and breaking Kang Zhan's grip, lightly saying, "Young Lord Kang, do you think the 4 masters from your Kang family and Shou family can catch Yang Kai?" Kang Zhan frowned, his expression becoming unpleasant as he coldly snorted. "What does catching him have to do with what you're doing now? Naturally, it has something to do with it." Nanshang's expression was calm, not showing the slightest tension. "If those 4 people can't catch Yang Kai, this operation can basically be considered a failure. We've dispatched so many people, yet we can't even defeat 3 of them. If word of this spreads out, young Lord Kang, I don't need to explain what the consequences will be, right?" "What do you mean?" Kang Zhan gradually calmed down, Just now, when he saw Nanshang and Xiang Chu acting against the High Heaven Pavilion group, he thought these two guys were going to start a massacre to vent their anger. Naturally, he was furious. First, Nanshang and Xiang Chu didn't put his orders in their eyes, and second, he didn't want to offend Yang Kai too much. However, since no one had died and no one had been injured, Kang Zhan was willing to listen to his explanation. Moreover, the current situation wasn't optimistic. If they really allowed Yang Kai to escape, they wouldn't be able to explain it to Yang Zhao. Their status wasn't as good as Yi Xi and Rose, so if they were to do this, their status would likely be even lower in the future. Chapter 512. Nothing. Facing Kang Zhan's question, Nansheng smiled coldly. I just want to say that as long as we have a bargaining chip in hand, even if the 4 seniors fail, we can still occupy the dominant position. Whether Yang Kai will surrender because of them, I don't know, but it's unlikely, but we can still retreat. Young Master Kong has also seen the power of that mysterious grade artifact of his. If he is determined to kill us here, who can stop him? Kang Zhan's expression changed as he carefully considered Nansheng's words and couldn't help feeling that what he said made sense. It was obvious that Yang Kai really cared about these people from High Heaven Pavilion. Otherwise, he wouldn't have negotiated with Kang Zhan. With his temperament, if anyone dared to stand in his way, Kang Zhan was certain he wouldn't hesitate to attack. Using these people as bargaining chips to force Yang Kai to submit? Even if that didn't work, they could still retreat calmly. Young Master Kong shouldn't still be worried about your verbal agreement with Yang Kai, right? Nansheng saw his hesitation and sneered. Kang Zhan's expression became ugly, but he didn't deny it. Although the agreement just now was only a verbal one, for a young lord like Kang Zhan, he still cared about his promises. Since he had agreed with Yang Kai not to move against these people from High Heaven Pavilion, if he went back on his word, it would be inappropriate. Young Master Kong, do you really want to see Yang Kai use that artifact to kill all of us here? Nansheng struck while the iron was hot and continued to persuade him. Xiang Chu, who had not spoken until now, also spoke up. Young Master Kong, please reconsider. Perhaps you think we are doing this to avenge a personal grudge. I won't deny that I hate Yang Kai to the extreme, but Big Brother Nan and I are also thinking about everyone here. Taking a deep breath, Kang Zhan's hesitation turned into determination. Nodding, fine. Let's do as you say. He was really afraid of Yang Kai and didn't have any expectations for these 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Nansheng and Xiang Chu heard this and were overjoyed. Since participating in the Inheritance War until now, they had finally seized an opportunity to retaliate against Yang Kai. Naturally, they were quite happy. Don't be too ruthless. Just capture 2 people. Kang Zhan frowned and ordered. All right. Nansheng nodded and grinned, his eyes sweeping over the High Heaven Pavilion disciples. Reaching out, he pointed at a High Heaven Pavilion disciple and immediately had someone rush in to grab him. That martial uncle didn't resist, and even stopped the younger generation of disciples from stirring. He slowly shook his head at the crowd. Right now, the enemy was strong and they were weak. If they really fought, it wouldn't be strange for them to be completely wiped out here. It would be better to endure for a while. Seeing that the High Heaven Pavilion members didn't resist, Nansheng and Xiang Chu couldn't help showing a look of disappointment and disdain. Cowards! Kang Zhan's brow furrowed. He didn't like the way they were trying to provoke High Heaven Pavilion, but he didn't say anything. Nansheng's eyes continued to wander through the crowd, looking for a suitable target. Suddenly, he felt a ruthless gaze directed towards him. He couldn't help but sneer as he pointed at that person and said, "Capture him too." As soon as these words were spoken, the Nan family's masters captured the High Heaven Pavilion disciple. This person didn't look very old, even younger than Yang Kai, and his strength wasn't very high, only Yuanqi boundary 5th stage. Obviously, his aptitude wasn't bad. It was because of this that Nansheng had chosen him. The 2 High Heaven Pavilion disciples, one old and one young, were captured and brought before Nansheng. The older generation disciple's expression was calm, neither servile nor overbearing, while the younger disciple simply sneered and stared at Nansheng stubbornly and proudly. "Your eyes aren't bad. Nansheng nodded, suddenly swinging his hand and slapping out. With a loud bang, the young disciple's face was painted with a 5-finger mark and one of his teeth was knocked out. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth as his head was slapped to the side. Turning his head, he still stared at Nansheng with that same ruthless gaze, not saying a word. The veins on Nansheng's forehead throbbed. He had never expected this person to be so stubborn. Feeling annoyed, he sent out another slap and sneered, "Ignorant fool!" After the 2 slaps, the young disciple's cheeks were swollen and his mouth was full of dirty blood. However, the look in his eyes did not change at all. He did not even show any fear. There was only a kind of determination that could be killed but not humiliated. Kang Zhan couldn't help but be slightly moved, seemingly surprised by the performance of this high heaven pavilion disciple. "What's your name?" Kang Zhan asked. The young disciple glanced at him faintly and proudly said, "Sassafras, sassafras." Kang Zhan took a deep breath and murmured, nodding, "High Heaven Pavilion really is extraordinary. If an ordinary young disciple had such courage, what about the others? These people, even if they were killed, would they surrender and beg for mercy?" Kang Zhan didn't know why, but he was certain of this. Sassafras sneered, "You can only act ruthlessly in front of me. When my brother Yang comes out, you'll show him what you've got." Kang Zhan's face went black. Just as Sassafras said, he really didn't dare act ruthlessly in front of Yang Kai. Nansheng became even angrier and kicked Sassafras's knee. Sassafras didn't resist and knelt to the ground. The next moment, Nansheng sent out a flurry of slaps. Kang Zhan didn't even have time to stop before Sassafras was slapped a dozen more times. The sound of these slaps was extremely harsh. No one from High Heaven Pavilion moved, only the sound of their breathing gradually becoming heavier. Everyone's eyes were red as they stared at Nansheng like man-eating beasts. The silent and calm atmosphere was like the calm before a storm, causing Kang Zhan to shudder and quickly shout, "Enough!" Nansheng stopped and took a deep breath before reaching out and pinching Sassafras's mouth, pulling out a sword from one of the men beside him and placing it across Sassafras's neck, coldly saying, "You think I don't dare kill you? You don't have the guts." Sassafras's mouth was covered in blood, but he still sneered, as if he had lived long enough. Nansheng's expression suddenly changed, and it was particularly interesting. He looked hesitant and struggled. He slowly increased the strength of the sword in his hand and drew a red line of blood on Sumu's neck, but he still didn't have the courage to directly cut it. Killing Sassafras wouldn't take much effort. But if Yang Kai were to retaliate, Nansheng would have to consider whether he could afford it. On the other hand, Sassafras looked calm, without the slightest fear. He was certain that Nansheng was afraid of Yang Kai. "Let him go." Kang Zhan took a deep breath and slowly shook his head. Nansheng looked ruthless, but in reality, he was nothing more than a pushover who only knew how to squeeze a soft persimmon. Nansheng clenched his fists and ground his teeth. He wanted to kill this reckless person who dared to provoke him, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. Kang Zhan's words suddenly made him feel like he was riding a tiger. Letting him go was tantamount to admitting that he didn't have the courage. As the young lord of a first-class family, how could Nansheng afford to lose face like this? His expression becoming fierce, Nansheng swung his sword in an arc. Asterisk puff asterisk blood splashed out. The right side of Sassafras's chest was pierced through by the sword. Nansheng's expression was fierce as he threw Sassafras to the ground. The High Heaven Pavilion disciples were shocked and quickly rushed forward to help him up. "You really think I don't dare to touch you?" Nansheng spat, his face twitching. "You bastard!" Kang Zhan was also stunned, roaring angrily as he kicked Nansheng's body, causing him to stagger. When Nansheng hit Sassafras just now, he hadn't tried to stop him. After all, it was just a superficial wound, so even if he was beaten miserably, it wouldn't hurt his muscles or bones. After a few days of rest, he would be fine. In Yang Kai's eyes, this sword strike was enough to kill him. However, it was also obvious that Nansheng had hesitated when he attacked. He had chosen to stab Sassafras in the right side of his chest. If it had been the left side where his heart was, Sassafras would have immediately died. Shouts and curses came from the mouths of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples, many of them frantically attacking the Xiong and Nan family cultivator. "Don't resist!" Kong Zhan roared at the Xiong and Nan family cultivator, rushing forward, taking out a jade bottle from his sleeve, shaking his hand as he poured out a pill and stuffed it directly into Sassafras's bloody mouth. During this time, Kong Zhan was also attacked a few times by the High Heaven Pavilion disciples. But fortunately, he was wearing a defensive artifact armor, so he wasn't injured. Perceiving his intentions, the people gathered around Sassafras didn't embarrass him anymore. Several of his martial uncles even hurriedly helping Sassafras neutralize the effects of the pill. Qua. A crisp sound suddenly came from not far away. Kong Zhan turned his head to look and saw the barrier created by the mysterious grade mid-rank artifact shatter and disappear with a bang. The snow and wind that had filled the sky also disappeared. At the center of the barrier, Yang Kai and the woman from before appeared in front of everyone's eyes, wrapped in a cold wind. Near them, there were 4 things that looked like ice sculptures. They were arranged in all kinds of strange poses and stood there quietly. These were the 4 masters belonging to the Kong and Chiu families. From the stiff expressions on the faces of the 4 ice sculptures, it was easy to see just how shocked they were before they were frozen. Kong Zhan couldn't help feeling his scalp go numb and the soles of his feet cramp. Although he had faintly felt that these 4 Immortal Ascension boundary masters wouldn't be able to capture Yang Kai, he hadn't expected such a result. When the cultivator gathered around the barrier saw the figures of Yang Kai and Su Yan, all of them retreated, their faces filled with horror and fear. Among them, there weren't many masters left, and even if there were some Immortal Ascension boundary masters, they were only at the 4th or 5th stage. The masters from the 8 great families had all been frozen into ice sculptures, so how could they dare think of resisting? Chiu Zirua, who was the leader of this group, went pale, his lips trembling as a sense of horror filled his heart. Yang Kai glanced over at him and said lightly, "They won't die, but if they want to come out, it will take them at least half a day." Chiu Zirua nodded unconsciously and forced a smile. "Many thanks for 9th Young Lord's mercy." Yang Kai nodded lightly and didn't say anything more. After all, these 4 people were from the central capital's 8 great families. If he wanted to teach them a lesson, injuring them would be fine, even seriously injuring or crippling them would be fine, but he couldn't kill them. Sometimes, when it was necessary to show mercy, it was precisely because of this that Yang Kai had asked Su Yan to spare their lives. He believed that, even if they managed to break out of the ice sculptures, it would still take them at least 1 to 2 months to recover. Chapter 513. Looking around, Yang Kai immediately noticed the commotion in High Heaven Pavilion's camp. Although he didn't know what was going on, he realized that something was wrong and his expression couldn't help sinking. "Senior brother Yang, senior sister Su." Li Yun Tian cried out in a heart-wrenching manner, "Young Master Su! Young Master Su has been stabbed." Su Yan's beautiful face suddenly lost all color, her white figure transforming into a stream of light as she rushed into the crowd, Yang Kai following closely behind. Looking around, Yang Kai couldn't help narrowing his eyes as his face paled. In the crowd, Su Mu looked pale and sat cross-legged on the ground. There was a sharp sword in the right side of his chest, which came out of his body. Blood was foaming from his mouth and nose. His chi and blood were weak, and he gasped for breath, like the old bellows in the blacksmith's shop. A High Heaven Pavilion martial uncle was standing behind him, his hand pressed against his back as he poured Yuan Qi into his body. Su Yan's eyes suddenly turned red. She and Sassafras had a sibling relationship. Seeing her little brother in such a miserable state, how could she not feel distressed? Yang Kai pushed through the crowd and quickly stepped forward, reaching out and placing his hand on Sassafras' wrist, examining it for a moment before opening Sassafras' mouth and pouring some myriad drug milk into it. Once the myriad drug milk entered his mouth, Yang Kai reached out and pulled out the sword from Sassafras' right chest, causing blood to spurt out, pouring out a few strands of Yuan Qi to seal the flow of blood from Sassafras' wound. Yang Kai comforted Su Yan. "It's all right now. Su Yen nodded gently. With the myriad drug milk, Sassafras really wouldn't have to worry about his life and might even have gained some benefits from this disaster and improved his strength a little. But if he and Su Yen hadn't come out in time half an hour later, it would have been difficult to say what would have happened to Sassafras. Even if he didn't die, he would likely be permanently disabled. Slowly standing up, Yang Kai's expression was calm as he turned around and looked at Kang Zhan, who was standing nearby. Kang Zhan suddenly felt his lips go dry. Yang Kai's silence made him feel at a loss for what to do, suddenly realizing that this was not good. Who did it? Yang Kai stared at Kang Zhan and asked softly. Kang Zhan gulped and hesitated. Ninth young lord, this was just an accident. Who did this? Kang Zhan frowned. Although he was well aware of Yang Kai's tyrannical strength, he was the one in charge of this operation and was also a young lord of the central capital. Naturally, he wouldn't act too timidly, quickly saying, Ninth young lord, this is the inheritance war. 1 or 2 deaths are normal. You and I are enemies. Not to mention that this friend's life isn't in danger now. Even if he really died, it wouldn't matter. How many people have died at Ninth young master's hands? Indeed, there are quite a few. Yang Kai nodded. I did kill a lot of people. If their friends and family want revenge, they can come to me. Now that someone has hurt one of my people, I want to take revenge, so I want to know who did it. Kang Zhan was suddenly at a loss for words. Yes, if there was resentment, if there was hatred, if there was hatred, if there was hatred, then there was no need to stop others from taking revenge. What's more, the two of them had agreed before that High Heaven Pavilion's people would not intervene in this battle. Under this premise, if High Heaven Pavilion's people were seriously injured, Kang Zhan really couldn't claim any responsibility. But if he had to betray his own people, Kang Zhan couldn't do it. Doing so would only make him seem too spineless and afraid of Yang Kai. It's that guy! Li Yun Tian suddenly stood up in indignation, pointing to the side and shouting, 2 groups of people just came from that direction. It was that guy who wanted to kill young Master Su. Following the direction of his finger, Yang Kai's eyes landed on Nanshang not far away. Kang Zhan's brow furrowed as he suddenly discovered that Nanshang and Xiang Chu had at some point slipped away and returned to their camp. He had stayed here to clean up their mess. Yet they had slipped away without a word, causing Kang Zhan to feel extremely annoyed. I know. Yang Kai nodded lightly, glancing over at Kang Zhan and saying, Young Master Kang, I already said that not allowing High Heaven Pavilion's people to participate in this battle was for your own good. If they were injured, I really would have killed them all. It seems you don't believe me. Kang Zhan was startled, but soon his eyes filled with horror. He found that Yang Kai's aura had suddenly become violent and bloody, and a thick, murderous aura soared to the sky. Subconsciously, Kang Zhan hurriedly retreated. Yang Kai stared at him coldly, waving his hand and pulling out the sword he had taken from Sassafras's right chest. Wrapped in a cold light, he thrust it towards Kang Zhan. Kang Zhan's expression changed greatly. He hadn't expected Yang Kai to suddenly kill him, hurriedly using his martial skill to resist. But the destructive power contained in this sword was not something a cultivator of his level could block. Pooh. Kang Zhan groaned as the sword pierced through the right side of his chest, just like what had happened to Sassafras a moment ago. Under the huge force, he was forced back a dozen steps before he was able to stabilize his footing. His eyes trembling, Kang Zhan stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. Everyone was silent, their faces filled with horror. From the beginning of the inheritance war until now, a young lord from the central capital's 8 great families had finally been injured, and seriously injured at that. When the young lords and young ladies from the 8 great families participated in the inheritance war, it was generally impossible for them to be injured, let alone risk their lives. No one dared to kill them. At most they would be defeated and forced to retreat. But now this precedent, which had been maintained for countless years, had been broken. Kang Zhan stared down at the long sword piercing his chest, the stinging pain gradually spreading. Even now, he still couldn't believe that Yang Kai's courage was so great, to the point where he could defy the laws of heaven. Ninth young lord, Kang Zhan muttered. his mouth filled with the taste of blood, his breathing becoming quite labored. Yang Kai glanced over at him coldly. If you weren't from the 8 great families, today you would have died. Kang Zhan's face twitched as a chill spread across his heart. Not daring to fight back, he quickly sat down cross-legged on the ground, took out a pill, and swallowed it. The wind howled as Yang Kai stepped forward. As if a mountain of blood was pressing down on them, everyone felt the aura of death wash over them. Of Yang Zhao's group, besides Kang Zhan, who was still circulating his secret art to heal himself, the 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters from the 8 great families who had been frozen into ice sculptures, and the dozen or so masters who were being held back by Yingjiu, the rest had all gathered together at this moment. Led by Qiu Zirua, all of them looked over in horror. What do we do? What do we do? Qiu Zirua's face went pale as he constantly asked the people around him. This time's operation should have been commanded by Kang Zhan, but now that he couldn't even protect himself, this heavy responsibility naturally fell to Qiu Zirua. Facing such a strong opponent, even daring to seriously injure Kang Zhan, Yang Kai, Qiu Zirua didn't have the courage to resist. He was afraid he would end up in the same situation as Kang Zhan. If he didn't have an idea, how could anyone else? Nanshang, this is all your fault. Tell me, what do we do now? Qiu Zirua turned to Nanshang and roared. Nanshang's previous arrogance and domineering attitude had long since disappeared. Hearing this, he couldn't help feeling a little dazed, pursing his dry lips, not saying a word. Xiang Chu's eyes flashed a trace of contempt and ruthlessness as he said, Young Lord Qiu, no matter how strong Yang Kai is, he's still just one person. What is there to be afraid of? Besides, young Lord Kang also said that this is the inheritance war. 1 or 2 people dying is nothing, not to mention that 1 person is still alive. Yang Kai is clearly making a mountain out of a molehill. Even if news of this spread back to the central capital, he won't be able to hold his ground. Now is a good opportunity to eliminate Yang Kai. Young Lord Qiu should seize it. We are willing to follow your orders. Bullshit. Qiu Zirua roared. Yang Kai and young Lord Kang already made an agreement, yet you insisted on provoking High Heaven Pavilion's people. Moreover, Yang Kai showed mercy to our people just now, but you, fuck your 18 generations of ancestors. Xiang Chu's face went black as he suddenly felt extremely disappointed with Qiu Zirua's cowardice. As they spoke, Yang Kai had already arrived 20 meters in front of the crowd. Facing the 7 forces alone, he wasn't afraid at all. Although the top masters of these forces had all been restrained, there were still a number of them, including a few Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Qiu Zirua. Yang Kai shouted, You're Qiu Yimeng's little brother? I don't want to embarrass you, so scram to the side. Qiu Zirua's face suddenly showed a hint of joy, but just as he was about to open his mouth to agree, he suddenly shook his head and said, Ninth young lord, this Qiu is unable to comply with this request. Yang Kai nodded. At least you have some backbone. All of a sudden, light flashed from his hand, and a bone shield appeared in his grasp. It's that mysterious grade artifact. Qiu Zirua and the others' expressions changed slightly. This bone shield had been used by Yang Kai when he attacked Yang Kai's compound and just now, so everyone naturally knew how powerful its defensive power was and how it could absorb energy attacks. With this bone shield in hand, Yang Kai's defense could be said to be impregnable. But at this moment, when Yang Kai took it out, everyone was somewhat confused, secretly wondering if Yang Kai was going to defend himself. But before they could finish their thoughts, a dangerous aura suddenly filled the air. On the bone shield, black lightning flashed, and in the center of the bone shield, a violent energy burst out from the beast's maw. Asterisk show show show. Asterisk a series of lightning dragons the size of human legs suddenly burst out from the bone shield's maw, each one swaying back and forth, each of them more than 100 meters long, exuding a heaven-destroying momentum as they rushed towards the 7 forces. How is this possible? Qiu Zirua exclaimed in shock. There were many types of artifacts, some defensive, some offensive, and some auxiliary. The bone shield in Yang Kai's hand was clearly a defensive artifact, so how could it have become an offensive one? Furthermore, he seemed to have heard of this lightning dragon somewhere before. This is the power of Yang Kang's mysterious grade artifact. Xiang Chu screamed, suddenly realizing that the bone shield in Yang Kai's hand could not only absorb energy attacks but also reflect them back. These lightning dragons were clearly the power of the mysterious grade artifact that Yang Kang had displayed when he had fought Yang Kai more than 2 months ago. At that time, these lightning dragons were swallowed by Yang Kai's bone shield and were only released by Yang Kai 2 months later. Chapter 5:14. Who could resist the power of a mysterious grade artifact? Unless it was also a mysterious grade defensive artifact, like the bone shield in Yang Kai's hand. When the 7 or 8 lightning dragons rushed out from the beast's mouth in the center of the bone shield, everyone was dumbfounded. Their faces were instantly filled with horror and fear. The call of death rang in their ears, and no one could remain calm. If there were still masters here, they could have relied on their heaven-defying methods to block the lightning dragons. But with so many of them trapped or frozen, the rest of them were powerless to resist. Everyone was thrown off their feet. All of them panicked and fled in all directions, trying to escape from the lightning dragon's onslaught. Xiang Chu's mind was still clear, shouting for everyone to work together to resist. But this chaotic scene made him feel powerless. Even Qiu Zirua had run away. How could anyone else stay in place and wait for death? Hong hong hong. Asterisk kacha. Asterisk those lightning dragons were like invincible sharp swords, wrapped in unparalleled power, wreaking havoc in the crowd. Those who were touched by the lightning dragons all convulsed and fell to the ground, unable to get up. There were even some who were directly electrocuted to the point that their entire body was charred. The remaining Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters all protected their own young lords as they tried to avoid the lightning dragon's attack, like stray dogs that had lost their homes. Screams rang out one after another. In front of the power of a mysterious grade artifact, human life was as cheap as grass. Kang Zhan, who had been circulating his secret art to heal himself, slowly opened his eyes and stared at the miserable scene before him, his heart going cold. Only now did he realize that what Yang Kai had said before was true. Him not allowing High Heaven Pavilion's people to participate in this battle was really out of consideration for them. Nanshang had only injured one of High Heaven Pavilion's young disciples, yet he had provoked such a slaughter. If High Heaven Pavilion's people really suffered heavy casualties because of this melee, then, would he still be able to return to War City alive? Kang Zhan didn't dare to think about it anymore, closing his eyes in defeat, no longer paying attention to the battle. All of High Heaven Pavilion's people suddenly became excited. Each of their faces flushed red as they clenched their fists. The humiliation and forbearance that he had just endured seemed to have all been found at this moment. Yang Kai had single-handedly thrown the 7 families' cultivator into chaos. Those people could only dodge, and they couldn't even find the time to attack. Streaks of purple light suddenly exploded in midair, spreading out ripples visible to the naked eye. Like pebbles thrown into a calm lake, the ripples enveloped the cultivator, who was dodging the lightning dragon's attacks. And within those layers of ripples, there was a crazy, destructive, and brutal divine sense attack. Divine soul skill. Yang Kai unleashed his soul skill almost without restraint. Wherever the consciousness spread out, most of the cultivator's expression suddenly became sluggish. Their faces were filled with pain as if some evil had invaded their minds. They stood there in a daze, not knowing if they were dead or alive. The lightning dragon that followed turned them into charcoal. Only the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were able to slightly resist the attack of this soul skill, but they still wore a pained expression. A charred smell that made one want to vomit filled the entire area. After a while, the lightning dragon gradually disappeared into the air. The power of the mysterious great artifact had finally been fully exerted, and Yang Kai no longer released his soul skill. In the wilderness, screams filled the air as countless people died. The 7 forces originally had nearly 300 cultivators, but at this moment only 200 remained. Corpses littered the wilderness, all of them black as charcoal. Plumes of smoke rose from these corpses, rising into the air like smoke from a kitchen chimney. At some point, Qiu Zirua had fallen to the ground, his eyes blank, his 2 rows of teeth chattering fiercely. Escaping from death, his mood was very complicated. Compared to the others, he could be said to be unscathed. When he participated in the inheritance war, he was fearless and didn't think he would encounter any life-threatening danger. But today he didn't dare to think so. He didn't know if it was because Yang Kai was worried about Qiu Yimeng showing mercy to him, or if it was because of his good luck that he didn't encounter the lightning dragon. But Yang Kai's slaughter this time really frightened him. Deep in his heart, a huge shadow loomed over him, as if it was grinning at him, wanting to take his life. Young Lord Qiu Run, an immortal ascension boundary master from an unknown force, saw Qiu Zirua lose his wits and quickly rushed to his side, helping him up and flying towards War City without looking back. Facing a man who even dared to severely injure Kang Zhan, Qiu Zirua couldn't muster up any fighting spirit. Now he just wanted to run as far away as possible. Most people thought so and quickly got up and fled, no longer caring about anything else. "What are you running for?" Xiang Chu roared. He can't use his artifact anymore. After using that kind of attack, he should be at his weakest. We should capture him in one fell swoop. Young Lord Qiu, where is young Lord Qiu? No one paid attention to his shouts. Not to mention that Xiang Chu didn't have the qualifications to issue orders. Even if he did, these people wouldn't be willing to stay in this purgatory any longer. Just as he was shouting, Xiang Chu suddenly felt a sharp gaze land on him. Looking over, Xiang Chu's eyes met Yang Kai's cold gaze. Feeling his heart clench, Xiang Chu couldn't help retreating a few steps. "Brother Xiang, let's go. We can't do anything about this." Nansheng rushed up and pulled him back. Xiang Chu grit his teeth and shot a vicious and resentful glare towards Yang Kai before stomping his foot and shouting, "Let's go! A bunch of cowards!" Joining forces with such a group of people, how could he possibly achieve anything great? Xiang Chu was extremely depressed, imagining that if he hadn't offended Yang Kai that day at the foot of Taifang Mountain, or if Yang Kai had accepted his goodwill, would he have been able to achieve something great by following him today? However, there was no turning back in this world. Xiang Chu could only hate himself for being so blind that he had actually offended such a person. The 7 forces had either fled or died, and in the blink of an eye, not a single one remained. "Do you think I'll let you go?" Yang Kai's voice suddenly reached everyone's ears. Although his voice wasn't loud, it was extremely clear, causing everyone to feel as if they had been plunged into an ice cellar. Nansheng and Xiang Chu glanced back as they fled and saw that Yang Kai was still standing quietly in place, not chasing after them. Both of them couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief, thinking that he was just trying to scare them. Their speed became even faster. All they wanted to do was return to War City and hide in Yang Kai's compound. Once Yang Kai's anger subsided, they could ask Yang Zhao to come forward and mediate. Yang Kai's blood and qi surged, clearly showing the restlessness in his heart. Turning his eyes to the still unconscious Sassafras and the red-eyed Su Yan, he said, "Wait for half a day before you set off. By that time Sassafras should be fine." Su Yan was startled and quickly looked up. "What about you? Daring to touch my sex people, you must pay the price." After saying this sentence, Yang Kai's figure flashed like a bolt of lightning, his murderous intent filling the air. Of the 7 forces, the surviving cultivator was desperately trying to escape, only gradually relaxing when they were 100 kilometers away. When they looked back and didn't see any pursuers, they couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Recalling what had just happened, everyone couldn't help shuddering as they rejoiced at the thought of surviving a calamity. Turning their heads and looking around, there were only 20 or so people gathered together while the rest had long since fled. "It should be fine, right?" someone asked in horror while the others remained silent, gasping for breath. That 9th young lord simply doesn't take human lives seriously. This sentence was immediately met with agreement from everyone. And that Nansheng and Bai Chu, if it weren't for those 2 idiots, how could we have ended up in such a sorry state? "What did you say?" Suddenly, someone stood up angrily. "My young Master Nan was only thinking about the overall situation. Who do you think you are? You dare insult young Master Nan?" Am I wrong? Thinking about the overall situation? What a joke. Nanshang and Xiangchu were clearly venting their anger on that group of people. Do you really think we don't know that your Nan family and Xiang family once suffered a loss at the hands of the ninth young lord and participated in the inheritance war this time just to get back at him? Bullshit. I'm just telling the truth. Who do you think your Xiang and Nan families are? Actually daring to challenge the Yang family's young lord. Even if the second young lord really won the inheritance war, so what? What can Xiangchu and Nanshang do to Yang Kai? At most, they can only vent their anger. Are you from the Nan family? As the two were arguing, a low voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. The cultivator who defended Nansheng raised his head proudly and said, "So what if I am?" But before he could finish his words, a blood-red petal suddenly pierced through his head, causing the man's eyes to bulge and his face to turn white. The moment his consciousness blurred, a figure that terrified him appeared in front of him. Ninth young lord. After seeing the face of the person who had killed the Nan family cultivator, everyone paled and quickly stood up, staring towards Yang Kai in horror. None of them had expected that Yang Kai would really catch up to them. Among these 20 or so people, only one had reached the Immortal Ascension boundary, and it was only an Immortal Ascension boundary third-stage cultivator. Suddenly seeing Yang Kai appear here, the 20 or so people couldn't help moving closer to the Immortal Ascension boundary cultivator, seemingly trying to find a little sense of security. On the other hand, the Immortal Ascension boundary third-stage cultivator couldn't help gulping. He was indeed an Immortal Ascension boundary master, but his combat strength wasn't high. Yang Kai could fight evenly with Lu Qingyao, so wouldn't it be easy for him to deal with him? He knew he definitely wasn't Lu Qingyao's opponent. However, what made him feel a little relieved was that after Yang Kai killed the Nan family cultivator, he didn't kill him again, instead staring at them and asking, "Who else is from the Nan family and Xiang family?" The 20 or so people looked at each other and suddenly realized what Yang Kai wanted to do. Every injustice had its perpetrator, every debt its debtor. The ninth young lord wanted to kill the Nan family and Xiang family. No one dared to answer. The more words they spoke, the more likely they were to slip up. No one knew what Yang Kai was thinking. Chapter 5:15. In the face of Yang Kai's questioning, no one dared to answer, only the sound of their hearts beating wildly. After waiting for a moment, Yang Kai lost his patience and coldly said, "If you don't speak, all of you will die. Speak and I'll spare your life." He's from the Xiang family. Immediately, someone couldn't bear such a huge pressure and pointed to a person beside him. The man couldn't help cursing and running away. A blood-red petal flew out from the corpse of the man who had just died and pierced through the back of the fleeing man's head. With a thud, the man fell to the ground and rolled a few times on the ground before he gradually stopped moving. "Is there anyone else?" Yang Kai asked again. Everyone kept shaking their heads, indicating that there was no one from the Bai and Nan families here. Yang Kai nodded lightly and no longer asked any questions, disappearing from everyone's sight in the next moment. Seeing that he kept his promise and really let them go, the remaining cultivators gasped for breath and fell to the ground weakly. Their bodies were covered in sweat, and when the breeze blew, they felt cold all over. "Don't let me see you in War City again." From a distance, Yang Kai's voice rang out. Everyone was startled again and quickly nodded. "Understood, understood." After this time, none of them dared to return to War City again. After experiencing what had just happened, none of them had the courage to continue to face this murderous Yang family young lord. If he alone could accomplish such a feat, what more with the many powerful helpers in his house? Originally, this group of people was quite optimistic about Yang Zhao, thinking that he would be able to rely on his numbers and strength to win the final victory in the inheritance war. They would also be able to follow behind Yang Zhao and drink the soup and meat. But now, no one dared to think so. A moment later, 50 kilometers away, Yang Kai once again killed 3 cultivator from the Xiang and Nan families, leaving behind a group of people who had just escaped with their lives. He wasn't the kind of person who would indiscriminately slaughter all living beings. He was a man who would be tough when he needed to be tough, and when he needed to be merciful, he would show mercy. Just like how he hadn't allowed Su Yan to kill the 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Chou family and Kong family, it was also because of the complex relationship between the 8 great families. But this time, he was really annoyed by Xiang Chu and Nan Shang. These two had been enemies with him since the beginning of the Inheritance War. Whenever he had a dispute with them before, Yang Kai didn't care. Since they walked different paths, there was no common ground. Since they had participated in the Inheritance War, their relationship was naturally antagonistic. They killed their own people and they killed their own people. It was only right and proper, but this time was different. These people were High Heaven Pavilion's last hope for revival. What's more, despite the agreement between him and Yang Zhan, Nanshang and Xiang Chu still dared to attack them. Of course, Yang Kai did not intend to go around the Xiang and Nan families. He wanted to let the world know that High Heaven Pavilion was indeed a tiger's ass that shouldn't be touched. All the people from the Xiang and Nan families were killed mercilessly. Everywhere they went, there was a trail of blood. After a day and a night, Yang Kai finally saw the figures of Xiang Chu and Nan Shang in the distance. The two of them were desperately escaping with a group of people and hadn't stopped to rest all day. So at this moment, Yuan Qi couldn't help gasping for breath. They had thought they would be able to return to War City safely, so the reason they had run so fast was to prepare for the unexpected. But who knew that Yang Kai would really chase after them? When they felt the murderous intent behind them and the smell of blood, the group of people turned around in horror and suddenly panicked. "Ninth young lord is chasing after us." What? Nan Shang and Xiang Chu both paled, quickly turning their heads to look back and really seeing Yang Kai's figure, like a meteor, closing the distance between them. Is he crazy? Nan Shang was stunned. Just for a single High Heaven Pavilion disciple? Xiang Chu's expression was gloomy, a deep sense of powerlessness and fear flashing across his face as he nodded gently. "I'm afraid we've really touched his defiant wail. Brother Xiang, what do we do now?" Nan Shang was sweating profusely. "Hurry up and come up with an idea. Return to War City, there's no other way. As long as we can return to Second Young Lord's house, we'll be safe." Xiang Chu grit his teeth and sped up again. Nan Shang cursed under his breath, thinking to himself that the most important thing right now was to find a way to escape from Yang Kai's pursuit. After a day and night of fleeing, his group of people was almost completely exhausted. Whether or not they could outrun Yang Kai was still unknown. Inferring from Yang Kai's speed, they didn't have much hope. Where did this bastard get so much Yuan Qi to squander? After chasing him for so long, he was still full of murderous intent, full of fighting spirit, and determined not to give up. With no time to complain, Nan Shang quickly stuffed a few Yuan Qi replenishing pills into his mouth and also sped up. "You can't escape." Yang Kai's voice suddenly came from behind, causing everyone's hearts to clench. "None of you from the Xiang and Nan families will survive. Ninth young lord, we're not from the Xiang or Nan families." A young leader from one of the forces couldn't bear the pressure of Yang Kai's pursuit and quickly shouted, "Then kill the people from the Xiang and Nan families around you and I'll let you go." Xiang Chu and Nan Shang's expressions changed, immediately turning vigilant towards the people around them, fearing that these people would turn on them. The people from the Xiang and Nan families added together numbered only about 70 people. First, they had been slaughtered by Yang Kai, and then they had scattered during their escape. Now, there were less than 20 people gathered around them while the people from the other forces outnumbered them by 2 to 3 times. If these people really listened to Yang Kai's words and decided to attack them, Xiang Chu and Nan Shang both felt that they would be doomed. Fortunately, when these people heard Yang Kai's words, they only hesitated slightly. After all, they were on the same side as the Xiang and Nan families. So when Yang Kai suddenly said such words, they didn't dare to attack them. Seeing their hesitation, Xiang Chu hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, my Xiang and Nan families are both reputable families. If you really decide to attack us here, you should think about the consequences." Those hesitant people suddenly sobered up. If they were in a hostile relationship, no matter how they fought or killed each other, no one would say anything, but now that they were all under Yang Zhao's command, if word of this were to spread, their families would no longer be able to maintain a foothold in the future. Compared with their own lives, naturally the honor of their families was more important. What's more, whether or not Yang Kai would be able to catch up was another matter altogether. Even if he did, he would first attack the Xiong and Nan families, giving them a chance to escape. Young Master Nan, young Master Xiong, rest assured, we will never attack you. Someone immediately said, that would be for the best. Xiang Chu nodded slightly, feeling relieved. Behind them, Yang Kai seemed to have noticed the changes in their expressions and couldn't help coldly snorting. Since you're not willing to tear apart face with the Xiong and Nan families, I won't force you. As long as you can stop Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng for me, I won't bother you again, otherwise you'll have to bear the consequences. The atmosphere that had just been harmonious and relaxed was once again warped by these words. Compared to the previous conditions, Kai Yang's conditions were much more attractive and feasible. If he only blocked Nanshang and Xiang Chu's path slightly and didn't kill them, they could accept it. Nanshang and Xiang Chu both realized that the situation was not good and quickly led their people away from the cultivator. Nanshang was even angrier and roared, Yang Kai, do you really think you're so great? If it weren't for your identity, how could this young master allow himself to be chased by you? Yang Kai sneered, I've already experienced this in Taifang Mountain. Your Xiong and Nan families only know how to bully the weak. Don't you like to divide people into 3, 6, and 9 classes? Under Taifang Mountain, you were so arrogant and despotic, taking people's lives as you please, but now, facing a young lord from a super family, you only have the courage to run away? Yang Kai's cold sarcasm rendered Nanshang speechless. At the foot of Taifang Mountain, he was really too arrogant and despotic. He bullied Kai Yang, Storm House, and Blood Battle Gang, and even forced the Hu sisters. His face was extremely ugly. Fortunately, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian had come to find him at that time and revealed Yang Kai's true identity, immediately silencing him and Xiang Chu. Otherwise, after that battle, Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall would have suffered heavy casualties, and even if Yang Kai could escape, he would have had to pay a heavy price. Old and new grievances, it was time to settle. Yang Kai didn't have the patience to continue entangling with these two people he didn't put in his eyes. Not good. Ninth young lord is catching up, someone exclaimed. Many cultivator turned their heads to look and their expressions changed greatly. They found that while Yang Kai and Nanshang were talking, he had silently closed the distance between them. It was likely that he would really be able to catch up with them soon. Xiang Chu and Nanshang also panicked. Behind them, there was a surge of energy fluctuating. It seemed that Yang Kai was preparing some kind of killing move. This discovery made everyone more and more confused. The shocking blow released by the bone shield was still fresh in everyone's minds, so naturally, they were afraid he would use such a devastating attack again. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk the wind whistled behind them as sword chi filled the air. Tens of thousands of yuan chi sword chis lined up in rows, like a sky full of arrows, fiercely flying towards them. This overwhelming and indiscriminate attack immediately hindered everyone's escape. These cultivator were forced to turn around and use their martial skills and artifacts to resist the oncoming sword chi. After some resistance, a few more cultivator with inferior strength fell to the ground. Xiang Chu's expression became gloomy to the extreme, realizing that if they continued to flee like this, they wouldn't be able to escape Yang Kai's pursuit. Yang Kai's speed was much faster than his own. Elders, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to stop him for a while. His expression suddenly becoming firm, Xiang Chu turned to the several Immortal Ascension boundary masters around him and said, these people were the only remaining Immortal Ascension boundary masters from the Xiong and Nan families, the strongest among them only at the Immortal Ascension boundary 4th stage. However, there were quite a few of them, 7 in total. Chapter 5:16. With these 7 Immortal Ascension boundary masters behind him, no matter how powerful Yang Kai was, it would be impossible for him to catch up. Moreover, War City was already in sight, only a few hundred kilometers away. Although Xiang Chu was helpless, he could only come up with this idea to delay Yang Kai's pace. When the 7 masters heard Xiang Chu's words, all of them wore bitter expressions, but they quickly regained their composure and nodded. Young Lord can rest assured. Even if we have to risk our lives, we will stop him. Xiang Chu nodded firmly. Good. Everyone be careful. Don't be careless. Understood. Saying so, the 7 immortal ascension boundary masters from the Xiong and Nan families suddenly stopped, turned around, and stared behind them. Xiang Chu and Nan Shang led the remaining group of people and continued to flee without looking back. Seeing the 7 masters stop, Yang Kai's expression became cold, sweeping the area in front of him with his divine sense, immediately understanding their cultivation and strength, causing a look of impatience to appear on his face. Ninth young lord, if you want to catch up with our young master, you'll have to pass through this old master first. One of the 7 masters shouted. The 7 of them simultaneously circulated their yuan qi, releasing a burst of brilliance from their martial skills and artifacts as they fiercely attacked Yang Kai. They didn't intend to say anything to Yang Kai, but now that things had developed to this point, they could only wait and see. Just with you lot? Yang Kai laughed wildly as the mysterious grade low-rank bone shield appeared in his hand, blocking in front of him as he rushed forward to meet the storm of attacks. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk a series of loud bangs rang out as a violent wave of energy surged out. Every collision caused Yang Kai's pace to falter slightly, but the giant mouth in the middle of the bone shield swallowed up all of these energy waves. As this energy was swallowed up, the surface area of the bone shield also began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a round of attacks, Yang Kai remained unscathed, but his speed had been slowed down. Scatter. Knowing the mysteries of the bone shield, none of the 7 masters dared to remain in place, so with a shout, they scattered in all directions. The giant mouth on the bone shield suddenly emitted a burst of light as the incomparably sharp bone spikes sticking out of it began to clatter. Asterisk hua. Asterisk the energy that had just been swallowed up was all returned. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The bone spikes on the edge of the bone shield were also released, bringing out streaks of light as they attacked the 7 people. The 7 of them were already prepared, summoning defensive artifacts to protect themselves as they hurriedly dodged. After a series of clashes, the 7 of them avoided the attacks from the bone shields. They also used various methods to block the bone spikes. Although they were battered and exhausted, they were not injured. The bone shield was indeed powerful. Without an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage cultivator, it was impossible to break its defenses. However, if he specifically targeted the characteristics of the bone shield, it would be very difficult to make it play its role. After all, secret treasures were dead, while humans were alive. On top of that, these 7 people didn't have any intention of fighting against Yang Kai. They just wanted to delay him. As long as they could delay him for a cup of tea worth of time, with Nanshang and Xiangchu's speed, they would be able to safely return to War City and return to Yang Kai's compound. Seeing their plan succeed, the 7 people's expressions became excited, suddenly realizing that Yang Kai wasn't as terrifying as they had imagined. Perhaps he was indeed invincible among cultivators in the same realm, even capable of fighting immortal ascension boundary masters, but he was only able to slaughter hundreds of people at once by relying on external forces. Once there was no external force to support him, no matter how powerful he was, there was a limit to his strength. Perhaps this time, not only would they be able to delay him, they could even take advantage of the fact that there was no master around to protect him and capture him. With this idea in mind, the 7 people became extremely excited, their originally somewhat lacking confidence instantly replaced by a high fighting spirit. Without any hesitation, a series of soul skills were launched towards Yang Kai, the spiritual energy from all directions intertwining and wrapping around Yang Kai like a spider web. Standing at the center of this gathering of spiritual energy, Yang Kai slowly shook his head, a look of disdain filling his face. Ever since he had refined the essence of the soul-type evil spirit in the evil cavern, the one thing he was least afraid of was divine sense attacks. In front of him, the 7 people's divine sense attacks were like a vast ocean compared to a stream, unable to shake him at all. On the contrary, Yang Kai's sudden burst of spiritual energy caused these people's knowledge seas to go cold, as if they were about to be frozen solid. Suddenly, all of them were horrified, wondering what kind of soul-type artifact Yang Kai had on him that allowed him to achieve such a feat. Xiang Chu left you all behind just to be scapegoats. Why bother trying so hard? Yang Kai shook his head, not wanting to be entangled with these people any longer. Even if he can escape back to War City, I will still take his life. All of you will only die a worthless death. The 7 people's faces sank, one of them quickly saying, "Ninth young lord, there's no need to sow discord. We were born as members of the Xiong and Nan families. Even if we die, we will still be ghosts of the Xiong and Nan families. Protecting the young lord's safety is our duty. Since ninth young lord is so confident, why not let us see your heaven-defying methods? Then I'll fulfill your wishes." Yang Kai nodded gently, his expression calming down, the bone shield in his hand disappearing as he slowly raised his right hand. As Yang Kai raised his hand, the 7 of them suddenly felt a sense of foreboding, as if everything in this world had suddenly come to a standstill. 7 pairs of eyes involuntarily bulged, filled with horror and fear as they stared at Yang Kai, wanting to attack but finding that no matter what they did, they couldn't move their hands or feet. In this world, the only one who could move was Yang Kai. The middle finger of his right hand touched his forehead, and a dreamlike whisper suddenly sounded. "Become the demon race." The sky trembled and the earth buzzed. A kind of illusion that the heavens were falling apart appeared in everyone's hearts. A mass of darkness that seemed capable of swallowing all light and hope suddenly burst out from Yang Kai's body. This black energy was as dense as ink, and a bloodthirsty, brutal, and evil aura filled the air, causing the 7 people to involuntarily feel a trace of panic. As Yang Kai's aura grew, a deep sense of powerlessness filled each of their hearts. The power Yang Kai displayed had completely shocked them. The evil energy inside the unyielding golden skeleton had not been used for a long time. Yang Kai was also concerned about the irreconcilable relationship between the 8 great families and the ash-gray cloud evil land, so he had not shown his evil side. But now, in order to kill Xiang Chu and Nanshang, he no longer hesitated. The ink-black evil energy only appeared for a moment before it was suddenly swallowed up by Yang Kai's body. Looking around, Yang Kai was still the same Yang Kai, but the feeling he gave off to the 7 people was completely different from a moment ago. A moment ago, the 7 of them had been fantasizing about joining forces to capture Yang Kai and set up a meritorious service for Nanshang and Xiang Chu. But now, none of them dared to think so. They didn't know why, but facing the current Yang Kai, the 7 of them couldn't help feeling like they had reached a dead end. The 7 people's eyes also seemed to be covered by dark clouds, swallowed by darkness, unable to see the slightest trace of light, unable to find their bearings. Facing this cold and cruel gaze, the 7 people couldn't help retreating a few steps in horror. Yang Kai raised his hand slightly and sent out a few small black streaks of energy towards one of the 7 people. The man's complexion changed greatly and he hurriedly dodged, but just as he was about to do so, his body shook violently and his exposed skin was instantly covered by the black chi, causing him to fall to the ground. With a single blow, an Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage cultivator had been killed without even being able to fight back. The remaining 6 people all paled and remained silent out of fear. They hadn't even seen how this man had been struck and hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so powerful at this moment. Back at Taifang Mountain, Yang Kai was able to kill 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 2nd stage masters with just his Yuan Qi 5th stage cultivation. Now that he was only one step away from breaking through to the Immortal Ascension boundary, the strength he could display was naturally much greater than before. These Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd or 4th stage masters were nothing in his eyes. "Those who block my path die." Yang Kai's low voice rang out, and the sky suddenly became dim as a black palm print, like a rolling cloud, slammed down towards the 6 people. It was like a giant hand that covered the sky, growing larger and larger as time passed, making them feel like they couldn't avoid it. The 6 people screamed in horror as they madly circulated their Yuan Qi, trying to escape, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't avoid this giant palm print. With a bang, the earth trembled. The black palm print slammed down, creating a deep crater in the ground as the sound of bones breaking rang out. The 6 people, some crawling backwards, all fell into the giant palm print. Although none of them died, the evil energy had eroded their souls and bodies, causing their consciousnesses to become blurred. With so many broken bones, it was likely they would never be able to recover in this lifetime. I already said you were scapegoats, yet you still refuse to realize your mistakes. Yang Kai shook his head. Nan Shang and Xiang Chu knew he could greatly improve their strength, but they didn't seem to have told anyone. If the 7 people who had stayed behind to intercept Yang Kai had known about this information, they would never have had any hope of capturing Yang Kai, nor would they have been beaten so miserably. Ignoring the life or death of these 6 people, Yang Kai glanced towards War City 100 kilometers away, coldly snorted and chased after them. Even if Xiang Chu and Nanshang had really hidden in Yang Zhao's mansion, they would still die today. War City. Nanshang and Xiang Chu both looked panicked as they rushed into the city with a group of cultivators. At first glance, the passers-by saw their distressed appearance and couldn't help feeling surprised, wondering who was chasing these 2 and why they had ended up in such a sorry state. All of them were sweating profusely, their Yuan Qi completely exhausted, yelling at the passers-by to get out of the way as they hurriedly rushed towards Yang Zhao's mansion. The news quickly spread to Yang Wei and Yang Kai's houses. Yang Wei's brow furrowed. He didn't know what was going on, but he realized that something big was about to happen. Immediately, he and the blood warriors who followed him quietly left the mansion and walked towards Yang Zhao's compound. In Yang Kai's mansion, when Qiu Yimeng learned of this news, her beautiful face couldn't help turning pale and quickly issued orders to all the forces in the mansion to prepare for Yang Kai's return. She wasn't sure what had happened to Nanshang and Xiang Chu, but she faintly felt that it had something to do with Yang Kai. Chapter 517. The cultivator from Yang Kai's mansion was about to set off under Qiu Yimeng's leadership when the old demon suddenly appeared beside Qiu Yimeng and frowned. No need to go out. Young master seems to have returned. He's back? Qiu Yimeng breathed a sigh of relief. When Yang Kai took Yingzhou out, she had been on tenterhooks, fearing that Yang Kai had encountered some kind of accident. Now that she heard the old demon say this, she couldn't help feeling relieved and hurriedly asked, "Where is he now?" The old demon's expression became cold as he secretly probed for a moment before replying. "He's back, but he doesn't seem to have any intention of returning to the mansion. Instead, he's heading southeast." "Southeast?" Qiu Yimeng muttered, her expression suddenly changing. "That's the location of Yang Zhao's mansion. Who provoked young master? He's very angry right now." The old demon took a deep breath. This old master must go and protect him. As soon as his voice fell, the old man transformed into a bloody light and disappeared. Qiu Yimeng's beautiful face suddenly went pale and she didn't dare to hesitate, hurriedly leading the masters from the mansion to rush out. At the same time, Meng Wuya, who was meditating in his room, slowly opened his eyes. His brow furrowed as he turned his gaze towards Yang Kai's location, muttering to himself, "What's wrong with that little bastard? Why is his evil qi so thick?" Muttering to himself, Meng Wuya quickly stood up, opened the door, and stared at the horizon. Up above, dark clouds covered the sky, blocking out the slightest bit of sunlight. It seemed that the entire War City had fallen into darkness, the rolling black clouds like ink-splashed cotton, weighing down on everyone's hearts. Sighing slightly, Meng Wuya took a few steps forward and flew a few thousand meters away. Back in the Seal Temple, the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters sitting on the high platform also withdrew from the small world where their divine senses had merged. Glancing at each other, their seemingly turbid old eyes flashed with some surprise. Qiu Daoren hesitated for a moment before saying, "Brother Yang, that little brat of yours seems to be showing signs of becoming the demon race." Yang Liting's expression remained indifferent as he closed his eyes and said nothing. The fat elder laughed and said, "You don't care? If he continued like this, he might really become the demon race." Only then did Yang Liting open his eyes and say indifferently, "He has to walk his own path." This old master doesn't have the leisure to care about his life or death. What if he really has a change of heart and turns into a demon? The Kong family's above immortal ascension boundary elder frowned and asked. A young man with such a thick murderous aura around him would sooner or later be affected by it and fall into the demonic Tao, becoming a murderous maniac who didn't even recognize his own family. When the time comes, this old man will personally clean up the sect. Brother Kong need not worry about it, Yang Li Ting responded coldly. Hearing this, the other 7 no longer tried to dissuade him, all of them slowly shaking their heads, secretly feeling that although the Yang family was strong, it wouldn't last long. Their familial feelings were really too weak. If it was a young disciple of their family who was in such a situation, how could they sit still? He would have left the mountain long ago to capture him and properly train him to suppress the evil genes in his body. What's more, this little brat had outstanding talent and was very likely to be a rising star of the Yang family in the future. Yet Yang Li Ting was actually willing to ignore him. The 7 grand elders really couldn't understand. However, this was someone else's family matter after all. They had all lived for many years and were naturally indifferent to this matter. If Yang Li Ting didn't care about it, they naturally wouldn't care either. In fact, they were actually quite happy to see this scene. The Yang family had occupied the top position in the central capital for a long time, and if it continued to develop like this within 100 years, it would inevitably give way to one of the other 7 families. What was laughable was that while the 7 families could see this, the Yang family couldn't. Yang Zhao's mansion. Nanshang and Xiang Chu fled back to their room like stray dogs, their hasty cries alerting Yang Zhao, who was lying on his bed. Quickly getting up, Yang Zhao glanced outside. Second young master, what's wrong? Xian Ro wriggled her waist like a water snake, her snow-white skin exposed to the air, her 2 slender legs wrapped around Yang Zhao's waist, her eyes blurred as her face flushed red. Something's wrong. I seem to hear the voices of Xiang Chu and Nanshang. Yang Zhao frowned. Did they come back? Xian Ro smiled like a blooming flower, adding a touch of charm to her face. They must have brought second young master good news. Yang Zhao chuckled, reaching out his hand and gently pinching Xian Ro's plump breasts, causing them to ripple. This rough action caused Xian Ro to grunt and stare towards him. That'd better be the case. Yang Zhao was also secretly looking forward to it. This time's operation could be said to have been carried out without anyone noticing. He also had great confidence in Kang Zhan and Qiu Zirua, so these past few days he had been waiting for news and had not been in the mood to cultivate. Instead, he had spent this time with Xian Ro, relieving the anxiety in his heart. Otherwise, with his sex life, it would have been impossible for him to indulge in such debauchery in broad daylight. Beauty was indeed attractive, but what he valued more was his own strength and the power he could grasp. As long as he could defeat Yang Kai in the inheritance war, his eldest brother Yang Wei would no longer be a threat. When the time came, he could easily win the final victory of the inheritance war. Since it's good news, it won't be too late to wait and hear it later. Xian Ro said sweetly, stretching out her jade arm and wrapping it around Yang Zhao's neck, pulling him down in an attempt to keep him here for a while. Don't make trouble. If it's really good news, I'll pamper you tonight. Yang Zhao's eyes flashed. Not the slightest trace of obscenity, only endless expectation. Although Xian Ro felt a little regretful and disappointed, she no longer insisted. To deal with a man like Yang Zhao, her body was only a small trick, not a decisive factor. Then this lady will help you get dressed. Xian Ro sat up docilely and pulled out the clothes that had been piled up messily on the bed and helped Yang Zhao put them on. Just as she finished dressing, Yang Zhao's expression suddenly changed while Xian Ro's movements also paused. Because both of them had heard Xiang Chu and Nanshang's desperate and panicked cries. Both of them immediately realized that something was wrong. If these two had really brought back the good news Yang Zhao was looking forward to, it would have been impossible for them to behave like this. Second young lord, second young lord. Outside the door, the sound of footsteps in Xiang Chu's and Nanshang's cries rang out. Yang Zhao's expression sank as he quickly stepped out, opened the door, and glanced at Xiang Chu and Nan Shang. His face couldn't help becoming pale. The two of them were in an extremely sorry state, their bodies covered with scars, their faces pale, and the yuan qi flowing through their bodies was almost undetectable. They were like stray dogs that had been chased back home. Yi Xianro exclaimed and quickly hid herself on the bed, covering her tender white body with the bedding, so as not to let any light leak out. What happened? Yang Zhao took a deep breath, trying to calm his mood as he asked. Seeing the appearance and expression of these two, Yang Zhao also understood something, but he still couldn't believe his guess was correct. Second young master. Nan Sheng pursed his dry and pale lips. After calling out his name, he couldn't say anything else. Yang Zhao immediately turned his eyes to Xiang Chu, the latter's expression also flickering with shame and resentment. Did you fail? Yang Zhao asked coldly, a cold light flashing across his face. Nan Sheng remained silent, his face red. Xiang Chu had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, Second young lord is disappointed. Yang Zhao couldn't help but stagger slightly as he stared at these two in disbelief. Although he had some faint speculations in his heart, when they were confirmed, Yang Zhao still couldn't believe it. He had dispatched so many people, a perfect lineup and impeccable strength, how could they still fail? Tell me the reason. Yang Zhao's expression suddenly became cold as he shouted. Ingzhou has reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage. Xiang Chu grit his teeth and replied. This was something no one had expected. Ingzhou, who had reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage, was already enough to give Yang Zhao a headache. He had even summoned two peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters to deal with him. How could he have known Ingzhou had broken through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage? An Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage Blood Warrior was likely only a Blood Warrior or an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master of the same level could deal with him. Hearing this explanation, Yang Zhao couldn't help feeling startled, his expression relaxing a little. This false information obviously accounted for most of the reason for the operation's failure. What else? Even if Ingzhou was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage cultivator, you shouldn't have failed. The people I gave you were more than enough to restrain Ingzhou. Recovering from his shock, Yang Zhao asked coldly. Ingzhou was indeed restrained. Xiang Chu's expression was bitter as he recalled his previous encounter and couldn't help shuddering. But Yang Kai had two mysterious grade artifacts? Immediately, Xiang Chu briefly recounted his previous encounter. The more Yang Zhao listened, the colder his heart became, only now realizing how terrifying his 9th brother was. What about Kang Zhan and Qiu Ziruo? How come only the two of you came back? Yang Zhao suddenly recovered and asked. Young Master Kang, he was pierced through the right side of his chest by Yang Kai and was seriously injured. He should still be healing. What? Yang Zhao's eyes widened. Yi Xianro, who was lying on the bed, also called out in shock, covering her mouth with her hand as a strange light flashed across her eyes. Kang Zhan had been pierced through the right side of his chest by Yang Kai. This news was simply too shocking. Since ancient times, no young lord of the 8 great families had ever suffered such a serious injury while participating in the inheritance war. According to the ancient records, the young lords and young ladies had at most suffered some superficial wounds that would heal after a few days of rest. But this time, the future successor of the Kang family had actually been stabbed. This news dumbfounded Yang Zhao and Yi Xianro. They hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so bold. What about Qiu Ziruo? I don't know, we separated on the way back. I don't know where he is now. Good, good, good. Yang Zhao suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter like thunder, rolling across the room. Both Xiang Chu and Nan Shang couldn't help feeling their cheeks burn, wishing they could find a hole to crawl into and hide. You're quite strong. You were actually beaten to such a state by my 9th brother. You really are all young lords from first-class families. Your skills are extraordinary. Usually you're all proud and arrogant, but now you're like stray dogs. You brought so many people with you, yet you couldn't even capture my 9th brother. What use do I have for you? Xiang Chu and Nan Shang were scolded so harshly that they couldn't help feeling annoyed. Although they felt sullen in their hearts, they didn't dare to refute. Chapter 518. Just as Yang Zhao was reprimanding Xiang Chu and Nan Shang, an angry roar suddenly rang out. Xiang Chu, Nan Shang, your time of death has come. This voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Xiang Chu and Nan Shang, who were both filled with shame and anger, couldn't help panicking when they heard these words. Yang Zhao's expression suddenly became strange as he glared towards Xiang Chu and Nan Shang, sneering, "What do you mean? Why is ninth brother here?" Nan Shang closed his mouth, not daring to speak. Xiang Chu braced himself and said, "Yang Kai seems to have chased us all the way here." "Nonsense!" Yang Zhao ground his teeth and roared. "Of course I know he chased us all the way here, but why is he doing this? Are you hiding something from me?" When he was describing the battle with Yang Kai, Xiang Chu hadn't mentioned anything about High Heaven Pavilion because he was afraid Yang Zhao would think too much. But now, Yang Kai had arrived outside the mansion, so Xiang Chu suddenly understood that he couldn't hide anything. "Speak. What did you do to provoke him and make him so angry?" Yang Zhao took a deep breath and tried to calm his tone. "It was High Heaven Pavilion's people. Big Brother Nan injured one of their disciples." High Heaven Pavilion? The sect ninth brother came from? Yang Zhao frowned and continued to ask, "It's not that simple, is it? Second young master, please calm your anger." Xiang Chu frowned and helplessly explained the whole story. After listening, Yang Zhao nodded gently. "Opposing each other and resorting to any means necessary, what you did wasn't wrong." Xiang Chu was overjoyed when he heard this, thinking that Yang Zhao didn't want to hold them accountable. But just as his smile bloomed, Yang Zhao's expression became cold again as he glared at him and said, "If you had the ability to withstand ninth brother's revenge, I would have clapped my hands in joy. But do you have the ability? If you don't have the ability, then why would you do such a stupid thing? I only want to say that you two idiots have been blinded by hatred." Xiang Chu kept quiet out of fear. Nan Shang raised his head and said, "Regardless of whether we are right or wrong, Yang Kai is making such a ruckus outside the mansion right now. If second young master doesn't respond, I'm afraid the world will look down on you. Trying to goad me?" Yang Zhao laughed. "Nanshang, you really look down on this Yang Zhao too much. No wonder you and Xiang Chu suffered such a big loss at the hands of my ninth brother." Nanshang couldn't help but panic, his voice trembling as he said, "This Nan didn't mean that. Second young master, please forgive me." Glaring at him coldly, Yang Zhao said, "But you're right. Ninth brother daring to provoke me outside my house in broad daylight. I can't just ignore him." When Xiang Chu and Nan Shang heard this, they couldn't help feeling overjoyed and quickly said, "Many thanks, second young lord. No need." Yang Zhao slowly shook his head and said flatly, "This time I will protect you because you are still my allies. After today, all of you can return to your respective clans. War City does not need you, nor does the Yang family's inheritance war." With a cold snort, he turned around, picked up his clothes, and walked out. Behind him, Nan Shang and Xiang Chu's faces were completely drained of blood. They hadn't expected that because of this incident, Yang Zhao would actually expel them. The Xiang and Nan families were quite powerful and had long since attached themselves to the great tree that was Yang Zhao in this inheritance war. For so long, they had braved wind and rain, experiencing all kinds of hardships, fighting side by side with Yang Zhao. For the sake of the inheritance war, the Xiang and Meng families had also invested a lot of manpower, material, financial, and so on. But now, at the end of the inheritance war, they were actually going to be expelled by the main family. If news of this spread out, the two families would definitely become laughingstocks. After paying so much, not receiving any benefits was only secondary. The family's honor would definitely be tarnished. After offending Yang Kai and failing to obtain his protection and favor, wanting to establish a relationship with the Yang family in the future would be somewhat unrealistic. The other great forces in the world may also alienate the Xiang and Nan families because of this incident. When that time came, the family's development would definitely be difficult. It was also very likely that because of this incident, the two of them would lose their positions as family heirs. Considering all this, Xiang Chu and Nan Shang couldn't help shivering in cold sweat. Immediately, their eyes filled with hatred and resentment. Both of them couldn't help grinding their teeth and clenching their fists. If it weren't for Yang Kai, how could they have fallen to such a state? Two young lords, a delicate voice suddenly called out from the side, causing the dazed Xiang Chu and Nan Shang to look up and see Xen Ro smiling charmingly, reaching out to cover her chest with a quilt, exposing her two delicate shoulders, giving off an alluring luster like that of porcelain. Normally, Xiang Chu and Nan Shang would definitely have imprinted this beautiful scene into their eyes, but right now, they weren't in the mood to do so. Xen Ro giggled, not caring about her exposed skin, reaching out and lifting the quilt, revealing the front of her chest, whispering softly, "You're standing here? It's not easy for me to get dressed. Can you two step back for a moment? Also, second young lord has already left. Don't you want to chase after him?" Xiang Chu and Nan Shang awoke from their stupor and quickly ran out. Although Yang Zhao had said that he would protect them this time, who knew if he was telling the truth? After the two left, Xen Ro curled her lips and muttered discontentedly, "Why didn't you help me close the door?" Muttering to herself, her cheeks flushed red as she muttered to herself, "This Yang Kai is quite interesting. Even daring to stab Kang Zhan, his courage is quite big." Although she had been in contact with Yang Kai several times, she had never spoken to this youngest Yang family young lord, so she didn't know what kind of temperament he had. But today, after experiencing it for herself, she couldn't help secretly paying attention, wondering who would win the inheritance war between him and second young Lord Yang Zhao. Outside Yang Kai's house, Yang Kai stood alone, his demonic chi soaring to the heavens, his huge divine sense enveloping the entire compound, penetrating every nook and cranny. A steady stream of people rushed towards Yang Kai's house and slowly gathered. These people had all been attracted by Yang Kai's voice and none of them knew what was happening. Inside War City, a storm was brewing. A few thousand meters away, inside a tea house, Yang Wei, who had concealed his appearance, squinted towards Yang Kai from a few thousand meters away and couldn't help feeling surprised. He found that although Yang Kai seemed calm right now, in fact, his murderous intent had been locked onto a certain spot in Yang Zhao's house, and the look on his face was also extremely firm. It was as if he would never give up until he had killed his target. What does ninth brother want to do? Yang Wei was stunned. War City had been peaceful for more than 2 months now, and everyone had been working hard to develop and strengthen themselves in order to achieve the effect of suppressing the enemy. Ninth brother suddenly making such a move made Yang Wei quite confused. However, faintly, Yang Wei felt like he had missed a good show. There should be some kind of conflict between ninth brother and second brother that he wasn't aware of, otherwise, it would be impossible for him to make such a big fuss in broad daylight. At that moment, a blood-red light broke through the air, bringing with it an unparalleled demonic chi. Yang Wei's breath came to a halt as he stared towards this blood-red light. A moment later, the blood-red light fell beside Yang Kai. It was the evil demon master who had suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's house 2 months ago. Young master! As soon as the old demon appeared, he stood not far from Yang Kai, vigilant of the surrounding movements. Yang Kai nodded gently, already knowing that this old man would come, so he didn't show much interest. Where did this person come from? Yang Wei thought bitterly, really unable to figure out the origins of this old demon. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Yang Wei saw a familiar figure calmly sit down in the chair across from him. Turning his head, Yang Wei found that it was actually Lu Qingyao of the Lu family. Yang Wei nodded slightly and raised his hand to pour him a cup of tea. "No one knows where that person came from," Lu Qingyao suddenly said. "This person seems to have appeared out of thin air. All we know is that half a year ago he was active in the Ash Grey Cloud Evil Land and killed a lot of people." "Oh?" Yang Wei raised his brow. "So, he's from the Evil Land." "Unlikely. In the Ash Grey Cloud Evil Land, there is no such person under the command of the 6 great evil kings." Lu Qingyao shook his head. The old demon had displayed shocking strength 2 months ago, so Lu Qingyao was naturally more concerned about him. Even after using the Lu family's strength to inquire about him for a long time, he still couldn't find any clues. But it seems that he is very respectful to ninth brother. Why is such a strong person so docile in front of ninth brother? Yang Wei gently sighed, still puzzled. These were masters who were only one step away from the above immortal ascension boundary. Even the central capital's 8 great families didn't have many such masters. These people, even if their status wasn't as high as those at the above immortal ascension boundary, weren't far behind. Once they broke through, they would receive the respect and admiration of the masses. Not to mention him, your ninth brother is also not a fish in a pond. Lu Qingyao's expression became dignified as he stared off into the distance, fixing his eyes on Yang Kai. Yang Wei glanced over at him and suddenly smiled. I didn't expect young Lord Lu to praise someone so highly. If ninth brother knew, he would definitely be proud. Lu Qingyao shook his head. I'm not qualified to evaluate him. His future achievements will be higher than mine. He's higher than you now. Yang Wei smiled meaningfully. Yang Kai's vitality was now extremely vigorous. Although he was only at the Yuanqi boundary 9th stage, even from such a distance, Yang Kai could still feel a huge amount of pressure coming from Yang Kai. He estimated that if he were to fight with Yang Kai now, he would be defeated in less than 10 breaths. Even if Lu Qingyao was stronger than him, he was definitely not his ninth brother's opponent. Since Yang Wei could see this, Lu Qingyao naturally could as well, but he didn't refute Yang Wei's words and instead nodded. It's just that if he continues like this, he will sooner or later fall into the demon Dao. When that time comes, no matter how strong he is or how good his aptitude is, it will be useless. The Yuan Qi in his body is filled with too much malevolent evil Qi, something he won't be able to suppress. Hearing this, Yang Wei couldn't help wearing a bitter expression, knowing that Lu Qingyao wasn't exaggerating. But in his heart he couldn't help wondering how Yang Kai had become like this. Could it be that ninth brother has been cultivating some kind of demonic secret art these past 2 months? Yang Wei secretly guessed. Chapter 519. More and more people rushed out of Yang Kai's house to confront him. But when they saw the old demon guarding Yang Kai, their faces filled with horror and none of them dared to act rashly. The old demon's bloody and cruel methods that night had given them too much of a deterrent. Not long after the old demon arrived, Qiu Yimeng also appeared beside Yang Kai with a group of people. When she saw Yang Kai's current state, the Qiu family's first young lady couldn't help being startled and quickly rushed over to ask, Yang Kai, what happened to you? Huixing's eyes also trembled as he felt the demonic qi emanating from Yang Kai's body, causing his heart to go cold. The crowd was also pointing at Yang Kai and whispering, discussing whether the youngest young lord of the Yang family was really on the verge of becoming the demon race and was about to lose his mind and be driven by evil. If this was the case, it would be a big joke. The central capital's 8 great families and the ash-gray cloud evil land had always been like fire and water, and the cultivator of the 8 great families had always been responsible for eradicating the demon race. The Yang family's rising star, who was expected to win the right to inherit the patriarch's position, was actually about to become an evil demon. If this news spread, it would only become the talk of the world. Tang Yuxian, the Hu sisters, Dong Qinghan, the 4 girls from 10,000 Flower Palace, Luo Xiaoman. All of them looked over with concern, their faces filled with worry. Are you still sober? Qiu Yimeng asked in a trembling voice, her pair of beautiful eyes staring straight into Yang Kai's eyes, trying to find a trace of humanity in them. Unfortunately, she was disappointed. Yang Kai's eyes, although clear at the moment, were filled with murderous intent, as if he had been affected by hatred and murderous intent, obliterating his true nature. Qiu Yimeng couldn't help trembling as she felt somewhat at a loss. Although her performance in the inheritance war was excellent and she had been acting as Yang Kai's deputy, directing the actions of the many cultivator in the house, in the end, she still regarded Yang Kai as her backbone and all her actions and commands revolved around him. If Yang Kai had an accident, all her efforts would have been in vain. Yang Kai turned his head to look at her and shook his head. It's okay. Qiu Yimeng was stunned, seemingly unable to believe that Yang Kai was able to suppress the demonic qi in this state and maintain a clear mind. If it was any other martial artist, they probably wouldn't be able to do it, right? Old demon curled his lips and grinned. Young master, your current aura is very much to old servant's liking. Ha 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 ha. Us master and servant really do share some kind of fate. Chiu Meng couldn't help glancing at Yang Kai. Yang, since you're back, why did you come here? To kill. Kill who? Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng. Hearing to Yang Kai's family, Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng, although their status wasn't comparable to the young lords and young ladies of the central capital's 8 great families, they were still the future successors of first-class families. Such people couldn't be killed just because Yang Kai said so. Even a hateful person like Lu Song, Yang Kai didn't intend to take his life, so why would he want to kill Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng at this time? Chiu Meng, who had just calmed down, couldn't help thinking that Yang Kai had gone crazy. Yang Kai, can we go back first? Chiu Meng stepped forward and grabbed Yang Kai's arm, pleading softly. Let's go back and discuss this matter. We need to see if there is a suitable method to kill Nanshang and Xiang Chu without too much effort. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her strangely. I'm serious, even if you block the way, there's no way to kill them. Yang Zhao has a lot of cultivators, even if we all rush in, we may not be able to kill them. Chiu Meng continued. Let's go back first, okay? Huastar's eyes couldn't help bulging. He had never seen such a gentle side of Chiu Meng before. The Chiu family's first young lady had always been intelligent and far-sighted, giving people a sense of shrewdness and ability, making everyone overlook her feminine side. Once such a woman became gentle, she was a fatal temptation to any man, an irresistible temptation. Huastar's thought that if he were treated so gently by Chiu Meng, his bones would melt and he would become completely obedient to her. Yes, Yang Kai, let's go back first. We'll accompany you to discuss this matter for a few days and nights. Luo Xiaoman didn't know where her courage came from, but she actually dared to speak to Yang Kai. The 4 10,000 Flower Palace girls all nodded in agreement, each of them trying to persuade Yang Kai one by one. Although their words were different, without exception, all of them were extremely gentle, their faces filled with the radiance of motherly love. The rest of the crowd couldn't help looking at each other strangely. Yang Kai frowned, sweeping his eyes over the crowd, his eyes finally landing on Chiu Meng's face. Do you all treat me like a child? However, even though he said this, Yang Kai still felt a burst of warmth in his heart. No matter what, these people were concerned about his condition. All the women present blushed, only now realizing that his mind was really clear and there were no signs of confusion. Yang Kai chuckled lightly, a trace of gratitude and tenderness appearing on his face as he said lightly, I'm really fine, you don't need to worry. Chiu Meng took a deep breath, her expression becoming solemn. Good. I believe you're really fine, but you said you want to kill Xiang Chu and Nanshang. How are you going to do that? This is Yang Zhao's house. There are nearly 1,000 cultivators here, 4 or 5 times our number. Even if you can kill them, most of the people here will die with them. Do you really have the heart to do that? You think too highly of them. Yang Kai's expression became cold as he slowly shook his head. Numbers don't mean everything. Second brother is a cautious person, without absolute certainty. It's absolutely impossible for him to fight with me. He has scruples about big brother. He wants to win the inheritance war. Heh, I don't care. Yang Kai sneered. Chiu Meng was stunned. She hadn't expected that Yang Kai would not only be fine but also have such a clear mind. One was free to act recklessly while the other was cautious and overcautious. The development of the situation was likely to be exactly as Yang Kai had said. While Chiu Meng was in a daze, Yang Zhao had already strode out of the house, his face gloomy, and under the protection of the numerous cultivators, he coldly shouted, Ninth brother, what is the meaning of this? Yang Zhao was also furious. The failure of Xiang Chu, Nanshang, and the others had greatly disappointed him. Although he was secretly surprised by Yang Kai's strength, being blocked outside his house like this made Yang Zhao feel like his face had been damaged. It was still daytime, and although dark clouds had gathered in the sky, making it impossible to see the sun, his ninth brother acting like this was clearly not putting him in his eyes. Second brother, Yang Kai nodded lightly to him. Second brother's methods are quite good. This time, ninth brother almost lost. Yang Zhao's expression became bitter as he coldly snorted. No need to ridicule second brother. It was I who underestimated your strength. This time, if I had gone out personally, you wouldn't be standing here talking to me right now. Yang Kai smiled contemptuously. Even if second brother had gone out personally, I'm afraid he wouldn't have succeeded. Yang Zhao's expression suddenly became cold as he said in a low voice, Ninth brother, second brother now realizes that you are the most arrogant person in the Yang family. Pausing for a moment, Yang Zhao slowly shook his head. Ninth brother, for a single high heaven pavilion disciple, is it really worth it? I've heard what happened, and indeed, since you had an agreement with Kang Zhan, the Xiong and Nan families still dared to make a move against them. That's their fault. Their deaths aren't worth regretting. But you've already killed so many people, your anger should have subsided by now. You bringing people to block second brother's door, don't you think that's a bit inappropriate? Or, do you think second brother is easy to bully? At the end of his words, Yang Zhao's tone became stern. As he questioned, the other cultivators around him all began to secretly condense their true qi, causing the scene to suddenly become tense. Yang Kai's expression remained calm as he coldly said, Second brother, this time I don't want to argue with you. I just want to kill people. Once I kill those two people, I'll leave immediately. With me here, can you kill them? Then there's nothing to say. Yang Kai's face filled with disappointment as he slowly shook his head, his eyes sweeping past Yang Zhao and landing somewhere behind him. At some point, Xiang Chu and Nanshang had sneaked out and were currently hiding in the crowd, observing the situation from afar. Perceiving Yang Kai's gaze on them, the two of them couldn't help going pale. Today, no matter who is protecting you, you'll all die. Yang Kai suddenly showed an impatient look as he coldly shouted, a cold light flashing across his eyes. Kacha. Suddenly. The ground began to freeze and an incomparably cold aura descended. With Yang Kai as the center, the fan-shaped territory in front of him was instantly frozen solid. Feeling the danger and murderous intent contained within this cold aura, the cultivators gathered around Yang Zhao's mansion all paled and quickly flew up into the air to avoid the encroaching cold. Unlike the true Yang Yuan Qi cultivated by Yang Kai's true Yang secret art, the energy contained within the unyielding golden skeleton was both evil and cold, the polar opposite of the true Yang Yuan Qi. As soon as Yang Kai used this evil energy, the surrounding temperature suddenly plummeted. The old demon let out a strange laugh as he stretched out his hand and sent out a blood-red light. The frozen earth was suddenly covered in a crimson light, and within this crimson light, a figure strangely appeared. This was the blood demon puppet refined by the old demon. As long as this sea of blood existed, it was immortal. The blood demon stood quietly above the sea of blood, not making the slightest movement, only a monstrous evil aura pulsing from its body. At the same time, Tang Yuxian also let out a shout as she released her powerful spiritual energy. The cultivators around Yang Kai no longer hesitated and summoned their artifacts. Roar. A loud roar rang out as a huge triangular head suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai. This was a head made of pure black energy. This triangular head swayed back and forth as its two copper bell-sized slender eyes exuded a terrifying chill. Being stared at by this pair of eyes, no one dared to act rashly. Gradually, this head finally revealed its full ferocious appearance, causing cries of alarm to ring out. This head was actually a jet-black flood dragon. Its several dozen-meter-long body hovered above Yang Kai's head, as lifelike as a real creature. When Xiang Chu and Nanshang saw this black flood dragon they had not seen in a long time, their legs couldn't help going soft and they almost fell to the ground. At the foot of Taifang Mountain, Yang Kai had relied on this black flood dragon condensed from Yuan Qi to bite off the body of an immortal ascension boundary cultivator. Chapter 520. The several dozen-meter-long black flood dragon slowly moved forward, causing many of the cultivators present to feel a sense of panic, and their attitude towards Yang Kai also quietly changed. These cultivators from Yang Kai's house had thought that they could rely on their numerical advantage to defeat Yang Kai's group, but after seeing the strength of Yang Kai's display of strength, all of them immediately restrained such thoughts. Such strength and heritage was not something an average person could capture. In today's battle, even if they could defeat the cultivators from Yang Kai's house, they might not necessarily be able to capture Yang Kai. What made them feel a little relieved, though, was that whether it was the old demon or Tang Yuxian, after showing their strength, neither of them made any moves, as if they were only here to deter and had no intention of actually starting a massacre. Yang Zhao's expression suddenly changed as he shouted, "Ninth brother, do you really intend to fight with second brother here?" As Yang Kai had said before, Yang Zhao had more concerns than he did. Although he had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers, in terms of strength and number of masters, he was inferior to Yang Kai's house. Once a fight broke out, the result would only be a lose-lose situation. At that time, the fisherman who reaped the benefits would be Yang Wei. He didn't want others to take advantage of him. Before he had an absolute advantage, he didn't intend to face anyone head-on. Unfortunately, Yang Kai's tyrannical display this time made Yang Zhao realize that the course of the inheritance war would not develop as he expected. "Second brother, as I said, I only want to kill those two people. Hand them over and I'll immediately withdraw." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "Impossible." Yang Zhao also shook his head. If he really handed over Xiangchu and Nanshang, what would become of him? However, he also understood from Yang Kai's words that Yang Kai also didn't want to start a war here. A lose-lose situation was something no one was willing to accept. Yang Zhao was afraid that Yang Wei would take advantage of the situation, while Yang Kai was unwilling to let his friends face danger. The starting points of the two were different, but their considerations were the same. After pondering for a moment, Yang Zhao suddenly chuckled and said, "Ninth brother, since you and second brother both have concerns, I have a suggestion. Would you like to hear it?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed, not knowing what kind of plot Yang Zhao was trying to play, but he still nodded gently. "Speak. This time, let's just treat it as an internal struggle between our Yang family members. Since it's an internal struggle, only the Yang family members can participate. You want to kill and I want to protect. Let's use our own methods. How about it?" The corners of Yang Kai's mouth curled up as he smiled playfully. Internal strife? Not bad. Only the Yang family members can participate? Yes. Including blood warriors, right? Of course, the blood warriors may not be surnamed Yang, but they are still members of my Yang family. I understand. Yang Kai nodded lightly, then suddenly looked up, his eyes shining brightly. "We'll do as second brother says. This time, it's an internal struggle between my Yang family members. It's a deal." Yang Zhao couldn't help laughing, as if he had just succeeded in some kind of plot. Yang Kai also laughed, but his laugh was extremely strange. Qiu Yimeng's brow furrowed, faintly realizing that something was wrong, but she couldn't figure out what it was. Inside the tea house, Yang Wei and Lu Qingyao both wore confused looks, neither of them understanding what Yang Zhao was trying to do. Why was he acting so smug? Even more so, they couldn't understand what Yang Kai was trying to do. His expression completely calm and confident. Of these two brothers, one was confident he could protect Nanshang and Xiangchu, while the other was confident he could kill them. In the end, no one knew who would succeed. Since only the Yang family members could participate in this battle, Tang Yuxian and the blood warrior beside Yang Zhao would definitely face off. So Yang Zhao's opponent would be Yang Kai. Although the current Yang Kai's aura was ferocious and brutal, showing signs of becoming the demon race, his oppressive momentum and tyrannical strength were obvious to all. Was Yang Zhao confident he could stop him? Yang Wei and Lu Qingyao weren't optimistic. Even if Yang Zhao was outstanding, it was impossible for him to be Yang Kai's opponent. In less than 3 breaths of time, Yang Zhao would be defeated. "Yu Xian!" Yang Kai suddenly shouted. Tang Yuxian nodded gently, her delicate body flickering as she flew up into the air. The blood warrior beside Yang Zhao smiled lightly, and without the slightest hesitation rushed up to meet Tang Yuxian. The two blood warriors didn't even exchange a single word before they immediately began fighting. However, no one paid any attention to them. Even though they were both immortal ascension boundary masters, today's focus was still on the two Yang family young lords. Ninth brother, Yang Zhao shouted. To everyone's surprise, facing Yang Kai at this moment, he actually didn't defend himself and instead launched a fierce counterattack, stomping his foot hard on the ground. Suddenly, several strange bulges appeared on the ground, as if there were giant earthworms rapidly moving up and down. Traces of terrifying energy surged up from below and rushed towards Yang Kai. Earth Demon Dragon technique. On the first night of the Inheritance War, Yang Zhao had used this martial skill to deal with Huastars. Each of these Earth Fiend Dragons was condensed from the soul of a fifth-order monster beast and was stored in Yang Zhao's body. When facing an enemy, he could use them flexibly, often catching his enemy off guard and catching them off guard. At that time, Yang Zhao could only use 7 Earth Demon Dragons, but now, with the growth of his strength, he could use 10 of them, and the power each of them could display was incomparable to before. Facing Yang Zhao's killing move, Yang Kai's expression didn't change in the slightest. With a single thought, the black flood dragon hovering above his head suddenly opened its bloody maw and shot out a jet of black energy. Shio shio shio. Each wave of energy struck the Earth Fiend Dragon art below the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Yang Zhao's Earth Fiend Dragon art was scattered before it could do anything. Yang Zhao, on the other hand, didn't seem to care at all. Instead, a strange grin appeared on his face as he stared towards Yang Kai, his eyes filled with pride and pity as he muttered softly, "Ninth brother, you're finished." A few thousand meters away, in the tea house, Yang Wei and Lu Qingyao both paled, exchanging a glance, suddenly understanding what Yang Zhao was planning. Qiu Yimeng's beautiful face also went pale, because in the midst of the cloud of dust, she suddenly noticed a figure approaching Yang Kai at an incredible speed. This person's appearance was extremely strange and silent, so by the time Qiu Yimeng noticed and wanted to warn Yang Zhao, it was already too late. "Second brother, do you really think ninth brother doesn't know what you're planning?" Yang Kai suddenly shouted, and the black flood dragon above his head shot out like an arrow from a bow. Before the strange figure that had appeared behind him could reach him, Yang Kai opened his mouth and bit down on him. The man was stunned, not having expected that his whereabouts would be completely understood by Yang Kai. Realizing how strange and difficult the black flood dragon was to deal with, he didn't dare to attack rashly, his figure flickering a few times before he arrived beside Yang Kai and stared towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai coldly snorted, his figure remaining motionless as he stared at the pale-faced Yang Zhao indifferently. It turns out that the other blood warrior in second brother's house has already broken the Qi binding seal, Yang Wei suddenly realized. During the artifact-snatching battle at Pajing Lake, every young lord had a blood warrior with their Yuan Qi sealed by the Qi binding seal. This was the work of the Yang family's grand elder, Huang Jiuzhou. If a blood warrior wanted to rely on their own strength to break this seal, it would take at least 2 months. The blood warrior in Yang Wei's house had been in retreat, trying to break through the Qi binding seal. More than 2 months had passed and he should be about to emerge. But unexpectedly, the blood warrior in Yang Zhao's house who had been imprisoned by Yuan Qi had already succeeded. No wonder Yang Zhao had made such a proposal. It turned out that this was the reason. With Ying Ju not here, Yang Kai now had to face Yang Zhao and an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage blood warrior on his own. In the eyes of outsiders, he had no chance of winning. "You already knew?" Yang Zhao's face twitched slightly. He thought his plan had succeeded and was ready to take advantage of this opportunity to directly eliminate Yang Kai, but he hadn't expected the other party to already know he had a blood warrior hidden away. "Naturally I knew." Yang Kai spat disdainfully. Under his powerful divine sense, no one in Yang Zhao's house could hide from him. "You knew and still dared to agree?" Yang Zhao stared at Yang Kai incredulously. "So what if I agreed?" Yang Kai said proudly, slowly shaking his head. "You can't stop me." These words were extremely arrogant. Everyone was dumbfounded, each of them showing a strange expression, secretly wondering if the Yang family's 9th brother had really gone mad. He couldn't be measured by the normal way of thinking at this moment. Inside the tea house, Yang Wei and Lu Qingyao were also dumbfounded. Facing an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage blood warrior, he actually dared to utter such arrogant words? He really didn't take the blood warriors of his family seriously. Everyone couldn't help feeling a strange mood. The blood warrior next to Yang Zhao wore a bitter expression, smacking his lips as he said, "Little Lord, although all of us blood warriors admire you, being looked down upon by you like this makes me feel very uncomfortable. In order to prove my strength, I won't hold back." "Then try and see if you can stop me," Yang Kai laughed, waving his hands and sending out a black aura that covered the sky like a swarm of locusts. The black flood dragon above his head also let out a resounding roar, shaking its head and wagging its tail as it rushed towards the blood warriors and Yang Zhao. Yang Kai didn't intend to waste any more time and immediately attacked with his full strength. In the face of such a violent attack, Yang Zhao suddenly felt suffocated and couldn't help feeling like he was unable to resist. On the other hand, the blood warrior beside him suddenly released a burst of powerful energy fluctuations from his body, and a white light enveloped him and Yang Zhao at the same time, protecting them. Kong Kong Kong. The black aura impacted the white light, and in the blink of an eye, the white light was suddenly stained like clear water that had been splashed with ink. The blood warrior's expression changed greatly, seemingly not having expected Yang Kai to display such strange means. Not daring to neglect, he hurriedly pulled Yang Zhao away. However, the black aura seemed to have eyes of its own and followed them like a shadow, relentlessly pursuing them. A resounding dragon roar rang out again as the several dozen-meter-long black flood dragon rushed towards the heads of the blood warriors and Yang Zhao, opening its bloody maw. A violent wave of energy, centered on the black flood dragon, suddenly burst forth and spread in all directions. The black aura also seemed to be ignited and burst apart. Chapter 521. All the spectating cultivators showed pained expressions under this strange power. All of them suddenly felt that even breathing had become difficult, as if there was a mountain pressing down on their heads, causing them to feel the urge to kneel on the ground. Only the old demon grinned, his eyes flashing a look of enjoyment and pleasure. This violent and evil aura was exactly the kind of power he longed for. "Run! Get away from that black chi. How is that possible? How can this little lord use such a powerful force? Am I seeing things?" The cultivators in Yang Zhao's house all shouted, their eyes filled with disbelief and fear as they hurriedly dodged, fearing they would be eroded by this black chi. A heaven-splitting, earth-shattering wave of power suddenly erupted from the black flood dragon's body, and a black vortex appeared in its maw. This vortex rapidly rotated, producing an unparalleled suction force that pulled Yang Zhao and the blood warriors around him towards it. Under the influence of this power, Yang Zhao had almost no strength to resist. If it weren't for the blood warriors guarding him, he would have already been sucked into the black flood dragon's maw and crushed to pieces. His face going pale, Yang Zhao realized for the first time that the gap in strength between himself and his 9th brother was so huge. It was like the gap between heaven and earth. Yang Zhao feared that even if he worked hard for a lifetime, he would never be able to catch up to his 9th brother. Thinking so, Yang Zhao suddenly felt a little disheartened, suddenly feeling that all struggles, resistance, the inheritance war, the Yang family patriarch, all of them were meaningless. "Second young lord," the blood warrior shouted in Yang Zhao's ear, causing Yang Zhao to shiver as if he had just been struck by lightning, his dazed eyes recovering a trace of clarity. "Don't be affected by this aura," the blood warrior quickly reminded. Yang Zhao sweated profusely and nodded quickly. He was not a man who easily admitted defeat. The reason why he had such negative thoughts just now was purely because he had been affected by Yang Kai's strange power. After being awakened by the blood warrior, Yang Zhao had also guarded his mind, not wanting to be affected by Yang Kai's aura again. "Yuxian!" Yang Kai also roared. Up in the sky, Tang Yuxian, who was fighting with the other blood warrior who was following Yang Zhao, grinned at her opponent and sent out a powerful spiritual energy towards him. Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage? The blood warrior who was fighting Tang Yuxian suddenly exclaimed. "Ah, you saw through me?" Tang Yuxian chuckled. "I wanted to hide it for a while." "How is that possible?" The blood warrior swept his eyes over Tang Yuxian, as if trying to get to know her again. "How did you break through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage so quickly?" The blood warriors were as close as brothers and sisters and knew each other well. What level Tang Yuxian was at right now, her opponent was naturally well aware of, and knew exactly when she would break through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage. But now, the sudden burst of spiritual energy made him realize that Tang Yuxian had actually broken through. "How did you do it?" The blood warrior asked eagerly. Originally, his aptitude and strength were about the same as Tang Yuxian's, but now that a woman had surpassed him, he was naturally both happy and anxious. He was happy because another of his blood warrior hall brothers and sisters had broken through, but he was anxious because he had fallen behind. "I'm not telling you." Tang Yuxian grinned. The man slowly shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Yuxian, it seems that after following the little lord, even your mentality has become younger. You weren't so naughty before." Tang Yuxian's face sank as she coldly asked, "What do you mean? Are you saying I'm old?" The man's heart clenched as he immediately realized that he had touched Tang Yuxian's taboo and quickly waved his hand. "Yuxian, I didn't say that. Humph, I didn't want to teach you a lesson, but now I'm going to teach you a lesson," Tang Yuxian said angrily, no longer showing any mercy as her opponent began to complain. Although there was only a single-step gap between them, it was this one-step gap that allowed Tang Yuxian to possess strength far superior to her opponent. Moreover, during the battle, Tang Yuxian could constantly release her soul skills to assist Yang Kai. With Tang Yuxian's assistance, Yang Kai's situation became more and more relaxed. "Little lord, please excuse me." The blood warrior who was guarding Yang Zhao suddenly shouted, immediately releasing his grip on Yang Kai and circulating his yuan qi. A green beam of light shot out from his body, forming a huge pillar of light that rushed towards Yang Kai. Crack. Before this beam of light could reach Yang Kai, he stretched out his hand and a black beam of energy rushed out, intercepting it mid-air and dispersing it. The attack condensed by the Yang family blood warrior, even if it wasn't his full strength, was still extremely terrifying and was unable to block Yang Kai's attack. Everyone was shocked, none of them knowing just how powerful Yang Kai's combat strength was at this moment. On the other hand, Yang Kai, although his vitality was extremely vigorous, his brow furrowed. This head-on confrontation with the blood warrior had made him realize that it was impossible for him to defeat his opponent. The Yang family blood warrior's reputation was not undeserved. Even if he had transformed into the demon race at this moment, with the assistance of Tang Yuxian's soul skill, it was impossible for him to defeat him. In other words, if it weren't for his need to protect Yang Zhao, he might have been defeated. In a one-on-one fight, Yang Kai was not the blood warrior's opponent. Thinking quickly, all kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Yang Kai coldly snorted and summoned the black dragon and all the evil energy back to him, wrapping him up. Flicking his wrist, Yang Kai summoned a small sword into his palm. This was the heaven-grade top-rank soul-type artifact. Since refining it until now, Yang Kai still felt like he hadn't been able to fully integrate with it. But at this moment, in order to kill Xiang Chu and Nanshang, Yang Kai had no choice but to use it. Success or failure, it all depended on this one move. Glancing behind Yang Zhao, Yang Kai saw Xiang Chu and Nanshang hiding in the crowd, their faces filled with hatred and resentment. "I said, no one can protect you today, you must die." Standing in place, Yang Kai let out a deep roar as a cold light flashed across his eyes. Xiang Chu and Nanshang trembled, suddenly feeling uneasy, subconsciously wanting to retreat and find someone who could protect them. Unfortunately, all the masters from the Xiang and Nan family had been killed by Yang Kai during his pursuit. The only two remaining peak Immortal Ascension boundary masters had fought with Ingjiu and had yet to return. After searching for a long time, they still couldn't find a master they could rely on. Facing Yang Kai's cold eyes and shout, the two of them couldn't help feeling a bad premonition. Yang Kai's performance was beyond their expectations. None of them had expected that Yang Kai would actually dare to pursue them all the way to Yang Zhao's mansion and even make such a big fuss here, not giving any face to anyone, making it seem like he wouldn't give up until he killed both of them. We are heirs of first-class families. Yang Kai, if you dare kill us, you will definitely regret it. Nanshang couldn't help screaming hysterically. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and coldly said, I don't care if you are heirs of a first-class family or not. If you had injured my people in a frontal battle, I wouldn't have had anything to say, but since you dared to take advantage of me while I wasn't paying attention, you must pay the price. Saying so, Yang Kai suddenly closed his eyes. Zhang. A crisp and melodious sound rang out from the small sword in his hand, as if someone was gently flicking it. A strange aura began to spread from Yang Kai's body. Quickly stop him. Yang Zhao saw that the situation had taken a turn for the worse and quickly shouted, summoning his mysterious grade artifact at the same time. This was a shining golden ring-shaped artifact, one of his spoils from the artifact-snatching battle at Pijing Lake. Madly pouring his yuan qi into the ring, Yang Zhao casually threw it out, causing the ring to suddenly split into 2, then 4, then 8. In the blink of an eye, the golden ring blotted out the sky and flew towards Yang Kai. The flood dragon roared, swayed its body, and used its huge body to protect Yang Kai, leaving no room for escape. Mad tyrant blood skill. At some unknown time, Tang Yuxian had also rushed down from the sky, an unimaginable strength erupting from her delicate body as she stood in front of Yang Kai. The 2 blood warriors who followed Yang Zhao also rushed up. A violent wave of attacks shot towards Tang Yuxian. The scene was chaotic. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was as calm as still water. The noise, the sounds of battle, and the violent explosions of energy were all blown away by the wind, as if he was standing on a calm lake. Drip. Yang Kai's heart throbbed, and for some reason, his spiritual energy and the small sword-like soul-type artifact had reached an unprecedented state of harmony at this moment. Yang Kai seemed to have integrated himself into the small sword. Xiao. The small sword transformed into a stream of light and shot out from Yang Kai's hand at a speed that was impossible to see with the naked eye or even capture with one's divine sense. With his consciousness inside the small sword, Yang Kai saw Tang Yuxian, who had used her mad tyrant blood skill to fight against the 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage blood warriors, sweat dripping down her face, but she did not retreat. He saw the black flood dragon, who had been guarding him, being battered by Yang Zhao's mysterious grade artifact, its black qi tumbling. He saw the surrounding cultivators' jaws drop in disbelief. He even saw his own figure reflected in Qiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes, as well as the worry in them. A few thousand meters away, in a tea house, Yang Kai saw Yang Wei and Lu Qingyao standing by the window with dignified expressions. At this moment, time seemed to slow down, and Yang Kai's thoughts and feelings were 10,000 times clearer than before. Everything he saw was imprinted in his mind. A mysterious feeling rose from the bottom of his heart. This was a feeling he had never experienced before. Under this kind of sensation, Yang Kai experienced an unprecedented feeling. Hong. It was as if a layer of shackles in his mind had been broken, causing him to suddenly feel light, as if he was a fish leaping into the sky. The speed of the small sword-like soul-type artifact also increased by a fraction. High up in the sky, the dark clouds that covered the entire war city suddenly condensed at this moment, becoming thicker and more oppressive than before. Yang Kai was immersed in a state of selflessness, locking his sights on Nanshang. Chapter 522. As if realizing something, Nanshang immediately panicked and shouted, "Save me! Save me!" Yang Zhao heard this but unfortunately didn't do anything. Facing Yang Kai, who was so powerful, he had already used all the means at his disposal, but all he could do was break through some of the Black Flood Dragon's defenses. He couldn't even touch Yang Kai's body, so how could he spare any energy to help Nanshang? Even if he had the strength to spare, he wouldn't be able to react in time. In the next moment, Nansheng felt as if his throat was being squeezed by an invisible hand, his heart-wrenching cries suddenly becoming stuck in his throat. Xiang Chu, who was standing not far from him, stared at him in amazement, his eyes trembling violently. He found that his big brother Nan's eyes had lost all light and his vitality was rapidly dissipating. Xiao. A brilliant light burst out from Nansheng's head and returned to Yang Kai's hand, transforming back into the small sword. Nansheng fell on his back, his eyes wide open, as if he had died with a grievance. His eyes had lost all light. Everyone present was dumbfounded. In the field, with the exception of a few powerful Immortal Ascension boundary masters, no one had been able to clearly see when this small sword had attacked. Even the masters who had seen through the mysteries of this soul-type artifact couldn't help furrowing their brows as they secretly felt apprehensive. They didn't know if they would be able to resist Yang Kai if he used this soul-type artifact to deal with them. Soul-type artifacts were different from ordinary artifacts. They were driven by one's divine sense and would only damage one's soul and knowledge see. The power they could display was directly linked to the strength of the cultivator's spiritual energy. The stronger one's spiritual energy was, the greater the effect they could display, and vice versa. Although this small sword was a heaven-grade top-rank artifact, its grade was not low. If one didn't have a powerful divine sense, it wouldn't be able to display its full power. After seeing such a blow, the two blood warriors who were fighting Tang Yuxian no longer dared to hesitate and quickly retreated to protect Yang Zhao. They were afraid that Yang Kai would use this move to deal with their second young lord, and if that happened, the situation would become even worse. Tang Yuxian didn't pursue and instead stood in front of Yang Kai, panting slightly. The black flood dragon coiled around its body, its huge triangular head and slender eyes staring at Xiang Chu in the crowd. A cold light flashed in its eyes. Nansheng's sudden death had scared Xiang Chu out of his wits, only now realizing that Yang Kai really had the ability to kill him under Yang Zhao's protection. His heart was filled with fear as he looked at Yang Kai in horror. He didn't know if his death would come in the next moment. He wanted to look for experts who could protect him, but when he looked around, everyone was far away from him, their faces filled with fear. Many of these people used to be brothers with Xiang Chu and Nansheng, drinking and having fun together and talking about the future, but now they all avoided Xiang Chu like a viper, afraid that they would be implicated by him, leading to them being targeted by Yang Kai and dying without knowing why. The ways of the world were like drinking water. Only the person who drank it would know whether it was hot or cold. Xiang Chu suddenly felt a little disheartened and cynical, his expression becoming ferocious as he sneered at those who were avoiding him. Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and gripped the small sword in his hand. His brow furrowed as his yuan qi fluctuated. Hong long. A muffled sound of thunder rang out from the sky, like the beating of war drums from the depths of the earth, causing everyone's eardrums to tremble and their hearts to pound violently. As the wind blew, the dark clouds that covered the entire War City became thicker and thicker. Gradually, War City fell completely into darkness, without a trace of light. In this pitch-black darkness, no one knew what was happening. All the onlookers were whispering to one another as they stared at the dark clouds gathering in the sky, unable to help feeling anxious and uneasy. Somewhere, Meng Wuya, who had been quietly observing the situation with his hands behind his back, suddenly had a gleam in his eyes as he stared at Yang Kai, who was standing motionless in place, with a look of expectation on his face. Master! Xiaoning Chang gasped for breath, running out of the house at some point. Meng Wuya glanced at her and put a finger to his lips, shushing her. Xiaoning Chang couldn't help shrinking her neck and asking softly, Master, what happened to junior brother? I don't know, it looks like he's become the demon race, but he's still conscious. I don't know what happened to this bastard, he's really a troublemaker. Meng Wuya said with a depressed expression. Since coming to War City, he had helped clean up Yang Kai's mess many times. Although he had repeatedly said to Yang Kai that he wouldn't intervene in the inheritance war, when Yang Kai was facing some difficulties, he had no choice but to help. Then is he all right now? Xia Ning Chang's beautiful eyes filled with worry as she asked anxiously. He should be fine. Meng Wuya slowly shook his head, a strange look appearing on his face. Not only is he all right, but looking at him right now, it seems he's about to break through. He's about to break through. Xia Ning Chang cried out in surprise and covered her mouth. She raised her head to look at the thick black clouds in the sky. Feeling the destructive power hidden within the clouds, she couldn't help but turn pale as she suddenly realized, Master, you're saying that this is the phenomenon caused by Junior Brother's breakthrough? It should be. Meng Wuya was also shocked. There had never been a cultivator who had broken through to the immortal ascension boundary that would cause such a great disturbance. The world energy contained in these clouds was not something an immortal ascension boundary cultivator could withstand. Even at this moment, Meng Wuya was not certain he could withstand it. Can Junior Brother withstand such a baptism? Xia Ning Chang panicked. Every time a cultivator broke through to a new great realm, they would cause some changes in the surrounding world energy, drawing in the surrounding world energy to baptize their body. During the process of baptism, a cultivator could absorb the surrounding world energy to strengthen their body. However, each cultivator had a different aptitude and physique, so during the process of baptism, the benefits they could obtain were also different. The better one's aptitude and physique were, the greater the benefits they could obtain. When Xianing Chang broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, she had also experienced this process, but at that time, the amount of world energy she could draw in was less than a tenth of what she was now experiencing. This kind of world energy could no longer be called a baptism, it was called destruction. It's up to his luck, Meng Wuya said in a low voice, a trace of deep worry between his brows. Not to mention that his precious disciple was deeply in love with that bastard brat. If something really happened to him, his precious disciple would definitely be heartbroken. He actually liked that bastard brat quite a lot, so he did not want him to die early because of some accident. This brat could break through the shackles of this world and reach a higher level of mutant. Meng Wuya really wanted to see just how far he could grow. How could he break through at such a critical moment? Xianing Chang was about to cry. There was clearly still a battle going on over there, but Yang Kai was about to break through and undergo the baptism of world energy. If he was disturbed by someone, the consequences would be unimaginable. Maybe he comprehended some mysteries during the battle. Meng Wuya sighed. Opportunities were things that could only be encountered, not sought. Yang Kai breaking through his shackles at this critical moment could be considered a blessing. Since the breakthrough was imminent, there was no way to suppress it, so he could only let nature take its course. After a pause, Meng Wuya said, "Don't worry. If there really is a moment of danger, this old master will not sit idly by." And Xianing Chang nodded gently, her pair of beautiful eyes turning towards the other side. Although there was no light in War City, for a powerful cultivator, they could still see some things. On the other side, Yang Zhao also suddenly woke up and stared at Yang Kai strangely, asking in a trembling voice, "Ninth brother, you're not about to break through, are you?" Yang Kai looked up at him, took a deep breath, and nodded solemnly. Tang Yuxian's expression shook as she suddenly felt a little uneasy. Yang Zhao laughed bitterly as he clenched his fists and ground his teeth. "Do you think second brother will let you break through and let you become stronger?" "I don't think so." Yang Kai shook his head. "If second brother wants to stop me, then stop me. As long as you can afford the price." Yang Zhao's expression became cold. His eyes filled with dread and hesitation. He couldn't make up his mind whether or not to start a full-scale war with Yang Kai here. With just him and the two blood warriors, it was impossible to stop Yang Kai. At this moment, he was already so terrifying. Once he broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, he would only become even more powerful. At that time, Yang Zhao may never be able to catch up to him. Right now was a great opportunity. If he didn't take it, Yang Zhao felt he might regret it for the rest of his life. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk the sound of thunder rang out again and Yang Kai's face changed slightly, becoming somewhat pained. Above his head, the rolling black clouds slowly rotated, forming a huge vortex. From this vortex, an irresistible suction force emerged and pulled Yang Kai's body upwards. A violent, destructive, cruel, bloodthirsty. An evil aura burst out from Yang Kai's body as he rose, filling the entire War City, as if the city had suddenly become an Azura purgatory. Of the tens of thousands of people in War City, about 60% of them suddenly felt their heartbeat accelerate at this moment as the evil energy hidden in their bodies began to stir. A moment later, Yang Kai came to a stop a few dozen meters above the ground, becoming motionless. The rotating black clouds began to rotate faster and faster. Suddenly, a jet-black energy descended from the sky and slammed into Yang Kai's body. With a muffled groan, Yang Kai's body seemed to have become a bottomless pit, and in just a few breaths of time, this violent destructive energy was completely swallowed up. Yang Zhao's expression changed dramatically. He hadn't expected that Yang Kai would be able to cope so easily, his hesitant expression suddenly becoming firm. Xiang Chu's voice suddenly rang out, "Second young master. This opportunity will never come again." Nanshang had died right in front of him, so he was worried that he would follow in Nanshang's footsteps. But now that Yang Kai had actually broken through at this critical moment, he suddenly saw a glimmer of hope, so naturally he was eager for Yang Kai to give the order to attack. If Yang Kai didn't die, he would die sooner or later. He was a man of his word. Moreover, Yang Kai, who was currently in the middle of a breakthrough, probably wouldn't have any spare energy to deal with him. Seeing this clearly, Xiang Chu naturally urged loudly. Chapter 523. Qiu Yimeng and the others suddenly showed nervous expressions. They could all see Yang Zhao's restlessness. Moreover, under the influence of the evil energy in Yang Kai's body, it was difficult for Yang Zhao to adjust his mentality and properly deal with the situation in front of him. He had also been affected. As a Yang family young lord, he was the second eldest of the younger generation, but at this moment, his own achievements were far inferior to Yang Kai's, so he couldn't help feeling envious and jealous. This kind of negative emotion was magnified, causing Yang Zhao's eyes to become slightly red. "Second young lord, if you don't act decisively, you will suffer," Xiang Chu coldly shouted, striking while the iron was hot. Yang Zhao finally made up his mind and nodded firmly, waving his hand towards the sky and coldly shouting, "Stop him at all costs." The two blood warriors next to Yang Zhao were startled, both of them showing a slightly awkward expression. As one of them had said before, all the blood warriors in the blood hall were very grateful to Yang Kai. But at this moment, Yang Kai was ordering them to stop Yang Kai's breakthrough, causing them to suddenly not know what to do. Yang Kai was now at a very critical juncture. If he was really disturbed during his breakthrough and failed, it was very likely he would die, his soul dissipating. Even if such a result didn't occur, it was likely his achievements would be halted at the Yuanqi 9th stage. How could the two blood warriors bear to do such a thing? Both of them couldn't help feeling a little disgusted. However, in the end, Yang Zhao was still their young lord and their master, so when they heard this order, they had no choice but to act. "Do you think this old master doesn't exist?" The old demon snickered, watching the show from the sidelines. The old demon's blood had long ago been boiling with murderous intent, so when he saw Yang Zhao issue such an order regardless of the consequences, he immediately shouted coldly and joined forces with Tang Yuxian to block the two blood warriors. "Yang Zhao, you're insane." Qiu Yimeng was also enraged, and with a shout, she led everyone in the house into the sky and surrounded Yang Kai, vowing to protect his safety. "Whoever dares block me will die." Yang Zhao's expression became ferocious as he issued an order to his cultivator to attack. After the evil in his heart had been magnified, Yang Zhao had no choice but to resort to any means necessary. At the back of the crowd, Xiang Chu grinned wickedly as he stared at Yang Kai, who seemed to be unable to move and could only accept the baptism of world energy, a look of pleasure appearing on his face. Yang Kai looked at him coldly and said, "Nansheng is dead. You can't run away today." Xiang Chu couldn't help retreating a few steps before immediately steadying himself and shouting, "Yang Kai, don't try to scare me. You need to get through this difficult situation first." The cultivator on both sides had already begun to fight. Old Demon and Tang Yuxian had joined forces to not only resist the two blood warriors around Yangzhou but also the dozen or so Immortal Ascension boundary masters in his mansion. Although Qiu Yimeng and the others were relatively few in number, they had gathered around Yang Kai to protect him, so for a short time they wouldn't be able to break through the enemy's defenses. All kinds of artifacts and martial skills blossomed, illuminating the Dark War City. Violent energy fluctuations filled the air as the offensive and defensive battle instantly began. Inside the tea house, Yang Wei shook his head with some pain. Second brother has gone too far. Lu Qingyao also nodded gently. Although the inheritance war could be fought by any means necessary, this was Yang Kai's most critical moment. If an accident were to happen, it would affect him for the rest of his life. Saying so, Yang Wei slowly stood up and threw away his disguise, revealing his true face. Does eldest young lord want to take action? Lu Qingyao squinted at him and asked faintly. N. Yang Wei nodded. As the Yang family's eldest young lord, I'll take action. Saying so, his figure flickered and he took the blood warriors around him and rushed towards the battlefield. Lu Qingyao was stunned for a moment before suddenly laughing. Eldest young lord is really a gentleman. Yang Wei said that he would take action as the Yang family's eldest young lord, not as the young lord of the inheritance war, which meant that he was only acting on his own behalf this time. He could have mobilized the troops in his house and taken this opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Yang Kai's mansion or join forces with the cultivator in Yang Kai's mansion to attack Yangzhou. But he didn't do so. Obviously, he didn't want to take advantage of this situation, which was worthy of Lu Qinyao's praise. A moment later, Yang Wei arrived at Yang Kai's side. When she saw him appear here, Qiu Yimeng immediately became vigilant, coldly asking, Eldest young lord, why are you here? Yang Wei saw her suspicion and fear but didn't answer, instead just nodding to the blood warrior beside him. The Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage blood warrior immediately rushed down and entered the chaotic battlefield. Qiu Yimeng couldn't help blushing slightly. Many thanks for eldest young lord's help. Yang Wei simply nodded, not bothering to claim credit. This scene was also captured by Yang Kai's eyes, and he couldn't help feeling a slight warmth in his heart. Nodding to his eldest brother, the two brothers glanced at each other, understanding each other without words. Down below, Xiang Chu had been constantly provoking Yang Kai, trying to disturb Yang Kai's current state of mind. He didn't have the courage to rush up, so he could only use this despicable method to vent the uneasiness and anger in his heart. It would be best if he could destabilize Yang Kai's state of mind and cause him to fail his breakthrough. That was the scene he most desired to see. On Yang Kai's side, everyone's faces became ugly as they heard Xiang Chu's obscenities, but none of them could find the time to attack him, causing Xiang Chu to become more and more arrogant and unbridled. Yang Kai shot him a disgusted look before suddenly reaching out and taking out a small figure made of light blue hair and flicking it a few times. In the distance, among the crowd of onlookers, a petite woman wearing a black robe suddenly screamed, stretching out her hands and covering her forehead, looking towards the sky with an aggrieved and helpless expression. Up in the air, Yang Kai flicked his finger again. The woman no longer dared to hesitate and hurriedly rushed forward, shouting loudly, I'm coming! Stop! Hearing her exasperated voice, Yang Kai's movements also stopped. Seeing that he didn't intend to continue, Shui Ling took a deep breath, her eyes filled with anger as she ground her teeth. You bastard! What do you want to do? Help me this time and I'll give this back to you. Yang Kai endured the tremendous pain and said while waving the small figure in his hand. Really? Shui Ling was overjoyed, looking at him excitedly and expectantly. Yang Kai waved his hand and tossed out the figurine made from her hair. Shui Ling snatched it up and hugged it tightly like it was some kind of precious treasure, unable to stop herself from laughing out loud. Ever since she had been tortured by this soul-capturing curse several times, Shui Ling had hated this thing to the bone and had always dreamed that one day she would be able to steal it from Yang Kai and regain her freedom. That was why she had stayed in War City, secretly looking for an opportunity. But after such a long time, Shui Ling had never found a suitable opportunity, not even daring to set foot in Yang Kai's house. However, she didn't expect that today's unforeseen event would allow her to easily achieve her wish. Shui Ling suddenly felt that the shackles binding her had disappeared as soon as the small figure appeared in her hand and she had regained her freedom. Solemnly taking the little doll into her chest and patting it lightly, Shui Ling finally calmed down. Tilting her small head, she stared at Yang Kai curiously, grinning meaningfully as she asked, "Aren't you afraid that I'll take it and run away? Do as you wish. Without your help, I won't have any problems. However, those who dare to fool me have never had a good end." Yang Kai coldly snorted. Shui Ling spat disdainfully. "At this time, you're still in the mood to talk big, humph." After pausing for a moment, she added, "But you're lucky you didn't misjudge me. This lady isn't the kind of person who goes back on her word." Although Yang Kai had tortured her many times, each time he had done so, he had only made her feel a little pain and had never injured her. What's more, while the small figure had been under Yang Kai's control for such a long time, if Yang Kai really wanted to do something to her, Shui Ling would have been powerless to resist. It was for this reason that Shui Ling realized that this man wasn't too hateful. He was only controlling her because he was afraid of her. "Speak. What do you want me to do?" Shui Ling asked. "Grab that man for me." Yang Kai glanced towards Xiang Chu from afar. "Piece of cake." Shui Ling giggled and with a wave of her hand, a nearly transparent stream of water suddenly shot out. This stream of water was like a sentient rope, bypassing the chaotic crowd and accurately wrapping around Xiang Chu, who was still yelling incessantly. Xiang Chu was shocked and quickly pushed his Yuan Qi to resist. But how could he resist the methods of an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage cultivator? No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't sever the binding of this stream of water. "Come here," Shui Ling shouted as she pulled Xiang Chu towards her. Xiang Chu screamed in panic as he was quickly pulled over to Shui Ling's side. "Be a good boy and don't move. Otherwise I'll teach you a lesson." Shui Ling wrinkled her delicate nose, grabbing Xiang Chu's shoulder and tossing him over to Yang Kai. Her movements relaxed, as if she had just done something trivial. Looking at Yang Kai's indifferent face, Xiang Chu's face suddenly went pale as he desperately tried to escape. "Ninth young lord, please spare my life." Yang Kai sneered. "Regretting now? It's too late." "Yes." From the dark clouds in the sky, another jet of black energy fell and blasted into Yang Kai's body. Under this violent energy, Xiang Chu, who had just approached Yang Kai, was immediately affected. His exposed skin quickly spreading a layer of black qi as his eyes bulged, as if a great force was about to erupt from his body. Asterisk Walla. Asterisk with a muffled bang. Xiang Chu's entire body exploded into a bloody mist, not even his bones remaining. The fierce battle suddenly paused as everyone stared at the bloody light blooming in the sky, none of them having expected that the Xiang family's young lord would die so miserably. First, Nanshang was killed, now Xiang Chu's body was also destroyed. Yang Kai had really done what he said he would do. Even Yang Zhao couldn't protect these two people. "We're even," Shui Ling said proudly to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and slowly closed his eyes. With his breakthrough imminent, he didn't have time to pay attention to the outside world. At this moment, all he could do was endure the baptism of world energy and wait for the opportunity to open his knowledge sea to break through to the Immortal Ascension boundary. Chapter 524. After Xiang Chu was killed, the destructive energy contained in the dark clouds in the sky seemed to have been completely activated, and one after another, it continued to bombard Yang Kai, causing everyone to tremble in fear, wondering if the Yang family's youngest young lord would be able to obtain a new life in this baptism or be destroyed. Yang Zhao stared blankly at the sky and roared, "Big brother, are you also standing on ninth brother's side?" Yang Wei shook his head and coldly said, "It's not that big brother wants to stand on ninth brother's side. Second brother, you've gone too far. Wake up and think about what you're doing now. In the inheritance war, there's nothing I can't do, of course I know what I'm doing." Yang Zhao coldly snorted. Yang Wei's face filled with disappointment as he bitterly said, "If you want to protect Nanshang and Xiangchu from Ninth Brother, Big Brother has nothing to say. But if you want to ruin Ninth Brother's achievements, Big Brother can't just sit back and watch. I think, if it was Ninth Brother, he wouldn't have disturbed you while you were breaking through to a new great realm." Yang Zhao was startled, his crimson eyes becoming slightly sober for a moment, a look of pain appearing on his face, but soon it was replaced by a ferocious expression, replaced by one of incomparable madness. He couldn't stabilize his state of mind now. If he was sober, he might have realized something, but right now, the only thought in his mind was to defeat Yang Kai, driving all of his willpower. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk while the two brothers were talking, a loud explosion suddenly rang out. Accompanied by this explosion, the incomparable demonic chi once again spread out from Yang Kai's body. This time it was even denser than before, making it even more difficult to resist. Under the influence of this aura, all the cultivators found it difficult to suppress the evil in their hearts, even the immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. The old demon laughed wildly, shuttling through this demonic chi like a fish in water, his own strength suddenly rising to a new level. What's going on with this little brat? In the distance, Meng Wuya muttered to himself with a dignified expression. He had never known that Yang Kai had gathered so much demonic chi in his body. So where had his true Yang Yuan chi gone? That should have been the nemesis of this demonic chi. Is there any danger, Master? Xianing Chong was so anxious that he was about to cry. Even though she was so far away, she was still affected by the evil energy. The light blue gem on her forehead was emitting a gentle light, dispelling the darkness around her. I don't know. Meng Wuya was also confused. His consciousness should be immersed in his mind right now. I can't control the energy in my body at all. This time he was promoted. Unlike the usual breakthroughs, this time it was a breakthrough to the mental wander realm, which could open up the cultivator's own sea of knowledge. Right now, Yang Kai's consciousness was definitely in his mind. He couldn't control his body at all. He couldn't control the energy in his body, so the evil energy naturally surged out crazily. It's not good if this continues. Seeing that the battle was getting more and more violent and bloody, Meng Wuya's face showed deep worry. He wasn't worried about whether Yang Kai could safely survive this tribulation, but rather about what would happen to all the people in War City after they were affected by this evil energy. If the tens of thousands of people in War City changed their minds because of Yang Kai's promotion, he would become a sinner for all eternity. Spreading out his divine sense, Meng Wuya's expression became more and more gloomy. He noticed that in all directions of War City, there were battles taking place. These people may have nothing to do with the inheritance war, but after Yang Kai's energy drew out their evil energy, they couldn't control their emotions. They were also unable to control their emotions. Even the slightest bit of disagreement could lead to a huge conflict. At this moment, the entire battle seemed to be a bit chaotic, with flashes of light and swords everywhere and blood splashed everywhere. And as time went on, the situation would only get worse and worse, unless Yang Kai could take back the demonic chi into his body. A single person's promotion could actually affect an entire city. This was truly a legend. Meng Wuya was also deeply shocked. Suddenly, his expression changed. Staring towards the center of War City, he sighed. They've finally been alarmed. Who were they alarmed? Xianing Chong asked eagerly. A few old fools. Meng Wuya took a deep breath and said, Disciple, you go back to the house first. I'm afraid it won't be safe here. I don't want to go back. Xianing Chong shook her head and looked towards Yang Kai's direction. Junior brother is still there. Go back. Meng Wuya looked at her. Don't worry. I'll bring Yang Kai back safely. Xianing Chong hesitated for a moment before nodding gently. Master, if you can't bring him back, disciple might as well die. Saying so, she rushed towards Yang Kai's house like a whirlwind. She knew that if she stayed, not only would she not be able to help Yang Kai, but she would also become a burden to her master, so she didn't dare to linger. Looking at her disappearing back, Meng Wuya smiled bitterly, really wondering what he owed Yang Kai for him to go to such lengths. In the distance, 8 figures flew towards Yang Kai. Meng Wuya sighed lightly and also flew over. These 8 figures belonged to the 8 great families above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, each of them 100 or 200 years old. Normally, they would sit in the Seal Temple and pay no attention to external affairs. Today, they didn't want to get involved in this conflict. Yang Zhao and Yang Kai's life and death battle had nothing to do with them. But now they couldn't sit still. The entire war city was covered in demonic qi, affecting everyone to some extent, forcing them to come forward to deal with this matter. The expressions of these 8 people were indifferent, but some of them seemed to have been disturbed by Yang Kai and were not in a very good mood. Flying not far from Yang Kai, the 8 people came to a stop. No one had noticed the approach of these 8 people, so when they suddenly appeared, everyone was startled. "Enough!" Yang Liting shouted faintly. With this shout, the cultivator from Yang Kai's and Yang Zhao's forces who were fiercely attacking each other stopped, as if there was some kind of magical power contained in this shout that forcibly stopped their movements. Yang Wei's expression became solemn as he quickly bowed. "Greetings, 8 seniors." Yang Zhao's eyes turned red as he quickly restrained the ferocious expression on his face, becoming docile as he also bowed respectfully. In front of these 8 people, he didn't dare act rashly. Lu Qingyao from the tea house also quickly flew out and took the initiative to greet them. Everyone behaved quite respectfully. Yang Liting glanced over at Yang Zhao lightly, his expression indifferent as he waved his hand and sent a burst of energy into Yang Zhao's body. Under the influence of this energy, Yang Zhao's eyes immediately regained clarity as he stared at everything in front of him in a daze, recalling his orders and actions just now, sweat dripping down his forehead. After waking up, Yang Zhao finally regained his senses. Unable to bear a trivial amount of demonic qi, how can such a person be qualified to become a Yang family young lord? Yang Liting snorted. Yang Zhao paled, lowering his head and cupping his fists. "I've disappointed Grand Elder." Yang Liting snorted and didn't even look at him. Yang Zhao couldn't help going pale as he felt ashamed. This kind of disregard made him feel tormented in his heart, and he couldn't help feeling that he really wasn't as good as his 9th brother. As soon as this thought appeared, Yang Zhao quickly dispelled it, afraid that he would be affected again. If that really happened, he would no longer be able to stand out in the Yang family in the future. "You're not bad." Yang Liting glanced over at Yang Wei and nodded gently. Yang Wei remained calm and said, "Grand Elder is overpraising me." Yang Zhao, for various reasons, had been affected by the demonic qi while Yang Wei had been able to maintain his composure. Naturally, Yang Liting was impressed. "This little girl is also not bad." The slightly chubby old man looked at Qiu Yimeng and smiled meaningfully. She was also one of the few people who had not been affected by Yang Kai. "My Qiu family's people are naturally not bad." Qiu Dao Ren's face showed a trace of pride. Qiu Yimeng's performance also made him quite satisfied. "Greetings, Grand Elder." Qiu Yimeng stepped forward and immediately asked, "May I ask what purpose these 8 seniors have in coming here?" As she spoke, her face was filled with nervousness. The 8 of them had always kept a low profile and didn't care about worldly affairs, but now they had suddenly appeared. It was obviously because of Yang Kai. At this moment, Yang Kai's state was also somewhat abnormal. The 8 great families and the ash-gray cloud evil land were like fire and water, especially the elders, who abhorred the devil race. So how could Qiu Yimeng not worry when they saw Yang Kai in his current state? Qiu Dao Ren's expression became serious as he said, "What do you want to do?" "You'll have to ask Brother Yang. After all, this is his Yang family's fault." Qiu Yimeng immediately turned her eyes to Yang Liting. The latter didn't say a word as he stared at Yang Kai, who was being baptized by the violent world energy, his expression gradually becoming cold. Qiu Yimeng couldn't help feeling her heart clench as a feeling of uneasiness spread through her body. His expression right now was clearly one of extreme disgust, but Yang Kai was still a member of the Yang family, a junior of Yang Liting. If it had been anyone else in this situation, they would have long since been killed. "Old dog, you'd better not have any ideas about my young master. Otherwise, this old master won't agree." The old demon seemed to not know the difference between life and death as he grinned towards Yang Liting. Everyone's expression changed. Someone actually dared to speak such nonsense in front of an above immortal ascension boundary elder. When they heard the old demon's words, all 8 of them turned to look at him at the same time, their divine senses instantly locking onto the old demon. The old demon's demonic chi burst out fiercely, resonating with the demonic chi in Yang Kai's body, causing everyone to feel as if the end of the world had arrived. His demonic secret art? Did he cultivate it with you? Yang Liting didn't put the old demon in his eyes at all and asked lightly, "Hehe, you're wrong." The old demon slowly shook his head, not showing the slightest fear. This old master's ability is not enough to teach the young master. His achievements are all his own. Your Yang family being able to produce a person like the young master is your blessing. You must cherish him. The future of your Yang family depends on the young master. Chapter 525. In front of everyone's eyes, the old demon spouted nonsense in front of these 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters, causing everyone to stare at him curiously. Ignorant fool! Yang Liting coldly snorted, waving his hand and sending out a palm strike. Under this palm strike, the old demon couldn't help but shrink back, almost falling to the ground, but he still managed to hold on. On the other hand, the blood demon puppet not far from him suddenly exploded, just like Xiang Chu, disintegrating into nothingness. The old demon's eyes suddenly flashed a cold light as he glared at Yang Liting. The 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters all looked startled, none of them having expected the old demon to have such a strong ability to resist pressure. Even if Yang Liting hadn't used his full strength, it was still not something an immortal ascension boundary cultivator could resist. At the very least, the blood demon puppet should have spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. However, the old demon had only shrunk back slightly. This was not something an immortal ascension boundary cultivator could accomplish. Although Yang Liting had long been dissatisfied with the old demon, he was still one of the top masters here. Since his first attack had failed, he couldn't bring himself to continue attacking the old demon, so he just coldly snorted and ignored him. The old demon grinned fiercely as he stared at Yang Liting with a dangerous look in his eyes. The blood demon puppet was not easy to refine, but it had been smashed to pieces by Yang Liting with a single palm strike, so he was naturally annoyed. Considering Yang Kai's current state and situation, the old demon could only swallow his anger, not daring to tangle with him any further. "Senior Yang," Chiao Meng called out cautiously, her heart uneasy. Pursing her dry lips, she whispered, "Yang Kai is currently in the process of breaking through. If you have any advice, can you tell this junior first? Junior will definitely pass on your message later." She could tell what Yang Liting was thinking, but she didn't dare confirm it, so she could only use such words to buy some time for Yang Kai and hope that Yang Liting wouldn't be too harsh on him. However, Yang Liting didn't care about her at all. His eyes were still staring straight at Yang Kai, who was receiving the baptism of the power of heaven and earth. His expression was as cold as before. Ever since Yang Kai's consciousness had entered his mind, the evil energy within the unyielding golden skeleton had been continuously pouring out. At this time, not only did it not show any signs of stopping, it was actually becoming more and more intense. Yang Liting's brow furrowed while the expressions of the other 7 above immortal ascension boundary masters also became ugly. "Brother Yang, I'm afraid that this kid has really become the demon race." The fat old man sighed. What a pity for such a good seedling. He had already asked Yang Liting to stop Yang Kai's riot, but Yang Liting didn't listen. It had been delayed until now, and there was no turning back. But why is there such a huge amount of evil chi in his body? The other person frowned and was puzzled. It was impossible for a 9th stage Yuan Qi cultivator to possess so much Yuan Qi. Yang Kai's dantian and meridians were not bottomless pits. Such a huge amount of energy was almost comparable to that of a peak immortal ascension boundary master, and it was still bursting out. It seems that he has been cultivating this evil secret art for quite some time. An old man with a dark red face said, turning to look at Yang Liting, "Brother Yang, what are you going to do? Hurry up and make a decision. If we let him continue like this, I'm afraid the tens of thousands of people in War City will fall into the demon path. Although he is a descendant of your Yang family, we can't allow him to cause so much suffering." "I don't need you to tell me." Yang Liting coldly snorted, apparently having a plan. "Senior, what are you going to do?" Qiu Yimeng quickly stepped forward and asked, her heart becoming more and more uneasy and worried. Qiu Yimeng frowned and slowly stretched out his hand. Qiu Yimeng suddenly felt herself being bound by an invisible force and pulled towards Qiu Yimeng. "Grand Elder!" Qiu Yimeng's beautiful face paled. "This is the Yang family's business. Don't interfere." Qiu Yimeng slowly shook his head, and as he spoke, he sent a wisp of energy into Qiu Yimeng's body. Qiu Yimeng suddenly froze in place, unable to move or speak, only able to watch helplessly, her eyes filled with panic and anxiety. "You little brat, shut up for me." The above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master from the Hua family saw Huastar's act recklessly and quickly pulled him to his side to imprison him. Huastar's couldn't help rolling his eyes. The two young lords and young ladies from Yang Kai's 8 great families instantly lost their right to speak, causing the rest of the people present to immediately realize that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. These 8 people obviously wanted to do something to Yang Kai, otherwise it would have been impossible for them to do so. "Brother Yang, there's no time to lose. If you want to act, then act quickly," someone urged, his face filled with impatience. They had all been sitting in the Seal Temple and only cared about their own cultivation, hoping to pry into a higher realm while they were still alive. But now that they had been disturbed by Yang Kai, they had no choice but to act, so naturally some of them were unhappy. Not everyone was like the fat old man. Si Qing sympathized with Yang Kai's situation and felt sorry for his poor aptitude. Yang Liting nodded gently and glanced at the leaders of the younger generation, gathered not far away from Yang Kai. "Get out of the way!" At this critical moment, Dong Qinghan stepped forward, his slightly chubby face filled with nervousness. But he still firmly stood in front of Yang Kai, cupping his fists in a neither servile nor overbearing manner as he asked, "What does Senior want to do? Can you tell us?" The Hu sisters also stepped forward and stood beside Dong Qinghan, staring towards Yang Liting seriously. The 4 girls from 10,000 Flower Palace, Luo Xiaoman from Purple Fern Valley, Zuofang from Pure Heart Palace, Chu Jingshan from Soaring Feather Pavilion, and the 5 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Duanmu family. Everyone stepped forward and lined up in a line. The 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters couldn't help feeling surprised. None of them had expected Yang Kai's popularity to be so good. Even at this critical moment there were still people who dared to speak up for him. They believed that if Qiu Yimeng and Xinghua hadn't been imprisoned, they would definitely have been one of them, and would have even been the 2 leaders. Yang Liting didn't become angry, just nodding gently and patiently saying, "I want to stop him from breaking through." Hearing this, Dong Qinghan asked in amazement, "Why? If Yang Kai's breakthrough was stopped here, his cultivation may be completely crippled and he would be reduced to an ordinary mortal, falling from the cloud's end to the lowest level of the world. Such a blow was likely unbearable." Yang Liting slowly shook his head. He has already become the demon race. Once he breaks through to the Immortal Ascension boundary, he will become an existence like him. Saying so, he pointed to the old demon and continued, "My 8 great families are sworn enemies of the demon race. We cannot allow such a person to appear in our family. Is this just Senior's conjecture?" Dong Qinghan frowned. Yang Liting's expression suddenly became unpleasant, coldly snorting. "This is the experience of this old master and others, something that has happened before. Among the 8 great families, it wasn't as if there had never been someone who cultivated an evil cultivation technique. Every person who cultivated an evil cultivation technique would grow as their strength grew. The stronger they were, the more evil they would become. Once such a person appeared, the 8 great families would take advantage of the time when they were still young to destroy them or cripple their cultivation to prevent future troubles. Just because it happened before doesn't mean it will happen this time. Dong Qinghan's mood also became agitated. Because of this reason, these 8 people actually wanted to kill Yang Kai, who was at the peak of his cultivation. In any case, he couldn't accept this. This old master didn't come here to reason with you. You don't have the qualifications. Yang Liting's patience had reached its limit. The only reason he had explained so much was because he had seen how loyal they were to him, so his heart had been moved. Now, a group of young people were actually standing in front of him, not allowing him to clean up the sect. How could Yang Liting not be angry? I believe that Yang Kai will control his own heart and will not fall into the evil Tao. Dong Qinghan shouted. We also believe. The Hu sisters shouted in unison. So do we. Hearing these 2 voices in unison, everyone couldn't help but feel slightly moved. Yang Zhao was momentarily stunned. The forces he had gathered were several times greater than Yang Kai's. However, Yang Zhao felt that if he were in Yang Kai's position right now, the people he had gathered wouldn't be as determined to protect him as Dong Qinghan and the Hu sisters. His relationship with these forces was only a matter of future interests. On the other hand, his 9th brother seemed to be sincere friends who could share weal and woe with him. Perceiving this, Yang Zhao's mouth filled with bitterness as he stared at the unconscious Yang Kai wrapped in black qi, a look of envy flashing across his eyes. Yang Zhao also wanted such a friend. Yang Wei frowned and bowed. Grand Elder, just now 9th brother was also surrounded by demonic qi. But Disciple saw that his consciousness was quite clear and he had not lost his mind. How about, there's no place for you to speak? Yang Liting shouted coldly. Yes. Yang Wei helplessly shut his mouth. If Senior really wants to destroy Yang Kai, he will first have to pass through us. Dong Qinghan took a deep breath and calmed his expression, showing an unflinching expression. The others also did the same. Qiu Yimeng, who had been imprisoned, couldn't help but shed some tears as she stared at these people with satisfaction. Huastars also looked excited, his blood boiling. It was more appropriate to describe the current situation as a mantis trying to stop a chariot. But for some reason, this seemingly overconfident confrontation had won the favor of the eldest son of the Hua family. It made him wish that he could stand on the other side himself. He was excited and knew that he was courting death, but he still did not turn back. The Hua family young lord suddenly felt like he was being cheapskate. Just with you lot? Yang Liting slowly shook his head, his expression indifferent. He was an above immortal ascension boundary master, so although these people had a lot of people, wanting to stop him was nothing but a fool's dream. If they aren't enough, what if we join in? A voice suddenly called out and 7 figures quickly flew over. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk these 7 people were like meteorites falling from the sky, bringing with them a violent aura, landing in a line in front of Dong Qinghan and the others. Dong Qinghan's eyes lit up and his tense mood couldn't help relaxing. Because these 7 people were none other than Yang Kai's 7 blood warriors, who weren't qualified to participate in the inheritance war. Led by Tu Feng, Chu Gao Yi, Xiao Shun, Luo Hai, Yan Lingxing, Wu Ju, Fu Cong. All of them had come. Chapter 526. The appearance of these 7 masters suddenly made Dong Qinghan and the others relax a lot. Just relying on a group of young people to fight against an above immortal ascension boundary master was enough to frighten them. But now that 7 masters had appeared, they couldn't help feeling like they had a backbone. Tang Yuxian also flew over to Tu Feng's side. In addition to Ying Jiu, who was currently missing, the remaining 8 were gathered here. Facing 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters, none of them showed any fear. 8 against 8. Although the number was equal, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. The 8 people facing them were all above immortal ascension boundary masters, the grand elders of the 8 great families. Of the 8 blood warriors, 4 were immortal ascension boundary 9th stage masters, while the other 4 were immortal ascension boundary 8th stage masters. Mad tyrant blood skill. As soon as Tu Feng and the others arrived, they didn't hesitate and directly used the Yang family blood warriors' forbidden technique. A violent energy fluctuation spread out, causing a red glow to appear on each of their faces as their vitality rapidly soared. Yang Zhao and the spectating cultivator were all dumbfounded. 7 blood warriors using Mad Tyrant blood skill together. What kind of spectacular scene was this? Blood warriors were synonymous with powerhouses and were basically invincible within their own ranks. When they fought, unless they encountered some special circumstances, they would only use their forbidden techniques, otherwise they wouldn't use them. Could be said that seeing a single blood warrior use Mad Tyrant blood skill was already a feast for the eyes. But now, 7 of them were simultaneously using it. The combined momentum and energy almost caused the entire War City's world energy aura to become chaotic. The 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were also slightly shocked, none of them having expected them to be able to achieve this level. Impudence! Yang Li Ting roared. Do you know what kind of status you have? Grand Elder, please forgive us. Tu Feng's face flushed red as his vitality soared. Although Grand Elder is a Yang family Grand Elder, we are also Yang family blood warriors. But since the Elder Hall has ordered us to follow the Little Lord, we are his people. At this moment, naturally we must protect him. In your eyes, his safety is more important than the family's honor? Yang Li Ting looked ahead with a cold expression. The 8 blood warriors nodded at the same time, Tang Yuxian quickly saying, Grand Elder, according to the Elder Hall's orders, we are now only loyal to the Little Lord. His safety is naturally more important than the family's honor. If anything happens to him, even if we die 10,000 deaths, we cannot absolve ourselves of blame. If this Jin Ri has offended you in any way, I hope Grand Elder can forgive us. How dare you? Yang Li Ting laughed in anger, his face twitching slightly. With his status and strength, no one had ever dared to disobey him. The Yang family's blood warriors were the Yang family's golden signboard, synonymous with loyalty. But he had never expected that today, the blood warriors who were regarded as the Yang family's right-hand men would actually go all out to oppose him, especially under the watchful eyes of so many people. Yang Li Ting suddenly felt that his dignity had been violated. Foolish loyalty. The above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elder who had previously urged Yang Li Ting coldly snorted, somewhat disdainful of the blood warriors acting so foolishly. In his opinion, although the masters of the Yang family blood warrior hall were powerful and loyal, in certain situations they appeared somewhat stubborn, such as the current situation. We have no intention of rebelling, but if seniors want to embarrass the Little Lord, we won't agree. Tu Feng stared at the 8 people in front of him and slowly shook his head. Even if you add on, you aren't qualified to stop this elder. Yang Li Ting shouted angrily, seemingly determined to clean up the sect here. What if you count this old man in as well? A voice that seemed to be faintly discernible came from afar as it approached. Hearing this voice, the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elders couldn't help looking towards the source of this voice. From the darkness, there seemed to be a figure floating like an immortal, leisurely walking over, his expression calm and confident. This figure didn't walk very fast, but after only a few steps, he arrived in front of the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elders. Whether it was intentional or not, the position this figure stood midair was higher than the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elders. Standing still, this figure looked down at the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elders with a calm expression. Yang Li Ting's expression became dignified as he stared at Meng Wuya, his brow gradually furrowing. Although this person in front of them was only a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivator, they felt that he wasn't simple. The few steps he took seemed to be taken casually, but they were actually in harmony with the heavenly way impossible to trace. This kind of mysterious feeling was difficult even for these above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elders from the 8 great families to comprehend. How could a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivator have such a profound understanding of the martial Tao? Everyone was secretly shocked. Regarding the existence of Meng Wuya, the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elders were well aware. After all, he had been in War City for some time now, but their understanding of him was limited to his cultivation. All of them thought he was just an ordinary peak Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivator. But now that they saw him, The 8 of them realized that this peak immortal ascension boundary elder was not ordinary. Facing him, even someone as strong as Yang Li-Ting felt a sense of crisis and pressure from the bottom of his heart, as if they were to fight one-on-one, he wouldn't be his opponent. There's also this old master, another voice called out. This time, the above immortal ascension boundary elders from the 8 great families couldn't help feeling a little frightened. When Meng Wuya appeared, they were more or less aware. The powerful divine senses of the 8 immortal ascension boundary elders permeated every corner of War City, so naturally they were able to detect his aura. However, the person who spoke now seemed to have appeared out of thin air, not leaking the slightest bit of his aura. If he hadn't taken the initiative to appear, the 8 above immortal ascension boundary elders absolutely wouldn't have been able to detect him. Being able to hide from them, there was no need to guess the cultivation of this person. An above immortal ascension boundary elder. Only an above immortal ascension boundary elder could accomplish this. An above immortal ascension boundary elder had actually been hiding in War City. If this person had the intention to harm the younger generation of War City, the consequences. The 8 above immortal ascension boundary elders instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, this person didn't seem to have any malicious intent. Turning their heads, the 8 above immortal ascension boundary elders saw an old man with white hair and beard walking out from the other side. Just like Meng Wuya's appearance, his appearance was eye-catching and shocking. What made the 8 above immortal ascension boundary elders slightly puzzled was that the heavenly way this old man's footsteps seemed to be somewhat similar to the one who had just appeared. The old man stood a few dozen meters away and stared at Meng Wuya with a smile. Treasurer Meng smiled bitterly and shook his head. I knew you were in War City, but now you finally couldn't hold back, right? The old man smiled apologetically. I've troubled Brother Meng this time. It was really inconvenient for me to appear. I know. Meng Wuya nodded slightly. I must also thank Brother Meng for discussing the martial Tao with me these past 10 years. Since breaking through, I've benefited greatly. Many things I didn't understand before are now clear to me. No need to be so serious. Meng Wuya smiled lightly. There's no need for the 2 of us to be so polite. Seeing these 2 disregarding all the heroes in the world, instead reuniting here and chatting happily, the faces of the above immortal ascension boundary elders from the 8 great families suddenly became ugly. These 2 clearly didn't put them in their eyes at all. Although they were annoyed, from the brief conversation between these 2, the 8 above immortal ascension boundary elders also heard something unusual. These 2 seemed to be old acquaintances, and this above immortal ascension boundary elder seemed to be quite polite to the one who had appeared first. What was going on? In terms of cultivation, shouldn't the latter be lower? What qualifications did he have to discuss the martial Tao with the former? Why should the former be so grateful? Yet he still acted as if this was a matter of course, not taking credit for himself. Everyone couldn't help feeling confused. Dare I ask for your honored names? Qiu Dao Ren asked with a dignified expression. Although they were certain that these 2 had no malicious intentions and had only come out to protect Yang Kai, facing such powerful masters, they still wanted to know their identities and origins. Meng Wuya smiled lightly and said, High Heaven Pavilion's Contribution Hall Treasurer, Meng Wuya. This self-introduction made all those who didn't know Meng Wuya's background feel like their cheeks were cramping. Treasurer, a trivial treasurer actually had such an imposing aura and cultivation. Was this High Heaven Pavilion really a sect filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers? And this one? Taking a deep breath, Qiu Dao Ren turned to the other old man. The old man nodded lightly. High Heaven Pavilion's sect master, Ling Tai Su. The faces of the 8 great families' masters all changed dramatically. High Heaven Pavilion's sect master, Ling Tai Su, the only master from a second-class sect who was able to break through to the immortal ascension boundary. In all of the world's historical records, this was a unique distinction. There had never been a record of an above immortal ascension boundary master from a second-class sect. Even the Lu family's Lu Si had only broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary after the Lu family had been promoted to a first-class family. It was also thanks to the guidance and promotion of the Chou family's masters that he was able to achieve his current achievements. Ling Tai Su, these 3 words represented a legend, a living legend. Moreover, he had an apprentice. His apprentice was the current demon lord of the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. He controlled a 10 million kilometer radius and had 6 great evil kings as his subordinates. When the demon lord was enraged, the heavens and earth would change and countless lives would be lost. So when they heard Ling Tai Su's name, the 8 of them couldn't help feeling tense up, especially Chou Dao Ren. His Chou family had led people to High Heaven Pavilion and burned down their sect. Now that their sect master was standing here, it was clear that there was some enmity between them. If a fight really broke out, War City would likely be finished. However, what the 8 of them couldn't understand was that this Ling Tai Su had clearly broken through not long ago. So how could his comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Dao be even deeper than theirs? If not for this, how could they not have noticed the existence of Ling Tai Su? These 8 people, each of them had been promoted for at least 50 years. In these 50 years, it could not be said that their strength had not improved at all, but compared to Ling Tai Su, that little bit of improvement was simply insignificant. How did he do it? So it is Brother Ling. Chou Dao Ren calmed his expression and nodded gently. I have long heard of your great name. I wouldn't dare. Ling Tai Su smiled gently, not intending to pick a fight, instead acting extremely humble. If we really want to talk about it, all of you are this Ling's seniors. I am indebted to seniors for thinking so highly of me. Calling me Brother Ling is this Ling's honor. Chapter 527. Seeing Ling Tai Su's attitude, the masters from the 8 great families couldn't help smiling, the fat old man quickly saying, Brother Ling is too modest. The above immortal ascension boundary doesn't have seniority. All of us treat each other as equals. Speaking of which, the seniority of the 8 of us is quite chaotic. Yes, yes, yes. Someone chimed in. After a few words of courtesy, the atmosphere suddenly eased a lot. For what reason has Brother Ling appeared here? Yang Li Ting still wore a cold expression, asking a question he already knew the answer to. Naturally, it's for this little brat. Ling Tai Su smiled lightly, pointing to the position where Yang Kai was standing and saying, No matter what, I am still his Grand Master. At such a critical juncture when my disciple is breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary, I naturally have to take care of him. N. You also want to protect him? N. Ling Tai Su nodded lightly. Yang Li Ting suddenly felt a bit awkward. The above immortal ascension boundary Ling Tai Su, Meng Wuya with his strange aura, the old demon with his demonic chi, and the 8 blood warriors using their mad tyrant blood skill. The combined strength of these people was not something he could ignore. After an immortal ascension boundary 9th stage blood warrior used their mad tyrant blood skill, they would be able to exchange a few blows with an above immortal ascension boundary cultivator. The strength of 8 blood warriors couldn't be underestimated. Ling Tai Su's strength was obvious to all. Yang Li Ting estimated that if he were to fight him one-on-one, he would be at a disadvantage. That Meng Wuya was even more mysterious. Even Yang Li Ting didn't know how to evaluate his combat effectiveness. On top of that, the old demon was also eyeing him covetously. This battle, if they really fought, even if they could win, it would lead to the destruction of War City. Yang Li Ting's eyes, which had always been as sharp as an eagle's, finally trembled as they pierced through the endless darkness towards Yang Kai. He couldn't understand how this young man from his family could actually gather so many powerful experts to speak up for him and help him deal with the situation. Friends, may I speak a few words? Ling Tai Su's expression became solemn. Please speak, Brother Ling. Chou Dao Ren nodded. Facing an above immortal ascension boundary cultivator like Ling Tai Su, these people no longer had any status. Ling Tai Su was qualified to speak to them as equals. The reason several of you want to prevent my grand disciple from breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary is because you are afraid that after he obtains great strength, his temperament will change and he will fall into the demonic path, becoming neither human nor ghost and wreaking havoc everywhere. Everyone nodded, admitting that Ling Tai Su was right. The old demon rolled his eyes and muttered discontentedly. Those who can't control their own power and are enslaved by their own power are the true disciples of the evil devil. What's the big deal about practicing the evil arts? So what if you're full of evil chi? It's just that everyone's way of pursuing power is different. As the saying goes, those who walk different paths should not conspire together. Cultivate your own path. Why deny and suppress others? A bunch of short-sighted people. Speak louder. At some unknown point, Shui Ling had run over to Old Demon's side and urged him, "If you speak so quietly, they won't be able to hear you." The old demon glared at her and grinned strangely. "You little girl, don't try to fool this old master. Don't think this old master can't see through your origins." Shui Ling was startled and asked in surprise, "You know?" "Humph, of course this old master knows. Not only does this old master know, that old fart Meng Wuya also knows. We all come from the same sky." The old demon coldly snorted, his face filled with pride. Shui Ling's eyes suddenly lit up as she grabbed onto Old Demon's arm. Her face filled with tears as she excitedly asked, "Senior, do you know how to go back?" The old demon swept his eyes over her for a moment before chuckling meaningfully. "What's wrong? You can't go back?" "I've been trapped here for a long time and haven't been able to figure out how to go back. If Senior knows how, can you tell me?" The old demon laughed proudly, his harsh laughter causing Shui Ling to feel as if her heart was being scratched by a cat, making her feel extremely uncomfortable, but she couldn't help putting on a pitiful appearance and begging for sympathy. "I won't tell you." The old demon suddenly waved his hand. Shui Ling was startled, her red lips curling in disappointment as she asked, "Why?" The old demon shrugged his shoulders. "Because this old master wants to wait for young master." "Wait for him?" Shui Ling was stunned. "Do you think he can break through the shackles of this world?" The old demon snorted. "If young master can't, then no one can." Shui Ling's expression became dignified as she stared towards Yang Kai, nodding softly after a long time. "If it's this man, then it really is possible. Just wait and see. The longest is 10 years. The shortest is 3 or 5 years. Young master will definitely reach that point," the old demon said confidently, clearly looking forward to Yang Kai's future. Shui Ling's face went black and her body couldn't help softening. "That long? If you want to go back, you can wait, but whether young master wants to take you with him or not is not something this old master can decide. After all, you had some disagreements with him before. Young master is someone who holds grudges." The old demon glanced over at Shui Ling and slowly shook his head. Shui Ling thought about it carefully and suddenly felt that with this man's cruel temperament and realistic personality, he probably wouldn't be kind enough to take her with him. So she quickly bowed and respectfully said, "Please enlighten me, Senior." The old demon laughed. "Good, good." After a pause, he whispered, "Young master, although he holds grudges and his methods are fierce, he is also very kind to his friends. You've been in War City for so long, you should be able to see through his temperament." Shui Ling nodded gently, her eyes becoming slightly blurred. What happened this time was the best example of that. Shui Ling didn't know the specifics of what had happened, but she could roughly guess. For the sake of a single High Heaven Pavilion disciple, Yang Kai was willing to go to such great lengths, even giving her the soul-capturing curse in exchange for her help in capturing Xiang Chu. From this, it could be seen that this young man was a man with a true temperament, cruel and bloodthirsty to his enemies but generous to his friends. Since you've seen through this, don't you know what to do? The old demon looked at her meaningfully. Shui Ling's brow twitched and she immediately understood, quickly nodding. "I know. I also want to make him treat me as a friend." As long as she could become his friend, when the time came, would she still need to worry about him not taking her with him? Heh heh. The old demon laughed strangely. "Young master has never refused a woman, especially a beautiful woman. You shouldn't have any problems. I think with your background, you're a good match for young master, so make sure to work hard." Shui Ling's face reddened as she glared at the old demon. "What are you talking about? How could someone like him be worthy of this young lady?" The old demon sneered. 10 years from now, You won't have the qualifications to say such things. Shui Ling was stunned, secretly feeling that Suyi Demon was a bit too blindly optimistic about Yang Kai. So she didn't say anything more to him, instead making up her mind to build a good relationship with Yang Kai. While the two of them were talking, the other above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were also discussing. Ling Tai Su said, "This Ling feels that even if this grand disciple of mine breaks through, his temperament won't be affected." "What makes you think so?" Yang Li Ting coldly snorted. "Because he grew up right under my nose. I understand him better than any of you." Ling Tai Su smiled lightly. He was different from the others. He had seen Yang Kai's demonic chi before and had also discussed this issue with Yang Kai, so he naturally had confidence in him. "What you say makes sense." Qiu Daoren nodded gently, stroking his beard as he pondered for a moment before asking, "But what if things develop as we expect? At that time, there will be no need for any of you to take action. This Ling will clean up his own sect." Ling Tai Su's expression became solemn as he shouted, but suddenly his expression became somewhat gloomy. "My sect has already experienced such a situation once. I will absolutely not allow it to happen a second time." The masters from the 8 great families couldn't help frowning, knowing that the situation he was talking about was definitely the demon lords, and couldn't help understanding his mood. "You can't even wait for this little bit of time, right?" Ling Tai Su looked at the 8 of them and asked. "Good." Yang Li Ting nodded heavily. "Then we'll do as you say. After he breaks through, if his temperament really changes, we'll have to trouble Brother Ling to take action. Rest assured, if that really happens, I'll cripple his cultivation." "I didn't want to take his life." Yang Li Ting snorted lightly, no longer saying anything else as he and the other 7 waited quietly. Even if Yang Kai's temperament really changed after breaking through, he was still just an Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivator. With so many masters here, could he grow wings and fly away? So waiting for a while wasn't a big deal. On the other hand, Ling Tai Su gently shook his head, not showing the slightest tension on his face. Obviously, he had full confidence in Yang Kai and wasn't worried about any accidents. After the two sides reached an agreement, the Blood Warriors, Dong Qing Han, and the others who had been blocking the 8 masters all breathed a sigh of relief. Only after letting out the sigh did everyone realize that they were soaked in cold sweat, the cold wind blowing past them, causing them to feel extremely cold. Confronting an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master was something none of them had ever dared to think about before, but today, they had no choice but to do so. Ling Tai Su and Meng Long Ye both nodded slightly to them, causing everyone to quickly return to the Earth Travel Temple. Qiu Dao Run released Qiu Yi Meng, who had been imprisoned, while the Hua family master also released Hua Xing. The two of them quickly returned to their respective camps and commanded everyone to retreat. The cultivators from Yang Zhao's mansion also couldn't help retreating a certain distance. A moment later, only Ling Tai Su, Meng Wuya, and the 8 masters from the 8 great families remained beside Yang Kai. Just now, everyone had either been negotiating or watching the show and hadn't paid much attention to Yang Kai, but now, everyone's eyes were focused on Yang Kai. Only now did they realize how terrifying the baptism of world energy he had just endured was. A huge amount of energy poured down from the clouds and bombarded Yang Kai's body. This kind of world energy was enough to cause any peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master to faint. But Yang Kai had been quietly floating below the clouds, his body producing a crazy suction force, like a bottomless pit, absorbing all of this world energy. There was no waste, nor was there any hardship. His body was able to cope with all of this with ease. Chapter 528. Not only that, but his body was also constantly exuding an evil energy. This absorption and release of energy caused the energy in his body to strangely reach a state of equilibrium. Everyone present paled, secretly shocked. None of them could figure out how a mere Yuan Qi cultivator breaking through to the Immortal Ascension boundary could cause such a magnificent phenomenon. Good seedling, good seedling. The fat old man's eyes lit up as he muttered to himself, seemingly very annoyed that such a character had never appeared in his family. But when he thought about Yang Li-Ting's previous attitude and actions, the fat old man couldn't help feeling a little sorry for Yang Kai. The indifference of the Yang family's affection. He didn't know if this little brat would be bitterly disappointed. If this little brat was one of his descendants, he would definitely take good care of him, teaching him everything he had learned in his life and providing him with all the family's resources. The patriarch of the Yang family was nothing but a fart. Looking at this little brat's momentum, he would definitely grow to the peak of this world in the future. At that time, the patriarchs of the 8 great families, grand elders, and above immortal ascension boundary cultivators would all be nothing in front of him. Yang Li-Ting, you're really stupid. The fat old man couldn't help cursing in his heart. Yang Kai's consciousness was immersed in his sea of consciousness, surrounded by darkness, as if War City was shrouded in demonic chi and dark clouds. It was even darker than War City at this moment, as if there was no light at all. Just like before the heavens and earth opened, in this darkness, there was nothing. However, some strange changes were quietly taking place. In the darkness, there seemed to be some kind of power gathering, like a seed buried in the soil, about to germinate and grow. After an unknown amount of time, a ray of light suddenly burst out from the darkness, as weak as a firefly's light, like a candle in the wind and rain, flashing and disappearing. However, this sudden flash of light dispelled all the darkness at this moment. Kai Yang's attention was focused on that spot, and he felt like there was something there that was attracting his attention. Concentrating on that spot, he could vaguely make out a vague outline of something. Another ray of light burst out, but the color of this light was slightly different from the previous one. The next moment, the light was annihilated, and Yang Kai's soul was no longer calm. With the appearance of this light, some mysterious fluctuations appeared. A third color appeared, followed by a fourth color, a fifth color. When all 5 types of light appeared, this process was repeated endlessly. Subtle and weak lights, like newly born spores after the rain, used their fragile bodies to push open the cover of the soil, wanting to tear apart the chaotic darkness. The frequency at which the 5 colored lights burst out became faster and more intense, and Yang Kai's soul fluctuations also grew stronger. The entire chaotic dark space seemed to be unable to support itself any longer as the 5 colored lights continued to illuminate the surrounding space. Suddenly, 5 different lights lit up at the same time. A 5-colored lotus flower, emitting a gentle light, appeared in front of Yang Kai out of thin air and spun around. Yang Kai was shocked. 5 colors soul-warming lotus. This supreme treasure that nourished the soul finally revealed its full appearance, spinning around. As it spun, strands of gossamer-like energy were released from its interior and spread around at an incredible speed. Soon, it filled the entire dark space, making this space no longer chaotic and empty, but filled with countless exuberant vitality. These gossamer-like energy were his own soul power. Yang Kai understood. When he was promoted to the Yuan Qi stage, Yang Kai had already cultivated soul power. But soul power was invisible and formless. Like Yuan Qi, it needed a place and carrier to store it. Yuan Qi was stored in the dantian and meridians, while soul power was stored in the sea of consciousness. But Yang Kai's sea of consciousness had not yet been formed, so the 5-colored soul-warming lotus served as the carrier. Now, Yang Kai was relying on the soul power that he had cultivated over the years to open up his sea of consciousness. A series of subtle, almost imperceptible threads of soul power were being released in a steady stream. With the release of these threads of soul power, Yang Kai felt as if he had broken free from some of his shackles and his soul power was growing several times faster. Although the soul-warming lotus was rare, in the end, it was only a foreign object, a carrier that carried Yang Kai's soul. Through this carrier, Yang Kai could also use his soul, but he couldn't display its full power. Now that this carrier had completed its task as a transition station, Yang Kai's soul power could be fully improved. Extremely strong spiritual energy fluctuations suddenly spread out from Yang Kai's sea of consciousness and instantly filled the entire War City. The masters gathered around him all paled as they felt the strength of this divine sense, all of them raising their eyebrows. The masters from the 8 great families all wore dignified expressions, while Meng Wuya and Ling Tai-su were both surprised and excited. The fluctuations of Yang Kai's soul power had completely exceeded the level of his current cultivation, leaving behind any other cultivator in the same realm. Inside Yang Kai's mind, the 5-colored soul-warming lotus was still rotating, and the spiritual energy stored inside it was constantly being released into the outside world. Time passed by. At a certain moment, the spiritual energy stored inside the soul-warming lotus finally burst out. The originally chaotic and dark space was now filled with threads that exuded a soft light, as thick and viscous as a swamp. Yang Kai clearly saw that these spiritual energy threads, under the influence of some kind of mysterious force, were suddenly changing. The spiritual energy threads began to shine brightly and gradually converged into a more powerful one, then converged again, gradually becoming stronger and stronger. This cycle repeated over and over again, never stopping. Yang Kai couldn't help but recall the scene in Tang Yu Xian's Knowledge Sea, when he saw her display the opening of her Knowledge Sea. Compared to his current situation, it was very different. Tang Yu Xian's opening of her Knowledge Sea had been done bit by bit, step by step, difficult but slow. But at this moment, Yang Kai's Knowledge Sea was blossoming rapidly and fiercely. In the entire chaotic space, spiritual energy was converging in every corner, causing a qualitative change to occur at an extremely rapid pace. Asterisk walala. Asterisk suddenly, the sound of flowing water could be heard. Looking around, Kai Yang saw that from all directions, there was a clear stream of water that was gathering towards the center of the cave. That was the position of the soul-warming lotus. The converging water turned into a small stream, which in the blink of an eye became a river, and soon, a lake and then a sea. The wind rose, rolling up waves 3 meters high. Inside this sea, Yang Kai's terrifying spiritual energy was hidden. The soul-warming lotus floated quietly above the sea, exuding a soft, multicolored light that enveloped the entire sea. The sea was so clear that one could see the bottom. With a single thought from Yang Kai, many reefs suddenly appeared in the monotonous sea. The waves hit the reefs and scattered into spray. In the sea, a variety of strange fish suddenly appeared and swam freely. Birds flew across the sky, and this world suddenly became wonderful. The sea breeze brushed against his face, refreshing his mind. Yang Kai's soul avatar floated mid-air, quietly watching all this, unable to help his mood fluctuating. Stretching out his hand, the soul-warming lotus suddenly became an isolated island in the sea, its whole body exuding a multicolored light, as eye-catching as a treasure island. Everything here could be transformed at will by Yang Kai, as they were all created by his spiritual energy. In the next moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt that in the depths of his soul, something was immersed in the sea. Secretly examining it, Yang Kai discovered that it was actually the memories in his mind. Inside his knowledge sea, there was Yang Kai's entire life, filled with traces of his life, his experiences and insights, his cultivation methods and martial skills, as well as the tribulations he had suffered. Everything, big or small, was recorded here. Glancing around casually, Yang Kai saw several past events, as if they were replaying in front of his eyes, as if he was experiencing them again. A cultivator's knowledge sea contained all their secrets, so unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would open their defenses to others and allow others to enter their knowledge sea to spy on them. That was tantamount to presenting oneself completely naked in front of the other party. Shanqing Luo had let Yang Kai see it that day, so it could be seen that she really did not put up any defenses against Yang Kai. His knowledge sea had been formed. At this moment, Yang Kai's heart gave birth to a strange feeling. In the dark, he seemed to see himself climbing up the rugged mountain road of the martial Dao by a large margin. Suddenly opening his eyes were shining brightly, as sharp as an eagle's. Everyone was shocked, their expressions dignified. At first glance, Yang Kai saw Ling Tai-su and Meng Wuya looking at him with gentle eyes, smiling with gratification. Nodding to them, Yang Kai's face was full of gratitude. Although he had just broken through, Yang Kai could still feel their arrival and knew what kind of efforts they had made for him. His heart was filled with warmth. Sure enough, Grandmaster supported him unconditionally and believed in him. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai withdrew the fluctuations of his divine sense. His whole person suddenly became ordinary, like an ordinary person who had not cultivated at all, except for the evil energy that was still emitting from his body. The dark clouds in the sky had not yet dispersed, and the terrifying power of heaven and earth continued to baptize Yang Kai's body. Although his knowledge sea had been formed, the baptism of his body had not yet ended. "Are you a human or a demon now?" Yang Liting asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai glanced at him faintly and answered his question with practical actions. After taking control of his body, under Yang Kai's guidance, the unyielding golden skeleton's devouring ability had become countless times stronger than before. All of War City was suddenly swept up by a gust of wind. With Yang Kai's body as the center, a huge suction force spread out, sucking in all the evil energy that had been released. Even the power of heaven and earth hidden in the thick dark clouds in the sky couldn't escape. A violent tornado took shape, with Kai Yang standing in the center of it all. The dark clouds in the sky swirled and were sucked into the vortex, disappearing into Kai Yang's body. After a quarter of an hour, War City suddenly became clear. The sky was clear and the evil aura that had been suppressing everyone's heart had disappeared. An invisible shockwave rushed out from Yang Kai's feet, rolling up a cloud of dust. Chapter 529. Countless pairs of eyes stared at Yang Kai, their expressions extremely strange. The shock Yang Kai's breakthrough this time was simply indescribable. Everyone's heart was filled with great doubts as they stared at Yang Kai in a daze. Could breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary cause such a terrifying heavenly manifestation? How could a cultivator who had just broken through to the immortal ascension boundary and opened up his own knowledge sea possess such a powerful spiritual energy? Those who witnessed all of this were almost unable to comprehend it. The central capital's first young lord, Lu Qingyao, who had always been as calm as an ancient well, finally smiled bitterly. He found that at this moment, Yang Kai was giving him a tremendous pressure, making him feel as if he couldn't stand up to him. It was as if with his current strength, he wasn't even qualified to touch the corner of this young man's clothes. With a bitter expression, Lu Qingyao whispered to Yang Wei, who was standing next to him, "Eldest young lord, you were right. Your ninth brother's achievements are much greater than mine." Saying so, he shook his head. "He's really a monster." Yang Wei's face filled with pride. The masters from the 8 great families all frowned, their expressions extremely dignified. If they hadn't known that Yang Kai had just broken through to the immortal ascension boundary first stage, they wouldn't have been able to see through his depths. His tyrannical spiritual energy had completely isolated them from prying eyes. This discovery made all of them tremble. Being able to isolate them from prying eyes meant that Yang Kai's spiritual energy at this moment wasn't any worse than theirs, at least on par with them, possibly even stronger. How did he do it? How did he cultivate? Each of them was over 100 years old and had cultivated their spiritual energy for countless years, yet now their spiritual energy was actually comparable to that of a 20-year-old boy. No matter who it was, all of them couldn't help feeling a sense of shame. Whether this little brat is a cultivator or a demon, I think Big Brother Yang should be able to tell, right? Ling Tai-su smiled and said to Yang Liting. At this moment, Yang Kai's aura was very ordinary. There was no sign of Yuan Qi flowing out, nor was there the previous state of being full of evil. His eyes were clear, black and white clearly distinguished. He couldn't be more normal except for his abnormal power. Yang Liting was truly blind if he still wanted to force the misfire to become the demon race on his head. Coldly snorting, Yang Liting said, "I'm afraid the fact that he was able to regain his consciousness now is only due to luck. There will be a day when he can't control his own strength. At that time, don't blame this old master for not showing mercy." After saying that, he turned into a streak of light and rushed toward the conferred god temple. He didn't want to stay here any longer. As the Yang family's grand elder, This time he felt like he had become a villain. He was only thinking about the honor of his family. He didn't want the Yang family to have an evil disciple appear. However, not only did he fail to clean up the family, he was also hated by many. No matter how good Yang Liting's mentality was, he was still somewhat unbalanced. As soon as Yang Liting left, the other 7 elders also had no reason to remain and quickly left. Before leaving, Qiu Daoren frowned at Yang Kai and said lightly, "Don't cultivate that evil secret art anymore." The fat old man also reminded Yang Kai, "Listen to me, cultivating that evil secret art is not good for you. With your aptitude, no matter what secret art you cultivate, you will have a great future. There is no need to pursue some kind of quick method." The fat old man obviously thought that the reason Yang Kai was so strong at such a young age was because he cultivated that evil secret art. Although this wasn't the case, in the end, he was just being kind. So Yang Kai could only nod gently and not explain anything. He had never cultivated an evil secret art, and the evil qi in his body was only because of the unyielding golden skeleton. What's more, he didn't want to distinguish between good and evil so clearly. It was just that everyone followed a different path. Strength was always cultivated by oneself, and where this strength was used was the most important. "Yang Kai! Congratulations." Qiu Meng stepped forward with a smile and said. The other blood warriors also quickly stepped forward and congratulated Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled at the crowd and said sincerely, "Thank you all." Even though he was still in the process of breaking through and his consciousness wasn't very clear, Yang Kai could still feel how much effort these people had put in for him. Facing Yang Kai's thanks, everyone felt at ease. Looking across the crowd, Yang Kai also nodded gently to the 8 blood warriors. The 8 blood warriors, who were originally awe-inspiring and insufferably arrogant, now all looked pale and weak. This was the price they had to pay for using their mad tyrant blood skill. Although they had paid a great price and were unable to fight with Yang Liting and the others in the end, their unwavering determination to protect Yang Kai to the end had played a big role in their success. If they hadn't acted so tough, Yang Liting and the others would not have backed down. Although they were weak, the 8 blood warriors still smiled happily. Finally, Yang Kai turned to Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuya and respectfully bowed. "Grandmaster, Treasurer Meng. Rise, rise." Ling Tai Su stretched out his hand and stroked his long beard. "It's good that you're safe." Treasurer Meng snorted. "Smelly brat. Don't cause this old master any more trouble in the future." Of course, of course." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. During this time, he had also troubled Meng Wuya many times, making him feel a little guilty. Turning to Ling Tai Su, Yang Kai asked, "Grandmaster won't be leaving, right?" Yang Kai didn't know that Ling Tai Su was hiding in War City, nor did he know when he had arrived. It was likely that only Meng Wuya knew a little about this matter. After such a long time, there had been no news from him. Seeing him now, Kai Yang felt relieved. Ling Tai Su nodded. "I don't plan to leave for the time being." "Good." Yang Kai smiled. "Disciple has already found Su Yen and the others. I'm afraid they will arrive in War City soon. With Grand Master here, I can rest assured. The disciples of High Heaven Pavilion will need Grand Master's guidance. Don't be afraid of my flattery. This old master will stay behind to accompany Brother Meng." Ling Tai Su smiled lightly, turning his head to look at Xiao Meng and suddenly saying, "I remember your aura. It was you who set fire to my sect." Xiao Meng was so embarrassed that she couldn't wait to find a hole to crawl into. In a moment of desperation, she pulled Luo Xiaoman over and blushed. She also had a part in it. Luo Xiaoman was about to cry, and for a moment she didn't know what to do. Ling Tai Su just laughed and didn't continue to pursue the matter. Xiao Meng finally understood that the other party didn't intend to settle accounts with her at all, and was just casually speaking. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully before turning his head and glancing off into the distance, taking a deep breath and saying, "Second brother, I'll be taking my leave." On the other side, Yang Zhao's face was completely ashen, as if he had lost his soul. Even after Yang Kai and the others had all left, he still didn't show any reaction. Yang Wei glanced over at him and slowly shook his head, knowing in his heart that his second brother had suffered a terrible blow this time and probably wouldn't be able to accept such a result in a short time. Nanshang and Xiangchu, he couldn't protect them. Yang Kai had killed them right in front of his mansion, right in front of his eyes. This was secondary. The charm and potential that Old Ninth had displayed this time was what made people feel the most terrified. Once someone fell into trouble, countless people would stand up for them. But who could do such a thing? Even when facing an above immortal ascension boundary master, no one had taken a single step back from beginning to end. The cultivator in Yang Zhao's mansion wouldn't do such a thing for Yang Zhao, and Yang Wei felt that the people in his mansion wouldn't either. This time, it wasn't just Yang Zhao who had suffered a blow. Yang Wei had also suffered a severe blow. But in comparison, his ability to withstand such a blow wasn't bad. At least he hadn't collapsed directly. This inheritance war, is it really necessary to continue? Yang Wei's expression, which had always been firm, suddenly became confused. After 8 to 9 months, from the looks of it, Old Ninth is far ahead in terms of methods, strength, aptitude, and connections. None of his other brothers were qualified to be compared to him. Perhaps, in the early days, his brothers were still ahead of Yang Kai and had more cultivator allies than him. But as time passed, his mansion had grown into a behemoth, and under his leadership, his cultivator allies had an unparalleled cohesive force. The Yang family needed such a person to be its patriarch. In the current environment and contrast in strength, there was really no need to continue the inheritance war. With a sigh, Yang Wei suddenly felt a little disheartened, saying goodbye to Lu Qingyao before hurriedly leaving with his blood warrior. Second young lord, let's go back. The blood warrior who had fought with Tang Yuxian before pursed his lips and tried to persuade him. Yang Zhao remained motionless, his face extremely pale. Second young lord, please forgive my sect for not being able to participate in this inheritance war. A young blood warrior walked up to Yang Zhao and said with a look of shame on his face. Nanshang and Xiangchu had only wounded one of Yang Kai's subordinates before being killed. What was the point of participating in this inheritance war? Who would dare become an enemy of Yang Kai again? The two blood warriors' expression became cold, but just as they were about to open their mouths and shout, they suddenly restrained themselves. From their standpoint, the two blood warriors could understand how difficult it was for them to make such a choice. After such a long time of hard work, withdrawing at the last moment, not only would they not obtain any benefits, they would also be forced to bear the consequences of their actions. However, compared to their own lives, what did this matter? The two blood warriors could look down on them for being weak, but they couldn't accuse them of adding insult to injury. In Yang Zhao's current situation, they had chosen to leave. Goodbye. After the young blood warrior finished speaking, he didn't have the face to remain and hurriedly led his subordinates away. Second young lord, I'm sorry, we won't be able to participate. Another blood warrior stepped forward, apologized, and immediately left. In less than a cup of tea's worth of time, Yang Zhao's cultivator force had shrunk significantly, about half of them leaving. Before each of these forces left, they would inform Yang Zhao, but he didn't say a word, as if he hadn't heard them at all. Who else wants to leave? If you want to leave, then leave quickly. One of the blood warriors suppressed his anger and shouted coldly. Immediately, a few more forces who had been hesitating left. Is there no one else who wants to leave? The two blood warriors swept their eyes over the crowd coldly. Everyone stood ramrod straight. Good. The two blood warriors nodded lightly, a look of satisfaction appearing on their faces as they looked at those who were willing to stay with a new light. However, Yang Zhao still had a dazed look on his face. Chapter 530. Today he had to go out and wouldn't be able to return at noon, so there was no need to wait. Among the crowd, the Xian Ro's eyes were filled with disappointment as she stared at Yang Zhao. She hadn't expected that the Yang family's second young lord would become like this after experiencing such a setback. For no apparent reason, she couldn't help feeling a burst of irritation and resentment. In order to win Yang Zhao's favor, she had paid a lot. But now she couldn't see any hope of him winning the inheritance war. Looking up in the direction of Yang Kai's mansion, Yi Xianrou's eyes flashed a strange light. Her pretty face filled with excitement as she bit her thin lip, seemingly thinking of something, her cheeks blushing slightly. In Yang Kai's mansion, less than half a day after everyone returned, someone came to report that more than 100 people from High Heaven Pavilion had arrived. Yang Kai was overjoyed and quickly went out to greet them. Su Yan and the others had already arrived. After Xia Ningchang received the news, her face flushed red with excitement as she ran out of the pill room. The two girls hadn't seen each other for a long time, and now that they were reunited, they naturally had a lot to talk about, especially since there was a common man between them. As they talked, the topic gradually shifted to Yang Kai, whispering and laughing while pointing at Yang Kai. Qin Zhe of Medicine King's Valley quickly chased after them. He wanted to grab Xia Ningchang and take her back for alchemy, but after seeing her happy expression, he decided to go back alone. He also didn't have the heart to disturb Xia Ningchang's conversation with her acquaintances. In his memory, this young martial aunt of his seemed to have few friends. Besides spending her days in the pill room performing alchemy, she had nothing else to do. Such a young girl, in addition to alchemy, she should have more important things to do. Qin Zhe sighed. The mansion was lively, and the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall were familiar with High Heaven Pavilion, so everyone quickly became friends. Yang Kai secretly glanced at Su Yan and Xia Ningchang, who were standing nearby and talking, suddenly feeling a little pleased and satisfied. Brother-in-law. Sassafras rushed over. After taking the myriad drug milk, his injuries were quickly healed. Quietly approaching Yang Kai, he asked in a low voice, "Why do I feel like senior sister Xia's relationship with you isn't ordinary?" Yang Kai snorted and cast a sidelong glance at him. Children shouldn't ask about these things. This is the master's world. Sassafras pursed his lips. "You're not that much older than me." Yang Kai straightened his face and said lightly, "The people who hurt you are all dead. If you encounter this kind of thing again in the future, bear with it as much as you can. Do you understand?" Sassafras chuckled. "Got it." Shaking his head, he said, "It's a pity. Originally, I wanted to cultivate hard and personally find them to take revenge, but now it seems that there is no chance. Those two guys don't look very powerful. Did you obtain some kind of opportunity in the Heaven's Cave inheritance?" Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him with a smile on his face. He and Su Yan obtained the final inheritance in the Heaven's Cave inheritance. The Hu sisters also obtained the twin spirit shared spirit divine art. Even Lan Chudai had some gains. If Sassafras didn't obtain any kind of opportunity there, Yang Kai wouldn't believe it. His cultivation speed in the past few years had been very fast, making him seem like a completely different person. Sassafras chuckled a few times, scratching his head and nodding. "A little. I also told elder sister about it." Yang Kai nodded lightly, but didn't inquire too much. "Work hard. Don't waste your opportunities. The opportunities in the Heaven's Cave inheritance are not ordinary." "What do you mean?" Sassafras didn't understand. "It's nothing. Just remember it." Yang Kai shook his head and didn't explain. He also faintly felt that the things in the Heaven's Cave inheritance seemed to have transcended the level of this world. Whether it was his and Su Yan's joyous unification art, or the Hu sisters' twin spirit shared spirit divine art, they shouldn't have been created by this world's cultivator. Moreover, during this time, Yang Kai had also seen a lot of unexpected things, greatly broadening his horizons. Naturally, he was able to judge some extraordinary information. The people from High Heaven Pavilion were arranged to stay in Yang Kai's house by Chiu Yimeng. In War City, Ling Tai-su wasn't the only one. The remaining 4 great elders of the sect were also in War City. Under Ling Tai-su's protection, they had not been discovered. After Ling Tai-su's appearance, the 4 great elders also came to Yang Kai's house. After 2 or 3 days of hustle and bustle, Yang Kai's house gradually calmed down and everyone went about their duties in an orderly manner. After experiencing the hardships of a few days ago, The forces in Yang Kai's house had become more and more cohesive. Even though they belonged to different sects, they all got along peacefully like brothers and sisters. There was no such thing as unequal distribution of benefits. In some situations, such as when a new batch of pills came out, everyone would give in to each other and the atmosphere would be harmonious. In the past few days, Kai Yang had only done one thing: clean up the Bamboo Knot gang. The news of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples' hiding place was leaked by the Bamboo Knot gang. After Pang Chi returned to the central capital, he immediately found the culprit, Mu Nando. The next day, Mu Nando's head was personally delivered to Yang Kai's house by Pang Chi. According to Pang Chi, the reason why Mu Nando had sold out was only because the Yi family's Yi Xi and Ro had promised him some benefits and sent him 2 young and beautiful maidservants. Because the 2 maidservants were from the Yi family, Pang Chi didn't dare act rashly and simply sent them over for Yang Kai to deal with. For a short-sighted person like Mu Nando, Yang Kai didn't want to waste too much effort. Since he had already killed him, naturally there was nothing to say. As for the 2 maidservants, Yang Kai didn't kill them and simply kept them in the house. After all, they had no choice but to be used as a bargaining chip for Mu Nando in this whirlpool of right and wrong. Pang Chi immediately returned to the central capital to gather supplies for Yang Kai. After Pang Chi left, Chiao Meng found Yang Kai, pulled him into his room, closed the doors and windows, and wore a dignified expression. Looking at her nervous expression, Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. If this was seen by others, they might misunderstand. Chiao Meng had also been busy for several days. After the war, there were many things that had to be dealt with, such as counting the casualties, comforting the injured, arranging accommodations for the High Heaven Pavilion members, and so on. After the 2 of them sat down in her room, Yang Kai reached out and poured a cup of tea for his niece. Chiao Meng gulped it down and let out a sigh of relief, seeming to relax a lot. "What do you want to say?" Yang Kai asked softly as he sipped his tea. Chiao Meng sighed and said, "About Nanshang and Xiang. Do you think I went too far?" Yang Kai interrupted her. Chiao Meng nodded gently and said truthfully, "After all, they are the future heirs of first-class families. If you kill them so carelessly, how do you plan to clean up this mess? Do you think the Xiang and Nan families will give up?" "They won't." Yang Kai shook his head. Before killing Xiang Chu and Nan Shang, he had already expected this, but he still killed them. "But the Xiang and Nan families can't do anything to me." Yang Kai chuckled. "If they really dared to take action against me, I would admire their courage, but they don't dare. Not to mention that the Yang family was a behemoth that the Xiang and Nan families could not compete with. Even with so many masters gathered in Yang Kai's house, the Xiang and Nan families were no match for him. 8 Blood Warriors and above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, and 2 Peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Even if the Xiang and Nan families wanted to avenge their dead heirs, they still had to consider whether they had enough weight. "You!" Chiao Meng stared at Yang Kai with a look of both love and hatred, smiling lightly. "But to tell you the truth, Xiang Chu and Nan Shang were killed by you. I also feel very good about it. Those 2 were truly insidious and despicable. If the Xiang and Nan families had really been inherited by them, they would never have been able to rise again." Yang Kai snorted. "Those 2, even if I didn't kill them this time, they would have been killed by others in the future. And that's true, but the problem is that the Xiang and Nan families absolutely won't compromise now. The Yang family will probably be put under some pressure. In the inheritance war, there has never been a loss of a first-class family's heir, so this matter could be a big deal. However, in my opinion, with the Yang family's domineering arrogance, they may not care about them, but it's also impossible for them to cover up for you. In other words, the Yang family will not intervene in the grievances between you and those 2 families." "I naturally understand that." Chiao Meng's expression became dignified. "If I were them, I would wait for an opportunity to strike. When you're down, I'll hit you when you're down. Do you think you'll fall?" "That's hard to say." Yang Kai shook his head. Chiao Meng raised her head and stared directly into the depths of Yang Kai's eyes, whispering softly, "It looks like we're both worried about the same problem." Yang Kai smiled lightly. Women who are too smart aren't very likable. Do you like stupid women? Qiu Yimeng stood up and turned around. Xiaoman is stupid, but that doesn't mean you like her. I like her. Her breasts are so big, twice as big as yours. Yang Kai said without hesitation. As he spoke, he stared at Qiu Yimeng's chest, suddenly sinking into contemplation, rubbing his chin and muttering, "If I bury my head in there, I wonder if I'll suffocate." Qiu Yimeng's face went black as she hurriedly crossed her arms in front of her chest, angrily shouting, "Be serious!" Yang Kai's expression suddenly became solemn as he helplessly said, "This time's matter was beyond my expectations. I didn't expect that breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary would cause such a big commotion." Exposing some of his strength and heritage was one thing, but the key point was that he had also aroused the vigilance of the 8 Grand Elders from the Seal Temple. This was not something Yang Kai wanted to see happen. "Ah, you're too careless." Qiu Yimeng also smiled bitterly. She and Yang Kai were both worried about this matter. The 8 great families and the demon race were like fire and water, so Yang Kai's evil side naturally made them fear him. Once someone from the 8 great families cultivated an evil secret art, they would either be directly destroyed or have their cultivation crippled. This time, Yang Kai being able to survive was thanks to Ling Tai-su and the others, not because Yang Li-ting cared about blood ties. Can't be hidden. Yang Kai shook his head. There are no walls in this world that don't let the wind out. Being able to hide for so long, Yang Kai was already very satisfied. According to the situation at that time, even if he hadn't become the demon race before, when he broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, the energy inside his unyielding golden skeleton would have erupted uncontrollably. At that time, the 8 Grand Elders would also know about this. Chapter 531. Unless Yang Kai could find a place far away from War City and avoid their eyes and ears. Now that the situation had developed to this point, whether or not the inheritance war would be affected, Yang Kai didn't know. If because of this, the family decided to deprive him of the right to participate in the inheritance war, it wasn't impossible. Qiu Yimeng was worried about this, so she pulled Yang Kai, closed the door, and quietly discussed this matter. However, no matter how worried she was now, the family's decision wasn't something Yang Kai could interfere with. Just like with the issue of the Blood Warriors before, if the family said he couldn't participate, then he couldn't. No matter how Yang Kai resisted or argued, in the end he had to compromise. Although he had obtained a lot of benefits at that time, things didn't develop as he had expected, which was really annoying. Discussing with Qiu Yimeng and Qiu Yimeng was fruitless, so he could only take precautions. "Is there anything else? If there's nothing else, I'll go first." Yang Kai hurriedly stood up and prepared to leave. Qiu Yimeng stared at him for a moment before suddenly snorting, "Are you in a hurry to find that icy beauty?" Her words were full of jealousy. Ignoring her, Kai Yang stepped out of the room. "Pay attention to your body. Don't overwork yourself," the Qiu family's first young lady said sarcastically. "Why do you care so much about me?" Yang Kai grinned wickedly, pausing his steps, staring at Qiu Yimeng with a burning gaze. "You don't really like me, do you?" Qiu Yimeng blushed and snorted. "So what?" Yang Kai was stunned, not having expected her to admit it so bluntly. Suddenly, he didn't know what to do. Although he had repeatedly flirted with Qiu Yimeng before, that was only a verbal tease. Now that he had suddenly received such an answer, Yang Kai suddenly felt a little uneasy. Standing in place, he didn't know what to say. Qiu Yimeng, on the other hand, wore an indifferent expression and snorted. "Liking you doesn't mean I want to be with you. Unless you can marry into the Qiu family, then I can give up everything and follow you. Do you think you can marry into the Qiu family by being a good wife and loving mother?" Yang Kai shook his head. "That's right, so between the two of us, I only like you to this extent. In the future, I will marry one of the young lords of the central capital, and then my Qiu family will form a marriage alliance with his family so that we can help each other. We'll support each other and work together to bring down your Yang clan and trample it under our feet. At that time, we might become enemies." Qiu Yimeng said calmly, as if she was talking about someone else. Perhaps she will marry someone like Stars Hua. And Gao Rangfeng, Kangzhan, Lu Qingyao, Meng Shanyi. Anything is possible. They don't deserve you. Yang Kai shook his head, suddenly feeling a little bored. Qiu Yimeng giggled. The corners of her eyes overflowed with tears, but she didn't wipe them away, instead turning her head and whispering softly, "What does it matter if they don't deserve you? I'm not worthy of you, am I? You're so powerful, your future is bright, you have means, you have charm, and you're so strong. There is almost no woman who can match you. Before, I was a man who looked down on the world, but now I can only look up to you." Yang Kai suddenly felt that he couldn't continue talking to her. If he did, this strong and wise woman would really cry. Grinning, he said, "Let's not talk about feelings, we can just play around." These words were worse than a beast, so Yang Kai couldn't help but despise himself for it. "Not now, wait until the day I get married. I'll find you." Qiu Yimeng shook her head solemnly. Yang Kai stared at her blankly. "Are you kidding me?" Qiu Yimeng smiled charmingly. "What do you think? I'll take my leave first." Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly fled. In the corridor, a crisp sound rang out, and under the moonlight, a graceful figure reclined on the handrail of the corridor, looking up at the star field, holding some hazelnuts in her hands and chewing them with relish. A head of light blue hair that caused Yang Kai to be a little dazed. A beautiful but slightly charming face that was captivating. A small red mouth that opened up and down, revealing her pearly white teeth. A pair of slender legs that were mostly exposed to the air. And her skin as white as jade, an eye-catching sight. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he stared at the woman in front of him. "Do you want some?" Shui Ling stretched out her hand, but her mouth didn't stay idle, still chewing the hazelnuts skillfully. "No need." Yang Kai shook his head. "Why are you here?" "I live next door." Shui Ling pointed to the room next door. "I was bored at night, so I came out to look at the stars. I asked you why you're in my house." Yang Kai coldly snorted. "What's wrong? Your house is so big. What's wrong with me living here?" Shui Ling pouted, whispering softly. "You can't be so stingy, right? Don't try to play tricks with me, it doesn't matter if you live here. But if I find out you have any ulterior motives, you'll die. I'm so scared." Shui Ling bit her thin lip, staring at Yang Kai in horror, her two big eyes filled with fear. Humph! Knowing that she was just putting on an act, Yang Kai didn't probe further, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Did you hear what I said just now?" Shui Ling continued chewing the hazelnuts and giggled. "I didn't hear the first half, but I heard the second half. Go accompany her." Yang Kai signaled with his eyes. The hazelnuts in Shui Ling's mouth slid down silently as she cried out, "Are you serious? Either go accompany her or get the hell out of here right now." "You!" Shui Ling ground her teeth and quickly rolled over, stuffing the hazelnuts in her hand into her sleeve, puffing out her chest and glaring at Yang Kai, hatefully saying, "I'll remember you." Saying so, she stormed into Qiu Yimeng's room. A moment later, the sound of two young girls chatting came from inside the room, Yang Kai leaving with a satisfied expression. Shui Ling had returned to the house with everyone 3 days ago. Yang Kai knew about it but didn't bother with her. This woman's origins were mysterious, and her cultivation was not in line with her age. Furthermore, she had a head of light blue hair that stood out from the rest. No matter how he looked at her, she didn't look like an ordinary woman. She said she came from Water Spirit Temple, but Yang Kai had never heard of this sect. While he had asked the old demon to pay attention to her movements, Yang Kai also wanted to investigate her secrets. He could feel that Shui Ling had no malicious intentions towards the people in the house. As such, he had acquiesced to her living here. However, he hadn't expected that Qiu Yimeng would arrange for her to live in the room next to his, obviously intending to personally monitor her. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The night wind blurred. Yang Kai came to his little senior sister's room. Su Yen was also here. In the middle of the night, suddenly seeing Yang Kai visit, the two young girls were a little shy. Su Yan was fine, but Xia Chang's face was red to the neck. During the time that Su Yan wasn't here, she had often shared a bed with Kai Yang and Kai Yang. Although she had never done anything out of line, at this moment, Xia Chang still felt ashamed. Lowering her head, she didn't say a word. Su Yan glanced at Yang Kai and asked softly, "Why are you here?" "I've always lived here," Yang Kai replied frankly. Su Yan suddenly had a look of understanding on her face as she pursed her lips and giggled. She didn't oppose the relationship between Yang Kai and Xia Chang. Could even be said that, in terms of relationships, she had never restricted Yang Kai or asked him to do anything. If it weren't for the joyous unification art, with Su Yan's cold temperament, she wouldn't have such needs. On the contrary, Yang Kai cultivated a Yang attribute secret art and was a hot-blooded young man, so his needs were definitely stronger than hers. Yang Kai's status wasn't low, so it could be said that he could have as many women as he wanted, especially in the house. Now that there were so many beautiful women, there were many who had a good impression of him. However, as far as Su Yan knew, Yang Kai had only had one woman, and that was her. For such a man, Su Yan wouldn't ask him to do anything. "Do you want to rest?" Su Yan looked at Yang Kai with a smile. "Dual cultivation, we didn't dual cultivate last time," Yang Kai said. "Oh." Su Yan blushed as she also remembered this. "I'm going to rest," Xia Chang suddenly said, falling directly onto the bed and covering his face with the quilt, motionless, as if he had fallen asleep in an instant. Yang Kai and Su Yan glanced at each other and couldn't help laughing, recalling that Xia Chang had often acted like this in the cave mansion under High Heaven Pavilion's coiling dragon stream. Shaking their heads, they didn't explain too much. Yang Kai and Su Yan sat down cross-legged facing each other and stretched out their palms. The joyous unification art had already reached the second stage, so there was no need for them to dual cultivate. The Yuan Qi in their bodies merged in a strange way in an instant, flowing from Yang Kai's body to Su Yan's body, then from Su Yan's body back to Yang Kai's body, an endless cycle. A few days ago, a great battle had caused the entire war city to boil over, and even now it had not completely calmed down. The Yang family's ninth brother, Yang Kai, had suddenly displayed his unparalleled strength, killing Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng in front of Yang Zhao's house and openly breaking through to the Immortal Ascension boundary. This evil energy had spread throughout War City and finally attracted the attention of the 8 masters from the Seal Temple to stop it. But in front of Yang Kai's incredible connections and strength, the 8 masters had no choice but to compromise. After that, Yang Kai successfully broke through to the Immortal Ascension boundary and the 8 masters from the Seal Temple retreated. The front of Yang Zhao's house was in ruins. The next day, eldest brother Yang Wei announced that until the end of the Inheritance War, he would not make any more moves. When this news came out, War City was in an uproar. Yang Wei's meaning was obviously that he felt he couldn't win the Inheritance War, so he had taken such passive measures. However, everyone understood and didn't blame or despise him. In the face of Yang Kai's overwhelming power, even if Yang Wei resisted, it would be useless. As long as Yang Kai wanted to, he could instantly defeat Yang Wei and eliminate him. Chapter 532. News of Yang Wei's passive response spread. Although there was no news from Yang Zhao's house, in the eyes of those with discerning eyes, his situation was undoubtedly the worst. Masters like Nanshang and Xiang Chu had been killed in front of Yang Zhao's house. After that battle, the forces in Yang Zhao's house had shrunk significantly. Many forces withdrew from the Inheritance War and left Yang Zhao's house. After only half an hour, Yang Zhao's house was completely deserted. At this moment, the remaining forces in Yang Zhao's house were less than half of what they had been at their peak. In terms of number of cultivator, Yang Zhao's house had instantly fallen from the most powerful to the last. Moreover, in terms of overall strength, Yang Zhao's house couldn't be compared with Yang Kai's house. There were even rumors that Yang Zhao himself had lost all of his former glory since that day, spending his days in a daze, almost like a walking corpse, a tragic sight to behold. The remaining cultivator in Yang Zhao's house were also listless and had no fighting spirit. The inheritance war had lasted until now, and the outcome had basically been decided. Just as Yang Wei thought that day, there was no need to continue this battle for the position of future patriarch of the Yang family. Most people in War City, including those in the central capital, felt that Yang Kai would definitely be the next patriarch of the Yang family, leading the 8 great families and holding great power in his hands. These days, Yang Kai's mansion could be said to be bustling with noise and excitement. Guests came and went like a river, countless of them. These people all wanted to use this final moment to establish a relationship with Yang Kai. Although they hadn't helped much in the inheritance war, and some of them were even former enemies of Yang Kai's house, seeing that the inheritance war was about to end, they naturally wanted to take advantage of this final opportunity. They didn't really expect to reach an agreement with Yang Kai or form an alliance, but at the very least they wanted to be acquainted with him. This way, when Yang Kai became the patriarch of the Yang family in the future, it would be easier to negotiate. These people all brought a lot of gifts, hoping to see Yang Kai and exchange a few words with him. There were also many people who came to act as matchmakers. Of these large and small forces, which one of them didn't have a few young ladies? Yang Kai was also a man. Men liked beautiful women. This was an eternal truth. If Yang Kai were to take a fancy to one of her daughters, she would become the mistress of the Yang family when she marries him. Who wouldn't be jealous of such an honor? The threshold of Yang Kai's mansion was almost broken. In the face of these people's visits, Qiu Yimeng was once again overwhelmed with work. Originally, she wasn't prepared to entertain these people. Towards these opportunistic people who changed faces faster than flipping the pages of a book, Qiu Yimeng abhorred them. However, after Yang Kai heard the news, he actually asked her to entertain him. Although Qiu Yimeng didn't understand why, she could only comply. All the great forces who came with gifts were personally welcomed into the house by Qiu Yimeng. After a few words, they would leave their gifts behind and scram. As for the matchmakers, the Qiu family's eldest young miss had rudely blocked them outside the door and refused to receive them. In just a few days, the Yang Kai prefecture had welcomed more than 100 forces and gathered a large amount of wealth and materials at an incredible speed. Qiu Yimeng was deeply shocked. Even if she was the Qiu family's eldest young lady, she was still shocked by the quantity and quality of these materials. 5 days later, Yang Kai's mansion gradually calmed down. Everyone who was busy suddenly felt a tyrannical aura spread out from the depths of the mansion. This aura was mixed with energy fluctuations that caused everyone's heart to palpitate. All of them couldn't help but look towards the source of the aura with a slightly changed expression. A moment later, many people had gathered together. "What's going on?" Huixing shouted. He had just obtained a new artifact from Treasure Instrument Sect and hadn't had time to refine it before encountering this situation, so he couldn't help feeling a little surprised. "It seems that someone has broken through." Qiu Yimeng frowned slightly. "And it's not just one person. I also felt it, 2 people broke through at the same time." Dong Dong nodded gently. The aura that had spread out was intertwined and didn't belong to just one person. "But why do I feel young Lord Kai's aura?" Huixing didn't understand. Yang Kai had just broken through to the Immortal Ascension boundary a few days ago, so even if his aptitude was outstanding, it was impossible for him to break through again in just a few days, right? How could others still survive? "Let's go take a look." Qiu Yimeng couldn't help feeling curious and led a group of young people over. After walking for a short time, they arrived at Xia Ning Chang's room. But before they could reach out and knock, the door opened. Yang Kai walked out from inside, followed by Su Yan. Although the 2 of them looked calm, anyone could see the joy and excitement in their eyes. "What's going on? Why are there so many people here?" Yang Kai frowned. "Who broke through here?" Qiu Yimeng peeked into the room but didn't see anything, so she couldn't help using her weak divine sense to sweep Yang Kai, her beautiful face suddenly changing color. "You actually?" Among this group of young people, in addition to Qiu Yimeng, there were also a few who had broken through to the Immortal Ascension boundary. Noticing the abnormality in Qiu Yimeng's tone, they also used their divine senses to investigate and were immediately shocked. Yang Kai had actually broken through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary second stage. In other words, the aura that had spread out when he broke through was indeed caused by him. Pairs of eyes instantly bulged as everyone stared at Yang Kai incredulously, their faces filled with shock. Breaking through a minor realm, what's all the fuss about? Yang Kai snorted. Fuss about nothing? Huixing screamed. Young Lord Kai, do you know when you last broke through? Who didn't know this question? The last time Yang Kai broke through, Dong Meng had been there to protect him and had even contradicted 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. That was something that happened 7 days ago. 7 days, in just 7 days, he had broken through another minor realm. This kind of cultivation speed could no longer be described as abnormal, it was simply monstrous. She broke through with you? Qiu Yimeng stared at Su Yan. Yang Kai nodded. This time's dual cultivation had allowed both of them to make significant progress. Yang Kai had broken through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary second stage, while Su Yan had broken through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary fourth stage. Moreover, both of their cultivations had directly stabilized. In terms of gains, Su Yan's was even greater than Yang Kai's. After all, Yang Kai had just broken through a great realm not long ago. Huixing suddenly said, "You've been staying in your room these past few days? Shouldn't you be?" Before he could finish his words, Su Yan's cold eyes stared towards him. The Hua family young lord suddenly went silent. Although he was quite interested in women with cold temperaments and noble appearances, towards the Su Yan, Huixing instinctively felt some fear. This woman was extraordinary. Perhaps even the Lu family's Lu Qingyao was not her opponent. For some reason, Huixing was extremely confident in his guess. What's more, she was Yang Kai's woman. Towards Yang Kai's women, even those who had a good impression of Yang Kai, Huixing had always consciously avoided them, never daring to have any improper thoughts. If you have time to ask this and that, just go and cultivate. Yang Kai scolded. Although his breakthrough this time was too abrupt, it was the result of a long period of preparation. Everyone was embarrassed by this, and they hurriedly scattered like birds and beasts. All of them hardened their hearts and swore to enter into closed-door cultivation to break through their current bottlenecks. Qiu Yimeng also blushed slightly. She had the heart to cultivate, but after all, she had many things to do and didn't have much time. "Little lord, I have something to say." Xiang Tianxiao didn't leave and instead stared at Yang Kai with a serious expression. Since the end of that day's battle, Xiang Tianxiao had been looking for an opportunity, but Yang Kai had been so busy that it wasn't until now that he had a chance to speak. Glancing at him, Yang Kai nodded gently. "I'm going to find junior sister Xia," Su Yan said, turning around and leaving. Su Yan didn't want to intervene in Yang Kai's affairs. Only Yang Kai, Qiu Yimeng, and Xiang Tianxiao remained. The atmosphere suddenly became a little dignified. Qiu Yimeng seemed to realize what Xiang Tianxiao wanted to say and quickly said, "Second young Master Xiang, I hope you can carefully consider what you are about to say." Xiang Tianxiao's expression was indifferent as he nodded slightly. "What is it? Speak." Yang Kai looked at him. Xiang Tianxiao took a deep breath and said concisely, "I want to leave here and withdraw from the inheritance war." Qiu Yimeng sighed deeply. Although she had already warned Xiang Tianxiao, he still said this sentence, making her feel a little sad. "Have you thought about it?" Yang Kai didn't seem too surprised, as if he had already known. "Since you've thought about it, then go." Yang Kai didn't try to persuade him to stay. Qiu Yimeng was shocked and stamped her foot. "Yang Kai!" Yang Kai turned to look at her and said lightly, "No matter what, I killed his eldest brother. If second young Master Xiang still stays in my house and works for me, I'm afraid he will be criticized. Leaving here is the best choice." Xiang Tianzhao's expression changed, and he couldn't help showing a trace of gratitude. Although Xiang Chu was his eldest brother, the struggle between the two brothers was no secret. In order to get rid of his younger brother, Xiang Chu had done everything in his power, but in the end, the two were still brothers. Xiang Chu died at the hands of Yang Kai, so it was really inappropriate for Xiang Tianxiao to remain here. Even if the people in the house understood him, and those who knew what happened to him understood him, with so many people in the world, how could they all understand him? Listening to Yang Kai's words, Qiu Yimeng's expression froze, not knowing how to persuade him to stay. Others were now desperately trying to squeeze into Yang Kai's house, but none of them had the opportunity to do so, nor could they. However, at the critical moment when victory was imminent in the inheritance war, Xiang Tianshao chose to leave. At first glance, such a choice was quite irrational. However, Yang Kai knew that Xiang Tianshao had his own principles and wasn't the kind of person who was driven by personal gain. If he was such a person, he wouldn't have joined him when he was at his lowest. The number of people Xiang Tianshao had brought with him was indeed not many, and their strength wasn't high, but after many battles, they had put in all of their efforts. Many thanks for this half a year. Yang Kai nodded gently to Xiang Tianshao. Xiang Tianzhao's face, which had always been expressionless, suddenly showed a smile. During this time, I was also indebted to Little Lord for taking care of me. The pills in the pill room and the artifacts refined by Treasure Instrument Sect had also been divided among the Xiang family cultivator. Thanks to such good fortune, the standards of the Xiang family cultivators had risen by several levels. Xiang Tianzhao's smile gradually converged and he restored his usual cold expression, his voice becoming low. Little Lord, when we meet again, we will be enemies. When that time comes, I won't show any mercy. Farewell. I'll send you off. Chapter 533. Outside the mansion, Xiang Tianshao led his family's cultivator to bid farewell to Yang Kai and Qiu Yimeng. As the sun set, Xiang's second young lord's back was straight as he strode forward. He had a clear conscience. Behind him, there were less than 10 people following. When he came to Yang Kai that day, he had brought 4 boxes full of supplies and more than 20 cultivator. But after so many battles, his number had dwindled. Everyone else had died in battle, using their own flesh and blood to forge Yang Kai's glorious victories. Watching his second young lord and the Xiang family disappear, Yang Kai withdrew his gaze. Of those people, he only knew the name of Xiang Tianshao. As for the others, he hadn't even spoken a word to them. But this still couldn't erase the respect and gratitude in his heart, not only for the Xiang family, but also for the cultivator from the other forces in the mansion. Yang Kai was very grateful to all of them. If these people hadn't gathered together, even if he was strong, he wouldn't have been able to make any waves in the inheritance war. Qiu Yimeng suddenly felt a little sad. This was the first group of cultivator to leave Yang Kai's mansion, not because of a dispute of interest, not because of a life or death grudge, but because of morality and family constraints. With Xiang Tianshao leading the Xiang family, things should be much better. Yang Kai took a deep breath. At the very least, he was more reliable than someone like Xiang Chu. If he were to inherit the Xiang family in the future, Yang Kai wouldn't mind forming an alliance with the Xiang family and turning weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk. Qiu Yimeng brushed her hair back behind her ear and chuckled. So you're right. You've done a good deed for the Xiang family. Unfortunately, the Xiang family won't appreciate it. Yang Kai laughed self-deprecatingly. Let's go back. Turning around. But before she could enter the mansion, her expression suddenly became cold and she reached out to the side. That hand seemed to have unknowingly lengthened, and an energy invisible to the naked eye shot out like a rope. A soft cry rang out, causing Qiu Yimeng to be startled. Qiu Yimeng couldn't help frowning. Dozens of feet away, there was a person wrapped in a black robe. Her body was suspended in the air and she was struggling. Her neck seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, and her legs were flailing wildly. However, she couldn't escape Yang Kai's grasp. Qiu Yimeng was surprised. Just now, when this person's exclamation entered her ears, she felt a sense of familiarity. But when she couldn't see her face, she couldn't help feeling curious. Yang Kai coldly snorted. With a wave of his hand, he sent out a beam of energy that blew away the bamboo hat that covered the face of the captive. After seeing her true face, Kai Yang couldn't help but narrow his eyes. a cold light flashing across them. However, Qiu Yimeng's expression, she calmly looked at the struggling posture of the person in front of her and giggled. Why is it you? Meng Meng Ji Meng Meng, Meng Meng ignoring Qiu Yimeng's teasing. She glared at Yang Kai, her face flushed red, her towering chest heaving up and down violently, sending out waves of seduction. Yang Kai frowned. He didn't want to go too far. He just felt someone approaching him without warning, so he suddenly acted. Waving his hand, Yang Kai released the woman, causing her to cry out in alarm and fall to the ground. After standing up, she glared hatefully at Yang Kai. There was a trace of hidden resentment in her eyes. She had never been treated like this before. Eldest young Lady Yi. Qiu Yimeng gracefully stood beside Yang Kai, looking at Exen across from her and saying in a strange tone, "Why aren't you staying in Yang Zhao's house and serving the second young lord? What are you doing here?" Hearing her words, Exen's heart was filled with resentment, but she didn't show it on her face, simply smiling softly and saying, "Elder sister Qiu, what are you saying? Little sister is just an ally of second young lord. How could I serve him? That's a matter for the servants. There's no need for me to intervene." Really? Qiu Yimeng looked surprised. "I heard that since little sister and second young lord formed an alliance, your relationship has been getting better and better, to the point of even discussing marriage." Exen giggled, covering her mouth as she said, "Elder sister must have misheard. Little sister isn't someone who casually marries off. Elder sister, on the other hand, you're not young anymore. Shouldn't you consider finding a good home? If elder sister is interested, little sister can speak a few words on behalf of elder sister to second young lord. Recently, second young lord has been quite depressed. If he hears this news, won't he be able to cheer up?" "No need." Qiu Yimeng chuckled, turning her head to look at Yang Kai. "If I want to marry, I already have a candidate by my side." Exen was stunned. She hadn't expected Qiu Yimeng to be so bold, directly expressing her love in front of Yang Kai. After a moment of silence, she said with a look of admiration, "Elder sister is really extraordinary. Little sister is too embarrassed to say such words. Little sister's face is quite thin." Qiu Yimeng's expression was warm, and Exen smiled faintly. The two women's eyes met, creating a series of invisible sparks. At the entrance of the mansion, there were two guards from an unknown faction standing there. Hearing the two of them calling each other elder sister and younger sister, they were more affectionate than anyone else. Their tone was also very gentle, as if they were really harmonious sisters. However, for some reason, they still felt an illusion of swords and blades. They couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. "If you have something to say, then say it. I don't have time to listen to you bickering here." Yang Kai impatiently interrupted their verbal confrontation. He had something on his mind but didn't have time to deal with it, so naturally he was a bit anxious. "Why is little lord so cold?" Exen said with some dissatisfaction. "But since I've come here, I must have something to say." Yang Kai just stared straight at her without saying anything. Exen was stunned. "You wouldn't want me to say it here, would you? What's inconvenient about that?" "Of course it's inconvenient," Exen said with a depressed expression. She had come here in secret, so if someone really saw her contacting Yang Kai here, it wouldn't be a good thing for her. After all, she was on Yang Zhao's side. Qiu Yimeng obviously also considered this point and stood on her tiptoes, whispering something into Yang Kai's ear. She was worried that if news of her meeting with Exen were to spread, she would be used by others. If that happened, not only would it be bad for Exen, but it would also be bad for Yang Kai's reputation. After listening to Qiu Yimeng's words, even though Yang Kai was somewhat reluctant, he could only say, "Then let's talk inside." As soon as he finished speaking, Exen, wrapped in a fragrant wind, rushed into the house, and when she passed by Yang Kai, she giggled and threw him a flirtatious glance. Yang Kai's expression became strange, suddenly feeling that this Exen was completely different from what he had imagined. "Do you think she's a pure woman?" Zhou Yimeng coldly snorted. I think so, Yang Kai nodded. Whether it was Yi Xianrou's name, appearance, or the few times he had met her, Yang Kai felt that although she was an enemy, she wasn't bad at all. Now it seemed that he had misjudged her. Humph. Be careful. Don't let her eat you until there's nothing left of you, Zhou Yimeng warned with a sour tone. Am I that kind of person? Yang Kai glanced at her indifferently. Zhou Yimeng couldn't help laughing, feeling that she was overthinking things. If Yang Kai was really a perverted hooligan like Stars Hua, she might have to worry about being unable to resist the temptation of Yi Xianrou. But although Yang Kai was somewhat hateful and lecherous, in the end he was still a very principled person. If she tried to seduce Yang Kai, she estimated that Yang Kai would not refuse and would eat her up. But Yi Xianrou, she didn't have that ability. Zhou Yimeng's heart suddenly filled with pride. Walking into the house, outside the side hall, Zhou Yimeng stopped and chuckled. You can talk to her yourself. I don't get along well with her. If we meet, we'll definitely quarrel, so it's better not to see her. Yang Kai nodded lightly. He had just experienced this and knew that what Zhou Yimeng said was not false. The two of them were both young ladies from the central capital's 8 great families, so naturally, they would compete with each other, but Zhou Yimeng's fame was undoubtedly overwhelming, so Yi Xianrou simply couldn't compare. Inside the side hall, Yi Xianrou had already taken off her disguise and was gasping for breath. Her face relaxed. It was clear that she had put in a lot of effort to dress herself up. She was beautiful to begin with, so at this moment, she gave off a radiant feeling. Her 2 snow-white arms were exposed, her skin white as snow, her chest full, not too big nor too small, just right. Her waist was graceful, her buttocks were round and perky, and her legs were long and slender. At the ankles of her 2 jade feet, there were also some bell-like ornaments, and although they didn't make any sound, they were small and lovely. Moreover, the first impression she gave off was that of a little bird, docile and delicate. However, when Yang Kai looked at her at this moment, he could see the charm hidden in her clear eyes. If you have something to say, just say it, Yang Kai said impatiently. Little Lord really is an indifferent person. Yi Xianrou smiled sweetly. Then you're wrong. Yang Kai grinned wickedly. I'm not an indifferent person. I'm also interested in beautiful women, but I have something to do right now, so I don't want to waste time. Is little Lord praising me as a beautiful woman? Yi Xianrou's face lit up as she bit her lip and asked. Everyone has their own preferences. In my opinion, you're a beautiful woman. Yang Kai nodded. But even if you're a beautiful woman, you can't waste my time. If that's the case, then I'll speak frankly. Yi Xianrou didn't want to be entangled. She understood Yang Kai's character and knew that he was a strong person. Strong people didn't like to be led by the nose by others, so if she tried to change the subject, she was afraid the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Yang Kai put on an expression of listening attentively. In the battle 7 days ago, Second Young Lord has completely lost his will to fight. Although I am Second Young Lord's ally and should support him at this time to restore his confidence, I think that even if I try, there is nothing I can do. In other words, Second Young Lord is destined to be eliminated from the inheritance war. What do you mean? Yang Kai smiled playfully. Could it be you want to abandon my second brother and join me? Chapter 534. Inside the main hall, Yi Xianrou blinked her big eyes and stared at Yang Kai for a moment before suddenly covering her mouth and giggling. As she laughed, she said, Little Lord is looking down on me too much. How could I possibly betray Second Young Lord and seek refuge with you? If I really did so, what kind of person would I, Yi Xianrou, be? What would the world think of my Yi family then? It's just a joke. Don't take it seriously. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. He also knew that it was impossible for Yi Xianrou to do such a thing. The inheritance war was hosted by the Yang family in order to select the next patriarch. Many forces in the world, large and small, were participating, most of them wanting to take this opportunity to latch onto the Yang family's thighs. However, the other 7 great families of the central capital didn't have such intentions. They had a strong heritage and powerful strength. Even if they weren't as strong as the Yang family, they weren't far behind. Moreover, they shared an inextricable connection with the Yang family in the central capital, so there was no need for them to curry favor with the Yang family. The young lords and young ladies of the 7 great families participating in the inheritance war were mainly honing themselves and honing their abilities. They didn't care much about winning or losing the inheritance war. If they won, they would be happy, but if they lost, it wouldn't be a big loss. Therefore, although the current situation in Yang Kai's house wasn't very optimistic, Yi Xianro couldn't betray him and instead seek refuge with him. Doing so would cause a great loss to her Yi family's reputation. Then what do you want to do? Yang Kai stared at Yi Xianro with burning eyes. If I'm not mistaken, you should have been waiting outside for a few days, right? It didn't make sense that she would find him so soon after he left the house. The only explanation was that this woman was waiting for him to show up. Actually, I don't want to do anything. Yi Xianro shook her head. It's just that the current situation is clear. It's only a matter of time before Little Lord wins. It can even be said that if you want, you can defeat the other 2 opponents right now. Yang Kai remained silent, but a trace of vigilance flashed across his eyes. He didn't know if this Yi Xianro was here to inquire about information. The future patriarch of the Yang family will undoubtedly be Little Lord. Yi Xianro's beautiful eyes flashed as if she could already see Yang Kai's domineering demeanor. Her breathing quickened slightly as an intoxicating blush appeared on her face. It just so happens that I'm more interested in the strong. The Little Lord is such a person. You're really boring. Yang Kai curled his lips, his face full of disdain. A cold light flashed across Yi Xianro's eyes, but she quickly restrained herself and giggled. Let's get straight to the point. This time, I only came to ask for one thing. What is it? When the little young lord becomes the head of the Yang family, please take care of my Yi family. Yang Kai's expression became strange, squinting at Yi Xianro. Your Yi family is still one of the 8 great families? You don't need me to look after you, do you? Yi Xianro slowly shook her head and said with a sad expression. Little Lord may not know, but the 8 great families are now going downhill. Many of the family's masters are nearing the end of their lives, and the strength of the new generation of young lords is mixed. Most of them are domineering and incompetent. In the last battle with the Ashgrey Cloud Evil Land, our side suffered heavy losses but was unable to eradicate the evil land. The prestige of the 8 great families was also greatly damaged. I don't know how long this kind of glory will last. I have always felt that Little Lord is a person who can bring about miracles. The entire inheritance war is a battlefield where you repeatedly create miracles. The Yang family, under your leadership in the future, is very likely to become even stronger than it is now. As for the other 7 great families, haha, I don't think anyone has this ability. When that time comes, your Yang family may really dominate the central capital and control the world, not just in name like it is now. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, suddenly realizing that he had underestimated this woman's ability to see far into the future. Worthy of being a descendant of the 8 great families, regardless of her character, she was still quite perceptive. Although the current 8 great families were led by the Yang family, the other 7 great families weren't weak either. Each of them wanted to replace the Yang family. Unfortunately, there was no such opportunity. However, no matter which family it was, they were all going downhill. The problem Yi Xianro mentioned was something Yang Kai had occasionally thought about, but he didn't think too much about it because he felt that this kind of thing had nothing to do with him. Now that he listened to her analysis, he suddenly felt that it made sense. The 8 great families had been enjoying prosperity for far too long. The so-called riches could not last more than 3 generations, and sooner or later they would decline. Now, there were already signs of this. Each of the young lords and young ladies of the central capital thought they were superior to others, forgetting the hardships and dangers their ancestors had faced in order to create such a prosperous world. A person like Qiu Ziruo might become the Qiu family's leader in the future. So what hope did the Qiu family have? Gao Rangfeng, Kang Zhan, Meng Shanyi, Lu Qingyao, and the others all had some ability, but under their leadership, wouldn't their families decline? This was something no one could predict. Perhaps we won't be able to see this happen in our lifetime, but I'm just preparing for a rainy day. It's always better to be prepared than not, right? Yi Xianro looked at Yang Kai confidently. Yang Kai gently nodded. In any case, I feel that little lord isn't an ordinary person. Under your leadership, the Yang family will definitely be better off than it is now. If I don't take advantage of this opportunity to establish a good relationship with you, I'm afraid I won't have another chance in the future. Yi Xianro spoke the truth, her expression and tone not the slightest bit of falsehood. It was obvious that she really was sincere. I admit that what you said makes sense. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Kai looked up at her and grinned. But what benefits do I get from doing this? Yi Xianro bit her lip and said softly, "What benefits does little lord want?" When she said this sentence, her eyes became blurred and her face filled with a seductive light. Her meaning was self-evident. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's gaze, Yi Xianro's pure white body gradually glowed with a strange red light and her breathing gradually quickened. Although she wasn't pure, she was still a woman. Standing in front of a man like this, she was somewhat shy. "Am I beautiful?" Yi Xianro allowed his eyes to wander over her body as she raised her head and asked softly. Yang Kai nodded heavily, breathing heavily. "As long as you give me a promise, this is all yours." At this point, Yi Xianro could no longer play hard to get and could only throw out the bait. Moreover, looking at Yang Kai's appearance and state, it was obvious he couldn't refuse such a temptation. So she was full of confidence. Chapter 535. Inside the side hall, facing Yi Xianro's blatant seduction, Yang Kai stood up and walked straight towards her. Yi Xianro raised her eyes and glanced at him shyly, her heart beating violently as a faint trace of expectation appeared on her face. Towards Yang Kai, Yi Xianro was indeed quite interested in him. Being able to share the pleasures of fish and water with such a young overlord would certainly be a joyous occasion. As Yang Kai approached, Yi Xianro's breathing gradually quickened. A moment later, Yang Kai brushed past her, and a low voice filled with sarcasm entered her ears. "Sorry, I'm not interested in broken shoes." The expectation on Yi Xianro's face quickly converged and her charming face suddenly became gloomy, her tender body trembling as she turned her head and shouted, "Yang Kai, stop right there." Yang Kai ignored her and continued to walk out. Yi Xianro was furious and quickly chased after him. But before she could get close to Yang Kai, she was blown away by an invisible wave of qi. When she landed on the ground, Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. "Yang Kai, you dare treat me like this? I'll make you die a horrible death." Yi Xianro roared hysterically like a madwoman. Outside the side hall, Qiu Yimeng stared at Yang Kai strangely. Her face flushed red as she said, "Aren't you going too far? Treating a woman like this?" "What's too far?" Yang Kai snorted lightly. "Not calling Hu Xingchen over is already the most benevolent thing she can do. I've always been kind to women, and she's yours now." "Hee hee." Qiu Yimeng giggled, a look of expectation appearing on her face. Although with Yi Xianro's status, Qiu Yimeng couldn't do anything to her, but she could still make her suffer a little. The two women were already at odds with each other, and now Yi Xianro was brazenly seducing Yang Kai, causing Qiu Yimeng's heart to burn with anger. After Yang Kai left, Qiu Yimeng gently clapped her hands. Immediately, a few bodyguard-like cultivator rushed over, respectfully asking, "Sister Qiu Xiaoyu, what orders do you have?" Qiu Yimeng's lips curled into a devilish grin as she shouted, "Stand guard outside the hall, without my permission. No one is allowed to enter." "Yes." Inside the side hall, Yi Xianro's beautiful face turned pale. She couldn't help but cry out, "Elder Sister Qiu, Elder Sister Qiu, please spare younger sister this time." "Younger sister was wrong, Elder Sister Qiu." Xiao Meng muttered to herself, "Ha! I'm getting old. My ears aren't that good. Did you hear anything?" The guards outside the side hall shook their heads solemnly. "Then I must have misheard. I thought someone was calling out to me." Xiao Meng giggled and walked away. The guards immediately felt a chill run down their spines. All of them suddenly discovered that Xiao Meng also had such a black-bellied side to her. Glancing towards the side hall, they couldn't help showing a look of sympathy. Inside, there was also a fully clothed Yi Xianro. Inside the room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, his mood fluctuating slightly, not because of Yi Xianro, but because of what he was about to do next. 7 days ago, when he had just broken through to the Immortal Ascension boundary, Yang Kai hadn't noticed, and by the time he did, there were many things he had to do, so he hadn't had time to deal with them until now. The wordless black book had reacted. With a single thought, the wordless black book made from soul calming stone appeared in Yang Kai's hand. Since obtaining this wordless black book, Yang Kai had made great strides on the road of martial Tao, his momentum unstoppable. This was partly because of the wordless black book's help each time it was unsealed, but more importantly, Yang Kai's own efforts were the result. Even now, Yang Kai still remembered it clearly. On the first page of the wordless black book, he obtained the unyielding golden skeleton. On the second page, he obtained the unyielding golden skeleton secret art. On the third page, he obtained the magical incense burner. On the fourth page, he obtained the true Yang secret art, which established his Yuan Qi secret art. On the fifth page, he was guided to Medicine King's Valley, where he obtained the peerless treasures under the myriad drug pond. At the same time, the sixth page was unsealed, opening up the wordless black book space. Until now, the wordless black book hadn't shown any signs of activity, but after breaking through to the Immortal Ascension boundary, Yang Kai felt that the seventh page's restrictions could now be explored. Being able to explore meant that with his current strength and cultivation, he could break through its restrictions, unseal it, and unearth the secrets hidden on the seventh page. It could be said that every page of the wordless black book that was unsealed had greatly benefited Yang Kai. Now that he had reached this point, how could Yang Kai not be excited? Taking a deep breath, calming his fluctuating mood, Yang Kai held the wordless black book in his hand, opened it, and poured his Yuan Qi into it. But soon, Yang Kai discovered an unusual situation. In the past, whenever Yang Kai poured his true Qi into the wordless black book, the wordless black book would completely swallow it, and once it reached a certain point, the restrictions would be undone. However, this time, the wordless black book refused to accept Yang Kai's true Qi and instead rebounded it all back. Yang Kai fell into contemplation. Was the way he poured his Yuan Qi in was wrong? Or was the amount of Yuan Qi he poured in not enough? Or perhaps it wasn't done that way at all. The seventh page's restrictions were only discovered after he broke through to the Immortal Ascension boundary and opened up his knowledge sea. In other words, his knowledge sea and divine sense were the biggest keys. Considering all this, Yang Kai suddenly had an idea. No longer pouring his Yuan Qi into the wordless black book, he instead condensed his own spiritual energy and sent it towards the seventh page. The moment his spiritual energy entered the wordless black book, a faint light appeared, and at the same time, his spiritual energy was completely swallowed up. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai immediately affirmed his own inference. In order to unlock the seventh page's restrictions, he must use his spiritual energy. In for a penny, in for a pound, Yang Kai madly condensed his divine sense and continuously attacked the wordless black book. Every time his divine sense attacked, it would be completely swallowed up by the wordless black book. But Yang Kai could clearly perceive that the wordless black book's restrictions were gradually becoming weaker and weaker, like an iceberg that had been exposed to the scorching sun, slowly melting away. It was slow, but it was noticeable. Time passed, and the sun rose faintly. Yang Kai didn't know how much time had passed, but after taking several pills to replenish his spiritual energy, he finally broke through the wordless black book's restrictions. On the seventh page, a series of flickering lines appeared, crisscrossing each other, giving off a complex and mysterious aura. It seemed to be a spirit array. When all the lines on the spirit array were lit up, in the center of the page, a small vortex appeared. This vortex seemed to have the ability to swallow everything, slowly rotating. As it rotated, something emerged from the wordless black book. Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of panic. His knowledge sea's soul seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, wanting to rush out of his knowledge sea. Kai Yang was shocked, but he quickly held his breath and stabilized his state of mind. Only then was he able to resist. If a person's soul was sucked away, they would definitely become a senseless idiot. At this moment, everyone in the mansion, including Meng Wuya and Ling Tai-su, felt a sense of unease. This feeling only lasted for a moment, coming quickly and leaving quickly, but it aroused the vigilance of the two masters. At the same time, they tried to sense the direction of Yang Kai, but there was nothing there, as if there was something blocking their divine sense. This made the two of them suspicious. They didn't know why such a situation would occur. Inside the room, Yang Kai stared at the thing that emerged from the 7th page of the wordless black book, a strange expression on his face. This thing was about the size of an egg with 2 pointed ends, a round middle, and flat edges. There were many lines on it, like the wrinkles of a human, like the crisscrossing gullies on the back of a 10,000-year-old turtle. At first glance, this thing looked like some kind of fruit, but no matter how Yang Kai looked at it, he felt it was more like a closed eye. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a chill in his heart, and countless goosebumps appeared all over his body. He didn't know what this thing was. In the past, when the wordless black book was unsealed, a message would spread, letting him know what benefits he had obtained, but this time it didn't. The difficulty of unsealing this wordless black book was beyond Yang Kai's expectations. Faintly, Yang Kai felt that this thing was an incredible thing, but no matter how hard he thought about it, he couldn't figure out its purpose. He could only feel that it had some kind of connection with his soul. With a thought, the thing in his hand that looked like a closed eye or a fruit disappeared. At the same time, Yang Kai noticed that there were some new traces in his knowledge sea. Immersing himself in his knowledge sea, Yang Kai examined it. Sure enough, that thing had already entered his knowledge sea and was now quietly floating above the island, transformed from the 5-colored soul-warming lotus, without the slightest sign of disharmony, as if he had already refined it. Inside his knowledge sea, in addition to that thing and the soul-warming lotus, there was also a small sword. It was the soul-type artifact he had used to kill Nanshang. In order to refine this small sword, Yang Kai had spent a lot of effort, but that unknown thing had actually entered his knowledge sea on its own. Shaking his head, Yang Kai couldn't understand the deeper meaning behind this. Hearing a sound in his ear, Yang Kai quickly withdrew from his knowledge sea. The door opened, and outside, Ling Tai-su and Meng Wuya walked in with dignified expressions. Both of them stared at Yang Kai for a moment before using their huge divine senses to sweep him, but after failing to find anything, the two of them exchanged a puzzled glance before walking out without saying a word. "Young master, are you all right?" Immediately after, the old demon also poked his head out and asked. "I'm fine." Yang Kai shook his head, knowing that these people were worried about him. His heart couldn't help feeling warm. "It's good that you're fine." The old demon breathed a sigh of relief and retracted his head. "Wait," Yang Kai suddenly called out. "What other orders does young master have?" "Go call Lung Shan over." "Yes." A moment later, Lung Shan of Ghost King Valley was led into the room by the old demon. Looking at Yang Kai curiously, Lung Shan asked, "What's the matter?" "Sit." Yang Kai didn't get up and simply motioned to her. Lung Shan froze for a moment, not understanding Yang Kai's intentions. Chapter 536. I said, "When I break through to the immortal ascension boundary one day, I will give you back your freedom." Looking at the suspicious look on Lang Shan's face, Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Now, it's time to fulfill this promise." Lung Shan's eyes lit up, her eyes suddenly filled with expectation. A few years ago, when she was in that isolated world, Shi and Tianlang dynasty's ZMO had been implanted with a soul brand by Yang Kai. At the beginning, Lung Shan and ZMO had tried every possible means to escape from Yang Kai's control, but after going through trials and tribulations together, Lung Shan gradually changed her opinion and attitude towards Yang Kai. Later, in the Evil Cavern, Yang Kai had single-handedly saved 7 or 8 Ghost King Valley disciples, causing Lung Shan to shed tears of gratitude. During the Inheritance War, when the Ghost King Valley disciples had come to help, Lung Shan had only wanted to return the favor and thank Yang Kai for his kindness to them. She no longer cared about the soul brand that Yang Kai had planted in her sea. It didn't matter whether it was removed or not. After all, it was impossible for Yang Kai to harm her and use that brand to order her to do things she didn't like. Although she didn't care, when she heard Yang Kai say so, Lung Shan was still a little happy. This man was a man who kept his promises. Nodding gently to Yang Kai, Lung Shan walked over to him and sat down cross-legged. Relax. Yang Kai chuckled, seeing that she was a little nervous. The next moment, a huge amount of pure divine sense condensed and rushed directly into Lung Shan's mind. Lung Shan had now broken through to the Yuan Qi boundary 9th stage, and although she hadn't yet reached the immortal ascension boundary or opened her knowledge sea, as a living being, her soul was innate. After his divine sense swept through Lung Shan's mind, Yang Kai immediately found a wisp of energy that was exactly the same as his own aura. It was the soul brand that had been implanted in Lung Shan's body for several years. Yang Kai carefully pulled the brand, using his own origin aura to attract it and make it return. For Yang Kai, who had already broken through to the immortal ascension boundary, this wasn't a difficult task at all. In less than half a cup of tea's time, Yang Kai withdrew his divine sense and said with a smile, "It's done." Lung Shan slowly opened her eyes, staring at Yang Kai in a daze, her mood incomparably subtle. Regaining her freedom was a joyous occasion worthy of celebration, but Lung Shan kept feeling as if she was suddenly missing something, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. "Thank you." Lung Shan stood up and thanked him softly. From then on, she no longer had any contact with Yang Kai. After the end of the Inheritance War, she may take her disciples back to Ghost King Valley and never set foot in the central capital or war city again. Of course. Yang Kai nodded. Lung Shan smiled silently, turned around, and walked out. Outside, the old demon grinned meaningfully and said, "Young Lady Lung, congratulations." But unexpectedly, Lung Shan actually glared at him, causing the old demon to suddenly feel confused, wondering what he had done to offend her. "Old demon, come in." Yang Kai's voice called out from inside the room. The old demon quickly walked in, bowed and asked, "What other instructions does young master have?" "Sit down." "Ah!" The old demon was startled, suddenly realizing what Yang Kai was going to do. His face flushed with excitement as he stared at him and muttered, "Young master, if I tell you to sit, then sit. Don't talk nonsense." The old demon quickly sat down in front of Yang Kai, his expression solemn, nervous, and expectant. "Release your knowledge sea's defenses." Yang Kai said lightly. The old demon quickly did as he was told. In the next moment, Yang Kai's divine sense invaded the old demon's knowledge sea, searching for a soul thread that belonged to him. A moment later, Yang Kai and the old demon opened their eyes at the same time, the former with a strange expression and the latter with a look of embarrassment. "Heh heh." Yang Kai looked at the old demon with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "I seem to have seen something incredible. Just now, when he invaded the old demon's knowledge sea, all he saw was a blood-red color. The old demon's knowledge sea was formed from blood and was filled with an incomparable evil qi and demonic qi. Even with Yang Kai's current strength, he still felt a little uneasy inside. While shuttling through the blood-red knowledge sea, Yang Kai faintly saw some of the old demon's distracting thoughts, including his previous thoughts of harming him. However, they were both men after all, so Yang Kai didn't dare to pry too much, otherwise it would be too disgusting. So after finding his own soul thread, he hurriedly withdrew. The old demon was embarrassed to death. "Young master, please calm your anger." Those were old servant's thoughts a long time ago. Now old servant is loyal to young master. Heaven and earth can testify to this. Enough. Yang Kai stood up. You don't need to show your loyalty to me. If I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have let you go free. Young master is wise. The old demon was moved. From now on, old servant will still serve young master, without any disloyalty. Yang Kai nodded lightly and said no more. The old demon didn't show any intention of leaving immediately, rubbing his big hands as if he had something to say. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at him, waiting for him to continue. Young master, old servant must apologize to you. The old demon chuckled awkwardly. If you're referring to your previous thoughts, there's no need to say anything. No. The old demon shook his head. It's about your methods of controlling others. That's your method. Yes, it's old servant's method. The old demon nodded repeatedly. Whether it was himself, Lungshan, or ZMO, it was the old demons doing that allowed Yang Kai to control the three of them. During this process, Yang Kai was only responsible for providing his own soul thread and reaping the fruits of others' labor. The old demon did all the work. At that time, Yang Kai's strength was still relatively low, so he couldn't use his spiritual energy to plant a brand in others' minds. How should I describe old servant's method? There are advantages and disadvantages. Old demon quietly glanced over at Yang Kai, but seeing him remain silent, he couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat, continuing. The good side of this is that it's much more convenient. Young master has probably already experienced this. With old servant's help, all you need to do is release a thread of your soul to easily control others. And the disadvantage? Yang Kai felt that this was the main point. He had never heard the old demon mention this before. The old demon awkwardly scratched his head for a long time before saying, the disadvantage is that if one is damaged, everyone is damaged? Speak clearly? Yang Kai frowned. If the controlled person's soul is destroyed, young master may also be injured. The old demon gritted his teeth and explained. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before he understood. Because my soul thread is still in someone else's mind, right? Exactly, but fortunately, whether it's old servant or Miss Lungshan, both of us have been safe these past few days. The old demon wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and whispered, but it seems there is also a little girl called ZMO? Yang Kai grinned, knowing what the old demon wanted to say. If young master is still worried, old servant will immediately go to Tianlang dynasty and bring her here, the old demon quickly said. Do you have such ability? Yang Kai glared at him. Although Tianlang dynasty's territory was not as vast as the great Han dynasties, it was still a place where cultivators gathered. Sanluo Temple, where ZMO was located, was a superforce in Tianlang dynasty with an above immortal ascension boundary master presiding over it. Even if the old demon was powerful, he couldn't snatch someone from Sanluo Temple. The reason he hadn't told him this before was probably because he wanted to use it to bring him down. Yang Kai understood and didn't pursue the matter further. The fact that old demon was willing to tell him this already showed his sincerity and loyalty. Moreover, in Yang Kai's opinion, this wasn't a big deal. As long as ZMO didn't die, he wouldn't be harmed. When I have time in the future, I'll make a trip there, Yang Kai sighed. Yes, young master. The old demon looked guilty and could only nod. His divine sense thread being planted in someone else's mind wasn't a good idea. Yang Kai could only wait until the inheritance war was over and see if he had free time to find ZMO thinking of that bold woman. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling strange. In that isolated world, she had almost been plucked by him. Young and inexperienced, Yang Kai shook his head again and again. Oh. 2 days later, early in the morning, a group of uninvited guests arrived at Yang Kai's house. The guard outside the house hurriedly reported, and when Yang Kai rushed to the main hall, he found that Elder Yang Zhan of the Yang family Elder Hall had actually arrived in person and was sitting at the head of the table. Along with him were a number of people Yang Kai had never seen before, all of them possessing extraordinary strength, at least at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage. There were about 4 or 5 people in total. Frowning, Yang Kai stepped forward and saluted. "Greetings, Elder." Yang Zhen nodded lightly, his expression solemn. "Elder, these are—" Yang Kai looked at the other people and asked. "They are all elders of my Yang family." Yang Zhen explained. The members of the Yang family elder hall weren't just the few old men Yang Kai had seen before. These people had worked hard and made great contributions to the Yang family. As they grew older, they had been arranged to sit in the elder hall, and in addition to dealing with some chores, they spent the rest of their lives enjoying themselves. There was another group of elders who really managed the affairs of the Yang family. These people were the ones who held the most power in the Yang family. Just like the people in front of him, Yang Kai nodded slightly and greeted them one by one. Those people all had lofty expressions on their faces and did not respond. Yang Kai didn't care. Most of the Yang family's elders were like this. Not only the Yang family, but the 8 great families were also like this. "May I ask why Elder has come to my house this time?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice, a bad premonition in his heart. Last time, because of the Blood Warrior issue, Yang Kai had been summoned back by the family, but this time several elders had come in person. Obviously, the problem was more serious than last time, otherwise it wouldn't be like this. "You already know the answer." Yang Zhen coldly snorted and shouted majestically. "In front of tens of thousands of people in War City, you killed the heirs of the Nan family and Xiang family. Do you really think you're some kind of character? Just because of this?" Yang Kai stared at Yang Zhen in amazement, chuckling lightly. "Aren't elders making too much of a fuss over nothing? Making too much of a fuss over nothing?" A man in a blue robe on the left suddenly shouted coldly. "Those were the heirs of 2 first-class families, not some random cat or dog you could kill." Chapter 537. To me, they're no different from cats and dogs. Yang Kai turned to look at the man who spoke, a sneer on his face. "Arrogant." The man coldly snorted, the others also slowly shaking their heads, disappointment filling their faces. They had been in the central capital all this time, but they had also been paying attention to the situation in War City every day. From Yang Kai's performance in the past, these people had regarded him as a reliable candidate to inherit the position of patriarch. But now that they had met him, they suddenly discovered that he was actually a little brat who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. It was inevitable that they would feel disappointed. Although the Yang family was arrogant and domineering, they wouldn't do anything that would provoke public anger. Yang Kai killing the heirs of 2 first-class families in the inheritance war was undoubtedly a violation of this taboo. As a result, when the Yang family hosted the inheritance war in the future, which family would dare send someone to participate? It was precisely because the young lords and young ladies of great families participating in the inheritance war that there was no danger to their lives and they could hone themselves as well as have investment value. So every time the inheritance war was held, countless forces would rush to participate. Now that Yang Kai had done this, if the Yang family didn't give the world an explanation, no one would dare to participate in the inheritance war in the future. Relying on your status as a Yang family direct descendant, you dared to kill the heirs of other families. Your approach has made the family very disappointed and passive. A middle-aged woman who looked to be in her 40s or 50s stared coldly at Yang Kai and said in a hoarse voice. She wasn't ugly, and although she was a middle-aged woman, she was still quite charming. But her voice, for some reason, made those who heard it feel particularly uncomfortable. Even if I'm not a Yang family direct descendant, if those two had provoked me, they would have died. Yang Kai's eyes flashed a cold light. The several elders kept shaking their heads, the middle-aged woman saying, "It seems that you can't be reasoned with at all. Elder Jin, you speak." Yang Jin nodded gently and said, "Yang Kai, you really went too far this time. You're young and impetuous, I understand. This old master also had such an experience, so I'm not going to criticize you, but as a man, you must be responsible for what you've done." "How do you want me to take responsibility?" Yang Kai laughed. "Don't tell me those two families want me to pay with my life?" Yang Jin nodded lightly. The people from the Nan family and Xiang family arrived in the central capital a few days ago and entered the Yang family's residence. What's the family's opinion? Yang Kai's lips curled into a playful smile. Naturally, the family will not agree to such a rude request. Yang Zhen coldly snorted. They don't even know their own weight, actually wanting my Yang family's young lords to pay with their lives. What a joke. Yang Kai was expressionless. His family did not reject their request to protect him. It was about the honor of the family. How could Yang Kai not know this? If it wasn't him, but another Yang family junior who committed such a crime, the Yang family would also protect him. Therefore, Yang Kai had no intention of thanking him. However, this matter still has to be dealt with, otherwise the Yang family won't be able to maintain a foothold in the outside world. Yang Zhen quickly said, "The family orders you to apologize to those two families." Apologize? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Not bad. What if I refuse? This is the family's order. The man in blue shouted in a deep voice. You dare refuse? So what if it's the family's order? Yang Kai cast a sidelong glance at him. You're rebelling. The man sneered again and again. I've long heard that you're arrogant and unruly, but I didn't expect you to be even worse than the rumors. We've already given you enough face by specially coming here today, so don't play with fire. While speaking, his aura suddenly spread out as he glared at Yang Kai. In the next moment, countless divine senses and powerful auras attacked from all directions. The entire side hall was enveloped. Walala. The side hall shook, and a lot of mud and sand fell from the roof. The aura emitted by the man in blue was instantly shattered under these divine senses and pressure like spring snow under the scorching sun. The several elders' faces paled. They seemed to suddenly remember that Yang Kai had gathered many powerful cultivator in his house. Using force to demonstrate their strength here was a bit like showing off one's slight skill in front of an expert. All of you, back down! Yang Kai shouted angrily. The terrifying pressure dissipated in an instant, and the divine senses were all withdrawn. The man in blue couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat as he looked at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. He was an elder of the Yang family and held great power in his hands. His status could almost be described as second only to one person and above tens of thousands. He thought that coming to Yang Kai's house to deliver his orders would be an easy task, but now it seemed that it was a very dangerous thing. The prestige of this boy in front of him in the hearts of the masters in the house seemed to have reached a level that no one could match. No wonder the patriarch ordered several elders to come together. Originally, he thought it was a bit of a fuss, but now it seemed that the patriarch was farsighted. If he had come alone to deliver the order, this boy might not have paid attention to him. How should I address you, elder? Yang Kai stared at him and asked. Wei Qing. Unconsciously, the elder followed up with Yang Kai's words, but after regaining his composure, his face suddenly flushed red. The other elders couldn't help rolling their eyes. Their evaluation of Wei Qing greatly reduced. Elder Wei. Yang Kai's eyes flashed a trace of disdain as he coldly said, Please don't show your subtle strength in my house. The people in my house are all dangerous. You know that. Wei Qing's expression kept changing, a particularly interesting one. Enough! Yang Zhen shouted angrily as he stared coldly at Yang Kai. Although Elder Wei is not from my Yang family, he has made many great contributions over the years. Otherwise, he would not have been able to sit in the position of elder. It is not up to you to slander and despise him. Slandering and despising him is tantamount to slandering and despising the elder hall. Can you bear this responsibility? Yang Kai no longer spoke, his expression indifferent. Let's get to the point. The woman hurriedly reminded. Originally, on the way here, everyone had already discussed how to put pressure on Yang Kai. Some people were playing the role of the good cop. Others were playing the role of the bad cop, so with several elders acting at the same time, how could they not achieve their intended goal? She hadn't expected that after 2 or 3 sentences, Kai Yang would change the topic to another direction. If this continued, it would be difficult to wrap things up. This little brat really knows how to lead others by the nose. The woman couldn't help glancing over at Yang Kai with some interest, but his attitude was really irritating. No wonder Wei Qing couldn't hold back. As a Yang family disciple, he actually dared to ignore the family's orders. Daring to contradict an elder of the family, was he still a Yang family disciple? Yes. Let's get to the point. Yang Zhen was also shocked and immediately became vigilant, calmly saying, "Let's not talk about the Xiong and Nan families first. Yang Kai, let me ask you, is there a powerful demon lord in your house?" "Yes." "Is he from the ash-gray cloud evil land?" "No, that's not it. I've already informed that supreme elder of the God Conferment Hall." Yang Zhen nodded. "I naturally know this. We have also sent people to the ash-gray cloud evil land to inquire about this matter, although from the information we received, it seems that he is not a true demon lord." "You say he is not from the ash-gray cloud evil land, but information can be falsified and cannot be taken seriously. If you say he is not from the ash-gray cloud evil land, where does he come from?" "I don't know." Yang Kai shook his head. Wei Qing no longer said anything, but another man in yellow robes coldly snorted. "You don't know? Yet you still accepted him? I heard that you and he have a master-servant relationship. I don't like to pry into others' secrets. Everyone has secrets in their heart. Do you think Elder doesn't? If I were to ask you now, would you be willing to tell me everything about yourself?" "Impudence!" The man roared angrily. He slapped his chair angrily. Yang Zhen stretched out his hand and gestured. He could see that none of these elders were Yang Kai's opponent in a verbal confrontation. As long as this little brat said one or two words, he would be able to cause these Yang family elders to lose their composure. "Let's not talk about this for the time being. Yang Kai, are you really from High Heaven Pavilion?" "Yes." Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Now he realized what Yang Zhen wanted to do. The remnants of High Heaven Pavilion cough. "Are those people in your house now?" "Yes." High Heaven Pavilion is an evil sect, and there are so many evil sect members gathered in your house, including some from Ghost King Valley, but I won't mention them for the time being. Let me ask you again. Have you ever cultivated an evil secret art? As he finished speaking, Yang Zhen's eyes gradually became dangerous as he stared at Yang Kai aggressively. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a smile as he playfully asked, "If I said I had never cultivated an evil secret art, would elders believe me?" All the elders slowly shook their heads. Less than 10 days ago, when Yang Kai broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, the evil energy that burst out from his body had spread throughout War City, causing countless people to tremble in fear. Everyone believed that Yang Kai had cultivated an evil secret art, so even if he denied it now, it would have no effect. Then I don't need to answer. They had already determined that he cultivated an evil secret art, so saying anything more would only be a waste of saliva. I'll take it as your acquiescence. Yang Zhen took a deep breath, his expression somewhat gloomy as he said, Yang Kai, to be honest, in the inheritance war, this old master wasn't very optimistic about you at first because the strength you showed was too little, but you have repeatedly created inspiring miracles. This old master is more and more convinced that the next patriarch of the Yang family should be inherited by you. The Yang family is huge, but it is also bloated. Only in the hands of outstanding people can it go further, and you are such a person. Elder's praise is too high. Yang Kai nodded slightly. But now, this old master has to ask. Yang Zhen took a deep breath and asked, Yang Kai, what exactly do you want to do? Yang Kai looked at him calmly, not saying a word. Yang Zhen stood up and walked towards Yang Kai step by step, saying, You took in a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion, have a close relationship with Ghost King Valley, and have an unknown demon servant by your side. You cultivate an evil secret art that nearly caused you to become the demon race, but you still remain stubborn. A few days ago you just broke through, but now you've already reached the immortal ascension boundary second stage. Your evil secret art is truly amazing. Yang Kai, tell this old master, what exactly are you trying to do? Do you want to turn the central capital upside down and overthrow the 8 great families? Yang Zhen walked over step by step, counting one by one, and when he arrived in front of Yang Kai, his eyes flashed like a hawk's as he stared at him. Chapter 538. Turning the central capital upside down. Turning the 8 great families upside down. Yang Kai had never considered this. Although he didn't have much of a sense of belonging to the family and had participated in the inheritance war simply because he wanted to restore the sect's reputation, he hadn't thought to rebel to such an extent. Listening to Yang Zhen's harsh questioning, Yang Kai quickly realized something. Does the family think of me like this? Yang Kai stared at Yang Zhen in front of him and asked in a deep voice. Yang Zhen's face filled with grief as he shook his head. Don't blame the family for thinking too highly of you. It's your performance these past few years that made the family think in such a way. It's undeniable that you are indeed a good seedling, but if such a good seedling were to become an evil monster, the family wouldn't mind purging you to maintain the family's purity. After a pause, Yang Zhen sighed again. If it's just the family's concern, it's easy to discuss. At worst, we can ask the family's elders to use their secret arts to help you resolve the demonic qi in your body. However, do you know that it's not just my Yang family that's worried about this? Yang Kai's expression became cold. I might as well tell you directly, after you broke through, the 7 great families all sent people to contact the Yang family. They are all very worried. Worried that you will become like the demon lord. Yang Zhen sighed deeply. Learning from the past is a good lesson for the future. The sect you came from is High Heaven Pavilion. You cultivate an evil secret art, your aptitude defies the heavens. But before that, High Heaven Pavilion produced a demon lord. That demon lord is still roaming the ash-gray cloud evil land. His strength is unfathomable and his secret arts are profound. In this world, no above immortal ascension boundary master is his opponent. You and the demon lord come from the same source, so your relationship with him is that of martial uncle and martial nephew. A single demon lord is enough to make the 8 great families somewhat helpless, if a second one appears. Yang Zhen slowly shook his head, a deep sense of dread filling his face as he stared at Yang Kai. With all these factors combined, how could they not be worried? Worried that I will become a second demon lord? Yang Kai's expression became cold. Yes, and your aptitude is even greater than that so-called evil lord. If you really reach that step, haha. Yang Zhen smiled bitterly, his eyes filled with confusion. If things really came to that point, with 2 demon lords descending upon the central capital, how could the 8 great families resist? The other elders present were also filled with dread and fear, as if they could already see the central capital being destroyed and the earth groaning. At the end of the day, this is merely your own conjecture. Yang Kai suddenly lost interest in defending himself as he calmly replied. The members of the 8 great families were all inflexible and stubborn, living high and mighty all year round, making them think that they were always right. No matter what he said, he would never be able to change their views and suspicions. Even if they could change the minds of the 1 to 2 teams, it would not affect the overall situation. Prevention is better than cure. This is how the 8 great families have been able to stand in the central capital for so many years without falling. Yang Zhen said frankly, the 8 great families must guard against you. My path, I will walk it myself. Yang Kai's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. Back then, my innate talent was lacking and I had no strength to even truss a chicken, let alone cultivate. My father wanted me to enter the Yang family's dragon transformation pond, hoping that its miraculous effects would be able to cleanse my body, but even after so many years of hard work and submitting so many applications to the Elder Hall, none of them were accepted. Even if he had made enough contributions to the family, the Elder Hall only gave my father one response, or a waste, not qualified to waste the efficacy of the dragon transformation pond. Yang Zhen's expression suddenly became awkward. He was the one who had rejected the application submitted by the 4th Master Yang, so now that Yang Kai had brought it up again, he naturally felt a little embarrassed. Now, with my current achievements and cultivation, the family actually wants to point fingers at me. Elder Zhen, don't you think it's ridiculous? Yang Zhen's face went pale, too embarrassed to answer. Yang Kai continued, "A few days ago, when I broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, if not for the help of my friends and elders, I would have been crippled by the Grand Elder on the spot. Even if I didn't die, I'm afraid I would have been reduced to an ordinary elder. Does the family want to prevent me from entering the immortal ascension boundary? Elder, don't you think the family has gone too far?" Impudence. Yang Zhen couldn't help becoming angry. The family is supreme. For the sake of the family, what does it matter if you sacrifice yourself? Elder's sense of righteousness and noble character is something this disciple cannot compare to. This disciple is a relatively selfish person. Yang Kai suddenly took a step forward, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he coldly declared, "Since this is the case, this disciple will fulfill the wishes of several elders. After killing several elders, this disciple will ask for forgiveness from the family and allow the family to deal with him. This way, all of you will be sacrificing yourselves for the family." Everyone present suddenly stood up and stared at Yang Kai in horror, secretly condensing their strength. Yang Kai laughed loudly. The elders seemed to be quite selfish. The elders couldn't help blushing, feeling ashamed of their performance just now. It was easy to say these words, but when it came to doing them, they found that they were not as simple as they seemed. "Let's get down to business. Get down to business." The woman with the hoarse voice quickly changed the subject. Yang Jin stared at Yang Kai and smiled bitterly, shaking his head. "Dealing with you is very tiring. This old master won't beat around the bush. Asking you to apologize to the Xiong and Nan families is just a pretense. My Yang family's young lords have never bowed to anyone before. Even if you want to do this, the family will not agree and will even try to stop you. Then what does the family want me to do? When we return to the central capital, several of the family's grand elders will work together to dispel the demonic qi in your body. From now on, you will no longer have to worry about falling into the devil's path. The family and the 7 great families will no longer guard against you." Yang Kai remained silent. He didn't think that the Grand Elders would be able to expel the demonic qi from his unyielding golden skeleton. If he didn't use this demonic qi, no one would be able to detect it. Moreover, this demonic qi wasn't harmful to him at all, so Yang Kai didn't feel the need to expel it. You can continue with the inheritance war, but the Yang family's future patriarch position cannot be inherited by you. The patriarch said that after this inheritance war is over, he will come forward to rectify High Heaven Pavilion's name. I hope you can understand the family's painstaking efforts. The family was already wary of Yang Kai, so naturally they wouldn't allow him to sit on the patriarch's seat. If one day Yang Kai were to become the demon lord, wouldn't the Yang family lose all face? Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. The family has another reason for doing this. Yang Jin took a deep breath. What reason? It's related to the secret of your cultivator's rapid increase in strength. Yang Zhen said in a low voice as he stared towards Yang Kai. The breathing of the other elders also quickened a lot. Do you think you can hide it from us? Yang Zhen smiled. Although no one knows why your cultivator's strength can increase so quickly, everyone knows it has something to do with you. The Blood Warrior Hall's disciples actually breaking through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage one after another. This phenomenon is too unusual and has attracted a lot of attention. In addition, there's also your parents. A cold light flashed across the depths of Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Yingfeng has a chronic illness and his strength has been stuck at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage for many years. But now, he's already an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage cultivator. And all of this happened after you returned to the central capital. In less than a year, his strength has increased so rapidly. Do you dare say it has nothing to do with you? Although the growth of Dong Suju's strength is not as terrifying as Yang Yingfeng's, it is still many times faster than before. Do you really think our Yang family is blind? Yang Kai remained indifferent. Before giving his parents the myriad drug liquid and myriad drug liquid, he had already considered this issue, but he had still given it to them because they were his own parents. What you cultivate is an evil technique. It's a quick way to increase your strength. We can understand that. But what method did you use to make those who follow you, including those who are close to you, increased their strength so quickly? This is not something we can understand. My Yang family cares about this, but so do the other 7 families. Yang Zhan said thoughtfully. Why else do you think those 7 families would join forces to put pressure on my Yang family to deal with you? You only have the potential to become a demon lord, your strength isn't too high, they aren't idle enough to target you. The central capital's 8 great families had a keen sense of smell. When they made a move, it meant there were benefits to be had. As for the myriad drug liquid, it was what attracted all of them. What family wouldn't be jealous of a method that could rapidly improve a cultivator's strength? Letting you return to the central capital is also the family's consideration. Only when you return to the Yang family, under the protection of the family's masters, can you sit back and relax. What the family wants most is that secret, right? I won't deny that. Yang Zhen nodded calmly. But this time, the family has done its utmost, because we came to find you, not to send you a letter to return. The difference between these 2 approaches you should understand. Yang Kai nodded gently. They had come to find him and told him all this, obviously hoping he would cooperate and obediently return to the Yang family to hide, offering up the secret and bringing good news to the family. If they sent him a letter to return and directly used force to suppress him and imprison him, it would be absolutely impossible for him to compromise. At that time, it would only be a matter of life and death. The Yang family was also aware of Yang Kai's temperament, so naturally they hoped to resolve this matter peacefully. Think about it clearly. Yang Zhen finished and no longer said anything, waiting quietly. Yang Kai shook his head. Since I know this, it's even more impossible for me to return to the central capital. The family wanting the myriad drug liquid didn't matter. There was so much of it, Yang Kai could just casually take out some. Although he didn't have much of a sense of belonging to the Yang family, it was the Yang family who provided him with a stage to display his talents in the inheritance war, so giving the family some myriad drug liquid would be considered a thank you gift. However, after returning to the central capital's Yang family, he was afraid he would never be able to leave again, and his strength would certainly be crippled. This was a consequence Yang Kai couldn't accept. Chapter 539. After listening to Yang Kai's answer, Yang Zhan didn't take it seriously, as if he had already expected it, simply nodding gently. Since this is your choice, this old master won't say anything more. Take care of yourself, but this old master must remind you that since the 7 great families have smelled something fishy, it is impossible for them to give up. My Yang family will not break off relations with the other 7 families because of you. If you don't return to the family and accept its protection, you cannot be content. After saying that, Yang Zhen stood up and left with the other elders. Before leaving, the woman glanced back at Yang Kai and whispered, "You should think about it again. There is no harm in doing so. Even if your strength is crippled, you can still live in the Yang family. The family is willing to meet all your needs." Yang Kai stared at her coldly, his eyes flashing a cold light. The woman slowly shook her head and no longer said anything, quickly following the others and leaving. After they left, Yang Kai let out a light breath, a trace of exhaustion appearing on his face. An ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring will arouse the envy of others. This was the best way to describe the myriad drug liquid. This was why he had always kept the myriad drug liquid a secret, and besides a few of his most trusted people who knew about its existence, he had never told anyone else. However, the 8 great families had seen through some suspicious points, and this was not something Yang Kai could stop. After all, he couldn't just say that he had such a good thing and didn't even care about his parents, right? The rapid improvement of the strength of the people in his house was also due to Xianing Chong using the myriad drug liquid in alchemy. The medicinal efficacies of the myriad drug liquid seeped into the pills and stimulated their functions, imperceptibly helping them cleanse their bodies and optimize their aptitude. However, the speed of their strength improvement was relatively slow. After all, they hadn't taken the myriad drug liquid directly. Judging from the tyrannical strength of the 8 great families and the degree to which they coveted the myriad drug liquid, This time's matter was very tricky and was very likely to develop into a very bad situation. Walking out of the side hall, Yang Kai ran into a panicked Qiu Yimeng. Yang Kai had rarely seen Qiu Yimeng show such a helpless expression. The Qiu family's first young lady had always been calm and composed, so even if she encountered a dangerous situation, she would never lose her composure. But now, her anxiety and fear were written all over her face. As long as one wasn't blind, anyone could see it. Yang Kai. Qiu Yimeng called out softly, her voice trembling slightly. Yang Kai's expression was calm as he looked straight at her. What happened? My father sent a message to me, telling me to return to the family as soon as possible. Qiu Yimeng hurriedly replied. You're so fast. Yang Kai smiled, but his eyes were as cold as a blade. As soon as Yang Jin left, the Qiu family sent a message to Qiu Yimeng asking her to quickly return to the central capital. Sure enough, the 8 great families were all grasshoppers on the same rope. What do you mean? Qiu Yimeng looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. When she received the message just now, Qiu Yimeng didn't know what had happened, but she panicked and hurried over to see Yang Kai, only to hear him say such inexplicable words, causing her heart to become even more uneasy. Nothing. Yang Kai adjusted his expression and asked with a smile, When do you plan to leave? I'm leaving soon. Qiu Yimeng bit her red lips. Also, Father sent a message telling me to take the people from the Autumn Rain Hall back with me. The Autumn Rain Hall was the only group of people Qiu Yimeng had brought with her when she moved into Yang Kai's house. I know. Qiu Yimeng gently shook her head, her expression pained. I don't know why, but I always feel uneasy, as if something big is about to happen. Also, if I leave here, I'm afraid I won't be able to come back. Qiu Shoucheng asking Qiu Yimeng to take the people from the Autumn Rain Hall back with her explained a lot. Qiu Yimeng wasn't a fool, on the contrary, she was quite shrewd, so how could she not smell the mystery in this situation? However, she didn't understand why all of this was happening. She had come to help Yang Kai participate in the inheritance war, temporarily leaving the family, not representing the Qiu family, but herself. The Qiu family's true ally was the Yang family's 6th brother, Yang Shun. The inheritance war was still not over, so it didn't make sense for the Qiu family to suddenly call her back. You think too much. Yang Kai grinned at her. Qiu Yimeng nervously grabbed Yang Kai's arm and looked at him with a pleading look, whispering, Do you know something? Yang Kai shook his head. How could I know about your Qiu family's matters? Is it related to the people from the Yang family elder hall? Qiu Yimeng asked. The Qiu family's first young lady's insight was as amazing as ever. No. Yang Kai still shook his head. It's probably because Uncle Qiu hasn't seen you for so long and misses you, so he summoned you back to see him. Qiu Yimeng stared at Yang Kai in a daze, slowly loosening her grip on his arm, smiling bitterly. You've always been like this, refusing to tell me anything. Yang Kai opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Since that's the case, Qiu Yimeng took a deep breath. Then I won't ask. Take care of yourself. You've worked hard this time. I'll see you off. Yang Kai said in a low voice. Outside the house, the people from the Autumn Rain Hall were all ready to go. Qiu Yimeng and Yang Kai stared at each other, neither of them speaking, one with eyes full of expectation and longing while the other with a dull expression. The atmosphere was strange. After a long time, Qiu Yimeng's eyes gradually dimmed as she smiled bitterly, turned around, and led the people from the Autumn Rain Hall towards the central capital. Until the end, she didn't hear a single word from Yang Kai to persuade her to stay. If Yang Kai had asked her to stay, she would have ignored the Qiu family's invitation and stayed here. Yang Kai watched her leave. Both of them knew that this time, Qiu Yimeng really wouldn't be able to come back. Suddenly, a group of 3 people approached them, the leader of which was a man whose steps were steady and whose eyes flashed like lightning. Beside him were 2 peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, all of whom had restrained their auras. This was the attitude that only a truly powerful person would have. Qiu Yimeng immediately stopped and stared at the approaching people in amazement. bowing respectfully. Uncle Hua. The Hua family patriarch, Huazheng, stopped and smiled at Xiao Yimeng, nodding gently. Eldest niece, are you going back to the central capital? Yes. Xiao Yimeng nodded gently and smiled. It's good that you're going back. Go back quickly, your father is waiting. Saying so, he led the two masters from the Hua family and strode towards Yang Kai's house. Xiao Yimeng turned around, her face filled with shock. She hadn't expected that not only would she be summoned back by the Qiu family, but even Huaxing would be taken back. Huazheng appearing here was obviously to capture Huaxing's young lord. If Huazheng didn't take action, no one in the Hua family could do anything to Huaxing, so he had to come in person. Outside the house, Yang Kai looked at the newcomers indifferently and, like Qiu Yimeng, also greeted Huazheng. Huazheng nodded gently and stared at Yang Kai with a complicated look. If you're looking for young Lord Hua, he's inside the house. Yang Kai said calmly. Good, I'll go myself. Huazheng nodded and didn't say much, leading the two masters from his family into Yang Kai's house. A moment later, Yang Kai heard Huaxing Chen's pitiful howls like a pig being slaughtered. Soon, Huazheng came out again. The central capital wolf young Lord Hua was currently being held under the armpit of an Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage Master, completely unable to resist. Old man, put me down. Huaxing struggled and shouted, but to no avail. The old man simply ignored him. You've offended father, you're dead. Do you believe father won't castrate you, chop you up and feed you to the dogs? Huaxing continued to shout. Who do you think you are? How dare you call yourself father in front of father? Huazheng glared at his son. Huaxing suddenly shut up and smiled. Father, I'm not talking to you. But what do you want to do? In front of so many people, it's so embarrassing. You shut up and come back with me to the central capital. Why? Huaxing was confused. If I tell you to shut up, then shut up. Be careful or father won't slap you. Father, let's talk things out. Gentlemen use their mouths and not their fists. Fine, I'll go back to the central capital with you. But you have to let me say goodbye to young Master Kai. We've been through thick and thin together for so long, young Master Kai and I have developed feelings for each other. Huazheng paused and frowned at him, then turned to Yang Kai and nodded gently. The Hua family master immediately released Huaxing. I'll wait for you over there, Huazheng said solemnly. Understood. Huaxing nodded firmly. After the Hua family trio left, Huaxing Chun grinned meaningfully, tilting his head as he stared at Yang Kai and muttered, It seems something extraordinary happened. He saw Qiu Yimeng also standing there, preparing to leave, and couldn't help but feel his heart clench. Coupled with the fact that his father had personally come to arrest him, Huaxing also realized something was wrong. Is it inconvenient to say? Huaxing shrugged his shoulders. Forget it. Just pretend I didn't ask. In any case, since my father is here, I can't stay. Knowing too much won't do me any good. His expression suddenly became serious again as Huaxing whispered, Young Master Kai, you are destined to do great things. I don't want you to die early. This time, I don't know what happened, but it is definitely a difficult situation. You have to get through it. No matter what others think of you, I will firmly support you. If you die earlier than me, I will dig up your corpse and whip it a few hundred times a day. I, Huaxing, have never worshipped anyone in my life, so don't waste my respect. Yang Kai's lips curled into a wicked grin. Farewell. I won't see you out. Farewell. Huaxing laughed and stepped forward. The two young lords and young ladies of the two great families left Yang Kai's house at the same time, one of which was Yang Kai's right-hand man. Outside the house, the several young leaders who had heard the commotion were all shocked, completely unable to understand what had happened. The changes had come so quickly, like a violent storm, not giving anyone the slightest time to prepare. Even after Qiu Yimeng and Huaxing's figures disappeared, no one had recovered. After a while, all of them suddenly turned to Yang Kai and began asking him questions. Don't be so noisy. Han Shaoqi of 10,000 Flower Palace stood up. You're all so noisy. How is Yang Kai supposed to answer? The group of people suddenly fell silent, all of them staring at Yang Kai, expecting him to give them an answer. Come in and talk. Yang Kai took a deep breath, turned around, and walked into the house. Everyone hurriedly followed. Chapter 540. In the same hall as before, Yang Kai sat at the head of the table and waited quietly. All the representatives and leaders of the various forces in the mansion continued to arrive. After a while, everyone had arrived. Han Shaoqi informed Yang Kai before finding a place to sit down. Yang Kai finally recovered from his contemplation and raised his head to look at the crowd. Sweeping his gaze across the crowd, familiar faces entered his eyes one after another. Dong family's Dong Qinghan, Purple Fern Valley's Fan Hong and Luo Xiaoman, reflecting Moon Sect's Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu, Pure Heart Palace's Wufang, Soaring Feather Pavilion's Chu Jingshan, 10,000 Flower Palace's 4 young girls, the 5 seniors of the Duanmu family, Blood Battle Gang's Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air, Storm Hall's Fang Ziki, Ghost King Valley's Lingshan and Chen Yi, Tian Yuan City's Lu Fei Sheng 11 forces. 11 forces. With the exception of High Heaven Pavilion, all the forces had arrived. Not only that, but Medicine King's Valley's Qin Zhe, Treasure Instrument Sect's Wu Yen and Tao Yang had also arrived, and all the blood warriors had gathered here. This lineup was unprecedentedly luxurious and powerful. However, it was precisely because Yang Kai had summoned everyone here that everyone realized the seriousness of the situation. Even if he had summoned people before, it was impossible for him to summon people from Medicine King's Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect. They couldn't help feeling that something was wrong and silently waited for Yang Kai to speak. Junior brother Yang, if you have something to say, just say it quickly. I'm waiting to perform alchemy. Qin Zhe impatiently shouted. During this time, he had been studying the alchemic way with Xianing Chong, and the alchemy skills of the people from Medicine King's Valley had greatly improved. Qin Zhe spent almost every day in the pill room, wishing he could live here for the rest of his life and never return to Medicine King's Valley again. Compared to Medicine King's Valley, this was the holy land in the hearts of all alchemists. Yang Kai stood up and smiled. Many people have seen the situation just now and must be wondering why Choi Meng and Stars was suddenly left. Everyone nodded in unison. Yang Kai continued, It's not convenient for me to tell you the specific reason, but I can tell you one thing. Everyone suddenly held their breaths. There's going to be trouble in the manor, and it's going to be a lot of trouble. Yang Kai said in a low voice, his expression turning serious. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they burst into laughter. Fatty Dong said, Ever since I came to your residence, I haven't had much free time. Which incident wasn't troublesome? Yes, yes. Swafong also nodded. But no matter how many troubles there are, we've all worked together to get through it. Tell me, what kind of trouble is it this time? Everyone's expression was relaxed, and there was no sign of nervousness. Clearly, they did not realize the seriousness of the problem. Something that could endanger your life, or even the rise and fall of your family or sect. Yang Kai glanced at the crowd. Can you still laugh? The noise came to an abrupt end as everyone looked at Yang Kai in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. I'm not exaggerating. Maybe the situation isn't as bad as I said, but it's not that far off. That can't be, right? Chu Jingshan shook his head repeatedly. How could this be? We didn't do anything wrong, we just came here to help you participate in the inheritance war. How could our lives or even the rise and fall of our sex be threatened? It's because you're helping me. Yang Kai looked at the crowd apologetically. The problem lies with me. Han Shaoqi suddenly interjected. Is it related to your breakthrough to the Immortal Ascension boundary some time ago? Everyone couldn't help shivering, suddenly remembering the terrifying demonic aura and the scene of 8 above Immortal Ascension boundary masters acting together. Even now, they still felt a lingering fear. That can't be considered the entire reason, but at the very least, it's related. Yang Kai nodded and said, "It's very likely that because of this, I will become an enemy of the central capital's 8 great families." The audience was in an uproar. Becoming an enemy of the central capital's 8 great families was something no one had ever dared to imagine. The world's great forces participated in the inheritance war in order to establish a good relationship with the 8 great families. Gathering in Yang Kai's mansion was not for this purpose, but they had never thought that one day they would have to confront the 8 great families. It was tantamount to striking a stone with an egg. Everyone's eyes trembled as they stared at Yang Kai, seemingly trying to see if he was joking. Unfortunately, they were disappointed as Yang Kai's expression was extremely serious. So Qiu Yimeng and Huastars were taken away. Yang Kai took a deep breath. "Today, I called all of you here for no other reason than to tell you that during this time, I thank all of you for your help. If fate wills it, we will meet again." "Yang Kai, what do you mean?" Hu Jiao'er suddenly stood up, her charming face filled with anger. "Are you trying to drive us away?" Yang Kai nodded and quickly said, "Yes. Continuing to stay here is not good for you. You bastard." Hu Jiao'er ground her teeth and glared at him, laughing sarcastically. "What kind of person do you think I am? At your beck and call. At your beck and call? It was you who insisted on pulling us sisters into the house, and now you want to drive us away. Why should I listen to you?" "Elder sister." Hu Mei-er looked anxious and quickly pulled on her sister's sleeve. "Yang Kai is just being kind. I'm not blind," Hu Jiao'er muttered, glaring at Yang Kai with hatred. "But I just can't get used to seeing him act so arbitrarily." Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "I thought it was something serious." Qin Zhe curled his lips in disdain. "So it's just this, junior brother Yang, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. What kind of birds are the 8 great families? Do they dare hurt my Medicine King's Valley's people? Even if you lent them several guts, they wouldn't dare." Saying so, he valiantly left, not putting the 8 great families in his eyes at all. Everyone laughed involuntarily. Qin Zhe was indeed qualified to say so, although Medicine King's Valley was only a second-class sect. Because of its special characteristics, the 8 great families wouldn't act against them. "Yang Kai, how serious is the situation?" Han Shaoqi asked calmly. Yang Kai shook his head. "I can't say for sure. If I say I will become an enemy of the 8 great families, it is very likely. For some reason, the 8 great families want me to submit, but I refuse, so there is a contradiction." "But this matter is really hard to say, so it's best if you leave as soon as possible and don't get involved with me." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "The same goes for the blood warriors." Tu Feng and the other elders' expressions became solemn as they exchanged glances and chuckled. Tang Yuxian said, "Little Lord, I'll say something disrespectful, but don't look down on us. Since we have decided to follow you, we will live and die together. We will never shrink back. Little Lord, have you forgotten that the blood warriors are synonymous with loyalty? Even if we die, we won't leave." Ying Zhou said coolly, "We pledge our lives to follow Little Lord." Everyone roared in unison. "Since that's the case, I won't try to dissuade you. Saying too much would be an insult to all of you." Yang Kai nodded firmly. "If the blood warriors don't want to leave, naturally I won't either." Dong Qinghan smiled. "You're my cousin. How could a cousin not care about his own? Yang Kai, you've shown us kindness, so when you're in trouble, we won't leave." Han Shaoqi looked towards Yang Kai with some distress. She also knew how difficult it was for Yang Kai to make such a decision. Kindness must be repaid with kindness. Hatred must be avenged. "My pure heart palace will not leave," Zhuofang quickly said, without even mentioning that Yang Kai had saved his life in the isolated world. Some time ago, Xianing Chong had refined a heaven-mending pill for Zhuofang's brother Li Xian Yuan to repair his damaged dantian. Zhuofang was extremely grateful to Yang Kai, so how could he leave at this time? "After coming to this house, my strength has improved so quickly. Every day there is an endless supply of pills and artifacts. In any case, I'm reluctant to leave." Fang Ziki grinned meaningfully. "Useless. Hu Jiao looked at him contemptuously. I'm telling the truth. Fang Ziki shrugged his shoulders. Yang Kai, as long as you don't drive us away, we won't leave. The cultivator in the house echoed one by one, stretching their necks and shouting. Yang Kai smiled as he swept his eyes over the crowd. He could feel that these people were speaking from the bottom of their hearts, without the slightest bit of falsehood. It was just that they were still holding on to some kind of fluke mentality and hadn't really realized the seriousness of the problem. But after saying so much, Yang Kai couldn't say anything more. He couldn't really drive out everyone here, that would be too cruel. So, he could only say, "Many thanks for your kindness, but I will say what I want to say today. I will not stop you from making your own decisions. If one day you feel that it is no longer appropriate for you to stay, you can leave at any time. Yang Kai will not criticize you. Good enough, don't say any more, it will only hurt our feelings." Dong Qinghan mediated, and the atmosphere suddenly became harmonious. Everyone began asking Yang Kai questions. Since this matter was related to everyone's interests, Yang Kai couldn't conceal anything and simply conveyed the intentions of Yang Zhan and the others, not mentioning a single word about the myriad drug liquid. After listening, everyone's brow furrowed, only now understanding how awkward Yang Kai's situation was. Because he cultivated a demonic secret art, took in evil sect disciples, and had the same origin as the demon lord, the 8 great families were suspicious of him. The situation was indeed not optimistic. In the inheritance war, another change occurred. Originally Yang Kai's allies, the Qiu family's Qiu Yimeng was recalled to the central capital, while the Hua family's Hua Xing was personally captured by the Hua family patriarch and imprisoned. Before this, the Xiang family's Xiang Tianshao also left Yang Kai's house. At the same time, news of Yang Kai colluding with evil demons spread throughout War City. Gathered in his house were the remnants of the evil sect's High Heaven Pavilion and the disciples of the evil sect's Ghost King Valley, who cultivated a demonic secret art that nearly became the demon race, who broke through to the Immortal Ascension boundary and caused chaos in War City, contradicting the 8 above Immortal Ascension boundary masters, brutally killing 2 of the heirs of first-class families, and even coming from the same sect as the Demon Lord. All kinds of news spread, causing people to imagine what was going on. Suddenly, everyone felt that this Yang Kai really had a problem. There were even rumors that the Yang family wanted to ban Yang Kai from participating in the inheritance war and compete for the position of the next patriarch. The entire War City instantly became turbulent. The course of the inheritance war was also full of twists and turns, making it difficult to unravel. Kai Yang had been in the lead twice, but each time, for various reasons, he was unable to win in one fell swoop. It was inevitable that some people would feel pity for him, but at the same time, they would also take pleasure in his misfortune. Fortunately, he didn't win. Otherwise, if an evil demon became the patriarch of the Yang family in the future, what kind of scandal would that be? A letter from the Meng family? Yang Wei raised his brow. What about my Yang family? The messenger said, the Yang family will not intervene in this matter, so we can act boldly. He had also received this letter while in retreat and hurriedly inquired about it in War City. After understanding the current situation, he had come to inform Yang Wei. Cooperate with second young lord, haha. Yang Wei suddenly laughed. Even if all the people in our 2 mansions were gathered together, I'm afraid we still wouldn't be ninth brother's opponent, right? Is there some other arrangement? Meng Shan smiled bitterly. First young lord's insight is as clear as day. The messenger said that we don't need to worry. All we need to do is show up and express our stance. As for the rest, second young lord will handle it properly. Yang Wei fell silent, a sharp light flashing across his eyes. First young lord. Meng Shan pursed his lips. Although this time it was my Meng family who sent the message, it seems that your Yang family has also acquiesced. Yang Wei nodded gently, If not for the Yang family's acquiescence, how could the Meng family act like this? They didn't have the guts to do so. Second young lord has lost all fighting spirit since that day, and the number of people in his mansion has also shrunk significantly. He is no match for the little lord. Meng Shanyi's expression became gloomy, but listening to the messenger's tone, second young lord is now fully confident he can swallow up Yang Kai's mansion. How could he have such confidence? Reinforcements, the 8 great families' reinforcements. Yang Wei's words broke the mystery. Meng Shanyi's face was filled with horror, Yang Wei speaking out the guess in his heart, causing his expression to become bitter. First young lord? By doing this, does it mean that they have already designated second young lord as the next patriarch of the Yang family? Reinforcements had not come to the first young lord's mansion, but instead to Yang Zhao's. The Yang family obviously hoped that Yang Zhao could inherit the position of patriarch, so they had gathered reinforcements to him so that he could defeat Yang Kai and win the inheritance war. Yang Wei smiled and nodded gently. Let's not talk about ninth brother for now. According to the current situation, the Yang family really does hope so. First young lord, aren't you disheartened at all? Meng Shan-yi suddenly asked. Up until now, the winner of the inheritance war was Yang Kai, but the one who had suffered the most was undoubtedly Yang Zhao. How could such a person be suitable to inherit the Yang family's patriarch's position? In terms of temperament, Yang Wei was undoubtedly more suitable. Why did reinforcements go to Yang Zhao's mansion? Yang Wei smiled and shook his head. Why should I be disheartened? In fact, I don't want to be the patriarch of the Yang family. I think ninth brother also has the same intention. How could that be? Meng Shan-yi was stunned. Yang Kai's performance in the inheritance war could be said to be extremely strong, vowing to win. Ninth brother and I both hope to reach the peak of the martial Dao. Those who pursue their own achievements generally don't want to be the patriarch. The patriarch of the Yang family, although it seems to have infinite glory, in fact, it's filled with trivial matters. After reaching that point, how could one have time to cultivate? As far as I know, the biggest reason ninth brother participated in the inheritance war was to restore the name of his sect, High Heaven Pavilion. He seems to have reached an agreement with the patriarch that as long as he wins, High Heaven Pavilion's evil sect title will be removed and its former reputation restored. Just for this? Meng Shan-yi was dumbfounded. No matter how he thought about it, there was actually someone in this world who wasn't interested in power. That's right. Yang Wei nodded. I participated in the inheritance war because of the family's rules, but also because I wanted to hone myself. The position of patriarch isn't very important to me. Meng Shan-yi remained silent. From this point of view, the family choosing to support second brother is a wise decision. Although second brother's mentality has fluctuated greatly, compared to others, there is no doubt that he is more suitable to pursue power and sit on the patriarch's seat. Yang Wei smiled, not showing the slightest care. Are you disappointed that your efforts so far have not been rewarded? Yang Wei glanced over at the silent Meng Shan-yi. Meng Shan-yi shook his head gently. Being able to hear First Young Lord's thoughts is already an honor. Since First Young Lord doesn't want to be patriarch, Shan-yi must change his mentality. After a pause, he asked, then, should we cooperate with Second Young Lord? Yang Wei smiled. Since the Meng family sent a message, the 8 great families joining forces and the Yang family acquiescing, how can I refuse? You go and show your face, that's enough. From now on, this is no longer the inheritance war. It could be said that from the moment Yang Kai broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, the inheritance war should have come to an end. Now, with the inheritance war as the stage, the 8 great families would carry out some secret schemes. I understand. Meng Shan-yi nodded slightly, turned around, and prepared to go to Yang Zhao's house to contact his people. After Meng Shan-yi left, Yang Wei's expression became solemn. After thinking about it for a long time, he still couldn't figure out why his ninth brother was targeted to such an extent. In his heart, he couldn't help feeling sad for him. At the same time, in Yang Zhao's house, batch after batch of masters quickly gathered. These people had never shown up in the inheritance war before, but today, As if they had all agreed beforehand, they had all arrived. When the cultivator of Yang Zhao's forces saw these people, all of them were stunned. They found that many of these people were Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage Masters, with 7th or 8th Stage Masters abound. There were a total of 7 groups of people, each of them with a luxurious lineup. Those with good eyesight were able to see where these 7 groups of people came from. These people were all from the central capital's 8 great families. Except for the Yang family, who hadn't sent anyone, the other 7 families had all sent people. Among the 7 groups of people, a man and a woman glanced at each other and saw the helplessness and pain in each other's eyes. After a while, the man slowly walked over to the woman and nodded to her. The two of them found a secluded corner and looked at the scene of experts gathering together with a helpless expression. Of these 2 people, one was Huastars and the other was Qiu Yimeng. In the morning, the 2 of them had left War City and returned in the evening. In just one day, the 2 of them had been forced to change from Yang Kai's allies to Yang Zhao's. The speed at which their identities changed was extremely ironic. "What conditions did your father give you?" Huastars turned to look at Qiu Yimeng and asked softly. "In the future, as a daughter, I will inherit the Qiu family." Qiu Yimeng took a deep breath. "Congratulations. Isn't this what you've always dreamed of?" Huastars smiled. "Yes." Qiu Yimeng brushed her hair back behind her ear. Her beautiful eyes filled with confusion as she asked, "What about you?" "Old man said that if I didn't come, he would expel me from the Hua family and never let me set foot in the Hua family again. Old man is serious, but this young master can't afford it." Huastars smiled helplessly. "It looks like we've all compromised." N. Chapter 542. Of the 7 families' reinforcements, the Qiu family was led by Qiu Yimeng while the Hua family was led by Huastars. The Kong family's Kong Zhan and the Gao family's Gao Rangfeng were also present. Even the central capital's first young lord, Lu Qingyao, was here, leading a group of masters from the Lu family, standing silently in a corner, not communicating with anyone. Looking at this spectacular scene, Huastars couldn't help curling his lips. "Ridiculous. It's quite ridiculous." Qiu Yimeng gently nodded. "The 7 families are targeting Yang Kai, but they still sent their younger generation to lead them. Obviously, they want to use the stage of the Yang family inheritance war to fool the world." Hu Xingchen shrugged his shoulders. "There's nothing that can be done about it. Those who know the inside story know that the 7 great families are here to deal with Yang Kai. But for those who don't know the inside story, the inheritance war isn't over yet. The Yang family's inheritance war needs to come to a perfect conclusion. We can't just say that Yang Kai was knocked out of the inheritance war without knowing what was going on." Just as Yang Wei saw the situation clearly, Qiu Yimeng and Huastars also saw the situation clearly. What happened next couldn't be called the inheritance war anymore. Instead, with the help of the inheritance war, the 7 families would join forces to perform a shocking show. The secret conversation between Qiu Yimeng and Huastars didn't escape the eyes of the other young lords. Kong Zhan and Gao Rangfeng hesitated for a long time before approaching Qiu Yimeng and Huastars. Hu Xingchen stared at the 2 people who were walking over and chuckled lightly. "Young Master Kong, how are your injuries?" "Many thanks for brother Hua's concern. My injuries are no longer a problem. The little lord's actions were very discreet. He didn't hurt my bones." Kong Zhan looked indifferent and nodded lightly, not showing any resentment towards Yang Kai for injuring him. That's good, heh." Stars Hua smiled wryly. Seeing his rejection, Gao Rangfeng and Kong Zhan also felt helpless, the former saying, "Brother Hua, although Brother Kong and I were enemies with the little lord before, that was only because the situation forced us to. The 2 of us still admire the little lord's methods and personal strength. If possible, we would like to make friends with him." "Is that so?" Huastars looked surprised. "I really didn't expect young Master Gao and young Master Kong to be such generous people. Yang Kai treated you so badly, and you still want to be friends with him. Haha, Is this sincere or not? Brother Hua, if you're still wary of us, then I have nothing to say to Brother Kong, Gao Rangfeng said with a serious expression. Huastars stared at him. Gradually, his smile faded and he became serious. The latter looked at him with a calm expression. What do you want to say? Chiu Yimeng, who had been observing from the sidelines, suddenly asked. Gao Rangfeng frowned and asked in a low voice. Brother Kong and I are very puzzled as to why the 7 great families want to deal with the little lord while the Yang family hasn't done anything. The 2 of you have always been with the little lord, so you should know more than we do, right? Yes. Kong Zhan also nodded. This time's matter is really confusing. I was still recovering at home when I was sent out by my father. When I asked him, he wouldn't tell me anything. Young Lady Chiu and Brother Hua, if you know something and it's convenient for you to reveal it, you might as well tell us. If it's not convenient, just pretend we didn't ask. Huastars remained silent and just stared at Chiu Yimeng. Although he had spent as much time in Yang Kai's house as Chiu Yimeng, he didn't intervene in Yang Kai's affairs and didn't have much contact with the Yang family. On the other hand, Chiu Yimeng often discussed matters with Yang Kai in private and knew a lot about the house. The question Gao Rangfeng and Kong Zhan asked was exactly what he wanted to ask. Facing the 3 of them, Chiu Yimeng gently shook her head. I don't know, you're asking the wrong person. Gao Rangfeng and Kong Zhan couldn't help showing a look of disappointment. However, although I don't know the exact reason, I can roughly guess. Chiu Yimeng suddenly changed the subject. Oh, I'd like to hear the details. Kong Zhan and Gao Rangfeng's eyes lit up. For Yang Kai to be targeted like this, it must be because he has offended the public and violated some taboo of the 8 great families. Chiu Yimeng's expression was indifferent as she calmly explained. For example, the information that has been circulating, cultivating an evil secret art, coming from the same sect as the demon lord, taking an evil sect disciples, showing signs of becoming the demon race. These things could be big or small, but now that someone wanted to make a fuss about them, it was a big deal. We can also see that the family sent us here to reinforce this place with the same reason, but we always felt that things weren't so simple. Gao Rangfeng frowned and said in confusion, Is there another reason? Kong Zhan hurriedly asked. If it's not because of this, then Yang Kai has something our 7 families want. Chiu Yimeng sneered. After saying this, her eyes also lit up, her beautiful eyes trembling, suddenly realizing something important. Her brow furrowed deeply as she pondered. All of them suddenly felt enlightened. The world was bustling, it was all about profit. The world was bustling, it was all about profit. If this was the case, then it was reasonable. Looking at Chiu Yimeng's expression, the 4 of them suddenly understood that she probably knew the reason. But since she didn't say anything, Kong Zhan and Gao Rangfeng didn't ask anymore. However, the actions of the 8 great families this time made them feel like they were playing the fool. Since they wanted to deal with Yang Kai with the heritage and strength of the 8 great families, they could have just dealt with him in an open and above-board manner, but now they were actually using the inheritance war as a stage. All of them were young and full of vigor, so all of them suddenly had a subtle feeling. While these people were talking, Lu Qingyao had his eyes closed, seemingly not paying any attention to them. But no matter who it was, they all noticed that a faint divine sense had enveloped them. Obviously, Lu Qingyao was also paying attention to the conversation between the 4 of them. The 4 of them didn't guard against him. At the same time, inside the house, inside Yang Zhao's room, second young Lord Yang Zhao sat motionless on the edge of his bed. In just a dozen days, the once high-spirited Yang Zhao had become haggard, his face devoid of blood, his eyes sunken and bloodshot, giving him a terrifying appearance. The 2's faces were almost pressed together, and Yi Xianro could clearly smell the hot breath from Yang Zhao's nostrils. It wasn't because he was aroused, but rather because he was angry. His big hand was like an iron hoop, firmly gripping her neck. Yi Xianro suddenly panicked, suddenly remembering that she wasn't Yang Zhao's opponent at all. Second young lord, What do you want to do? Yi Xianrou's expression was pained as she bit her red lips and looked towards Yang Zhao weakly. Chapter 543. Although I, Yang Zhao, am insidious and cunning, I will not use such disgraceful means to defeat Ninth Brother. In the Inheritance War, I fought a battle of wits and courage with Ninth Brother, using every conceivable means possible. Even if I lose, I have no complaints. Cheap slut, you're not qualified to judge me. If you dare say such words again, I don't mind making you the first young lady of a superfamily to die in the Inheritance War. What Ninth Brother dares to do, I dare do too, and I'll do it even more ruthlessly than him. Yang Zhao's hoarse and low voice was like the summons of a demon from the depths of hell, causing Yi Xianrou's beautiful eyes to fill with panic and horror. Looking into Yang Zhao's eyes, Yi Xianrou was really afraid. She could see that Yang Zhao wasn't trying to intimidate her. If she continued to speak rudely and irritate him, she would most likely die here. This young lady was wrong. This young lady won't dare. Yi Xianrou immediately admitted defeat. As a woman, she wouldn't feel ashamed. Yang Zhao coldly snorted and released her. After getting up from the bed, Yang Zhao said, "Those people gathered in my house just to borrow my name. Without me, they can still borrow Big Brother's name. Since my Yang family allows them to do so, I can't resist. However, it's impossible to lead them to deal with Ninth Brother. Go, from this moment on, you will be in charge of all the affairs of the house." Yi Xianrou, who was still in a state of panic, heard this and couldn't help breathing rapidly, trembling as she said, "Second young lord, you? There's no need to doubt. From now on, this house is yours. The masters of the 7 great families will also be under your command. Aren't you also a woman who pursues power? If we weren't birds of a feather, it would have been impossible for us to get together. Now is your chance." Yi Xianrou didn't care about the sarcasm in Yang Zhao's words, her cheeks flushing red as she seemed extremely excited, hesitating for a moment before asking, "But how should I explain this to those people in the house? Do I need to explain? I'll agree to let them borrow my name. As for the explanation to the outside world, it's up to you." Yi Xianrou smiled like a blooming flower as she sweetly said, "Second young lord has suffered a blow. He's not discouraged, but now his aura is unstable and he's on the verge of a breakthrough. He needs to enter secluded retreat." "Very good." Yang Zhao sneered. "It looks like I'll have to thank you for giving me such a good excuse and taking care of my face. Families, Yi Xianrou. Young lord, perhaps in the future, this young lady will be willing to submit to second young lord. I only hope that after second young master becomes the Yang family's patriarch in the future, he can take care of my Yi family." Yang Zhao sneered. "If you can survive against Ninth Brother, then we'll talk." Yi Xianrou. A trace of fear suddenly appeared in her eyes, but soon, she calmed down and said softly, "With the current lineup in your house, Yang Kai won't have a chance, right?" Yang Zhao closed his eyes and no longer spoke. Yang left. Walking out of the house, he raised his head to take a look. Yang. And Yang sky. Yang. 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 She hadn't expected Yang Zhao to make such a decision. However, since he had already handed over the command authority to him, he could really let loose and do whatever he wanted. Her face filled with excitement. Yi Xianrou's giggles quickly echoed, causing those who heard them to feel creepy. Not long after, the leaders of the 7 forces in Yang Zhao's house gathered in the main hall. Yi Xianrou sat at the head of the table. Below her was the Lu family's Lu Qingyao. Kong family's Kong Zhan, Gao family's Gao Rangfeng, Qiu family's Qiu Yimeng, and Hua family's Hua Stars. The Meng family's Meng Shan Yi all stared at her with complicated expressions. Yi Xian Ro's expression was indifferent and graceful, without the slightest uneasiness. Sweeping her pair of peach blossom eyes around, Yi Xian Ro spoke first. "Brother Meng, did eldest young lord not come?" Meng Shan Yi, who was called out, couldn't help getting goosebumps as he quickly replied. "Eldest young lord said he's likely to break through in the next few days and is currently in retreat. This time, this Meng will be fully responsible for representing the eldest young lord's mansion." Yi Xian Ro looked surprised, covering her mouth as she giggled. "Ah, what a coincidence. Second young lord is also about to break through and is currently in retreat. I'm afraid he won't be able to come out for a long time. The Yang family is really interesting. Two brothers breaking through together. Sure enough, they're both dragons among men, worthy of admiration." Hearing her say this, everyone's expression couldn't help changing. Quistars asked, "Sister Yi, if second young lord doesn't come out, who will be in charge of the Seven Family Coalition? It won't be you, right?" "That's right." Yi Xian Ro replied sweetly and changed her sitting position. "It's me." Quistars grinned meaningfully. "Second young lord said that before he comes out, I will be in charge of all matters in the house. Everyone must listen to my orders." Yi Xian Ro's expression became cold as she declared. The expressions of the other 6 people also became extremely strange. "Elder brothers and elder sisters, are you questioning little sister's ability?" Yi Xian Ro took in everyone's expressions and asked softly with a smile. "We wouldn't dare." Kong Zhan shook his head. "It's just that for such an important matter, second young lord not to come out personally and only young lady Yi to deliver it, it's a bit inappropriate. After all, we all obey the orders of our respective families and are here to assist second young lord. Brother Kong, are you suspecting that I am falsely informing second young lord?" Yi Xian Ro chuckled. "I don't have such courage. If you don't believe me, you can ask second young lord. He is currently in the house." Kong Zhan frowned. Although his expression was a little unhappy, it wasn't convenient for him to say anything more. Since Yi Xian Ro said so, she must have obtained Yang Zhao's permission. Quistars quickly added, "Second young lord may not come out personally, but I think Sister Ye's prestige is not enough to convince everyone." "Oh, if young Master Hua thinks so, then in young Master Hua's opinion, who can convince everyone?" As she spoke, her eyes flashed towards Qiu Yimeng. The latter's expression was indifferent and expressionless. Not only was Yi Xian Ro looking at her, but most of the people present also cast their eyes towards Qiu Yimeng. Compared with Yi Xian Ro, Qiu Yimeng was undoubtedly more suitable to lead Yang Zhao's house. However, Qiu Yimeng had just been forced to leave Yang Kai's house this morning, so it wasn't appropriate for her to lead it now. Not to mention whether she was willing or not, the masters of the 7 families would definitely not allow her to do so, let alone obey her orders. What does elder sister Qiu think? Yi Xian Ro stared at Qiu Yimeng in a threatening manner. Being stared down by others, Qiu Yimeng couldn't remain silent any longer and simply said, "Little sister can. I believe in little sister's ability. Since elder sister says so, then little sister won't decline." Yi Xian Ro smiled knowingly and proudly. Quistars sighed. He could understand why Qiu Yimeng didn't refute, but even so, his heart was still filled with anger. Yi Xian Ro's current appearance gave him the feeling of a villain who had achieved great success. She was a beautiful woman with an extremely graceful figure, but Quistars really couldn't bring himself to admire her beauty. This was probably the first woman the central capital Wolf young Lord Hua had ever hated. Let's end this topic here. Yi Xian Ro's expression became solemn as she established her authority in Yang Kai's house with just a few words. All of you have received orders from your respective families to gather here for only one purpose, and that is to bring down the current rampant Yang Kai. If we fail, what the consequences will be, I think all of you are very clear in your hearts. With our current strength, we are indeed above Yang Kai's house, so we fully meet the conditions, but what should we do? How can we defeat Yang Kai's defenses at the lowest cost? Everyone, please share your opinions. Little sister is still young, so I hope elder brothers and elder sisters can help. Sweeping her beautiful eyes around, Yi Xianro waited quietly. Lu Qingyao had his eyes closed and didn't express any opinion. Kang Zhan and Gao Rangfeng had their heads together and were whispering to each other, their expressions solemn as if they were seriously discussing something. The Hua family young lord looked up at the sky, as if a beautiful woman was flying by. Qiu Yimeng's expression was indifferent and sad. Meng Shan-yi scratched his head helplessly. The 6 people had different expressions, but none of them spoke. After waiting for a long time, Yi Xianro smiled and said, "It looks like none of you have a good plan. If that's the case, why don't you listen to little sister's opinion?" Saying so, he didn't wait for anyone to respond and continued. Although the masters of the 7 families have gathered in Yang Kai's mansion, and the number of top masters is endless, possessing an overwhelming advantage in strength, the power of Yang Kai's mansion cannot be ignored. He has an above immortal ascension boundary master on his side, the evil sect master Ling Tai Su. It is impossible for Ling Tai Su to be dispatched. After all, this is still the inheritance war. Yang Kai's blood warriors, because of the Yang family's restrictions, can only dispatch 2. However, Yang Kai also has an evil sect master and another peak immortal ascension boundary guard. These people are the biggest problem. If we attack rashly, it is very likely that there will be some unnecessary losses. The people from Yang Kai's house can't be taken lightly. They often make unexpected moves. I think young Master Hua and elder sister Qiu understand this better than any of us. Huixing chuckled. "Don't ask me. I don't know anything. In his house, I've done nothing but pick up girls. There are so many beautiful women in his house." Yi Xianro smiled. "Young Master Hua is too modest, who doesn't know that your strength has increased so much that even Brother Gao isn't your opponent." Gao Rangfeng's face went black as he silently cursed this cheap maid for touching his sore spot. When Yang Kai attacked Yang Kang's house that night, Gao Rangfeng had been defeated by Huixing. Gao Rangfeng regarded this as the greatest humiliation of his life and had been diligently cultivating these past few days, hoping that one day he would be able to regain his lost face. Now that Yi Xianro had brought this up, Gao Rangfeng suddenly felt annoyed, so he simply said, "Young Lady Yi, let's get down to business." Yi Xianro smiled at him and said apologetically, "Brother Gao doesn't need to take offense. Little sister didn't mean to offend you, so I'll just apologize." Gao Rangfeng's expression became slightly awkward. Yi Xianro continued, "In light of the above situation, I think we should send out a surprise attack and catch Yang Kai off guard." Chapter 544. The young lords and young ladies of the 7 great families gathered together. Yi Xianro sat at the head of the table and spoke with confidence and assurance. Her words were clear and concise, making everyone look at her with admiration. This woman doesn't only know how to act coquettishly with others, everyone thought secretly. When she sat in that high and mighty position, she could quickly adjust her mentality and make remarks that were in line with her identity. Her words were reasonable, and everyone couldn't help but pay attention to her. They all looked at her. Surprise attack? Gao Rangfeng couldn't help but ask, "What is a surprise attack?" Yi Xianro smiled and said, "What the little lord can't think of is a surprise attack." Gao Rangfeng frowned. Yi Xianro's actions made him feel a little uncomfortable, so he quickly said, "Be more specific." Yi Xianro chuckled and turned her eyes to Qiu Yimeng, her beautiful eyes flashing. "Elder sister Qiu is the biggest surprise attack for the little lord." Qiu Yimeng suddenly looked up and glared at Yi Xianro. Stars Hua also let out an evil laugh. The other young lords all wore strange expressions. Everyone suddenly understood what Yi Xianro was planning. Elder sister Qiu has been working with the little lord for a long time and is regarded as his right-hand woman. She knows many things about his house quite well. I'm afraid no one knows more than elder sister Qiu. On top of that, elder sister only left Yang Kai this morning. The little lord would never have thought that in just one day, elder sister Chiu would become his enemy and attack him, right? Yi Xian Ro, you'd better think carefully about what you're saying. Stars was stared at her, his eyes flashing a cold light. Yi Xian Ro sneered. Huashao, what do you mean? Of course, I know what I'm talking about, but your attitude, could it be you don't like me? Stars was sneered. Don't forget, I now represent the second young lord. If you don't obey me, then you don't obey second young master. I have the right to ask you to leave this mansion. A single rat can spoil a pot of porridge. Second young master's mansion cannot have a black sheep. Yi Xian Ro's words were filled with sarcasm and ridicule. Huastars's expression changed. She wanted to leave angrily, but when she thought of the old man's threat before she left, she had to suppress the restlessness in her heart. His mouth moved, but no sound could be heard. It seemed like he was cursing. Yi Xian Ro smiled again and said in a warm voice, Actually, little sister has her own considerations for making such a proposal. What I said before was only one of them. What other considerations do you have? Gao Rangfeng asked. He suddenly realized that after experiencing the inheritance war, Yi Xian Ro's growth was simply terrifying. Before this, she didn't have such sharp thoughts and wasn't so strong. It was probably because she had been by the second young master's side for too long and had been influenced by him. From the last time the little lord killed Nanshang and Xiangchu, it's clear that the little lord values his friends very much. Elder sister Chiu is also his friend, so I think with the little lord's personality, he wouldn't have the heart to kill elder sister Chiu. That's right. Kong Zhan nodded gently, thinking that Yi Xian Ro's analysis was reasonable. Last time, Nanshang and Xiangchu, because they had injured a High Heaven Pavilion disciple, were chased down by Yang Kai for 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers. Even if they hid in Yang Zhao's mansion, they still couldn't escape their fate of death. Chiu Yimeng and Yang Kai had been together for so long, the two of them having gone through thick and thin together. Chiu Yimeng had also made great contributions to Yang Kai's mansion. So with Yang Kai's character, it would be strange if he dared to lay his hands on her. So, if elder sister Chiu goes out and casually brings some people with her, she can easily defeat the little lord without shedding a drop of blood. Yi Xian Ro looked at Chiu Yimeng with a smile and asked, Elder sister Chiu, what do you think? Chiu Yimeng's expression was indifferent as she stared at him from afar, unhurriedly saying, You think too much. Although Yang Kai cares about friendship, he is also a selfish person. When there is a conflict between these two, he will choose to maintain his own interests. Yi Xian Ro looked surprised. Elder sister Chiu really understands the little lord. I think this matter must be handled by you. If you don't try once, how can you know it won't work? Saying so, she shot a contemptuous look towards Chiu Yimeng, as if she wouldn't give up until Chiu Yimeng agreed. Good. Chiu Yimeng suddenly smiled. Since little sister says so, elder sister will listen to you this time. Let's see if I can capture Yang Kai with my own means. Sister is indeed a heroine among women. You're straightforward enough. Many thanks to little sister for taking care of me. Elder sister will give this credit to elder sister. Chiu Yimeng smiled gently. Yi Xian Ro also smiled. Us sisters don't need to say such things. A few days ago, little sister also received elder sister's care. Little sister will remember it in her heart. She will never forget it for the rest of her life. Inside the side hall, the atmosphere suddenly became gloomy. Gao Rangfeng, Kong Zhan, and the others couldn't help shivering. They didn't know what these two women were talking about, but they could tell that something had happened between the two of them a few days ago. A few days ago, Yi Xian Ro had secretly run to Yang Kai's house to seduce him, but as a result, Yang Kai had torn her clothes and left her alone in the side hall. Later, Chiu Yimeng had sent a few guards to guard the door. The naked Yi Xian Ro was imprisoned for 3 whole days. After 3 days, Chiu Yimeng ordered a maidservant to deliver a set of clothes. How could Yi Xian Ro forget such a great shame? The first thing the 7 Families Alliance did was to find fault with Chiu Yimeng. It could be said that Chiu Yimeng was using her power to avenge a personal grudge, but her excuses and means were quite clever, so clever that Qiu Yimeng couldn't refute her and could only follow her lead by the nose. Then it's settled. Elder sister will act as the vanguard. I hope elder sister can win. Thank you for your kind words. There's no time to lose. Let's go now. Yi Xian Ro said. Now? The others couldn't help being taken aback, never having expected Yi Xian Ro to be so eager. Speed is crucial in war. Taking advantage of the darkness of the night, perhaps we can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Yi Xian Ro smiled slightly. That makes sense. Then elder sister will set out. Qiu Yimeng chuckled, stood up, and walked out. Qiu Yimeng. Huixing stood up and called out. Qiu Yimeng didn't look back, just slowly shaking her head as she walked out. After Qiu Yimeng left, Huixing turned around and glared at Yi Xian Ro coldly. Little girl, if something happens to Qiu Yimeng, you can just wait to be sold to the cheapest brothel. At that time, anyone can taste your beauty, and within 3 or 5 months, you will become a pile of rotten meat that even wild dogs will disdain. Yi Xian Ro's eyes flashed coldly, but surprisingly, she didn't get angry and instead giggled. Isn't young Lord Hu's worry unnecessary? How could elder sister Qiu have an accident? Do you really think the little lord would do anything to her? It seems that the little lord really has become the demon race and doesn't even recognize his own family. After a pause, she added, since young Lord Hu is so worried, let's go out and take a look, just in case. Kang Zhan and Gao Rangfeng couldn't help nodding, feeling that Yi Xian Ro's decision was the right one. None of them thought that Qiu Yimeng alone could defeat Yang Kai. Even if Yang Kai cared about their friendship, he wasn't a fool. How could he allow himself to be captured without putting up a fight? If they followed, in case a fight broke out, they would be able to provide support. As they spoke, everyone stood up and walked out. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse, bathing the entire war city in a silver glow. In Yang Kai's mansion, the cultivator had calmed down from the shock of Qiu Yimeng and Huixing's departure. The mansion's current advantage was great. Even if Qiu Yimeng and Huixing had left, they still felt that in the inheritance war, Yang Kai would definitely win. However, Yang Kai had said during the day that he might become an enemy of the 8 great families, so they were a little worried. After all, they were all young people who would want to go against the 8 great families. This wasn't just a matter of themselves, but also a matter of the sect or family behind them. In the middle of the night, the mansion was quiet. Kai Yang, who was in the middle of meditating, suddenly opened his eyes shining brightly. Hurriedly getting up, he walked out. Just as he opened the door, the sound of fluttering clothes came from inside the mansion, and in the next moment, Ying Jiu, Old Demon, and Tang Yuxian appeared in front of him. Little Lord, Tang Yuxian called out. I know. Yang Kai's expression became cold. Call everyone up. Tang Yuxian quickly released her spiritual energy and enveloped the entire house. Perceiving this divine sense as a reminder and summon, the forces in the house quickly gathered. Ha! A sigh came from the side as a faintly discernible figure slowly appeared and a light blue-haired Shui Ling suddenly appeared. Ying Jiu's eyes narrowed. Even now, he was extremely wary of this mysterious little girl. At such a young age, she had actually reached the immortal ascension boundary 8th stage and possessed a special constitution. If they were to fight one-on-one, Ying Jiu believed she wasn't his opponent, but he also had no way to keep her here, even if he used his mad tyrant blood skill. It seems that Qiu Yimeng has brought people here. Shui Ling sighed faintly. What a pity, I got along quite well with her. Yang Kai, how did you and her end up like this? I don't know, don't ask me. Yang Kai said angrily. Since Shui Ling was aware of the identity of these people, how could Yang Kai not have noticed? The one leading this group was actually Qiu Yimeng, who had just left this morning. Accompanying her were more than 20 masters at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th stage or above. Besides Qiu Yimeng's aura, everyone else was filled with murderous intent. Obviously, they were here to cause trouble for Yang Kai's mansion. Yang Kai didn't think Qiu Yimeng would do such a thing. After getting along with her for so long, Yang Kai understood her quite well. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he nodded. It's an honor to meet you. The Fallen Leaves Hall's hall master is indeed famous. The Cho family's Fallen Leaves Hall was equivalent to the Yang family's Blood Warrior Hall. Each of the 8 great families had such an institution. The experts nurtured by these institutions were all extremely loyal to their families. However, because each family's heritage was different, their prestige was different, and their training methods were different. Therefore, among the 8 great families' institutions, the Blood Warrior Hall was the most famous, and the masters from the Blood Warrior Hall were much stronger than those from the other 7 families. This was especially true for the Blood Warrior Hall's Mad Tyrant Blood skill, a taboo martial skill that allowed the Blood Warrior Hall to stand above any other institution. The Cho family's Fallen Leaves Hall was such an institution. The masters who came from it were all very powerful. Once they took action, it was as simple as the autumn wind sweeping up fallen leaves, never giving their enemy any time to breathe. It was because of this principle that the people of the Fallen Leaves Hall were generally impatient and hated others wasting their time. While Chiu Meng and Yang Kai were exchanging a few words, they were already unable to restrain themselves, a clear indication of their temperament. Chan Xian snorted, turning a blind eye to Yang Kai's flattery, and sneered. Since you've finished speaking, I ask the first young lady to step back. Turning to Yang Kai, he coldly shouted, Little brat, your time of death has come. Although you are a young lord of the Yang family, you cultivate a demonic secret art, collude with demons, and attempt to subvert the 8 great families. Today is the day you die. Chan Xian and the other masters from the Fallen Leaves Hall had all been in the central capital, so they didn't have a deep understanding of Yang Kai and the forces of Yang Kai's mansion. Although they had also been paying attention to the progress of the Inheritance War and had heard from others about how powerful Yang Kai and Yang Kai's forces were, Chan Xian had always thought that such news was simply exaggerated. As a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, how could he put a mere Immortal Ascension Boundary second stage cultivator in his eyes, especially one so young? It wasn't only Qin Xian who thought so. Most of the masters from the other 7 families also had the same thought. In their opinion, this time the 7 families had dispatched so many masters to the Inheritance War was simply making a mountain out of a molehill. So tonight, when Chiu Meng brought them here to cause trouble for Yang Kai's mansion, Chan Xian and the other masters from the Fallen Leaves Hall were very excited, thinking that they could easily break through Yang Kai's defenses. Even Ling Tai Su, who was in charge of the mansion, wasn't put in their eyes. Although Ling Tai Su was an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, he was still the sect master of Evil Sect, the Demon Lord's master. If he dared to act casually, the 8 masters from the Seal Temple would definitely not sit idly by. Listening to Chan Xian's shameless boasting, Yang Kai's expression became cold. What a big hat! Hallmaster Chen, please wait a moment. Chiu Meng suddenly interjected. I still have a few words to say to Yang Kai. Chan Xian coldly snorted, but he didn't refuse Chiu Meng's request. Before they came here, Qiu Shoucheng had already told him that although this time's operation was taking advantage of the Inheritance War and using the name of the 8 great families' young lords and young ladies, the one who really made decisions on the battlefield was Chan Xian. In other words, to a certain extent, Chiu Meng had to listen to Chan Xian for the time being. If it was just a few words, he could tolerate it. Yang Kai glanced at him coldly before turning to Chiu Meng and asking softly, Why? Because my father said that as long as I defeat and capture you, I can inherit the Cho family as a woman. You know how much I long for that day to come. Although we've been getting along quite well before, compared to my lifelong ambition, who do you think you are? Ha ha. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. I'm not much, but do you think you can convince yourself with your nonsense? When did I start talking nonsense? I'm telling the truth. Today I came here to defeat you. Yang Kai, since I've been assisting you these past few days, why don't you obediently allow yourself to be captured? If we really fight, everyone's feelings will be hurt, and I'm definitely not your opponent. Good. Yang Kai nodded with a smile. On the other side, Chan Xian's eyes lit up, but he quickly became vigilant as he stared closely at Yang Kai's movements to prevent him from playing any tricks. The people from Yang Kai's mansion were all stunned. They hadn't expected that in just one day, Qiu Yimeng would actually be willing to stand on the opposite side of Yang Kai and personally bring people to cause trouble for Yang Kai. Seeing her speak so calmly and indifferently, many people were filled with righteous indignation, but considering their previous friendship, they didn't curse her out loud. If it had been someone else who said this, how could they have just let it go? They would likely have already cursed all 18 generations of this person's ancestors. Even so, their expressions were not very good. Luo Xiaoman's eyes were filled with tears as she stared at Qiu Yimeng incredulously. Are you really willing? Qiu Yimeng was stunned. What's wrong with that? If you capture me, you can become the Qiu family's patriarch, right? Yang Kai smiled. You've done so much for me. Now it's my turn to do the same for you? What's wrong with that? Qiu Yimeng's expression changed, a strange light flashing across her pair of beautiful eyes, as if she was moved to tears by these words. First, young lady. Chen Xian saw that Qiu Yimeng didn't seem to have any intention of fighting and couldn't help urging her. If they could really capture Yang Kai without shedding a single drop of blood, then his Qiu family would have made a great contribution. Qiu Shouchang had said that once Yang Kai was captured, he would send him back to the central capital's Qiu family at all costs. Qiu Yimeng turned a deaf ear to these words, her face still filled with gratitude, but suddenly she ground her teeth and shouted, You think saying such words will soften my heart and make me not attack you? You bastard, you're really despicable. Yang Kai grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, a look of embarrassment appearing on his face. You really think so? Qiu Yimeng grumbled angrily. She had actually been moved by his words just a moment ago, but now her heart was filled with hatred as she shouted, No matter what you think, since I've come here today, I won't go back empty-handed. Saying so, Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand and summoned a foot-long dagger into his grasp. This dagger glowed with a silver light, obviously a high-grade artifact. Yuan Qi burst out fiercely, seemingly without mercy. Cries of alarm rang out as no one had expected the change to happen so quickly. Evening Zhou didn't have time to react. Chen Xian and the many masters from the Qiu family's Fallen Leaves Hall all held their breaths, secretly anticipating what would happen next. Chapter 546. Facing Qiu Yimeng's blade, Yang Kai was still smiling, as if he didn't know the difference between life and death. Staring at Qiu Yimeng, who was so close to him, he didn't even condense his true qi, as if he really had no intention of fighting back. Vix reading Qiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes flashed with determination as her hands moved faster and faster. In the next moment, Yang Kai's face changed dramatically as he stared at her in shock, suddenly reaching out to grab her. Poo. Accompanied by a muffled groan. Blood splattered out. Cries of alarm rang out as the powerhouses behind the two of them rushed out and madly rushed towards the center. Chen Xian and the others' eyes were filled with fanaticism as they stared at the stunned Yang Kai, grinning widely. Ying Zhou, Tang Yuxian, and the old demon simultaneously pushed their strength, leapt over Yang Kai and Qiu Yimeng's heads, and charged towards Chen Xian and the others. The battle broke out in an instant, and no one below the immortal ascension boundary was able to intervene. The leaders of the younger generation didn't dare to approach and could only display their martial skills and artifacts from a distance. Brilliant light bloomed as energy raged. In the chaos, Luo Xiaoman stumbled over to Yang Kai and Qiu Yimeng's side, but after seeing the situation clearly, she immediately covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes trembling. Qiu Yimeng fell softly into Yang Kai's arms, her face pale and bloodless as she silently smiled towards Yang Kai. In her lower abdomen there was a dagger, the same artifact she had taken out before. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was unscathed. What are you doing? Yang Kai shouted angrily. I couldn't. Qiu Yimeng smiled bitterly. I could only come up with this method to temporarily eliminate myself. Just now, Qiu Yimeng's attack had suddenly changed directions halfway through and stabbed towards him. Yang Kai had seen this and tried to stop her. However, Qiu Yimeng's expression had been so serious that Yang Kai had been deceived by her for a moment, thinking she would really attack him. When he wanted to stop it, it was too late. Blood flowed from Qiu Yimeng's lower abdomen and soon dyed her clothes red, giving her a sense of scarlet beauty. Stop talking. Yang Kai frowned, but he wasn't very nervous. Qiu Yimeng's wound wasn't fatal, and the dagger hadn't penetrated too deeply. With the efficacy of the myriad drug milk, it was likely that she would be healed in 1 to 2 days without leaving a scar. I have a question to ask you. Qiu Yimeng gasped for breath but stared stubbornly at Yang Kai. If you have something to say, then say it. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Today he was depressed because of Qiu Yimeng. Qiu Yimeng didn't care. Instead her eyes filled with expectation as she asked softly, "If I really wanted to stab you, wouldn't you have resisted? What do you think?" Yang Kai glared at her. "I don't know. I never knew what you were thinking. I'm not an idiot. How could I just stand there and let you stab me?" "Sure enough." Qiu Yimeng laughed. "You've always been a selfish person. But if you weren't like this, you wouldn't be you." Yang Kai smiled wickedly. "If you really had the intention to stab me just now, you'd be finished today. What would you do to me? Kill me? I wouldn't go that far. I would just strip off your clothes, and then, spank your ass." Qiu Yimeng suddenly blushed. No one had ever said such shameless words to her before. She didn't know why, but in her mind, the scene of her naked body being pressed down on the bed by Yang Kai suddenly appeared. She couldn't help feeling ashamed. "Don't talk about that." Luo Xiaoman stood to the side at a loss. "Hurry up and heal yourself. I won't die." Yang Kai's expression was indifferent as he picked up Qiu Yimeng by the waist, glancing over at the chaotic battlefield, a cold light flashing across his eyes before he stepped into the house. Luo Xiaoman followed closely behind him. A short time later, the three of them arrived at Su Yan's room. Pushing the door open, Yang Kai was greeted by an icy chill. Su Yan was sitting on the ice bed, seemingly cultivating, but in fact, her mind wasn't here at all. With the battle in Yang Kai's house, she naturally paid attention, but because she was from High Heaven Pavilion, it wasn't convenient for her to appear, so she could only wait quietly. "What happened? How did you get hurt like this?" Su Yan asked quickly when she saw Qiu Yimeng. "This stupid woman stabbed herself," Yang Kai said as he put Qiu Yimeng down on the ice bed. The cold air quickly invaded her body, causing her to shiver involuntarily. However, thanks to the cold, the bleeding from her wounds was quickly alleviated. "I'll leave her to you," Yang Kai said before turning around and walking out. The location of Qiu Yimeng's wound was too delicate. If it had been anywhere else, Yang Kai could have dealt with it himself, but since it was her lower abdomen, he was too embarrassed to do so, so he could only send her to Su Yan. Su Yan also had some myriad drug milk, so she knew what to do. The sound of battle rang out one after another, and as far as the eye could see, half the sky seemed to be illuminated by a burst of light. When Yang Kai returned to the mansion, he found that the battle had reached a state of anxiety, and both sides were evenly matched. The Qiu family's Falling Leaves Hall had more than 20 Immortal Ascension Boundary 6 Stage Masters. On his side, there were 3 Peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, Ingjiu, Tang Yuxian, and Old Demon, each of them possessing heaven-defying strength. Shui Ling also used her special constitution to stir up trouble, disrupting the enemy's vision and hearing. The other Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were also numerous. In terms of numbers alone, Yang Kai's side undoubtedly had a great advantage, but the Falling Leaves Hall's masters were not to be underestimated, so even if they had the advantage in numbers, they still couldn't gain any advantage. For a time, the two sides had fallen into a bitter struggle. Since the beginning of the Inheritance War, Yang Kai's mansion had never encountered such a situation. Every time they fought, they had defeated their enemies with overwhelming superiority. Chun Xian and the others also felt this was incredible. They were originally full of confidence, but after the battle really began, they discovered that the rumors they had heard were not exaggerated at all. In fact, they had even underestimated the strength of Yang Kai's cultivator. The Falling Leaves Hall's masters could be said to have been dispatched in full force, but now they couldn't do anything to a single Yang family young lord's mansion. Chen Xian inexplicably felt a sense of shame and humiliation, causing him to become even more ruthless and merciless. Yang Kai observed for a moment, but didn't enter the fray himself, instead casting his gaze towards the distance. He felt that there were many masters gathering in that direction. The cultivation of these masters wasn't any worse than the Falling Leaves Hall's masters, but their numbers were several times greater. If he wasn't mistaken, these masters should be from the other 6 families. Just as Yang Kai expected, a kilometer away, atop a 3-story pavilion, led by Yi Xianro, the young lords and young ladies of the 6 superfamilies gathered, all of them watching the battle from a distance. Although it was late at night, the moon was still shining brightly, so they were still able to clearly see everything that happened in front of Yang Kai's mansion. Qiu Yimeng's violent attack and the traces of Yang Kai's actions were all clearly visible to all of them. However, the final result shocked all of them. The one lying in a pool of blood was actually Qiu Yimeng. Yi Xianro's delicate face flashed a gloating look as she coldly snorted. Yang Kai really has lost all humanity. Even after assisting him for so long and having such a good relationship with Qiu Yimeng, he can still be so ruthless as to kill her. Kang Zhan and the others remained silent. Although they didn't like Yi Xianro's arrogant attitude, they still agreed with her current statement. Because they were too far away, they hadn't been able to clearly see what had happened, so they simply believed that Qiu Yimeng had really been injured by Yang Kai. Since Qiu Yimeng entered Yang Kai's house, she had worked hard without complaint, serving as Yang Kai's left and right hands, leading the entire mansion, paying a huge price, but in the end, she had actually been injured by him. If it were anyone else, wouldn't they be bitterly disappointed? Being able to do such a thing, how could Yang Kai still have any humanity left? Obviously, he was selfish to the extreme. Only Stars Hua, on the other hand, wore a ferocious expression as he sneered. Although he didn't see clearly what had just happened, he didn't agree with Yi Xianro's statement. It looks like my plan has failed. Yi Xianro said so, but there wasn't the slightest trace of disappointment on her face. Instead, there was a trace of joy, as if she was quite happy to see Qiu Yimeng suffer. If I had known this would happen, I would never have let elder sister Qiu take such a risk alone. It seems we overestimated Yang Kai's moral standards. This person is beyond saving. Evil demons are generally like this, they don't even recognize their own family and friends, their methods are cruel, What do we do now? Gao Rangfeng asked in a deep voice. Qiu Yimeng, this so-called surprise attack, had not played the role she should have. This made him wonder if Yi Xianro had deliberately done this because she knew this would happen, causing him to feel a sense of revulsion. Let's wait and see. Yi Xianro didn't show the slightest trace of nervousness, and instead wore a calm expression. Look, they're fighting. Shouldn't we send reinforcements? Kang Zhan frowned. If we just leave them be, I'm afraid the Qiu family will gossip. Let them fight for a while. Yi Xianro smiled lightly. Ying Jiu and Tang Yuxian have both used their mad tyrant blood skill. I don't think anyone from your family is willing to face them at this time, right? Let's wait for the mad tyrant blood skill's effect to wear off. Then we'll join in. Everyone's expression became extremely strange, but none of them refuted her words. No one wanted to see any of their family's masters suffer any losses. After he finished speaking, everyone waited quietly. The battle was getting more and more intense, and people were constantly being injured or killed. Yang Kai's mansion had suffered losses, and so did the Fallen Leaves Hall. Although the masters from the Fallen Leaves Hall were powerful, in this kind of melee, they couldn't guarantee their own safety. Especially when Yang Kai joined the battle, the balance was instantly broken, and the violent eruption of evil energy descended. Yang Kai, who was only at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 2nd stage, was able to single-handedly challenge a peak Immortal Ascension boundary master. After cultivating his knowledge Yang Kai was able to display the full power of his soul skills. Coupled with his small sword-shaped artifact, he was often able to kill an enemy with a single blow. The Fallen Leaves Hall had suffered heavy losses, and the situation was becoming more and more intense. Amidst the fierce battle, Chen Xian could no longer bear it and shouted, "Young Lady Yi!" Chapter 547. He was calling for reinforcements. If the others didn't act now, he would have no choice but to retreat. If they continued to fight, the entire Fallen Leaves Hall would likely perish here. The cultivation and methods of these people from Yang Kai's mansion were completely beyond his expectations. These Immortal Ascension boundary cultivators not only had extremely pure Yuan Qi, but they were also equipped with a dazzling array of artifacts. Was this guy really an Immortal Ascension boundary cultivator from a first-class family? Why did he feel like he was even richer than them? Chen Xian was depressed. The Fallen Leaves Hall was one of the most important halls of the Qiu family. The masters inside were loyal to the family, so the artifacts they were equipped with were naturally not bad. Could even be said that they were the best in the entire Qiu family, but compared to these Immortal Ascension boundary masters from Yang Kai's mansion, they were still a bit shabby. On top of that, the pills these people had taken during the battle were also quite strange. Chen Xian and the other masters from the Fallen Leaves Hall were already gasping for breath, unable to maintain their Yuan Qi, but their opponents were still full of vigor and scrupulously using their Yuan Qi, not worried about overdrawing their strength. What kind of pill had such a powerful restorative effect? Although he had long known that Yang Kai's mansion had the support of Medicine King's Valley, Chen Xian hadn't realized how powerful these two forces were until now. Hearing his call, Yi Xianro, who was a kilometer away, could no longer sit idly by. The Qiu family's Fallen Leaves Hall had lost a lot of people, all of which she saw clearly, so she couldn't help coldly snorting, "A bunch of wastes." After saying so, she put on a leisurely expression and said, "Let's go." It seemed she was about to do something she was very unwilling to do. Gao Rangfeng and Kang Zhan saw her like this, then glanced over at the Qiu family's Fallen Leaves Hall and couldn't help feeling a sense of sympathy. The distance of a kilometer was quickly crossed. Before they had even arrived, Yi Xianro's tender voice spread throughout War City. "Yang Kai, you colluded with evil. Sooner or later you will fall into the demonic path. Don't be so stubborn. Obediently hand over those evil sect disciples in your mansion and accept your punishment. Out of consideration for the 8 great families' many years of coexistence in the central capital, we won't do anything to you. If you continue to stubbornly resist, you will only implicate those around you." In the midst of the fierce battle, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he jumped out of the battle circle. He quietly floated in midair and fixed his eyes on the other side with an indifferent expression. The young masters and young mistresses of the 6 great families took the lead. Behind each of them, there was a similar number of experts as the Fallen Leaves Hall. These people looked at Yang Kai, and with the exception of Yi Xianro, who had a smug look on her face, everyone else looked somewhat ashamed. Quastars sneered, "Sister Yi, you're quite eloquent." That speech instantly put Yang Kai in a dead end in terms of righteousness. Quastars asked himself if he could think of something like that. Yi Xianro seemed to have put a lot of effort into figuring out how to force Yang Kai into a passive position. "Miss Yi." After a moment of silence, Yang Kai suddenly grinned. "I haven't seen you for a few days, yet you've become so proud of yourself. Where's my second brother?" Yi Xianro's eyes flashed a trace of resentment. Last time, she had failed to seduce Yang Kai and was instead scolded by him as a broken shoe, so she naturally held a grudge against him. Her heart was filled with resentment, but she didn't show it on her face as she simply smiled and said, "Second young lord is currently in retreat, so I'm taking over all the matters in the house." Yang Kai nodded gently, his expression becoming much better. I knew my second brother wouldn't be so despicable and shameless. Turns out there was someone else in charge of this operation, no wonder. Yi Xianrou's complexion changed greatly as she cursed under her breath. Yang Kai continued to smile, a strange expression appearing on his face as he said in an ambiguous tone, "Miss Yi, I'm really sorry about what happened a few days ago, but after thinking about it carefully, I realized I was wrong. Since you delivered yourself to my doorstep, I shouldn't have refused. You're so beautiful, your body is so delicate. Even if I stripped naked with you, I wouldn't have lost anything. Instead, I would have profited. At that time, I don't know why my brain cramped, but I didn't take advantage of you. I really regret it." Saying so, he slapped his thigh, his face filled with regret. Listening to him say this, Kang Zhan, Gao Rangfeng, and the others' expressions suddenly became strange, all of them turning their heads to look at Yi Xianrou. They didn't know when Yi Xianrou had tried to seduce Yang Kai, but looking at this situation, it seemed that Yi Xianrou had gone in high spirits only to return disappointed. This was really the biggest joke in the world. "Little Lord, you're really bold." Everyone couldn't help admiring him. If Yi Xianrou had tried to seduce him, perhaps he would have fallen for her. "I've figured it out now," Yang Kai said seriously. "Young Lady Yi, why don't we go find a secluded place now so I can satisfy you? My strength isn't bad, and my skill in bed isn't bad either." Yi Xianrou's expression became awkward, her shoulders trembling with anger. She hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so shameless, even daring to bring up such private matters in front of her. She wanted to refute him, but she didn't have the courage to do so, so she couldn't help angrily shouting, "Yang Kai, don't try to slander me with your filthy words. How could I, Yi Xianrou, be such a person?" Gao Rangfeng, Kang Zhan, and the others all turned their heads and stared at her strangely. Guastars even whistled frivolously. "You don't believe me?" Yi Xianrou glared at these people, her pretty face flushed red. No one paid her any attention. "Whether you believe it or not, nothing happened between me and that bastard." Yi Xianrou gasped for breath, seemingly really angry. "That's right. Young Lord Kai refused to let you in. What could have possibly happened between you two?" Guastars said sarcastically. Yi Xianrou took a deep breath, and after exhaling, her anger and agitation had completely disappeared. Staring towards Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes filled with a cold light, her lips curling into a sharp smile as she gently nodded. "Yang Kai, I didn't come here to talk nonsense with you. I came here to capture you and bring you back to the central capital to wash away your evil aura and sins." This is also the will of the 8 great families. Saying so, she pointed her finger. "Capture Yang Kai. Anyone who dares to resist, kill." She had become angry out of shame and wasn't prepared to engage in a verbal confrontation with Yang Kai anymore. The 6 groups of people behind her immediately followed her orders, their momentum soaring like a rainbow. "Do you think I don't have anyone?" Yang Kai roared. "Tu Feng." 7 figures suddenly flew out from the mansion, led by Tu Feng, the remaining 7 blood warriors. Including Ying Jiu and Tang Yuxian, who had been dispatched before, the 9 blood warriors in the mansion had all been dispatched. Mad Tyrant blood skill. Roars rang out as a fierce surge of vitality filled the air, causing everyone's eyes to tremble. All of War City seemed to be on the verge of collapse at this moment. Yi Xianrou's face filled with both fear and excitement as she shouted, "Yang Kai, don't forget, this is the inheritance war. You have an agreement with the Yang family that Tu Feng and the others cannot intervene in the inheritance war. If you dare allow them to participate, it is tantamount to violating your agreement with the family. This is no longer the inheritance war." Yang Kai sneered. "You know better than I do." The old demon, who was fighting with the Fallen Leaves Hall Masters, suddenly laughed and whispered, "Do you really think the little lord cares about the inheritance war? The patriarch of the Yang family is nothing but a fart. If it weren't for the fact that he had so many things to worry about here, he would have already left." "What did you say?" A master from the Fallen Leaves Hall who was fighting with the old demon couldn't help asking curiously when he saw him muttering to himself. The old demon grinned, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. I said, "You're dead." This sentence seemed to have an infinite demonic power, bringing with it a deathly aura that rushed into the master's mind. In the next moment, his movements came to a halt, his eyes going blank, his face suddenly becoming pale as he muttered, "I'm dead. I'm dead. Idiot." The old demon coldly snorted, taking advantage of the other's dazed state to plunge his hand into his opponent's chest. And after taking it out again, he was holding a heart that was still beating fiercely. Blood spurted out from the man's chest like a tide. The old demon's expression became more and more ferocious as he stared towards the place with the largest number of enemies and shouted, "Blood sea sealing the heavens." A blood-red light shot out from behind him and the ground around him instantly became viscous, as if it was made of blood. All kinds of gloomy auras filled the air, and in this blood swamp, everyone's movements couldn't help slowing down. Yi Xianrou's expression became horrified while Gao Rangfeng, Kang Zhan, and Meng Shan Yi were all shocked. Even Lu Qingyao's face showed a deep sense of dread. The old demon's cruel methods were not something most people could understand and accept. Before this, none of them had any idea that there was someone in this world who cultivated such an evil martial skill secret art. Smelling the thick bloody aura, Yi Xianrou couldn't help wanting to vomit. The old demon's powerful attack instantly captured more than a dozen Immortal Ascension boundary masters and sealed them in a sea of blood, unable to advance or retreat. How is this possible? After watching the battle for a while, Gao Rangfeng couldn't help calling out. He found that even though the 7 superfamilies had gathered more than 100 Immortal Ascension Boundary 6 stage masters, they still weren't able to quickly defeat the cultivator from Yang Kai's mansion. Although Yang Kai's mansion's Immortal Ascension Boundary masters were at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers, they were still able to put up a good fight. The next moment, more than a dozen people rushed to Huixing's side, and began beating him. After a dozen breaths of time, Huixing was picked up by Dong Qinghan like a dead pig and thrown into Yang Kai's mansion, shouting to his subordinates, "Strip him of his clothes and throw him into the cellar for a few days. He dares to call me fat?" Seeing this scene, Gao Rangfeng, Kang Zhan, and the others all wore strange looks, a very uncomfortable feeling rising in their hearts. Young Lord Hua was captured alive. What should we do? Meng Shan Yi suddenly said with a smile. Clumsy trick. Yi Xianrou coldly snorted, not caring. It didn't matter whether Huixing was here or not. As long as the masters of the Hua family were here, it was fine. While Huixing was being captured, Lu Qingyao also came to Yang Kai. Last time at Pijing Lake, I was unable to enjoy myself to the fullest. So today I came here specifically to ask Little Lord for advice. I hope Little Lord can fulfill my wish. Lu Qingyao's expression was indifferent as he looked towards Yang Kai and said softly. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Please forgive me. Young Lord Lu, I'm in a hurry. Please hurry. Lu Qingyao also nodded, expressing his understanding, no longer saying anything. In the next moment, his aura suddenly erupted as his yuan qi surged violently. He gently took a step forward, and a muffled thump resounded between heaven and earth. Lu family's 9 winding steps. Last time at Pijing Lake, Lu Qingyao had used this move to fight Yang Kai. This was one of the Lu family's secret arts, a mysterious grade mid-rank secret art, and Lu Qingyao's most powerful move. However, this time was different from the last time. Last time, because of the absolute suppression in terms of cultivation, Lu Qingyao had held back when he used this move, not wanting to have an unfair advantage. But this time, Lu Qingyao was going all out, his momentum far stronger than it had been back at Pijing Lake. Asterisk Dong. Asterisk another step forward. accompanied by a rumbling sound like that of a war drum, shaking everyone's eardrums, causing their hearts to throb and their bodies to tremble. Asterisk dong dong dong. Asterisk Lu Qingyao's figure seemed to grow larger and more majestic. By the time he took his 9th step, Lu Qingyao's entire body had become a giant monster. His head held up the sky while his feet stepped on the ground, like a giant, as if this world was being supported by him. 9 steps, heaven and earth destroyed. This was the Lu family's 9 tuned steps. By the time he took his 9th step, Lu Qingyao's aura had reached its peak, not far from that of a peak immortal ascension boundary master. Lu Qingyao's giant foot steadily and slowly stomped down towards Yang Kai. Everyone involuntarily had the illusion that this foot would step on their bodies and crush them into powder. Some of the weaker martial artists couldn't help but shiver, their faces pale with fear. Facing such a terrifying blow, Yang Kai simply swung his fist upwards. This seemingly ordinary, straightforward punch actually contained a devastating amount of energy. The tip of Lu Qingyao's fist collided with the giant foot, and in that instant, it was as if a myriad of afterimages had appeared. As soon as Lu Qingyao's momentum collapsed, the giant figure suddenly became sluggish and fell backwards. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a loud bang. The giant fell to the ground, disappearing into specks of light. Lu Qingyao, who was standing mid-air, suddenly let out a grunt and coughed up a mouthful of blood, clutching his chest as he staggered backwards, staring towards Yang Kai in horror. "Thank you for letting me win." Yang Kai took a deep breath. "Fierce," Lu Qingyao sincerely praised. "This Lu has lost. Many thanks, little lord, for showing mercy." Last time at Pijing Lake, when Lu Qingyao used this move, Yang Kai had to use the same mysterious grade martial skill, Star Mark, to resist. But this time, with just a casual punch, Lu Qingyao had easily broken the Lu family's secret martial skill. The difference in strength between the two was obvious at a glance. "Young Lord Lu is too polite." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Although I lost, I cannot make decisions here, so I hope little lord can forgive me. All I can say is that this time, this Lu will not intervene again. Farewell." Saying so, Lu Qingyao's figure flashed like lightning and quickly disappeared into the night sky. Young lord, young lord." When the Lu family masters saw Lu Qingyao leave just like that, they were shocked and hurriedly called out. However, they received no response. Yi Xianrou's face became extremely pale. In just a short 2 hours, 3 young masters and young mistresses had withdrawn from the competition. Qiu Yimeng's withdrawal was caused by her, and it could even be said that she had deliberately allowed this to happen. When Huastars withdrew, she didn't stop them, nor did she care. In any case, although this person's body was here, his heart was in Yang Kai's house, so there was no point in him staying. It was better to leave early so as not to become an eyesore. However, Lu Qingyao actually leaving like this was not something Yi Xianrou could accept. After all, Lu Qingyao held the title of the Central Capital's first young lord. His principles could influence many things to a certain extent, such as public opinion. Lu Qingyao still had some prestige in the eyes of the world. How could Yi Xianrou not be annoyed? Now, there were only 3 people left on her side. Kang Zhan, Gao Rangfeng, and Meng Shanyi. Whether or not these 3 were of the same mind as her, she wasn't sure. Kang Zhan and Gao Rangfeng weren't so bad, but Meng Shanyi was more difficult to understand. "You won't also withdraw, right?" Yi Xianrou took precautions, turning her head and glancing at the 3 of them. "Sister Yi worries too much." Kang Zhan shook his head. "This time, it was the will of the 8 great families. How could we withdraw so hastily? If we really did that, it would be too irresponsible." Gao Rangfeng also nodded in agreement. Although they also had some sympathy for Yang Kai's current situation, in the end, they weren't familiar with Yang Kai, so they weren't in the mood to care too much. All they needed to do was act according to the will of their families. Seeing them express their stance, Yi Xianrou's brow furrowed slightly as she nodded. "Then Sister Yi can rest assured. In such a big scene, Sister Yi will not be able to handle it alone. I will need the assistance of several elder brothers." She couldn't help lowering her posture, completely different from her previous performance in Yang Zhao's house. Qiu Yimeng, Hua Xing, and Lu Qingyao withdrawing one after another had affected the mentality of the masters from these three families. With their own young lord and young lady not here, these masters couldn't help feeling like they were making a wedding dress for someone else, so they couldn't help lowering their guard and trying to protect themselves. This was especially true for the masters from the Qiu family. They had been the vanguard and had suffered the most losses, so how could they be willing to go all out now? Since the arrival of reinforcements, they had been waiting on the sidelines, never confronting the enemy head-on. These masters were all extremely shrewd, so how could they be willing to do something that would cause them to suffer a loss? The seven great families coalition appeared to be a solid block of iron, but in fact, it was full of flaws and loopholes, making it somewhat laughable. Such a powerful artifact, who could break it? As they spoke, the barrier covering the ground suddenly shattered and two figures walked out. Everyone stared at them, and sure enough, these two people were Yang Kai and Su Yan. As for the experts who had been shrouded in the enchantment, they had all turned into ice sculptures at this moment. They stood there quietly in all kinds of strange poses. It was unknown whether they were still alive. From beginning to end, only half a cup of tea worth of time had passed. But this was not the end. Su Yan, who had just dealt with a dozen masters, once again poured her yuan qi into the mirror, and under the horrified gazes of Yi Xian Rou and the others, a similar barrier appeared. This time, more than a dozen people were enveloped in it. Impossible! Yi Xian Rou screamed. Such an artifact consumes an incredible amount of yuan qi. Even if she's an immortal ascension boundary master, it's impossible for her to use it twice in a row. With Su Yan's own ability, it was impossible for her to use it twice in a row. If she really did so, it was likely she would exhaust all of her yuan qi, and even if she could trap her enemies, she wouldn't be able to do anything to them. In the end, she might even be captured by her enemies inside the barrier. However, she still had Yang Kai by her side, and the two of them cultivated the yin-yang joyous unification art. Yuan qi was constantly circulating around their bodies. This level of consumption was something Su Yan could afford. A burst of uneasiness rose in Yi Xian Rou's heart. Relying on this mysterious great artifact alone, Yang Kai and Su Yan could deal with most of their opponents. If they allowed her to use it a few more times, who would be left? Just as she was panicking, the barrier broke a second time, and more than a dozen people were frozen into ice sculptures. Qua. The light once again bloomed, and the masters from the seven families who couldn't avoid it were enveloped by the mirror barrier for the third time. Yi Xian Rou finally panicked, her expression becoming ugly as her thoughts raced. But she couldn't think of an effective way to break this barrier. For the first time, she felt a deep sense of powerlessness and couldn't help thinking that if the second young lord was here, with his temperament and means, he might have been able to come up with a way to restrain this move. Although this move was simple and monotonous, it was very effective, at least against the seven-family coalition. Enough! An angry roar suddenly sounded from the void, bringing with it endless majesty. Everyone who heard this roar involuntarily stopped what they were doing. A terrifying pressure was born. Looking in the direction of the pressure, everyone discovered that in the void, there was a huge palm print that seemed both real and illusory. This palm print slowly descended, its target being the barrier created by Su Yan's artifact. Pung. The palm print slammed into the barrier, causing the ground to tremble and everyone to lose their footing. Chapter 550. Meng Wuya was shrouded in a mysterious aura, but Ling Tai Su was an above immortal ascension boundary master. Once an above immortal ascension boundary master fought, it was no laughing matter. I'm not qualified, haha. Meng Wuya laughed, his expression calm. Not to mention me, even that guy down there in a one-on-one fight, none of you are his opponent. Saying so, he gestured towards the old demon down below. The old demon grinned fiercely, his expression terrifying. Him! The square-faced master's heart trembled, but a look of surprise appeared on his face as he slowly shook his head. He's nothing! As he spoke, his face filled with contempt and disdain. Not only did he have such an expression, many of the 8 great families above immortal ascension boundary masters had similar expressions. All of them secretly felt that this Meng Wuya was a bit senile, actually daring to say such a thing. Old Demon, Meng Wuya, and Ling Tai Su. Of these 3, the one these 8 feared the most was Ling Tai Su. This Ling Tai Su was an above immortal ascension boundary master, and his cultivation was much higher than theirs. What's more, he was the one who had cultivated the Demon Lord. Next was Meng Wuya. Although Treasurer Meng was a peak immortal ascension boundary master, these 8 couldn't see through him. Towards someone they couldn't see through, it was natural for them to be suspicious of him. As for the old demon, although he was also a peak immortal ascension boundary master like Meng Wuya, they didn't put him in their eyes. Such a martial artist, they could kill him as and when they wanted. Last time, Yang Li Ting had killed the old demon's blood demon puppet with a single palm strike. But he hadn't dared to resist, so it was obvious that this demon lord wasn't much of a threat. Hearing the square-faced master's sarcasm, Meng Wuya couldn't help laughing. Old demon, I'm looking down on you? What do you do? If they look down on me, then they look down on me, what's there to say? The old demon laughed strangely, not showing the slightest trace of anger. His expression light and indifferent, as if he didn't care at all. Can you still endure? Meng Wuya looked at the old demon with a smile. With your brutal nature, shouldn't you teach this group of short-sighted fools a lesson? You said that they are short-sighted, so why should this old man lower himself to their level? The old demon grinned as he continued to spout nonsense with Meng Wuya, completely ignoring the 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters. Everyone's mood became subtle. Listening to these words, it seemed that this old devil's methods were truly unfathomable, not even putting an above immortal ascension boundary master in his eyes. Did he have the ability to do so? Was he qualified? While everyone was puzzled, the old demon's expression suddenly turned solemn and he said indifferently, although this old master doesn't want to lower himself to their level, if this old master doesn't do anything, I'm afraid they will look down on me. Ha, this move is very exhausting to use, so this old master won't use it unless it is absolutely necessary. As he said this, the yuan qi rolling in his body suddenly quieted down and became as still as an ancient well, like a pool of stagnant water. Spectre Saint technique! A resounding roar suddenly burst out from the old demon's mouth, and along with this roar, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became chaotic. At the same time, everyone felt their blood surge, as if an unparalleled suction force was being exerted from the old demon's body, trying to draw out their blood. The weaker cultivator instantly wore pained expressions. Under this kind of suction force, their faces flushed red and blood began to flow from their 7 orifices, making for a horrifying sight. Even the immortal ascension boundary cultivators had no choice but to use their secret arts to resist this suction. No one could escape unscathed. No one knew what kind of method the old demon had used to actually cause such an effect. Asterisk show show show. Asterisk a bright red light suddenly burst out from all directions and rushed into the old demon's body. These bloody lights were all condensed from fresh blood. This blood came from the dead cultivator. Whether it was the masters from the 7 family coalition or the cultivator from Yangkai Mansion, as long as they died, their blood would be sucked dry in a single breath. Even the blood that had seeped into the ground was sucked out by this huge suction force. The old demon's body absorbed all of this blood, leaving not a single drop behind, his entire body suddenly becoming red, like a roasted crab. From his body, a terrifying blood chi suddenly burst out, several times stronger than the Yang family blood warriors after using their mad tyrant blood skill. After all the blood within a 1,000-meter radius had been sucked dry, the suction force suddenly disappeared. All the cultivator below the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage began bleeding from their 7 orifices, including those from Yang Kai Mansion. However, none of these cultivators were in any life-threatening danger. The old demon still had a sense of propriety and wouldn't allow them to die for no reason. It wasn't until this moment that an earth-shattering aura burst out from the old demon's body. An invisible aura, centered on him, quickly spread outwards. His momentum continued to climb, breaking through the Immortal Ascension boundary at an incredible speed, but it still continued to climb. The eyes of the 8 masters from the 8 great families trembled violently as they stared at the scene in front of them, deeply shocked. A moment later, the earth-shattering movement slowly subsided. The old demon took a deep breath, still wearing a ferocious grin on his face as he stretched out his arms and legs, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face. The 8 above Immortal Ascension boundary masters were stunned, quickly releasing their divine senses to sweep the old demon's body and were immediately stunned. Above Immortal Ascension boundary. At this moment, the old demon was a genuine above Immortal Ascension boundary master. After recovering, the 8 masters realized something incredible. What kind of secret technique was this Demon Spectre Saint technique? What kind of secret technique was it? How could it allow a peak Immortal Ascension boundary cultivator to reach the above Immortal Ascension boundary in such a short time? Even the Yang family's Blood Warrior Hall's Mad Tyrant blood skill couldn't have such an effect. Although Tu Feng and the other masters could exchange a few blows with an above Immortal Ascension boundary master when using their Mad Tyrant blood skill, they were still far from reaching that realm. The old demon had truly set foot on this great family's territory. In an instant, the 8 masters' breathing became rapid and their eyes became bloodshot. If they could obtain this kind of secret technique, just how much would their family's strength increase? Each of the 8 great families only had a few above Immortal Ascension boundary masters, but there were many peak Immortal Ascension boundary masters. Even if it was only a short time, this secret technique would have an irreplaceable effect. Is this old master qualified to exchange blows with you now? The old demon stared at the 8 masters with a gloomy expression. The 8 masters all wore a strange expression, none of them answering. The square-faced master who had cursed the old demon before had an even uglier expression on his face. He was also an above Immortal Ascension boundary master, so how could he dare to criticize the old demon now? Demon Spectre Saint technique. This one is quite good. Meng Wuya suddenly nodded gently. Is this secret technique complementary to the blood demon puppet you refined? The old demon grinned meaningfully. Don't expose me. Meng Wuya's insight was amazing, and at a glance he saw the subtle connection between the Demon Spectre Saint technique and the blood demon puppet. The Demon Spectre Saint technique required a lot of fresh blood to display, and the higher the strength of the cultivator, the greater the space for the old demon's own strength to improve. However, this condition was very problematic. It was impossible to have fresh blood for the old demon to use at all times. With the blood demon puppet, the situation was different. The biggest role of this puppet was to absorb the blood of the dead while its own combat strength was secondary. When the time came, old demon could sacrifice the blood demon puppet and use the blood demon sacrifice and his own blood to display the Demon Spectre Saint technique. You have such an ability? Yang Kai also glanced over at the old demon in surprise. Although he had long known that the old demon was extraordinary and had secretly speculated about their strength, Yang Kai found that he had still underestimated them. Young master, please forgive me. Old servant doesn't usually use this trick, so I haven't used it before. The old demon smiled. Yang Kai nodded lightly, not caring much about this. He wasn't curious enough to ask about other people's secrets. Saying so, he and the old demon both turned their eyes to Meng Wuya. Old man, don't just watch. I'm afraid this old master alone won't be enough to accomplish this. The old demon shouted. There were 8 of them on the other side, so they had an overwhelming advantage in terms of numbers. Although the old demon and Ling Tai Su were both very powerful, they couldn't force them to retreat. Meng Wuya nodded gently, only uttering a single word, "Release!" Kacha, from Meng Wuya's body. A chain-like energy pattern appeared, wrapping around his body like a wriggling snake. With a single shout, this chain shattered, releasing a burst of light that spread out in all directions. An unparalleled pressure suddenly descended, causing the world to tremble. Meng Wuya's expression was indifferent, but compared to just a moment ago, he was like a completely different person. Above immortal ascension boundary, with just a single word, in an instant Meng Wuya had broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary. What's more, his method was completely different from the old demons. The old demon had used a secret technique to absorb all the blood within a 1,000-meter radius in order to increase his strength. Meng Wuya, on the other hand, seemed to have unlocked a seal in his body and restored his original strength. In other words, Meng Wuya's original cultivation was at the above immortal ascension boundary, but for some unknown reason, he had sealed his strength. This discovery shocked the masters from the 8 great families. Looking at Meng Wuya again, the expressions of the 8 great families all changed. They couldn't see through Meng Wuya. He was so mysterious that they couldn't figure him out. At this moment, Meng Wuya gave them the greatest pressure, followed by the old demon, while Ling Tai-su, who was originally the strongest, had become the weakest link. Such a lineup, such a heritage. The situation had escalated. The 8 great families all wore strange expressions. They had thought that with the 8 of them stepping forward, they would be able to resolve the situation. But now they discovered that things were not as they had imagined. Only now did they understand why Ling Tai-su and Meng Wuya had been so confident in preventing them from interfering with Yang Kai's breakthrough 10 days ago. If they had really fought, not to mention whether or not they could stop Yang Kai, War City would likely have been destroyed. This fierce battle was full of twists and turns, causing everyone to be dumbfounded, their hearts filled with both excitement and nervousness. The old demon had entered, and now all of them had broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary. This kind of show was not something ordinary people could witness, so they couldn't help feeling that even if they died here, it would be worth it. At the same time, they were secretly looking forward to how the situation would develop next. Chapter 551. In a trivial war city, 11 above immortal ascension boundary masters had gathered here. The development of the situation was now completely out of the control of both sides. At this time, no matter who it was impossible for either side to back down easily. The situation had already been set, so whichever side retreated would appear weak and cowardly. Ling Tai-su secretly sent a message to Yang Kai, warning him to be careful. Yang Kai remained silent, ordering the cultivator in his mansion to withdraw from the battle and gather together. At the same time, Yi Xianro was also making the same arrangements. A short time later, the two sides were clearly divided. High up in the sky, the 11 forces were facing each other while Yang Kai's mansion cultivator and the 7-family coalition were separated by 1,000 meters. Most of them were so nervous that they couldn't even breathe. "Do you really want to fight?" Meng Wuya stared at the 8 forces opposite him, reading this message from their eyes. Things have already reached this point, so let's just casually exchange some pointers. Among the 8 forces, a fat old man said lightly. He was one of those who had been quite optimistic about Yang Kai's chances and didn't want such a dispute to occur, but since things had turned out contrary to his wishes, he was helpless. After all, he was standing on the side of the 8 great families, so even if he was optimistic about Yang Kai, he couldn't do anything for him. "Very well." Meng Wuya nodded gently, smiling as he stared forward. "A group brawl, one-on-one, and a tag team battle. How do you want to play? Just draw a line, and the 3 of us will follow suit." Among the 8 forces, several of them couldn't help coldly snorting, their expressions clearly displeased. Meng Wuya's words were too contemptuous, naturally causing them to be somewhat unhappy. The fat old man also calmly said, "Your Excellency's tone is quite big." All of them were above Immortal Ascension boundary masters, all of them with high status. Normally, they wouldn't fight with them, nor would they have the qualifications to fight with them. Today's battle seemed inevitable. If they really swarmed up and outnumbered the enemy, it wouldn't be good for them. Since they couldn't fight as a group, they could only fight one-on-one. None of them had any confidence in fighting one-on-one, so there was only one option left. However, none of them were fools. Naturally, they wouldn't directly answer Meng Wuya's question. Yang Liting suddenly took a step forward and said in a clear voice, "Sect Master Ling, speaking of which, you and my Yang family are quite close. 2 generations of my Yang family's young lords have been cultivating under your tutelage, and I am indebted to you for your care. Today, this Yang has come to meet you and see what Sect Master Ling's methods are like." Ling Tai Su smiled faintly and said indifferently, "That's fine too. Ever since I broke through, I have never fought with anyone of the same level. Brother Yang, please show mercy later. We'll stop when the time comes. Please." As soon as his voice fell, Ling Tai Su suddenly leapt up into the night sky, disappearing in an instant. A moment later, in the sky, a violent energy fluctuation spread out, and as far as the eye could see, one could even see bursts of light flashing. This was a battle between 2 above Immortal Ascension boundary masters, but not many people were lucky enough to witness it. Brother Yang is still impatient. The fat old man shook his head slightly and smiled bitterly before suddenly turning to stare at Meng Wuya and saying, "Brother Meng, let's also go up." As he spoke, his figure flashed, and he disappeared into the night sky, wrapped in a green light. Meng Wuya followed closely behind. "Old demon, this old master will meet you." Another man stepped forward and pointed to the old demon and shouted. "3 matches, all defeat." The audience was in an uproar as everyone's eyes flashed with disbelief. The 8 great families above Immortal Ascension boundary masters were actually so weak. All of them stood at the pinnacle of the martial Tao. "Come again. Looking at your posture, if I don't beat you until you're convinced, today's matter won't be over." The old demon smiled grimly. It seemed like the old demon was provoking them, but in fact, everyone knew that since the 8 great families' top masters had been dispatched, they would definitely finish what they started. After losing 3, there were still 5 to go. Everyone had a tacit understanding. In response to the old demon's words, 3 of them stepped forward. Ling Tai Su sighed, exchanging a helpless glance with Meng Wuya before flying up for the second time. The fierce battle between the above Immortal Ascension boundary masters once again began. At this time, the masters from the 7 family coalition couldn't help praying silently that these 3 wouldn't be completely defeated like before. For a long time, the 8 great families of the Seal Temple had been the object of worship for many people. If all of them were defeated, the prestige of the 8 great families would likely collapse. As he spoke, his face paled and he hurriedly circulated his secret art, obviously not completely recovering. The 2 top masters from the Yi and Lu families who were warned nodded slightly. The square-faced old man from the Yi family wore a dignified expression as he suddenly turned his head and glanced over at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was also paying attention to the fierce battle in the sky at this moment, comprehending the various concepts that were being transmitted from the sky, seemingly intoxicated. Suddenly, a rather discordant feeling arose in his heart. Yang Kai suddenly became alert and hurriedly became vigilant, only feeling a faint chill pass over his body, but after carefully examining himself, he couldn't find anything. Frowning, Yang Kai glanced over at the top masters from the 8 great families and happened to meet the eyes of the square-faced old man from the Yi family. The old man remained expressionless and slowly turned his gaze away. "Little lord." Tang Yuxian found that Yang Kai's expression was strange and quickly asked, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing." Yang Kai shook his head. "It's probably just an illusion." Tang Yuxian saw that he was fine and no longer asked. Glancing over at the square-faced old man, Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Although he didn't notice anything wrong with himself, the discordant feeling he had just felt was not fake. Beasts had instincts. As a cultivator he also had instincts, and to some extent a cultivator's instincts were more accurate and sensitive than a beast's. Just now, the square-faced old man either wanted to harm him or had already done so, which was why Yang Kai was able to sense it. Seeing that the situation wasn't right, did he want to find a way to break through? Yang Kai's face was gloomy as he sneered in his heart. He didn't dare act carelessly. If an above immortal ascension boundary master wanted to attack him, it was normal for him not to notice. Gently taking a deep breath, Yang Kai closed his eyes and used his powerful spiritual energy to examine himself. But he didn't find the slightest abnormality. His divine sense entered his knowledge sea and Yang Kai's soul avatar floated above the vast sea. Looking around, his knowledge sea was peaceful, with a variety of fish swimming freely in the water and birds constantly flying through the sky. These fish and birds all carried Yang Kai's memories and spiritual energy. At the center of his knowledge sea, there was a 5-colored island that stood quietly like a mountain of treasures. Floating above this island was a small sword and an oblate object of unknown use. The 5-colored island was transformed from the soul-warming lotus. The small sword was Yang Kai's soul-type artifact, and the oblate object was the treasure he had obtained from the 7th page of the Black Book. However, so far, Yang Kai didn't know what it was used for. Since he obtained it, it had settled down in his knowledge sea and hadn't provided him with any help in terms of strength, nor did it cause him any harm. As the drizzle continued, the scenery in his knowledge sea was like a paradise, beautiful and unforgettable. Am I being paranoid? Yang Kai pondered. The other party hadn't taken any action against him? After all, the old demon had been worried about this problem before and had deliberately pointed it out. The other party had also said that it was impossible for them to take advantage of the absence of the old demon, Ling Taisu, and Meng Wuya. Those people were all old ancestors of the 8 great families, so their words naturally carried some weight. With a smile, Yang Kai prepared to withdraw from his knowledge sea. At that moment, though, Yang Kai's movements came to an abrupt halt and his eyes flashed a cold light as he stared coldly at his knowledge sea. After a while, he chuckled. Interesting. I don't remember it ever raining in my knowledge sea. Everything in one's knowledge sea would change according to the ups and downs of a cultivator's mood. When one was happy, there would be no clouds in the sky, and the sun would shine brightly, but when one was unhappy, there would be rain and waves. Yang Kai had thought that it was his mood that had caused this drizzle, but after thinking about it for a moment, he felt that something was wrong. Trying to control it, he found that this drizzle had nothing to do with him. Since it had nothing to do with him, it must be someone else's doing. Get out here! Along with Yang Kai's roar, his calm knowledge sea suddenly churned with waves several dozen meters high, shooting up into the sky. Pillars of water, like flood dragons emerging from the sea, shot straight up into the sky. The drizzle seemed to suddenly stagnate for a moment, but under the impact of this boundless divine sense, it quickly came to a stop. A vague figure suddenly appeared not far in front of Yang Kai and stared towards Yang Kai with a dignified expression. I knew it was you. Yang Kai sneered and said sarcastically, What's wrong? Even the words of an above immortal ascension boundary master are like farts to you? The person opposite him was the sole avatar of the Yi family's square-faced old man. Since he had appeared tonight, he had been holding a grudge against Yang Kai and Yang Kai's people. This made Yang Kai very suspicious, wondering how he had offended this old man. Finally, after thinking about it, Yang Kai could only explain that this old man was helping Yi Xinro. After all, this old man was the old ancestor of the Yi family. A look of surprise appeared on the old man's face, as if he hadn't expected that his method would be seen through by Yang Kai. Nodding, he said, "You really are good. With just an immortal ascension boundary second stage cultivation, you were able to break through this old master's soul skill. This old master's spring breeze drizzle has never failed before." Spring breeze drizzle, silent infiltration, was one of this old man's signature skills. As an above immortal ascension boundary master, using this move to deal with Yang Kai made him feel like he was using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, but not only did it not have any effect, it was even quickly seen through by the other party. Yang Kai snorted and stared at him coldly, not saying a word. "Yang family, little brat, how did you cultivate your knowledge? See?" the old man asked in a deep voice. "With your cultivation, it is impossible for you to have such a huge and pure spiritual energy. Although your spiritual energy is much worse than this old master's, it is still far beyond the level of a peak immortal ascension boundary master." "Old dog, you didn't sneak into my knowledge sea just to ask this question, did you?" Yang Kai looked at the old man sarcastically, not waiting for him to answer before continuing. "Did you feel like you lost a lot of face this time and want to regain some face from me?" The old man didn't care about Yang Kai's sarcasm and said indifferently, "This old master was just curious about how you did it. Since you don't want to tell me, then I won't ask. There will always be a chance to figure it out. As for why this old master sneaked into your knowledge sea, naturally it was because he wanted to know some of your secrets." "My secrets?" Yang Kai froze for a moment before grinning. "A method to quickly improve a cultivator's strength." Chapter 553. The old man spoke as if he was certain of Yang Kai's victory, revealing the intentions of the 7 great families and the Yang family without the slightest concealment. This was the reality of the situation. The reason why the Yang family had ignored Yang Kai and only sent Yang Zhen and several elders to negotiate with Yang Kai was because of this plan. In the eyes of the Yang family, since the 7 great families had set their sights on Yang Kai would definitely not be able to withstand the pressure and would willingly return to the Yang family to accept their protection, and the price would be the method to improve his cultivator's strength. A forcibly picked melon was not sweet, and the Yang family did not use force on Yang Kai for 2 reasons. First, they were afraid of Yang Kai's emotional backlash. Second, because Yang Kai had many masters in his house. And third, because the Yang family believed that as a member of the Yang family, he had to contribute everything to the Yang family. Offering the method to improve his cultivator's strength to the Yang family was a matter of course. However, returning to the Yang family would result in his cultivation being crippled, which was a consequence that Yang Kai could not accept. The 7 great families were taking advantage of the subtle contradiction between Yang Kai and the Yang family to stir up trouble. Being able to capture Yang Kai alive in this battle was of course the best scenario, and this was also the scene they hoped to see. At that time, the 7 great families could discuss with the Yang family how to divide the benefits hidden in Yang Kai's body. Even if they could not capture Yang Kai and instead forced him to return to the Yang family, they could accept this result. As the old man said, the 7 great families had accompanied the Yang family to play such a good show, and many people had died. The Yang family had to do something, otherwise, how could the 7 great families give up? Yang Li Ting's appearance today was precisely because of this consideration. On one hand, he was accompanying the others to pressure Yang Kai, and on the other hand, he was secretly ensuring that Yang Kai would not fall into the hands of others. In order to maximize the benefits of the Yang family. Listening to the old man's words, Yang Kai secretly nodded, a sense of sadness growing in his heart. This was the current situation of the great families. In front of the interests of the entire family, the members of the family could not resist at all. Facing the demands of the family, they had to submit 100%. The old man continued, "That was our original goal, but this old man has discovered something even more interesting. The secret to instantly breaking through to the above immortal ascension boundary?" Yang Kai grinned. He wasn't a fool and could naturally guess what the other party was coveting. Tonight, Meng Wuya and the old demon each used a different divine technique to raise their strength to the above immortal ascension boundary. This was a huge blow to anyone. Putting Meng Wuya aside for now, it was very likely that he had been at this level all along, but had sealed his own cultivation. Just now, he had undone the seal and recovered his strength. This was a method that no one else could imitate or learn from. Instead, it was the old demon. Yang Kai had indeed used a secret technique to reach the above immortal ascension boundary. If he could obtain this secret technique, it would be more valuable than anything else. Each of the 8 great families had at least a dozen or so peak immortal ascension boundary masters. In times of crisis, he could summon a dozen or 20 above immortal ascension boundary masters. What did this mean? If the Yi family obtained this secret, trampling the Yang family under their feet wouldn't be a dream. Your spiritual energy is indeed powerful, but compared to this old master, there is still a gap. Didn't this old master tell you this before? The old man looked at Yang Kai sarcastically. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled slightly as he discovered that at some point, this old man had poured all of his spiritual energy into his knowledge sea. With all of his spiritual energy gathered here, this old man's body would be powerless to resist. But now that the above immortal ascension boundary masters were fighting, everyone's eyes and attention were focused on this battle, so no one would notice this old man's abnormality. In other words, if Yang Kai didn't deal with this old man here, he may really be controlled by this old man. Waving his hands, the birds flying through the sky and the fish swimming in the sea suddenly transformed into a sharp wave of energy that shot towards the old man. The old man's expression also became slightly dignified. Although his spiritual energy was greater than Yang Kai's, it wasn't enough to ignore him. The spiritual energy attack of this immortal ascension boundary second stage master was extraordinary, so he didn't dare take it lightly. Invisible energy was released from Yang Kai's soul avatar. Innumerable strands of energy that seemed to be everywhere as it rushed towards the aggressive birds and fishes. At this point, whether it was the old man or Yang Kai, neither of them held back. Inside the knowledge sea, this battle was earth-shattering. Fish after fish turned into fluorescent light and birds fell one after another. Yang Kai's attacks were ineffective, and the old man's expression became more and more dignified. The energy released from his soul avatar was constantly being consumed. Yang Kai's strength had exceeded his expectations. Show. From the 5-colored island. The small sword-shaped soul-type artifact shot out, leaving behind a trail of light as it shot towards the old man. The old man's expression changed, no longer able to remain calm. Although this soul-type artifact was only heaven-grade top rank, its function was to attack one's spiritual energy. It was the greatest nemesis of this old man's soul. Yang Kai using it to attack was naturally not something the old man could ignore. Streams of spiritual energy visible to the naked eye burst out from the old man's body, instantly weaving into an indestructible net in front of him that shot towards the small sword. This net was extremely tough, so when the small sword hit it, it was unable to break through and instead seemed to sink into a quagmire, greatly reducing its speed. Seeing this, the old man coldly shouted, "Yang family little brat, surrender yourself. This old master has already given you a lot of face. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Don't boast." Yang Kai coldly snorted. "If you really had a way to deal with me, why bother wasting time?" The old man's expression became cold. Although he didn't want to admit Yang Kai's statement, it was also a fact. Before sneaking into Yang Kai's knowledge sea, he hadn't expected the other party's spiritual energy to be so strong, causing his plan to fail. As he spoke, Yang Kai waved his hand and the small sword that had been bound by the net flew over. Yang Kai grabbed it and poured his spiritual energy into it, causing the several-inch-long sword to suddenly burst into a dazzling light. Holding this small sword, Yang Kai grinned and rushed straight towards the old man. Before he even arrived, he slashed out with the sword, sending out a several-dozen-meter-long sword wave towards the old man. The old man's expression changed as he coldly shouted, "You're crazy!" In the previous confrontation between the two of them, they had both used their own spiritual energy to collide with each other. So even if there was some wear and tear, there wouldn't be any damage. However, if one soul avatar was damaged, it would be a serious blow. If it was light, one would become an idiot and their soul would be greatly damaged, while if it was heavy, one would die on the spot beyond redemption. So when he saw Yang Kai's soul avatar rushing towards him with a small sword, the old man was taken aback. Who would use such a method to fight? Waving his hands one after another, the old man arranged several layers of defense, but all of them were quickly broken through by Yang Kai's soul-type artifact. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were within reach. Although he had lived for many years, the old man still had an instinctive fear of death. Before the battle had even begun, his courage had already waned. So the old man hurriedly retreated and opened up some distance between him and Yang Kai. "Old dog, do you only know how to run?" Yang Kai chased after the old man, his mouth not idle as he taunted him. This was Yang Kai's knowledge sea, so Yang Kai had an absolute advantage here. From the sea below, one divine sense attack after another rushed out and blocked the old man's path. How could he have the energy to answer? "Didn't you just say you wanted to control me? Say it again." Yang Kai laughed, becoming more and more unrestrained, causing the old man's face to go pale. Chapter 554. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, Yang Kai and the old man's soul avatar were chasing after each other as they circled around the five-colored island. The old man didn't want to have a direct collision with Yang Kai's soul avatar in order to avoid any accidents. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was still young and full of vigor, not fearing death, chasing after the old man relentlessly, seemingly determined to kill him. In terms of momentum alone, the old man was at a disadvantage. But in fact, Yang Kai couldn't do anything to his opponent. Although this was his knowledge sea and he was the master here, the old man had cultivated and used his spiritual energy nearly 100 years earlier than Yang Kai. Such a long period of accumulation was more than enough for him to escape Yang Kai's pursuit unscathed. While fleeing, the old man even had the leisure to observe the five-colored island. The more he observed it, the more difficult it was for him to suppress the desire in his heart. He didn't know what this five-colored island was, but he could feel a sense of warmth coming from it. When his soul avatar was near the island, his spiritual energy seemed to have increased significantly, allowing him to quickly restore the lost portion of his spiritual energy. In an instant, the old man understood that this magical five-colored island was a supreme treasure that could nourish one's soul. This also explained why Yang Kai could possess such a powerful spiritual energy when he was just an immortal ascension boundary second stage cultivator. The root of all of this was this five-colored island. The value of this island may be greater than the value of the old demon's divine technique. Considering all this, the old man's breathing quickened slightly. His divine sense had silently infiltrated Yang Kai's knowledge sea in order to find an opportunity to take control of him in one fell swoop. Although there had been an accident, he had now discovered another treasure of great value. This time, the price he paid was worth it. Even if his soul avatar was damaged, he had to capture this little brat. The secrets and wealth hidden on this boy were enough to make anyone's eyes go red with envy. The old man secretly made up his mind. Seemingly aware of the change in the old man's thoughts, Yang Kai's face also became gloomy. He had three great secrets that he would never let anyone he didn't trust know about. The first was the wordless black book, a secret no one knew about until now. The second was the five-colored soul-warming lotus. Only the old demon knew of its existence. The third was the myriad drug liquid. Now that the second secret was right in front of the other party, and the other party was also very interested in the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai immediately wanted to kill him. No matter what, he could not allow the other party to leave his knowledge sea safely and reveal this secret. With this thought, his entire sea of consciousness shook. Countless attacks covered the sky and covered the earth, like a swarm of locusts, attacking the old man from all directions. The old man's footsteps suddenly came to a halt as he turned around and looked at Yang Kai quietly, sneering, "Young family brat, you're still too inexperienced." Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he felt a sense of crisis. The old man laughed. "Do you think this old man is being chased by you? Ha ha ha, this old man was secretly arranging things, but you didn't notice at all. You really are young and full of vigor." As he spoke, green rays of light suddenly appeared in the air. These rays of light weaved into a huge curtain, enveloping the entire five-colored treasure island. In an instant, the connection between Yang Kai and his knowledge sea was cut off. Yang Kai's complexion changed greatly, and without the slightest hesitation, he gripped his small sword artifact and rushed towards the green curtain, intending to destroy it. A huge eye. When Yang Kai first obtained this thing, he had guessed its true form. Yang Kai thought it was a fruit, but when he looked at it, it actually looked like an eye. However, it was a closed eye. But now, this one eye had opened. Unlike ordinary people, this was an eyeball that was as black as ink, but had a golden pupil. This was a majestic and terrifying golden color that made one feel like they had no choice but to worship it. Although it was only a single eye, it stood quietly above the island, overlooking the old man with an indifferent gaze, as if in front of this single eye. This old man with an above immortal ascension boundary cultivation was nothing more than an ant. "Young family little brat. What the hell is this?" The old man screamed, trying to find an answer from Yang Kai, but under the gaze of this single eye, he couldn't even move. His soul avatar was under tremendous pressure and was on the verge of collapsing. Yang Kai didn't answer, his thoughts fluctuating wildly. He also didn't know what this thing was. Just as the old man was struggling to resist, a golden light suddenly shot out from the single eye and struck the old man's soul avatar. Without the slightest sound or reaction, the soul avatar of this above immortal ascension boundary master was instantly purified, leaving behind a large mass of pure spiritual energy suspended midair. Yang Kai was stunned. After doing all this, the single eye that had opened for some unknown reason slowly closed again, as mysterious and strange as before. However, Yang Kai faintly felt that before it closed, it seemed to stare at him for a moment, a look of slight disappointment and relief flashing across its eyes. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, the wind gradually calmed down and the sun shone brightly. All kinds of fish continued to swim in the sea while birds continued to fly across the sky. Yang Kai stared blankly for a long time before not delving into the mysteries of this eye and quickly retreating. Immediately, a group of exclamations reached his ears. Looking around, it was the above immortal ascension boundary masters from the 8 great families. The fat old man supported the body of the square-faced old man and called out anxiously, Brother Yi, what happened to you?" Yang Li Ting also carefully examined him, but after a long time, he slowly shook his head and said, "He's dead." Whether it was the cultivators from Yang Li Ting's house or the masters from the 7-family coalition, none of them could believe what Yang Li Ting had just said. All of a sudden, all of them were dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. An above immortal ascension boundary master was dead? No injuries. I don't know what happened. Yang Li Ting's brow furrowed, his expression filled with shock and vigilance. This square-faced elite from the Yi family was on par with him in terms of strength, but he had died for no reason, and there was not a single injury on his body. Was it because his lifespan had reached its end, or was it because someone had plotted against him? The former was unlikely. Yang Li Ting had lived with him for so many years. If he really had reached the end of his lifespan, as an above immortal ascension boundary master, he would have noticed. Yang Kai had never heard him mention such a thing, so it was certainly not because he had reached the end of his lifespan. Had he secretly killed someone? Yang Li Ting didn't even dare think about it. Who could kill an above immortal ascension boundary master under the eyes of so many people? No one in this world had such ability, even the demon lord of the ash-gray cloud evil land. What happened? Yang Kai deliberately asked the blood warriors nearby. Tu Feng gulped and replied with a look of lingering fear. I don't know, none of us saw it. We only know that the Yi families above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master suddenly frothed at the mouth and fell to the ground. Then this happened. Yang Kai nodded lightly, his expression indifferent. Once again, he was horrified by the destructive power of that single golden pupil. With a single blow, it had destroyed an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master's soul avatar. The Yi family old man's soul avatar carried all of his thoughts, so if it was destroyed like that, how could his physical body possibly survive? What was the origin of this solitary golden eye? The atmosphere suddenly became dignified. Whether it was the 8 great families above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, Meng Wuya, Ling Taisu, or any of the others, all of them frowned, not understanding what was going on. Old Demon snickered. Don't you dare assume that we were the ones behind this. When the incident happened, all 3 of us were high up in the sky, so there was no way we would have had the opportunity to do so. Chapter 555. Although Old Demon's words gave people the illusion that he was trying to hide 300 taels of silver here, everyone knew that he was telling the truth. When the Yi family's square-faced master fell to the ground, Meng Wuya, Ling Taisu, and the other 2 had indeed been fighting in the sky until they noticed the commotion below and flew down. The 3 of them really didn't have the time, opportunity, or means to do such a thing. The sudden death of an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master was enough to shake the world. None of the masters from the 8 great families had the heart to find trouble with Yang Kai again. The mystery of the Yi family master's death was unsolved, so no one felt safe. If the Black Hand lurking in the dark could silently kill an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, then he could easily kill the rest of them. Tonight's matter, I'll have to trouble you. Yang Liting looked at Meng Wuya and the others and said faintly, I'll come back another day to exchange pointers with you. Saying so, he picked up the body of the Yi family master and hurried back to the Hu Seal Temple with the other 6. Meng Wuya and the others didn't show any intention of stopping them. They had only displayed their strength this time to help Yang Kai. Clean up the body, we're leaving. Yi Xianro gave the order to retreat. Although tonight's action had caused the 7 great families to suffer losses, the one who had suffered the greatest loss was undoubtedly her Yi family. The inexplicable death of an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master was a heavy blow to her Yi family. Soon, all the enemies who had come to invade the area had retreated. What happened? Meng Wuya was also confused. He really couldn't understand how that person could just die like that. As he spoke, he glanced at Yang Kai, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally. Why are you looking at me like that? Yang Kai shouted. It wasn't me who did it. These words made many people want to laugh, but they couldn't. Yes, even if the little lord's methods were heaven-defying and his potential was amazing, often creating jaw-dropping miracles, killing an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master was still too far away for him. I didn't say anything. Why are you being so sensitive? Meng Wuya rolled his eyes and suddenly realized something. If Yang Kai didn't explain himself like this, he might not have thought of him. Just now, when he glanced at Yang Kai, it was just a subconscious action. But after Yang Kai's explanation, he started to care. This matter was really related to this brat? Meng Wuya was confused. Let's clean up the battlefield as well, Yang Kai said solemnly as he looked at the messy battlefield. All the major and minor forces quickly moved out to retrieve the cultivator's corpse. The sky gradually brightened. A night of intense battle had finally come to an end. Although it felt somewhat anticlimactic, such a major event was not something that could be stopped by human strength. However, after a night of fierce fighting, everyone in Yang Kai's mansion knew one thing. The current situation was more serious than what Yang Kai had told them before. In other words, not only was Yang Kai's warning not an alarmist, but he might have underestimated the severity of the situation. They had really become enemies with the central capital's 8 great families. On top of that, even an above immortal ascension boundary master was involved. What was Yang Kai capable of that actually made the central capital's super forces take such actions? Why did the Yang family remain silent and not care about Yang Kai? They didn't know the answer, but they were truly aware of the seriousness of the situation. After a day of rest, many people not only failed to restore their vitality, but instead became even more haggard. Last night's battle had caused many great forces to suffer losses. Yang Kai grinned. But one day you'll have to tell me more about the mysteries of the above immortal ascension boundary. Naturally, with old servant by young master's side, you'll naturally understand. The old demon replied. After thinking about it, Yang Kai took out some myriad drug cream and handed it to Meng Wuya and the old demon. This thing should be helpful to your recovery. Ling Tai Su's eyes lit up. Is it that thing? Yang Kai nodded. What made you so excited? Meng Wuya glanced at Ling Tai Su curiously. Brother Meng, I relied on this thing to break through to the above immortal ascension boundary. Ling Tai Su said faintly. Meng Wuya couldn't help paling, quickly releasing his divine sense to probe the myriad drug cream. A long time later exclaiming, there's actually such a high-grade thing here? You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.